I mean, coming out that left side door instead of center when they saw the Penny setup, and immediately walked through the team. It was like after that, VP could not find their footing. They didn't really know what to do, and they never actually did.
Yeah, and this goes back to, I think matchups matter a lot. Like, I wonder how this team would play, you know, versus other squads that can play Black Cat and stuff like Rad, and that's why we saw in Rad, or rather in EMEA, a lot of the top teams were having a tough time versus teams like Rad, but the interview is ready on stage with Cozy. Joining him, I believe, is Trust Me, or no, that's Jerky on the main stage.
Yes, it is. It is Jerky from Navi. Everybody give up LA one more time for Navi. Now, Jerky, want to ask you, I mean, this was a different story last year. In fact, they were the team that sit you down and then, of course, ultimately beat you in the grand finals. I mean, what is the difference in this team versus the team that was there not long ago? And also, like, is revenge sweet? How does it feel?
Revenge definitely is sweet. I think the biggest difference is not actually in VP. I think it's in us, because in Atlanta, I think everyone kind of knows this. I was a Psylocke OTP. I think I had a very good Psylocke, but nothing else. And now I'm kind of the flex god, as people like to call it. So yeah, I think that's the biggest part. And of course, Terra, right? Terra is Terra.
I'll never forget when you did say, I remember talking to you, like, I'm just a Psylocke one, and it was looking good for a day before the nerf happened. And now, hey, the Swiss Army knife in the duelist position. I think one of the most important roles, honestly, in these teams is that flex duelist. There's so much responsibility for the role. I want to ask you this. It's been TLC, saying we want Navi. Navi saying we want TLC. Now that matchup with Swamp still has to be decided. But if it is TLC, how do you feel matching up? It's always been the conversation. Best in the world. Y'all are them. Any words?
I think TLC and us are the best in our respective regions, right? No doubt about that. And I think the draft, the ban phase will go very, very deep in with them, right? Like every game will change, every ban phase will be different. So I think it's just whoever is better on the day, man. I think they're a very good team. I think we're a very good team. So all respect to them, and yeah.
Amazing. And anything you want to say to all your fans of Navi here in LA and all over the world, the viewers, anything you want to say to them?
I mean, thank you guys for coming out. I mean, it's very nice to see everyone, right? So yeah, of course, of course. And if you have the time for it, I want to give a quick shout out to my team, of course, and the people behind the scene. I mean, Debit and Kirill and our coach Shu, right? They do the best possible thing for us, get us the scrims and everything. And of course, for me personally, to the girl that's been supporting me throughout this whole thing, right? Throughout Atlanta, throughout everything. She's been the best, and couldn't do it without her.
Appreciate you so much, Jerky. And once again, that was Navi taking down VP. And to close it out, bring up all the action, Des Stetcher, take it away. What did we see?
We saw what felt like a prophecy coming to pass. In fact, multiple prophecies coming to pass from Na'Vi there. We saw what everyone's been talking about of this incredible Penny Ultron composition from VP, and Na'Vi, despite struggling a little bit, beat it. Vodable, what a start for them.
Yeah, the big problem here, it felt like Virtus Pro were stuck into this Penny comp and didn't really have a different game plan afterwards. And Na'Vi had completely figured them out, right? Especially the flexibility that we saw from Jerky. He's saying it himself, used to just be that Psylocke OTP, no longer one of the best flex duelists in the game, and proving it here as well. I feel like the Storm is a perfect answer to that Penny Parker, but Gaskin, I mean, you were doubting Na'Vi before. How are you feeling now?
Well, I mean, what? It's two EMEA teams, right? I've got to doubt one of them.
That's true, that's true.
Back someone, and I'm going to be honest, I think VP threw this in the ban draft. I don't think that they did very well at all. I think that Na'Vi got a one-sided mag to start, then they get a one-sided mag and one-sided Gambit, and what are we doing with a Loki as your first protect? I just think VP completely got outsmarted in the picking bans. It was a great effort map one. They were looking good, but Na'Vi, we know what they're capable of. They're a team who adapt so quickly. As soon as they saw what VP were trying to do, they came out with an answer to it. And yes, I will say, Na'Vi have impressed me now in this series, and I'm very much looking forward to see what happens between them and either TLC or Swamp.
The second prophecy coming in as well there. It wasn't against 100 Thieves, but during their interview of that series yesterday, Terra came forward and said, well, Iremix is just going to first protect Loki and we're going to win. It wasn't Thieves, but Virtus Pro tried it, and, well, Na'Vi showed that it's not always a good idea. Another solid setup here, and there is the man himself. Terra, he is hunting for that first LAN victory. And Gaskin, you barely missed him in terms of casting him for the Americas, but he looks like he might be earning it.
Looks like the real deal, and I think he's going to be a key factor if Na'Vi are going to go on to win this entire tournament. If you can keep him hot, if you keep him playing this way, then I think Na'Vi are going to be in a very good position. That being said, I still think VP gave Na'Vi an easy win here. I would like to see more from VP in that ban draft for me when they drop down to the lower bracket. Now I hope they've learned that lesson, because we've already seen one-sided mag is very powerful. You can't allow one-sided mag and one-sided Gambit. Come on.
I worry a little bit for VP here, though. They're facing off against a very hungry Rad in that lower bracket. And in the preseason, we saw them go out in their lowest placement ever in 6th place, and that was against Rad. Dropped from Na'Vi in the upper bracket, in the semis specifically, then fell against Rad there, so history could repeat itself here on LAN.
There's a lot of pressure on the board. You're talking about history repeating itself. I was telling this story a lot yesterday and the day before.
Moxy!
Time last year about this time,
Yo!
there was a team called Rad, completely different roster, but same.
You're right on time, bro. The game hasn't. The games haven't started.
They lost in that playing stage against an American
Oh,
team.
oh shit! Wait.
They then
Oh,
went on
wait.
through the lower
Navi
bracket,
put belt
beating
on
multiple
VP. It was
teams from
30
America,
minute.
EMEA,
Oh.
and all around the
Wait.
world in order
Oh,
to
shit.
win the whole thing. That team went on to become.
Oh, wait. What do you mean? We got
They
TLC
are
versus SG.
the champions of
This one might be
mid-season.
even faster.
Rad is waiting for them potentially lower down to potentially cause a little bit more chaos if that happens. But first, Rad versus VP is potentially.
And then your phone died?
In that lower
Glad.
bracket now as Virtus Pro, they're not out yet, Gaskin.
Not. And I do think that if they get domination again, if they can get captured in that first point, we saw what happened in map 1, round 1,
So
right?
important.
They capture the first point, they have the penny, they lock it down, they look brilliant.
Suction!
This
This guy lost.
round 2 or round 3, and it really hurt them. And again, I think that we saw the prioritization from Na'Vi with their ultimates. They said, let's make sure we win this first fight. We can blow whatever we need to as long as we don't allow them that first point. They won't set up, and then the rest was history.
I feel like
Yeah.
VP were kind of focusing a little bit
Yeah,
too
yeah,
much
yeah,
on
yeah.
the thing protects. I
Yeah.
would guess they did so much with that, of course, against Gen G, but this go around it didn't seem to be too much of a prioritization in terms of any issues that Na'Vi had against them, right? It's a different team.
Well, I don't know if it
totally
worked.
a different caliber, as we saw by the evidence of the 2-0 this time, right? So I think
Might have to
maybe
go get.
focusing on something else to prioritize. It could be the Gambit that they would like a little bit better there as
Oh,
well.
my shit is like
but
bugged,
it just
bro.
felt
What the?
like the ban draft, as you're talking about earlier, Gaskin, just wasn't in
I'm
their favor.
gonna knock on you, maybe.
Protecting the Loki.
Yeah, I don't know.
How many times do we see Loki pop?
Yeah, I'm thinking today. Today, yeah, I just uninstalled and reinstalled it. But I can't launch the game. So if we ever need to do like some like replay moment, bro, you might have to launch the game.
I do think it has to be a lesson learned for me. I do think VP looked good around that. The fact they still made
Yeah,
it
I
work,
can't-
still made it
it's
closely
not launchable.
contested despite that fact, they should still be proud.
We're going to be heading to the break so that we can get set up for our next series. It's going to be our second upper bracket semi-final. It's the Battle of the Americas. It is Team Liquid Citadel versus Swamp Gaming coming up after this.
Man, it's make or break. The Razor.
Suction.
Your chat saying you're muted, I think.
No. No, I mute the. Yeah, they're just, dude. They just say I'm muted the whole time, even though my mic is completely on and fine.
He's like, no. I've seen these chats before.
Yeah, dude, he's played these games before. Oh, we're in.
Oh, it's working? It's working?
Yeah, nice.
Bro, we at the end of the stream, bro, Remix came back to the facility, right? And we were like eating food, and then he's like, "Yo, I gotta change out of my suit, right? Let's go back to the hotel." And so we went back to the hotel, and he's like, "Yo, I'm gonna come right back down, bro." This guy went
Doesn't
upstairs.
come back down.
Doesn't come back down.
Cried himself to sleep.
Straight to voicemail. Yeah, like, war in his eyes.
Cried himself straight to sleep, bro. You know those are the best sleeps.
Haven't seen him since, bro. Haven't heard from him since.
What was the after party plan for the 100 Thieves?
the after party plan was just straight war and everyone's out.
I mean, to lose it to Gen G is not that bad. You know what I mean? What do you think?
Is that Max Kopi? No, I think Gen G's good.
No mercy.
Shadow heated up some waffles. Wow. Wow. Oh, got the digestive system going. Got the blood sugar up. Healthy waffles? Okay, might not be healthy, but they got protein in them, so gotta be something. So is this PvE like Blood Hunt at all? It's like the first PvE. I guess I'll watch back. Let me see how they introed in. Might as well while we're waiting for the next game.
And Iconics leaving.
Did they do an interview? Well, guys, did I miss something crazy? Or was it just a dominant performance? Crook ripped his shirt off? No way. You're trolling. Chad, is he trolling? He's got to be trolling.
10 teams, 4 regions. The wait is over. The world is watching. This is Ignite. Los Angeles, day 3. Are you ready? Welcome back to Marvel Rivals Ignite. And my God, we got ourselves a day today. Because we said yesterday, millions of people playing this game turned into thousands of believers that thought they could be the best of the best. It gave us our hundreds of pros, and we've gone from 10 to 8 to 6 today to find our one. And ironically, every region...
Bro, Cozy does too good.
They're the best of the best. But
Bro, he's got the best suits too.
Prove that within to each other before the rest of the world. Because you see, civil wars, they're not fought because new enemies arrive. No, it's because only one truly can lead. This is our Marvel Rivals Civil War. We're gonna find out a lot with the best of the best. Are we ready, guys? Now listen, if you missed out yesterday, let's walk you through the action, what we're gonna see today. First up, we've got VP versus Na'Vi. This is for the crown, for the EMEA. The story of revenge on both sides. VP beating Na'Vi last year. Na'Vi hasn't looked back.
Yeah, let's see the walkouts.
Ham ego everything.
160K divided by 6?
Days left. Now, with all the action,
27K?
is packed from head to
Minus a
toe.
little bit
Give
from
it
the
up here
org,
today,
probably
Ross Arwell.
25K, 20K?
Getting started today and going here once. Well, not levels made the
Oh, I gotta see the walkouts. I gotta see the walkouts. Yo, trust me knows, bro. He knows.
Trust me, the leader. Terra, consider the
Trust me knows like, oh god, bro, this is gonna be a cakewalk.
and the godly backline of level 1 Crook and Faith.
Yo, the Navi kit is tough.
Trust me, but we've got to meet that other side.
They got the green on the side, on the pants,
Not long ago in
on the
grand
shirt.
finals. Again, your former champions in 2025. Give it up for Virtus.
Black, yellow, and white.
From the vanguards of
Nevix rolling out with the shorts. Bro, I don't like, dude, this shirt looks like I could have came up with it.
By the aggressor, side by the strategist.
Like, black is clean and all, but like,
The lifeline of this team. We've got our two teams ready. Let's pull our two leaders.
it's
here.
lazy. Yeah, it's
Trust me.
lazy.
I'm gonna start with you. Trust me, this man, this team, they took, step up with me both of y'all. This man took your dream last year on the stage.
Oh,
You're here now, 2026.
oh shit.
Face it against him. What do you want to say?
I'm out for revenge and we will win.
Out for revenge.
Oh.
We will win.
Yo,
Sparker to that.
yo, they gotta give these players like a 20-minute, like 10-minute to like review. Like, tell them the questions. You're like, yo, we're gonna give you guys on stage. We're gonna interview you. This is gonna be the question. Cook up something.
If y'all win, push him.
It's not just like, yeah, we're winning and you're going down. Oh yeah? Well, I think I'm gonna win, and you're gonna lose.
Down, win this whole thing. Is the rivalry over? Is it one-sided?
It's gotta be like,
I did.
I
like,
think we're going to take it back this time. No more losing to Navi.
After today, everybody
Bro.
will remember.
dude,
Pro is
that's literally what I was talking about.
A good team, but we're better.
a good team, but we're better. Again, brought to you by Disney. No, Sparker! Trust me, the team over there, everyone's saying Terra, best in the world. You're the MVP. You're the duelist. Are you the best?
Bro, Cozy is trying so hard to get this going, dude.
Well, I don't know, but we're both great players.
Ah!
I love these. Hey, you know what? Harmony. We'll get, let's get this to the grand finals again. Then
Yo, just say, nah, I'm gonna whoop him on stage right now, and he's ass. Go back to NA.
we'll get some heat talking. I love it. Well, both of y'all, best of luck. Give it up for your two teams as it's going.
Trust me needs to say,
Navi in the rematch. The civil.
Trust me needs to say, I'm about to send you back home on the boat. On the boat.
From Gen G, from Navi VP that just happened. It is
VP only won because we weren't around yet.
And who is the team you're going for? Who's going to win this entire thing?
I'm hoping for Gen G. I've met their parents, and honestly, they've just been the greatest people
Who is
in
this?
the past.
And
This guy an actor?
I'm assuming you're a Loki main, or?
No, actually, I play Vanguard. I love playing Rogue, Magneto, and Emma. Like, those are my favorite, but I just really like the look of Loki, so I decided to dress up as them today.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, give it up here for Loki. Thank you so much, my friend. And wish you the best for Gen G. Now I want to go and
Yo, dude, yo, Cozy is trying so hard. I love Cozy. Look at the suit.
Mom squad. But now I want to come on over here to Kara. Hi, how are you doing? Come with me to the stage if you don't mind, right over here. And we have everybody,
Nero's mom?
Her son just about to play.
Yo.
Can I just try to understand, how is it like having, your son go through playing video games? Most moms want them to stop playing video games. Walk me through the journey of how you and your son,
Yo, she's gonna drop.
It was absolutely crazy. He started gaming really early on, and
Oh, yeah.
He told me just to trust in him, and he knew that he had what he needed to go really far. And so we're here. It's exciting to be at a LAN again since COVID hit. We haven't been able to see him live, and we're rooting for TLC all the way.
I love it. I love it. And what would you like your son to hear from you, speaking to him about to play one of the biggest games in his life?
Yo, where's Nero?
And he has put in so much.
Nero's not even on this stage.
He literally dreams strategy, and it's 24/7. And I want him to take the whole thing today.
Oh,
well, thank
shit.
you so much, and we appreciate you. Give it up once again for the amazing.
He's not even on the stage, bro. He can't handle it. Where is he?
Here before I move forward. Let's go. Hello, how are you? What's your name?
Robert.
Robert, come with me.
Bro, I thought that was
over here.
Panu.
So, Robert, where do you
From the
hail
side?
From? Where do you come from to LA?
I'm from Bakersfield. Yeah, I'm actually pretty close.
I was gonna say not too bad, maybe not an Uber, but also not too far away. How long have you been playing Rivals for?
I played since season 0, but I took a break until 6.5 and I came back. Yeah, but the game is so addicting, like very addicting.
Do you have a favorite team today in this whole thing to win it?
Oh, originally I came here to watch 100 Thieves, but I had hope and they're gone.
Pivot. You got to pivot quick. Yeah. You just bandwagons are open. All right. So who we hopping on?
Oh man, after what Navi did. Oh yeah, Navi. I mean, Terra is the truth. Stomping level threat.
This is what you love about
Stompin'.
One of our great American players going on over to EMEA, because I thought for sure it's like, well, go to the next American city. No, going on over to what would some consider the dark side there. Okay, I'd love to see it. Definitely a 100 Thieves fan if I've ever seen one. What makes you love Marvel Rivals Esport?
What makes me love Marvel Rivals Esports? Well, that's hard. I mean, I couldn't really get into esports at first, but I loved hero shooters. I loved Overwatch. I watch J3 content a lot. So yeah, man, we love J3.
Shout out J3. What's up, man? Our ball king there at his home and the viewers. Anything lastly I want to say to give you the floor before we get this thing going?
Oh yeah, man. Hey, any team that's not Navi, back it up, man. Terra the truth. That's it.
They're right here, man. We got teams right here listening to you. All right, take your seat over here, you traitor. Appreciate you for coming on. Well, folks, you heard it.
Yo, guys, what if there was some incognito Overwatch frogs that came in and tried to get an interview and hijacked? Bro, that would be something they would do.
Over and over, these teams
that would be something they would do, dude. Honestly.
The top two, and it was pretty clear and cut, but every single time the results have remained the same. Personalities.
You could tell, bro. That is something they do.
Level as best as you get in America. Let's meet our teams and our matchup. First up, your #1 seed.
They're all full of hate, bro. They're all spiteful.
Team Liquid Citadel. From Cooper Dastic to Nero in the back line. Paulie and Vest.
But where's Nero? Oh, right there.
Energy, the accuracy king. And of course,
bro, they're getting all the moms to interview.
Yeah, Cozy getting real close with the mom.
You dog.
Love it. Confidence, quiet confidence. Well, let's meet the other side. Y'all are very familiar with these.
Bro, Cozy got 2 tough suits, bro. They're too tough.
Making yesterday look easy. Today, we have Swap Game.
Captain America pulled up formal.
From Craftsman and Scatter your Vanguards of Valentina and Forky Dog in the back line. And of course, Melophobia and doing it all day. It's Days. Welcome in. Welcome all. We have our 2 teams, but for this interview, for this matchup, the heavyweight
Forky and Scatter with the shorts.
We've got the coaches. They've got something to say.
Bro, Forky looks like he'd play tennis.
For TLC,
I can't explain it, bro. It's the way he stands.
Fox for Swamp Gaming.
Oh shit. Oh
shit.
Gentlemen, Fox.
Gator.
Good to have you here.
Oh no,
yo, Gator on the.
We need a delay immediately.
Shake hands, gentlemen. Shake hands. Well, we have a big matchup you guys are both familiar with. All right. First,
Yo.
we're just gonna go ahead.
Gator might say
Just gonna run the
something
outside.
crazy.
You got 7 seconds to say whatever you want to them.
They're losing, so it doesn't really matter. There's not really much.
Oh.
Coach Fox?
All the notes I need. Liquid's bad.
Liquid is bad. Yeah, definitely. Very thorough. For a man of how many words we usually have, this is not what I was expecting here. Hey, I mean, either way, what I want to go ahead and say is, this man, let's go to Fox first from you. What is one thing he thinks he's good at, but not so much?
Ooh. Oh, cozy.
Drafting. How do you feel about that?
I mean, they lose draft every time.
Okay, all right, and same question to you.
They lose draft. We lose to ourselves. We lose to ourselves.
This is why, by the way, this is why I've got these coaches here, all right?
Oh.
Now I'm gonna flip the script. I want you to force to give him a compliment of what he's best at, but why it won't matter today.
He's great at dressing. He looks great. That's not gonna help though. That doesn't do anything. So.
Hey, you get the fit check.
That's a fire reply.
For you, what does Gator think he's great at? But it won't matter today. What is he great at? But it won't matter.
They did a good job recruiting their team, but my players are the best in the world.
There you have it, folks. We've got Coach Fox, Coach Gator. Someone will be sent to the lower bracket right here, right now, taking away this epic war.
And what better desk it could be?
Yo, you should have hit the K. If you hit the K, that would have been God.
All the games we have had set up for us, we've been looking forward to this one a lot because we've just been watching, pining vicariously.
Bro, Cozy's trying so hard to get like some storyline going.
Yeah, but they're all like trying to beat the.
Like, oh shit, I don't want to get fined. Danny's in the building.
We have had some good games so far, but this are two teams who have had quite the rivalry, Vodable.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen, you know, a great run from these teams so far during the preseason into Ignite qualifying all the way here for the first time for both these teams, right? We've seen different amalgamations of the Team Liquid Citadel roster play on LAN for the players individually or some of them together, but none of these teams have actually been in this environment all as a cohesive unit. So I'm actually more curious to see, you know, what we can expect from this match, Ryan.
Yeah, I also love that we've all got like 3 laptops here because we're about to queue ranked in between on the desk with this. But yeah, this is like not our region, but this is the matchup that we've seen a lot of with preparation because these are the two teams that consistently meet in the grand finals of preseason, the upper bracket. There's so much to go for, and of the 9 maps that Team Liquid have lost, it's come from Swamp Gaming.
Swamp Gaming, of course, won in the preseason, but Liquid Citadel had a solid
In the preseason.
main stage, so we have that beautiful rivalry. Let's try and break this down about some pivotal players. But let's start with you. Who is a pivotal player for Swamp?
I'd say the main one coming to mind for me right now, focusing on the duelist lineup, because I feel like that's been very important to make sure you do enough damage against the other team, is Daze. If Daze is doing well, this team is going to fly high in the competition. But the problem is Wolverine not quite meta right now, so I don't know how well it's going to be a factor here as well, Ryan.
Yeah, I also feel like with, on the flip side for Team Liquid Citadel, in their case, you can rely on that front line a lot. Energy had a really good series yesterday against Rad, but the player that I think you need to sort of match up well against Swamp Gaming is the strategists. Cooper had 13 eliminations against Rad when they lost on Jalia. He was hounded by the likes of Crazy Kitty. So if Daze is having a good game, Cooper's going to be on the other end of it. But also Forky Dog and Valentina for Swamp, MVPs of yesterday. It feels that if they have a good game, Swamp are going to play well, so it needs to be matched from Nero and Cooper in the backline.
It's a lot of pressure on them. You brought up the amount of times Cooper was targeted down, which is almost as many times he went down as the entirety of the actual stage. He has put on such good performances in the past. He also had a great run at the grand finals last time, but now with this different roster to really show what they can go in here. Let's do a quick comparison here. TLC, pivotal players. You've already mentioned that Nero and Cooper could be strong here, but Vodable, who else is going to be jumping out to you?
I think Speedery is kind of underrated here as well, right?
Flyer one trick now onto just incredible flair.
Exactly, yeah. The Black Cat was very
Flyer one trick, come on, bro.
Out from Rad because of how strong it was, but also even with, you know, Crazy Kitty doing so well against them yesterday.
Bro, Cozy need to give these interview questions before he gives them up.
That come out, even the more if they need to opt for that too. But I think my biggest question.
Why are people saying sleeping in a fucking bowl?
In this meta, playing thing.
Am I not? Hello?
Yeah, I mean, he's flexible enough. It's just mostly that.
Like I'm watching. Do I have to say something every 5 seconds?
An anomaly that seemed to work consistently, but he's filled in nicely alongside the other like new Vanguard with Vespa coming in. King Magneto really, but
holy shit!
I do like the point out of like Speedery though, because he was playing a lot of Storm yesterday. We saw it in the last series with VP and now V, with the Storm being good on convoy maps. But going into domination, this is the one area that Swamp has not been able to do any damage to Team Liquid Citadel because they haven't dropped a map. Team Liquid Citadel are pretty much like 24, 25, and 0 here, and getting into the draft it starts the same way. One of the main differences, first of all, an Ultron Protect right at the start from Liquid Citadel is crazy, but more so that it was a switch between Gambit and Magneto. Both these teams going in different directions. Team Liquid Citadel pulling out something completely new.
A very early Ultron Protect. We've seen it protected and banned in the later stages of draft, but this is huge. This means, like you mentioned, Magneto, Gambit, all these other characters who've been in the first bans.
Penny ban.
That's the Penny. Banned out on the other side. It is going to be that Penny and that Ultron that are going to be secure. But the Ultron protected, the Penny banned out. They do not
Are you on Twitch?
want to deal
Oh
with
shit,
that
let me go on YouTube.
That Ultron's definitely
I'm on YouTube.
Speedery, as we
Is
were
YouTube
talking
way
about,
better?
Very effective on
I mean, honestly, I
think
think it is. Like during the fights, like the bitrate and Twitch.
Yeah, it's 1440p.
Yeah, looking mostly so far like it's Team Liquid Citadel actually not being able to get their hands on Ultron once from the games that we saw yesterday against Rad. So like now it's that priority to make sure that against Swamp that they're gonna have it. Loki being banned out
is the game plan it feels like for Team Liquid Citadel, and of course Vest is going to be getting his mag.
Swamp opting for the mag, but
mostly so far like it's Team Liquid Citadel actually not being able to get their hands on Ultron once from the games that we saw yesterday against Rad. So
Banning out the Thanos comp.
to make sure that against Swamp that they're going to have
They
it.
still have Ultron though.
Is consistent. It's the
They got. I think Swamp should ban Adam last.
One-sided with the Cooper on Loki, but neither team's going to have access
No.
to it. Luna, just to make sure the Swamp Gaming have a bit of
Loki.
protection.
Wait,
Dive could come in from days.
Swamp banning Adam last.
With the snowflake, for the stone ball for a freeze on anyone
oh, they beat him to it.
Team up for a little bit of a charm and a bit of a self-purify to make sure that they don't get dove too aggressively here. It's an early setup here. Revives on one side as Rocket is taking.
They're listening.
They banned this thing as shit. This thing is shit.
Themselves the Adam. Tom could still get themselves an Adam Warlock here, but with Rocket taken away, we head into that last ban, and Benjamin Grimm is removed. Talking about Poly's heroes, and Swamp choose to try and target him out. Gonna send it over to casters in just a second, but Volleyball, who's your one-word pick? I'm going to Swamp on this one. Team Liquid don't lose on domination, they're not going to lose now. Statistics are in Liquid's favor. Let's head over to our casters. Cozy's teleported again, and he's with Gaskin.
Thank you, Tetcher. Oh my goodness,
Bro.
Gaskin, we've got ourselves what has
Cozy.
been the rival.
The desk.
Nah,
the host, the caster,
the interviewing.
This guy is the final boss.
Really good. I'm very excited for this one. I mean, you and Shib have been able to take us through this throughout the online stages. I've been watching in the wings. This is the rivalry of all rivalries when it comes to America.
No, absolutely. And I have to say, I mean, we have not seen TLC drop domination in best of 3. It's so important, right? Because all paths lead through that map 1 and Dom that we would expect to give TLC that big advantage.
Big confidence booster if you can take domination. But, of course, after watching that lock and ban phase, we knew there was going to be a lot of mind games. The instant Ultron Protect into the Penny ban as well. There's been a lot of murmurs about what TLC are going to play, what Swamp are going to play. I think that Swamp
And you know he uploads YouTube content, right?
Oh, like behind like vlog.
Nah, like just in general. Covers all the season. He spectates rank 1 players, bro. Like, nah, this guy is carrying.
Actually, the final ball.
So far, pretty interested in the bans. Definitely has defined a bit of not what they've done.
12, 11, 10,
9, okay, yeah,
9,
8, 7.
Maybe they won that battle. They wanted this to happen so they could find some sort of counter. Very intrigued to see how Melo does on the Bucky as well. I think there's a lot of responsibility there as the Winter Soldier to get some of these hooks.
Yeah, they've asked Vest to pick up the tree, and he's done just that, but it's looking close to 99 woodcutting as going low, but gonna stay in this thing. It's gonna be the side of Forky Dog going out first.
GG. Who plays that?
And quickly going to spawn is most of Swamp. Again, they like it muddy, but right now it's clean gameplay from Liquid.
Another big thing was the ban onto
They like it muddy, but right now it's clean. Yo.
Plenty of Luna from
This guy's even got got the rhymes ready and shit.
They
Like,
got the
nah.
rhymes for the teams, bro.
Means that maybe they might fall back a little bit.
I have to highlight right away, Nero on the Atom is something we don't get a full lot here, so love to see a little bit of a different play with the Trip Strat backline now. Gonna go and play aggressive. We get ourselves a little living tribunal. Those that love the Marvel there for Nero. Gonna go and stay aggressive. I like the play. Best while getting low. They use that bubble once again, coming in clutch.
And most importantly, just getting this first point is huge for TLC. Having the Atom, because now they can get the res as long as Nero gets up.
They get the
to
link
that
out,
ultimate and the
they
Karmic
re-engage.
Revival, and he is building it fast. Melo's gone down again, so Swamp Gaming gonna have to back off once more here.
Oh, it's aggression turned to 11, and this is a similar result we've seen in the past. Just go with that quick Rage of Ultron to silence any form
But I
of
never
aggression. And
liked.
outside of that, you said it best. I mean, they've
I-
got Born Again ready to go. They've got
I
Roommate,
only like the
good
solo
results. This
diver
could be
if
tough
it's
here for
Black
Swamp
Hat,
with
I think.
52 already
For
up
what
there.
she's playing. You know what I mean? Like when you have
100%.
two like front to back tanks and you have a solo diver, like I feel like it has to be Black Hat because Black Hat can just spam the invisibility.
Can live
like
for
the-
too long.
Yeah, exactly. Like you do invisibility into the CC immunity,
Get
but
something done. There's Daze on the Wolf as well. The Glory Truck's coming out, going to come up a bit empty. Daze is going to be the one that jumps down the tree first with Best. Trying to hit, but clipped
Wait,
by
that's
the
his
ceiling.
killed Nero
Forky
too.
to clean it up. That's what you're looking for. But once again, it's Marvel Zombies out here trying to Born Again, win again, but looking like they'll lose again.
Look how much was committed now from Swamp as finally you will see the Karmic Revival, but it hasn't caught everyone. Vesser and Cooper having to come back from spawn. So Swamp, this is their opportunity to try and get a touch on this point, but it is great defensive work from Polly at the moment. He is zoning Swamp away.
Yeah, same.
yeah,
95?
94.
Yeah,
But yes,
Well, like one quick one.
97%, I mean, Swamp has to get this thing back. A great sustained effort from them. Just
Ooh,
so
energy,
hard to take
energy.
down as energy does just that.
Oh
Daze puts a
my,
strike
they
in
keep him up
to
there.
The X-Men, Speedery now with the Rage, looking close here.
So close, and it's a huge chance now for Liquid Citadel just to bully them away with this Rage of Ultron. Yes, Daze is going to have ult available to him as well. But you've got to be careful if you're Swamp that you just don't throw a player in unnecessarily. His energy gets two, Polly gets another, and just like that, it's going to be the capture of the point in the first round to TLC.
Let's listen in by Razor, powered by Razor, to hear their thoughts.
You guys are fucking dog.
Yeah, they still haven't turned up the audio?
Yo, hello? What? Phase broke, it broke. Oh, I can hear them, but it's so quiet.
Team, a few words here as they are prepped and ready to go.
Cozy.
Cozy
having the
Cozy
same
trying to make
set.
it seem like they were quiet.
Is performing just how we thought we would see.
Yo,
it
W
again.
listening,
The
W listening,
stakes
W
are
listening.
so high, but right now the results the same.
Cozy saving.
Results, TLC still on top, so the first test for them has been very comfortable, and really Swamp Gaming had one attempt at a push that maybe things could have gone their way. But it was the way that TLC were able to stall so successfully there. A lot of it goes down to what Polly was doing on that Magneto, bubbling himself, getting that shield up consistently, waiting for the rest of the team to the join. And really, it's Adam Warlock yet again being the prime example of, with this trip strat, having an Adam Warlock on your team can be just such a huge advantage.
Absolutely here now going in the lower ground, trying to find themselves the path to success. And yeah, looking at what they had ult counter-wise, again, Best does have that big Groot ult to get things rolling for them. I'm curious in the ult track, and this is kind of where it comes the data behind it. Do you want to play aggressive? Melo's doing just that with a quick uppercut there to send energy back to spawn.
A lot of responsibility for Daze here. I think as the Wolverine, judging by what TLC have been able to do previously, if you could just rip one of them away, which he did, maybe SG finally get their first attempt to take this point. And we know what Swamp Gaming can do when they're in control of a point as well. Finally, they break through
TP
TLC,
through?
and it looks like they should get the first hands on it.
Absolutely here, and it just has so much defense and sustained effort with Valentina going to have that boundary and more.
bro,
How much
I don't,
they need to commit, though?
this
We saw
TP.
that they won the fight
No way, Polly. Oh, no.
Swamp Gaming feeling comfortable, and again, they like it.
Wait, they're committing everything.
Yeah.
Back to the action.
It's an early Karmic Revival, but it could be massive for them. Valentina is going to respond with an invisible boundary, but now you'll see the Strangling Prison comes out alongside the damage from SG, but now Forky's gone down.
It's tree and tree, but only one remains, and that's a Wolverine slicing and dicing through the wood, making splinters quick. Now quickly going to hold on, 20% climbing. Forky still has a show to put on. That's
I don't like this. You got to reset your liquid.
Energy, speed, about to get all. Like, swamp.
Work to do on the ult front.
Yeah, I think Swamp Gaming
Bro,
should be
that
proud of
was
that. They were able
bad.
to
They
power
committed
through,
so
even
much. They
though
already
we saw
Yeah,
5
yeah,
revives from the Adam Warlock. And now they've got control, now they've got ult advantage as well, and they are going to be able to keep them held here. But already Meteor Ember's going to be popped
Scatter
instantly
missed.
from Scatter just to help zone a little bit as Mello was able to get the opening pick. TLC again on the back foot. They're going to have to retreat a little bit here, Coach.
Absolutely here now with 44.
Guys, I think Na'Vi might win versus Liquid, dude. Like,
interesting position.
bro, Liquid's not looking that good. Like,
depend on neutral, but that's a tough task.
the way people were talking about Liquid, like, was if they're a perfect team.
Is ready, folks. If you don't know, Wolverine capable of just getting
Daze is another ult.
Slam down, take down, team wipe potential. Looking for that opportunity. Daze is a definition of aggressive.
Yeah, Daze is going to be there again. He's going to be a problem as Valentina.
And I think Navi's going to know exactly how to ban this comp out.
Energy is on this TLC side.
Wasted.
Here he comes.
Slicing, dicing, he's looking for more. It's like watching Animal Planet slowly as the hunter is looking for the hunted. Dave's gonna hold on to it. That boundary got pushed, or the force physics got wasted. Thought he was gonna go for that opportunity, chooses to save it. There it is.
Finally, we see the commitment, but that's the good thing from SG.
Nice.
They're at 83% already, and they still have Invisible Boundary as a backup. It's a back-to-back Invisible Boundary on both sides.
Oh, Paulie, he got walled off by his...
Rivals able to protect through the bubble is huge,
Oh
but it's not going to be enough.
my
Nero
God.
does find that neutral pick they're looking for, forcing the show to go from Forky Dog as our show today is looking huge. Melophobia throwing down that Kraken impact, puts it into
they lost.
the tree in overtime.
Oh,
already.
what a touch.
Touch from Energy, though, to make sure this one keeps going, and the big pick as well, but it's all about Swamp Gaming right now. Kraz and Daze working together as one goes down.
Massive
The
freeze
dog.
just like that. The Kodak
Citadel.
Forky Dog getting that huge hit just like that. The yellow is slimming down. Portal is opening, but it's on the side from Scatter to ensure that defensive hold. Strong decision, strong moment for Swamp to define a new era. They get themselves the second zone.
Forky standing
Citadel
up.
yeah, I saw. They're trying
Come
too
on,
hard to win
Forky.
a fight that they already lost.
Turn up.
What an important factor she played on that back line, just saving that ultimate for the right moment at the right time. But it was the ultimate usage. Swamp
This
were
is winnable
very
now.
careful
This
with
is
when they
actually
popped
winnable
them.
now.
They had control. They were bullying Liquid back.
Yes.
They didn't overcommit to the fight. They waited for Liquid to do something, and then they responded.
Well, and Liquid had to get neutrals if they wanted anything to be even, and it was on the other side. I mean, it was Swamp that was continuing to get these important picks that we see, and we expect from TLC. Folks, remember, once again, TLC has not given up a Dom map ever to Swamp Gaming. We're talking a full year here. Have not seen it. Could make some history today live in LA as we look at the Panther and Warrior Fall. So many iconic moments in Marvel decided right here we're going to see more.
You feel like this would be a passing of the torch moment if Swamp Gaming were to take this Dom off of TLC, and it would be a defining
adjust
moment in
the
this
invis.
tournament as well.
Oh, they
of who we
full
think
wait, they
might
full
be the
adjusted.
favorite. We saw
Emma Matt.
Na'Vi take down their counterparts in VP and show that they are
I feel
the
like
best
they
in
could have
their
just
region,
stayed the
but
same
who's going
comp.
to do it here on the side of North America? And even though it's still first map, it's still
Play
early stages,
better.
we will learn a lot here in this third round.
Yeah, that Adam's moving way
Daze
too
is
fast. He was
lurking.
flying right there. Love to see the overview of the position they choose to take. Right away, it's going to be TLC trying to get that point round first. But
Forky
you get that
late
high
'cause
ground.
he was
There's
Jeff bubbling.
advantages to both here. Quickly now,
force
Swamp
out self
Gaming
up.
trying to find an early pick. Energy is so lethal. Going to try to match Melophobia on that Bucky.
They have full
Very
point
cool that TLC
control.
get this first
Wait,
point. We
wait, you
saw
got
what
touch. You guys got
happened when
touch.
SG were able to take control,
Yo.
but now they start to apply a little bit
Wait.
of pressure here. Rage of Ultron is going to be there, and it will
Wait,
be popped
that's
as
so
well. It's
bad.
the first ult to come out, and SG just have to retreat here. Is worth noting, Karmic Revival
Wait,
is going to be there
6,
for TLC in the
7?
next fight as well.
Yeah, look on the other side.
8,
I mean,
yeah,
9.
Valentina, Eve, and Forky Dog are dangerously close. So one of the best ult trackers and teams treat themselves as a family quickly, as it's going to be the quick hook and trying to find something from it. Going to force now the
Oh,
boundary on the side. It's
shit
gonna be
on.
Valentina
They got
Eve
it,
trying to
res,
get this
quick.
point. Forky Dog and Mello
As long as they don't see
not,
not, this is like perfect for this.
as Nero bringing the board again, ring it through the halls of Wakanda.
Oh, the Maggold save.
Board again, lose again.
Swamp Gaming are on a tear. It doesn't matter.
Bro, Maggold is so OP.
Forky has to pop Fate for both worlds though. As best
Good try by Vez.
It's Valentina. It's Mello. It is Liquid
I
Citadel.
mean, they got
falling
point this
apart
whole
here,
time.
and they are going to
They're gonna
have
lose
to
that.
just give this one up. You feel?
Ooh,
They
wait.
are
That Cooper
committed.
ult.
Invisible
Oh,
boundary.
they-
They are
little
confident
far.
They can get back off sport.
Yeah, and that passive used by Citadel Walls is showing crack. Swamp
Yo,
has
I
the
like-
bot ready to roll as folks
at
3 now
46.
down. It's going to be point now over
I'm
to
at
Swamp. I will say through all that
1. Tell me
What
when
do you
you're
have?
at 2,
Chaos.
3.
2, 3.
Okay, yeah, we're good.
Foundation strong and having the point.
That being said, they did commit Psionic Seduction and Invisible Boundary, and yes, they gained an extra 10+%. but they have given away those ultimates now, and it's going to be tougher to break against an SG who have been able to build up ult of their own.
Yeah, this is where you want to play aggressive if you're Swamp. You have Kraz and you have Melophobia. All the strat ults are offline, right? At this point, move forward. Don't let Speedery get that rage. You have to go. Press W. Now is the time. Don't be scared. Don't show you're scared on your first land. Bubble up, Kraz.
Oh my.
Value of Paulie's the one to sit it back
Wow.
to find himself spawn.
Gambit team up.
And neither of them connected with
Energy.
anything.
Poppy with the massive hooks on Crazy Man G. But
March in, steal this point away as SG will retreat and just reassess. As again, we're going to go back to point A here. Speedery's going to be the first one to get
good stall. Good stall by Dave.
But Valentina will have invisible boundary this time as Energy is showing up now on the Bucky. The switch
wait,
over
Crazy Man G
Energy
swaps
show
the
why he's
Venom?
one of the best in the business.
What do you think about
that? Right now, Speedery holding on to that
he's
range.
swapping
I mean,
again,
it is
swapping.
the age of
He tried to
Speedery
do it for
here.
stall.
Right now in the first map, we're getting a good look, breaking that environment. Love the play and the positioning for Swamp. A little bit tougher here. You have Valentina Eve.
It's actually the longest the map like hasn't changed, right?
So now it's kind of on the opposite side. Liquid Citadel, be aggressive even with that point hold.
All right, we're going to go for a Razor listening now and check out how the comms are.
Oh, listen in. Wait.
I'm in. I'll show you.
Who's calling for C9?
Wait, they might be throwing by so aggro. Wait, they're in their spawn.
I can grab Trade. I'm linking.
Oh.
Energy slamming down, making that statement known that domination is their game.
Holy W listen.
W listen.
That was the best one. That was the best one.
Finding another, looking for more. Vessel goes up with the meteor rim. He was a king in 2025 for the slam downs. Finds nothing. Energy though, doing it, showing that energy in LA, and showing why they cannot be taken down in the mode that is theirs.
Finally, bro, the listen-in guy is getting it.
Citadel continue to sit on top of North America at the moment as Swamp Gaming will fall here at Domination, but that was to be expected, right? That's what we've seen all season long. Domination was never gonna be a question. TLC
Little close.
and SG could not answer.
I mean, it's like a choose your own adventure book, but all the pages lead to the same result. We've seen Swamp try this more and more. It always looks like
Now, Chad, the real question is, does Na'Vi give a map to Swamp?
That is why TLC is so hard. You ask for a weak link.
Give a round to Swamp.
Gonna step up and be and have that Captain America moment, right, for the Avengers. In that case, Energy, right?
Bro, now question is, does Na'Vi give a round there?
They found more KOs in their favor.
Or is that a quick 2-0?
I'm not sure.
Every single team fight was planned out. Yes, a couple went wrong, but when they went right, they looked
Did
so
not Na'Vi look
smooth
good.
and buttery, and that's what TLC have to offer.
I mean, can we highlight Speedery having 24,000 healing, 17,000 damage as the Ultron in the triple sup at that. It allows them to play aggressive. You have an amazing strategist like Nero who is great and lethal. We talk about someone like Millennia on 100 Thieves. Nero does that job very well, and Speedery being that flex DPS, it just allows everything they do well to combine.
Everything was perfect for TLC when they got rolling. Sure, a few shaky moments, and that's what Swamp Gaming want. They want to try and disrupt the consistency and the chemistry here of TLC. And even though at times it did work, you have to look back at one of those final fights in that mid-game of round 3 where Swamp Gaming did commit some ultimates. They tried to be aggressive. Groot ult came out. They tried the Kraken Impact as well. Didn't connect with either, and then TLC never looked back.
You know what, they did shut down TLC's Vanguard line pretty well, and that's what's kind of scary, because if you look at it, Vezwa does not have a lot of games where there's some struggle. One final hit is unusual, I would say, for what we know from him and Paulie. So they got that right, but what's scary is that means they can correct the ship, and TLC, one of those teams that get better more and more. Putting that foundation of the Citadel, Mud is fine, they're gonna build it up.
Both Bucky players played incredible, and they were huge parts of the success for both teams. Energy and Melo, take your hats off. Without them finding those hooks, finding that damage, it would have looked a very different game on either side, to be honest. But what's the mentality like for Swamp Gaming now? That's going to be the question. You know, you commit so much, you felt really good after taking that second round,
yes.
But now you still have to go back to familiar territory here where you are one map down against TLC.
Yeah, I can tell
Malik, where are you going?
They are one of those teams that play with how they feel, right? I mean, when you look at especially land nerves on top of that, but this team is defined with how their success is rolling and snowballing from it. So if you are Swamp, one of the things that you have to perfect as you get better and better, more pro scene, more land focus, is keeping calm, cool, collected. That's one thing, Gaskin, we've seen here in LA a ton, is these teams that look down, they're not out. We got to see that from Swamp Gaming. Gaming as we take a look at the final stats.
And as I said, in terms of numbers, it looked really good on the side of Swamp Gaming. They had the better of the KOs in their favor.
Oh man, guys, I might need a snack.
We were just consistently on point when it came to the
Do I get healthy cheese balls, healthy Cheetos, healthy onion rings?
Shutting down some of the damage that they're seeing from energy. Whether it's some flanks on their side, whether it's someone targeting him completely, you can't allow
Didn't you
this
just
kind of
eat? Yeah, I
freedom
ate
and
3
energy
small waffles.
They were winning great fights, but they
Hey, yo, what are these maps? But I didn't know these maps were in the tournament. I thought it was just in the museum.
This
is in the pool?
Listen,
wait,
a lot of
what?
choices that Fox could go
What?
to. I like this choice for Swamp Gaming. Does really favor a lot of gameplay they want to do. And overall, I mean, Gaskin, they're hoping that this is a map. They just feel like they've got that advantage on
I'm going to the
TLC.
bathroom real quick.
Same.
Yeah, we did see Swamp Gaming lose Spider Islands during the online play, but that is a good.
Chad, I'm not going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to get a snack,
They're
Ruby.
going to rectify this with practice. And I do think that Swamp have had a lot cooking coming into this event. I actually saw a comment from Mello in the game chat there where he said, our prep didn't go this far. We thought we were going to win map 1. Well, you've got to be prepared for what could happen if things go wrong. And Swamp Gaming, we know that they are fantastic players, right? They have the capability to get back into this one, but it's always going to hurt losing that first map.
And that is why it's so important to have that domination as one of your best game modes, because all paths lead through it. Best of 3, it's so hard to get that momentum, not once, but twice, right? Getting perfect twice against a team like TLC, not going to be an easy task, but Swamp Gaming, they do not want to be known as underdogs anymore. This is their chance to prove it. You're live on the biggest stage. We have ourselves a big ban phase coming up. Now, if you look at the last one, I felt like they both had great strategies, but what do you want to see change?
Well, I think a lot is going to change naturally. You're going to get the mind games. You also get a different order in terms of who gets their first lock here. Remember, previously, Liquid were able to get their first lock. They did lock down that Ultron, but this time it's going to be Swamp Gaming who get the first protect on their side. Obviously, we have the Mantises, we know that, and we are going to see an instant Loki protect. Now, I know there's a few memes that are flowing around about the instant Loki protect in the moment, but clearly Swamp Gaming feel like this is going to help them.
Kind of funny, too, because some of those memes originate, I believe, from the coach back in the day of Fox saying, first Loki protect, what are we doing? But hey, this is going to secure what they feel like they need on that backline play. One thing I saw is you looked at the strategist front. They had great final hits for Swamp Gaming. The damage, half of what they were able to put up there for TLC. You're going to get that Ultron save again. The old plan used to be ban out Speedery. Looks like things are changing now with that save.
Well, they feel so comfortable with the Ultron, the extra healing that he provides, and also just the presence that Ultron has on the map as well as a flyer. It will be a one-sided Loki, so I don't hate that, especially after we've seen the Gambit ban on the other side from TLC. So Swamp Gaming just trying to answer back, and it is going to be once more Penny taken away. It's honestly relatively similar here, apart from the Loki Protect, of course, with Forky Dog being focused on that rocket.
Yeah, they felt like that Adam Warlock really enabled the team to continue that fight. And even though there was a lot of answer back, and it kind of sometimes can force you to play bunky, which Melophobia can't do, but what does that do? When you play in one, it takes away the other. That's why that flex DPS role is so important, to be able to fill those gaps and allow Melophobia shining like we know they can. But the group band's going to be there. Vest unable to play the tree.
This is going to be an interesting protect now then, just to finish things off for Swamp Gaming. Magneto has been often focused here and maybe should be, because we know the one-sided mag doesn't go down well and Swamp will decide to pick up the Magneto. On the other side though, we did see, I think we might see an Invisible Woman ban here, by the way. Yeah, absolutely, from TLC. Yes, it is going to be an Invisible Woman ban, and that makes sense because the Invisible Boundary was one of the key factors for Swamp Gaming.
Alright.
Just in general, Invisible Woman was looking so good on the side of SG that TLC looking to try and target a little bit here.
No, absolutely. And hey, you know what? Starting out, I love the offensive pick here for Swamp Gaming. And having the one-sided Groot on this map in particular, I think can give a lot of value. These Vanguards aren't talked about.
Guys, I got both Cheetos and onion
We've seen
rings.
Stronger play online than I've seen here and LAN when it continues
Onion
to see
rings.
shine. Because we say, hey, they took care of OUG pretty handily, but when we saw how OUG was not that shabby, it's kind of giving more to
Healthy, guys. It's healthy ingredients.
It's
Healthy.
a big brother, little brother situation right now. They've got to prove they can fight up.
Yeah,
No, there's no artificial dyes. There's no natural flavors. No gums. It's healthy. It's organic. Comes straight from the ground.
It can be very difficult sometimes to break out of this first point.
We are 15 seconds away to find out what America's seed is going to go up against Na'Vi and which will be sent back and down to the lower bracket. Now, folks, they did flash it for a quick second. That fastball special is something they like to run. Hulk not really solid solid in the meta at the moment, but the fastball is a Swamp special. Day's going to be on that storm we saw yesterday. Gates open. Here we
6,
go.
5,
5, 4, yep, 3.
Through the potential trip that they thought they might be facing and will be facing. But can you actually connect with
wasn't this the
damage on
one
the
map
back of it,
that?
and will Daze be able to
Wait,
avoid
I
the
think
damage?
SG beat them on this map last time they played.
So much firepower to enable this,
Like way
stuns on
long,
the
like in the
squad.
NA finals
Able to
a
get
long
that
time ago.
quick hit on Pauly, and that's going to open up the door right away. There's the rocket, bringing him right back to the action. But getting around that corner first and that aggression, this is typically the portal back right away. But right now, no one's falling. It's Energy picking up right where they left off yesterday on the bag.
The one-sided rocket is going to play a huge part in this game as well. Just count those BRBs that influence this fight, because you won't have it on the other side for Swamp Gaming when they're defending. And their first attempt at breaking here, unsuccessful. And again, it's because of that.
But I feel like people that are like likely to lose like should like pick an off map like this.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Pick maps that no one practices.
Going down, so right now, push forward, that respawn beacon is gone, and force that first.
But you gotta play like random ass map.
Committing towards the spawn. We're fighting at the gates of Spider Island, Melophobia, trying to find some solace here and get that important pick.
I do like Melo onto the Punisher. It works very well into Thing, of course, and they were able to get that pick, but Thing will be coming back. Instead, though, it's going to be a group from Kraz this time. It looks by Veswa moving over as Scatter Genji trying his hardest to protect everyone, and it's working out right now.
Yeah, here comes Energy, always floating the Strange momentarily, even with that team wipe.
Well done, they all died on card.
Stick to that meteor in that he has locked and loaded. Maybe someone else will.
If that was the APAC team, the card would be halfway already.
Yeah.
Like by them like just slowly backing up.
Yeah.
Gaming kind of cut
Like,
things up quick.
what's the
Either
point
way,
of even
Days
holding
on
if
that
you're
Omega Hurricane is a quick way to force out anything they have, and right now it's only Nero. Speedery still 20% behind.
Yeah, they can get 3 fights
on the high ground
with this card.
They opt to go onto the high ground, get behind enemy lines, and use this
that's
silent
nice.
seduction to their advantage.
Absolutely, that was going to be a big all eyes on the thighs. Pauly trying to get his best here as the Groot ult is going to.
Let's see the disengage. Oh, that's the wrong map.
All the bullets have a name. Fred Castle looking.
I don't know. Yo, next time I see TLC, I'm gonna ask them like if he had that on purpose or if it's like because he doesn't know. I have to know now. Does he have Bankai off, or is he just like have no idea?
Everything coming out. It is all the glory.
Whoa.
We go mag for that.
And your ult as well. Finds a neutral. It's the front line. Day's gonna get more, but everybody
Fat
coming back once
ass
again from
red.
Nero. Finding that board again, using the meter M on the rocket was huge, but that leaves Adam ready to rise.
It's all eyes on the Kraz. The Strangling Prison doesn't really connect with enough, but Scatter is able to find one on the Speedery, so it is a 6v5 despite the board again.
Oh
my God!
Huge as Nero off the back of it finds the first, and Swamp are gonna have to fall back. It's not gonna be a first point just yet.
The eye opens and closes the opportunity as a minute is on the clock, and this will certainly be all that is it as Swamp Gaming used everything to try to secure that win. But Vest, sole domination last and said, let's see what I can do as Valentina Eve is gonna be the most important member. Keep it alive, staying healthy. You've got one fight to make it.
TLC switching off the Adam Warlock after they found the success from the Karmic Revival as well, because they are recognizing they have 40 seconds. They could do it here. You can hold it now, probably before that Karmic Revival even becomes part of the equation.
Absolutely love the swap here.
He has no idea which one's which.
Yeah, he's like, who do I grab?
Now what do you do? Final fight, 28 seconds.
I swear it's hard.
Melophobia getting Pauly out with it. This is going. Oh, I love the eyes here on Speedery. Just trying to get this backline uncomfortable. Knows the task, Adam. Trying to go
Oh my! Oh my!
That's why they call him the best in the flex.
It went for Valentina.
Yeah, that was a max win. That was a max win for a cat.
Now for Swamp Gaming. Someone's gonna have to touch to try and keep this portal alive.
Oh, they don't want to get pulled up. They don't want to get pulled up.
3 seconds left. Melophobia trying to
touch,
summon them out.
touch.
It will not be quick enough. The same story remains. It's a one-sided
My
rivalry.
God.
It is TLC 2-0ing Swamp.
Not quite yet. There is still going to be a chance,
bad.
of course. But the team managed to find themselves with a successful
Here it goes. He thought it was the game.
Yeah, he thought it was over.
An even better one from Swamp Gaming. But remember what we spoke about. You don't have that rocket. You don't have the
He said,
BRB.
"My bad."
Are you going to try and go for the Adam Warlock as well? Or will this be Team Liquid Citadel doing what they always do to Swamp Gaming and bullying their way through against their little brothers?
Yeah, listen, after 3 matches, I'm the one that skipped to the end of the book, right? Just go ahead and read it. I'm like, all right, hold on. There's still some good storyline to be had here. Either way, this would be a great story, right? If Swamp is somehow able to make things muddy enough to keep this team in it and their dream to follow. Looking at the stats here, what sticks out to you?
I mean, just Scatter Genji had a lot of success, obviously, but I think that Energy needs the credit where credit is due. Again, the same kind of angles that were being found from TLC. Energy was a big part of that. It wasn't a bunch of damage, but it was
Energy getting a
successful
jump pad.
KOs and final hits that really influenced fight after fight. But you always have to look back at the Adam Warlock, right? The difference
Lower
maker,
bracket
being
is
in a
going to
good
be
position
Genma,
at the
no?
right time,
Who is
getting that
oh,
karmic
Gen G
revival
versus
off.
Swamp, right?
It was a full team
Yeah.
from
Gen
TLC.
G, Swamp,
And
Rad
just
versus
Swamp Gaming
VP.
committed
That's going to be
literally every
fire.
ultimate they
And then
have
I think the
available.
lower bracket final
but
as
say
well.
hero
Like the
moments
winner
over
of
and over.
those
The
two
first
games
map, it
play
was
again
Energy,
today.
Then it was Vest, right?
Will
Getting
be
those
like
3 from the
insane.
Augmenter
And
shut
they're
down
all
any
best of 5.
chances from that point on. Well said, my friend. 3, 2, 1 opens
Tomorrow's
up the
first
gates.
match,
We'll see
Na'Vi,
TLC
Liquid.
use it to attack.
Whoa.
The Thing has been such a lethal hero thus far in LA.
Well, Swamp Gaming, they have to defend and they have to hold. This seems like the perfect chance.
Wait.
To Razor listening. Let's see what Swamp have to say.
You see wolf or no? The wolf dead. Oh no, it's not wolf dead. Hold on. 3, 2, 1, 2. You see wolf?
Well,
Oh, yeah,
what do they do to
Wolf right. Yeah. Wolf right.
I don't know.
Done. Whoa. Their turn. Ramping. Ramp. No. Okay, wait. 3, 2, 1, walk.
Oh my.
I have them, so we're only one support really. You can hold on.
Wolf top left again.
Mellow, I can't see you there. Just care.
No, things up. Can we go thing? These are no save. They turn a thing with knives.
Oh, yeah, we can.
Ding.
Already, folks, now just like that, going quickly.
Not bad. They're not like, they don't seem like crazy nervous.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Trying to spread the message of hope for this team. Point to the sign, say you believe, Gaskin.
Of course, the huge difference here is having the penny on the side of Swamp. Yes, they don't have the rocket for the BRB, but this nest is proving to be a problem for TLC at the moment. And they will still have the Adam Warlock, but Speedery does find one onto Scatter. So Swamp Gaming now in a 5 versus 6, make it a 4 versus 6, because Valentina's gone down, and they are dropping like flies here, Swamp Gaming.
It doesn't matter the power that he wields, it's every hero showing out here for Speedery as the rain goes down once again. Days getting out, Portal summoned up, desperation at play, 2 minutes, 15 seconds.
This is the last chance really to hold for Swamp Gaming. If they lose this fight, this one's done, this series is over.
Whoa.
Yeah, I mean, listen, that's why
Wait.
it's Days of Future Past.
Oh my God, you almost didn't.
1.13 meters left. This is the last hope for Swamp in the upper bracket.
Mellow.
Wait.
Mellow looking for the storm. Oh!
Connection on Storm. Speedery available, keeping his team up and healthy with more. Nero has a visible boundary. They have so much at play. This is going all momentum towards TLC.
Swamp did get the first pick. Cooper went down, so TLC, they back off, but now here you come. Psionic Seduction and the Hurricane combine.
Yeah, both together using
about to get
everything.
Oh,
He's
he's got days off. Oh no.
Throw everything out there to push yourself into the upper bracket and find yourself against the other region best in Na'Vi. Folks, TLC is your winner, and that is where I come. Skip to the back of that novel and find the same result.
He can see into the future, can Cozy, and for good reason, because we have seen it time and time again online here with TLC versus Swamp Gaming. Even though there's always so much promise, there's almost so much hope that comes from this SG team.
Head on over, lads.
Evidently, it always
SG
turns out
cannot
as TLC
crack
has
the
victors
Liquid
here.
code, bro.
And now they will move on to the upper bracket finals, where we will see
They
the
can't
best
crack.
of Americas against the best of EMEA.
And here's the thing, it's why best of 3 is fine, but when these two teams go together, it's typically on opposite sides of that bracket, right? Going all the way up at least to the upper finals and grand finals. So we haven't seen them in a best of 3. It never would have favored Swamp Gaming because typically the coaching, the adjustments is made late, and that is what has allowed them to have some competitive series, but this did look like, once again, a one-sided affair.
Well, yesterday when we spoke to Fox, he said, if we lose, it's because we didn't play well enough. I know what my team are capable of. I know we have the best players. Well, they will still have the chance to battle through that lower bracket. It is not done yet for Swamp Gaming.
And what that means for those that are in
Tough.
America region fans, it puts what is our best of the best against their best of the best. EMEA, again, winning last 2 lands. This is their big hope.
Forky, no help, I know, man.
To the lowers.
TLC versus Na'Vi. I think everyone knew this.
What's
was
the
what was
main
gonna be
problem
the
of
upper
Swamp,
bracket
guys?
final. There were some hopes from some of the other teams in the regions, of course, but now who's
Maybe
gonna
Liquid's
take that
just
one?
better
That's
in
the
every
real
way.
question, because TLC have been touted and touted as the favorites, but also we know how strong Na'Vi have been.
Expect the expected. I mean, sometimes at LAN you get the Cinderella. We still have 2 remaining, but right now the upper bracket is proving the best of the best, Gaskin.
The best of the best, and I'm very impressed with what TLC were able to offer there, whether it was from the ban phase or whether it was all the way down to the execution of their fights.
God, Forky, you're so good, Forky. Forky, you're so good.
Team Liquid Citadel, and as we look back at some of the replays, every single time TLC had an advantage in their fight, they made it count. Swamp Gaming just couldn't keep up with the damage output that we saw from TLC. And there were some moments of hope.
Forky, keep your head up, King. You're so good.
They found their success. They had a relatively good ban draft, but in the end, it came down to those individual clutch moments from TLC that just made Swamp Gaming fall to that lower bracket. I do think that Swamp Gaming are going to have a fantastic lower bracket run, and I'm sure everyone is going to be terrified to try and face up against this team who is going to be hot on the heels of anyone in that lower bracket. As for TLC and their chances against Na'Vi, I think at this point it's going to be whoever plays best on the day. I know who I think is the favorite, but I'm slightly biased with all the TLC I have seen throughout this tournament so far, and of course throughout the online stages. But as we look at the stats, you pick out who you think was the key factor. For me, energy played a massive part. It wasn't just the amount of KOs he was able to find, but it was the angles in which he was able to take down Swamp Gaming time and time.
All right, next
Swamp Gaming found themselves losing a strategist.
VP versus Rad.
Putting out, and even though we saw
Should be a good game.
On that rocket, didn't necessarily play a huge factor.
First match tomorrow, Na'Vi TLC. We can't miss this. We cannot miss this, dude. We cannot.
That's for sure. For Swamp Gaming, they go back to the drawing board. I am intrigued.
Basically, the finals.
He's going to say, because I know he's going to have a lot to say, as he always does. But it is TLC who come out as victors. Now, you might have thought Gaskin's talking for a while I was stalling, giving time for Cozy, who's down on the stage with some of TLC.
Well, thank you, Gaskin and 616.
Casting interview, yo.
Here, folks, ladies and gentlemen,
final
give it up
boss.
for TLC once again, proving they are the best in the America region with the matchup. I'm joined by Pauly and Speedery. And hey, listen, it's looked more of the same against Swamp Gaming. First, any words? I want to ask, do you wish them hope in their lower bracket run?
I do. I mean, they're the second best team in the night, so I do hope.
Well, they're our American brethren, so yeah, I wish the best for them.
Awesome. Now, obviously, the story has been, and I've been highlighting.
Holy
it's
PR.
Na'Vi, it's TLC, back and forth. King is an issue online, but here at LAN, not so much. Any words to say right now to Na'Vi before we will eventually get to that matchup? What makes y'all better?
I mean, it's just a roster. We're just all better mechanically, and I think that's just it.
Yeah, I'd say much of the same thing. I think our players are just generally better mechanically, you know?
I love it. Just simple science. We're just better. Either way, y'all are both players full on a team that has been close to greatness. What does it mean now moving up to this upper finals to get yourself to that grand finals at LAN, at Rivals?
For me, it already means a lot because this is already my best LAN placement, guaranteed top 3, so I'm really happy about that.
Speedery, last midseason finals. This man was on another team and was making it all the way there, close to greatness. How do you feel with this team making the difference for you, and what does it mean to you?
But there's only 3
Yeah,
matches
I feel
left
much
tomorrow?
more confident with this squad than, you know, last year, so hopefully we can get it done.
Anything else you want to say to your viewers at home, fans of TLC?
Bro, I love speed, dude. I don't know.
To give you guys the floor one last time.
I got something for Na'Vi. Good luck to you guys, but unfortunately, I have to bring NA the trophy.
Oh.
The trophy, Speedery.
To the
Oh,
players of
shit.
Na'Vi, let's have a fun match.
Hey, I like it. Let's have a fun
Hashtag ad.
So nice around
Hashtag.
here, folks. Give it up one more time for TLC.
That is not what Speed's saying on Deadlock.
Gaming and to break it all down at the action.
That is not what he's saying on Deadlock.
We have some excellent points being brought up.
Bro, I feel like these players are overly PR, bro. What was told to them?
Bro, Danny is listening and he is in the building. You gotta be careful, bro.
We are actually going to have a match of the teams who have poached players from each other's regions. Team Liquid Citadel
Bro,
stealing
the only
Ollie from
reason
EMEA,
why
and
the
of course
TLC
Na'Vi
guys are cheering on
Terra
SG because
from
they
the
know it's a
Americas. But I
guaranteed
want
win,
to
bro.
talk
They're like, yo, please do a lower bracket run for us.
Yeah.
Later. But I want to talk about the draft in particular. Ryan, we saw Ultron getting protected so much earlier. That strategy's been prevalent, but it's crept all the way up.
I mean, I really like it. I think here these two teams are very familiar with each other. They play each other consistently at this point, and it was Speedery that was the one playing the Ultron for the most part as well.
Yeah.
And I think, like, not only did he start to show up massively with the Storm right at the end there on attack, which was one of the things that made Team Liquid Citadel look really good on Yggdrasil against Rad yesterday, but it's the fact that it really opens up the draft because it forces Swamp to have to ban the Penny, which means that you basically confirm that you're playing triple strategist with the Ultron, right, as a protect. But then you don't have enough bans to get rid of some of the other strong strategists, so... And it wasn't even one-sided. Team Liquid Citadel, like, we want this. It's not that we don't want you to have it, we just want to make sure that we have it, because they know that Swamp isn't that comfortable with triple strategist.
I mean, talking about the triple strategist, too, we have to mention Nero, right? The way that they were able to play the Adam Warlock with the team up using the enhanced healing from the Cosmic Cluster, and also has an AoE burst once you have the fully enhanced team up. So having that together, I feel like so many teams during this LAN have been underestimating the lethality, but also the amount of healing output that you can have sustainability to just by using the Soul Bond from Adam Warlock. He is good now. He's actually meta. Kurova, I miss you.
The Adam has been very impactful. It was great to see. You already mentioned just how well it synergizes with that Ultron. But Ryan, if we're talking about synergy, TLC just looked to be perfectly in sync, and especially on Domination. Our first map of that series, the stats are so much in their favor.
It's ridiculous. 26-0 across the year. And I think the crazy one is like, so, okay, like 26 games, how many, like 2 rounds is that? 52, right? You need 52 rounds to win 26 games. They've only dropped like 6 rounds of domination full stop. And that was the only one that they've dropped on Benim T'Challa this year, for one. So they're going to be like, guys, we've got to do better. We've started the season in like April. We're now getting into August and we lost the first round. But also, like, it's only the second time that Swamp were able to actually take a round off of them in domination. It's like, yeah, we lost to Stick Drift and Loon X right at the start of the year. They're the only teams that have done any damage to Team Liquid Citadel over on domination. It's too good for them. But then you go to Spider Islands, where Swamp have taken a couple of maps.
Rare Loon X mention.
The same as last time that we saw from stage 1.
Local guard, thank you the 54 months local guard. And ODZ with the 13 months, thank you ODZ for the 13 months. Symbols 9 months. Bibablussi with the 10 months, thank you Bibablussi.
Some of them try to do the Gamma Fastball, as it's called now, with the Hulk. No longer has the team up with the Thing.
Alright guys,
and I feel like that was what made
what do we
so
watch in the meantime?
So good for Swamp in the past is being able to use the Thing and also Hulk to just toss back and forth this Wolverine that could just be a menace of Canadian rage. But unfortunately, it was not enough this go around. Maybe they'll find some composition that works a little bit better for it, but a good try nonetheless.
We also saw a little bit of that rivalry that has started forming. We mentioned earlier that Terra called out iRemix on 100 Thieves with the first pick on the first protect on the Loki, and then later on Virtus.pro tried it and it did not work. But Ryan, we saw it come in here and it was maybe a little bit more successful. How are we feeling about Loki?
Enough yap. Anything to watch? What do we watch?
I mean, just for the nature of the character, for one, like.
What do we watch?
Some of the ultimates. We're seeing a lot more better play from strategists, notably like Gen G, who we're going to see later on. Even when there's like Gambit not available.
Anything Jimmy Kimmy?
That you see like the Skittles go, my like Royal Flush, I'm going to use it. And so you see a little bit more aggression, even if Gambit is
Korean fast food chain.
Opportunity to just counterattack, and it's hard to gauge with how
Loki looks pretty good.
I think a big thing here too is
looks
the
pretty good.
Right, the way that you're able to use the regeneration domain and have the damage boost from that as well makes it so that you have just another iteration of damage that you can increase for your team. Storm,
fuck it.
Loki, you have the Rocket Raccoon with.
When you're in South Korea, one of the most Korean dining experiences that you can have is American-style fast food. Ever since the first fast food chain arrived in Korea in 1979, Koreans have developed a serious appetite for burgers, fries, and fried chicken. And with the cost of dining out getting out of control,
oh my god, burgers,
a quick
bro.
and affordable meal from a fast food chain has become more popular than ever. A lot of these chains also serve items that you can only find in Korea. They are often bizarre looking, but some of them are surprisingly delicious. So in this video, I'm going to explore the most popular fast food chains in Korea, from international giants to local chains, to show you guys exactly why Koreans love fast food so much. Because there are so many fast food chains here in Korea, if you search on your smartphone, there should be a few within walking distance. Now talking about using your smartphone, there's something that you have to do before traveling to any country, that is getting your smartphone data for your destination. And as a frequent traveler, my favorite way of getting my smartphone data is by using today's sponsor, Olafly. With Olafly, you can easily purchase eSIMs for your travel destination using their mobile app or on their website for the exact number of days that you need it for. And just like that, you'll get fast, unlimited data for your smartphone. You can choose from one of their over 270 destinations or get one of their regional eSIMs, which can cover multiple destinations. For example, you can just get their Asia plan if you're going to Korea, Japan.
All right, man. All right.
Fast food. It's actually right here. So I want to start with the
McDonald's.
good benchmark. Unsurprisingly, McDonald's
Yes,
is one of the
yes.
most popular chains in Korea. Many of my Korean friends swear by it. Let's find out how Korean McDonald's is different. Well, it looks like it's gonna be enough food for this one man. You know, I want to start with something that might be boring, and that's their bulgogi burger. So in a lot of Korean fast food chains, they offer bulgogi burger. Bulgogi is a traditional marinated beef dish in Korea. It has kind of a sweet, savory marinade, and the sauce that's in this bulgogi
Looks
burger
like a
is
normal
not
burger.
exactly that, but I think
$2.50?
It's so nice and simple.
Oh, that's so cheap. Oh, that's so cheap.
Yeah, just a nice.
Buy four of those.
patty.
You can buy 4 of
Nothing
those
crazy
for
about
less
it,
than
honestly.
10.
It's just one of those things that are really simple, affordable, and good. I'm still not sure why they call it bulgogi burger because it actually doesn't taste like bulgogi at all. When you're at a fast food chain, you gotta try their fries. It's so crazy that anywhere you go in the world, McDonald's fries taste exactly the same. I'd like to move
Are they
on to the
still
more
unhealthy
American
outside of the
burger. I'm not
US?
sure if America has this. It's called mac and cheese double beef burger. The bun looks
Wow.
I think it's the wall.
Look at those buns.
So it looks like a soccer ball. And look at the mac and cheese just leaking out of the burger. I remember the shot
My
when I first
God.
visited one of my Canadian friend's house, and his mom served us dinner, and the dinner was just mac and cheese. Like, I thought that was supposed to be a side dish. Wow. Listen guys, nothing crazy about it, but
Double
they have
burger
great
buns.
ingredients, 2 patties, and the volume of mac and cheese is actually a lot. I felt like that was kind of a lazy attempt, but this burger with mac and cheese is actually quite delicious. I don't recall McDonald's having chicken wings in other countries. Some of them do, I think some
Boneless?
of them don't. Are they legitimately good though?
Oh, on the bone.
I mean, it's okay. Look at this, guys. You guys can probably tell that this is a little dry, like it could be a little juicier. But I like the seasoning on it. It's like extra salty.
It doesn't look too bad. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad.
Okay. Apparently, this is Grimace Shake. I just googled to find out what Grimace is. Grimace is one of the McDonald's mascots. It's like the purple furry. I guess it wasn't popular, so it was like forgotten for a long time. But it became viral on TikTok.
Thought it was from Sesame
And
Street.
they made a shake to celebrate it. So it's milkshake, but blueberry flavored. It's actually a great blueberry shake. Let's do the American technique with this. Fries and shake.
No. That can't be good.
One step closer to morbid obesity. At least our healthcare system isn't as bad as America. Now this is interesting. This is a crab cream croquette.
For less than $2?
I'm not really sure how much of that's actually crab. I feel like it's mostly filler materials. I should be able to tell because I am actually allergic to crabs. And if it actually contains a lot of crabs, then I get my reactions. Judging by the fact that I feel just fine, it probably doesn't have a lot of crabs. I would say it's a nice little snack. I'm not too sure about
What's
selling it as
inside
a
then?
crab product. So I felt like McDonald's was okay. It's definitely like the most safe option out of all of them. But I feel like since this is Korea, they should be a little more experimental. So this time I'm gonna try something that is more local to Korea. This chain has a really funny name. It's called Mom's Touch. It's a franchise that focuses on chicken sandwiches. A lot of my viewers actually demanded I should show it to them. So let's find out how good they are. New Orleans style. Yeah, right. Alright guys, my Mom's Touch is here. I'm gonna start with the burger that I got. The packaging is kind of cool, and it's called Super Thigh Kick Burger. Oh, Super Thigh Double Kick Burger. I won't lie to you guys, even the packaging is kind of like above
It looked
McDonald's
pretty good.
level. Even the wrapping paper is nice. Whoa, you guys are not going to believe the size of this.
My God!
It's ridiculous how big it is. Where did they find this chicken?
For only
The chicken is
$6?
insane. The chicken's like so much bigger than the bun. Isn't that cool? And it came with 2 different packets. This one must be some kind of a mustard. And I think you just kind of smeared it on top.
Mustard!
This is the powder seasoning that they have.
Oh, what
Whoa.
the f...
Hell yeah, party night. So
What is
there's
that?
my fully
MSG?
assembled burger. How good is it? The chicken feels very crispy here. I hope it's good. Wow. I don't know if you guys can tell, but this is a really fantastic, juicy, meaty chicken.
Wow,
No
that
filler
does look
material,
fucking
just
good.
honest chicken business. I think it's actually 2 chicken thighs
That's
put
at
together.
that's at least $14 in America.
Can you guys see how juicy it looks? The chicken's crazy juicy. I'm sorry, but I feel like McDonald's, it doesn't even come close. The burger is a little crumbly because it's like so juicy and so huge, but man, this is a delicious burger. You know, I feel like these seasonings might be just gimmicks, but it actually adds a lot to the flavor. It has a sweet garlic onion powder flavor. This time, let's try their chicken crackers. So these are supposed to be just boneless fried chickens. They said it's Cajun flavor.
Chicken
It's
nuggets?
more like Korean sweet and spicy flavor. I feel like the chicken itself.
Look at
is
that
not
little
as good as
fork.
The chicken patty that I had earlier.
They have a little
Still
skewer.
good boneless fried chicken. The sauce is very
That's so
textured
cute.
Korean yangnyeom chicken flavor. I'd say I like it. I want some too.
Aw. So
The side
cute.
dish sampler. I want to try one of those pair of black balls. So this is called cheese ball. You see this very often in Korean fast food places. It's literally a deep fried dough and it's filled with cheese. It's not pure cheese though. It's more like cream cheese. There's a lot of sugar too.
Wow, looks pretty good.
A lot of Koreans really like it. Me, I'm more of a simple
Wow.
fries guy.
Yeah, no, those fries look good. Those fries look really well
Those
seasoned.
heavily seasoned French fries,
Cajun
with a lot of pepper
fries.
and salt. I really like it. If I'm gonna be honest, I love the simplicity of
Popeye
the
fries, yep.
fries, but something like this is nice every now and then. I wonder what this is. It looks like it might be a chicken tender.
Mozzarella stick.
So there was a cheese stick, but that's not just cheese. It has some chicken in it too. Oh. That was a massive cheese stick. I really liked it. Here's the last thing that I'm gonna have. It's their carrot
My God,
bread.
bro, I would get
It's
so
very
fat in
funny
Korea.
looking carrot. In fact, it looks so funny that I feel weird about putting it in my mouth, but I'll do it anyway.
Carrot cheese ball?
So it's pretty similar to the cheese
Oh.
ball that I had earlier, except this has a more custard flavored cream inside, and the batter has a touch of carrot flavor.
I mean,
I won't lie, it looks a little depressing.
like
but
some
it's not so bad when
smushed
you eat
soft carrots.
it. Overall,
Some
I feel
soft
like
smushed
Mom's Touch is
carrots
so much
inside.
better than McDonald's. Koreans, we did it. We beat the Americans in their own game. Wow, that was actually so impressive. A little bit pricey for fast food in Korea, but Mom's Touch definitely did not
Pricey?
disappoint me. You guys have to try their chicken thigh burger, okay? As I was
Yeah, I'm
walking
moving
to
to
the next
Asia
restaurant, I found this
immediately.
thing that's really interesting. So these are sun umbrellas that are on the streets. These are actually government provided sun umbrellas. You can rent them for free and you're supposed to use it in sunny weather. It's a pretty important defense system for us Koreans because UV light can be terrible for our beauty and the government takes care of it. Pretty interesting, right? Anyway, the next franchise that we're going to
Wait,
is
free
a
umbrellas?
place
That's
for us
crazy.
Koreans. The franchise is called Lotteria and it's the first fast food franchise that opened in Korea. They used to be the most dominant franchise in Korea. I feel like they're facing some competitions now. They're known for 2 things. 1, for being very affordable, and 2, for being very experimental. The burger places in Korea, they charge your phone for you. Look how people just leave their phones here. Apparently in this beautiful country, people don't really steal things. Okay, so here's what I got. I'm not sure
That's
about the best
insane.
tasting, but this is probably the most bizarre looking burger that I've seen. This is their burnt beef burger, and this is their Hawaiian mozzarella burger. Let's start with the most interesting looking burger.
Ugh, bro, it looks like something from SpongeBob. Looks like the moldy burger from
I won't lie, it looks
SpongeBob.
way better in the photos. In the burger, I see a lot of grilled onions, bacon, cheese, and a beef patty. It actually smells really nice and aromatic. Let's find out how good it is. You know what I will say is that I'm not really sure about the bun they have. The bun has the
Well, the
black
buns look
color.
like
It doesn't seem
cookies.
to give off any kind of flavors. And the burnt cheese on the surface, it makes it feel more dry than anything else. But what's in the burger, like the patty, the sweet sauce, the grilled onion, they actually taste very good. I feel like with better buns, this burger would have been like a really good burger. Very nice bulgogi patty with a slice of cheese.
Yeah, that looks ass.
This is also something that Lotteria has.
Oh, we're on stage, guys. We're on
It
stage.
was not the right one. There was counters to it. The storm, I think, is a good answer.
Yeah, domination to start things off. I mean, obviously we said why best of 3, it's so important to get the win here. But either way, looking at how VP plays, I mean, we're starting to see God's bleed, right? Over and over.
They didn't even do a walkout.
Has this entire persona about how this team plays, and certainly, I mean, you look at some of the players, they are represented as, to a lot, like the GOATs, right? Yeah. I don't think Rad gives a damn there, Shib.
Yeah, and this is a new thing for them, being the lower side of the bracket. They haven't really been tested with their backs against
Favorite
someone
type
like
of
this.
nut?
This could be
Brazilian.
I think a big thing too, we saw Krakoa just earlier from Virtus Pro, so Rad has a lot of footage already on VP from this map from today, so they probably know, okay, what were they playing, what were they good at, this is what we can look at.
Usually you get the advantage when you are in the uppers looking at the lowers, right, is what we've seen, but in this case, it's the other side, and this coach right here always has some prep. He did elect last time to go for a Black Cat and a Daredevil ban up in the upper bracket earlier. I think we might see, I mean, it's interesting, right, because if you look at, I feel like, obviously we've talked about Crazy Kitty so much, that's the matchup that I think is so important to kind of hold strong there. Who can get the most value of distraction, but also sometimes it's that one-on-one quick hit, make it a quick 6v5 chip.
But I think Kitty wins on the Black Cat fight.
Oh, it does.
So like that might have to be a prio. I'm curious to see what VP's going to do.
Damn, dude. Come on.
We talked about it.
Who do we want winning, VP or Rad?
Speaking of that ban phase as well,
God, Finzi, tough.
Ahead of time.
Nevix, tough. Sparker.
The second one. That's where they got the win against Gen G.
Like low-key.
Kind of a similar team to Gen G, right? They like to play scrappy. They have
Maybe I want VP to lose just so
but I feel like
they get some roster changes going.
Into that category with Crazy Kitty.
It just leans to their strengths. I mean, yeah, I mean, you said it best, and that's why
I think if they lose this series, they'd swap the roster a little bit.
Because do you want to go that more aggressive angle, or if it's a one-sided mag case, it's kind of like controlling the chaos, if you will. How many times did we see just then from TLC and Swamp, like quick poly bubbles? You don't see those things when you're watching the chaos, but they matter massively for team wipes, your strats in the back ship.
Yeah, I mean, mid-flight in a Wolverine ult, catching a bubble to save. Like, I mean, that's just insane reaction time. Really, really, high-level play. But I think, again, Nevix on that thing has been a problem. Yeah.
One thing we haven't talked about, and this must be in the minds of Virtus Pro, is that in the preseason they were in this exact same position.
Mash still doesn't have a jersey.
Rad took them down and made them have the lowest placement they have ever had. Could happen here again.
Can I say, if Rad is able to win this game, now they are dangerous. This would be a massive win for them as players. Obviously, we say they speed run the emotions. We find ourselves in the pick and ban now, ready to roll. The Ultron save.
Bro, Rad is like a one-man organization, and they have better jerseys than VP. That is crazy.
And there's going to be the mag ban right afterwards. Typically, it's the penny instead, so maybe Rad's going to be trying to pull a page out of that composition.
Yeah, one of Virtus Pros here trying to get that one-sided mag. We'll see in a moment as the lock comes in. But yeah, what a call there on the Ultron. That
Rad going Thanos comp?
The mainstay of today is just not really been consistent in the tournament.
They were thinking there, right? I saw it's like they're trying to decide what they want to do with this save, and I feel like when you look at what they have available, you could go with that one-sided mag. They choose to get themselves the Gambit and equip what is so known of this team and the backline. I love the decision on
the buff rogue. I respect that as well.
Tones, I can't tell you.
The Rad fans for sure, and yeah, I definitely agree. You know, Xiong was in the building. Maybe he'll see that at some point, but even then,
stop bothering the man. By the way,
give her HP back specifically. You love to see it either way, and there's the opposition of having a one-sided Ultron, and we have seen.
Wait, VP's no longer sponsored by Kappa?
Right now, I'm in favor. I
no
love
way.
What I'm seeing there from the top.
Yeah, one-sided Ultron, removing the Loki across the board. Loki's, that Vibrant Vitality in this meta, it's just too much to handle, especially when they don't miss shots at this level.
Maybe they got dropped because it's too... Maybe they're not on the jersey because it's too sexual. Maybe.
Still get themselves the one-sided mag this late is disgusting.
Yeah. That's deep. I mean, it's weird because it's all about what they're expecting, what they see in scrims against teams like this, so they have their own decision-making process. But from a top-level POV, the mag has been a problem across the board and keeps winning even in the one-sided Gambit versus one-sided mag matchup.
The invis
the logo's still there. Oh,
that's to make it so that Crazy Kitty can go out and play that dive, as we were talking about before.
Who's that on the right?
Adam save, and that's exactly what we had happen.
Is that cosplay?
Yeah, we've honestly seen the team that saves Adam last year in Dom come up successful most of the time, even outside of Dom. I mean, it's such a huge thing you can add when either things are going wrong or just go right out the gates with a good old 3-3.
Could be a penny ban here too, because they saw that the Ultron was locked in.
It has to force it, right?
Yeah. I think they're forcing it. That's a good. You have to do that. I'm happy they made the decision.
What year is this? It's like crazy to see it. I'm gonna go ahead and say one word. You go ahead. What is gonna win? VP, Rad, first for Dom.
VP.
I'm going Rad.
Going Rad. You know what? I'm going to believe in that Cinderella story. I'm going Rad as well. Take it away, casters, for our first match of Rad and VP.
A little bit of a Cinderella yourself there, Cozy, but Ryan and I are ready to weave our own fairy tales here between two teams. We are
Bro, leg day needs. He definitely has an English degree, dude. His words come out way too clean.
Elimination bracket. It was Rad that took the reigning champions of Virtus Pro out of pre-season, but both teams are qualified. Both teams played against each other after they had got qualification for mid-season finals, but Lugia was out sick. Wasn't really too much to say about it. Seeding game, it felt like this is the matchup that I think Rad were wanting, and Virtus Pro were maybe a little bit scared to repeat.
Yeah, we are ready to get stuck in here. And that
Who you got here? Who you got here?
VP, come on now.
We're going VP, no?
Incredibly important.
Gotta go VP.
Nullifying the overall impact of the Ultron, that team-wide damage we've seen has been an absolutely distressing turn of a team that someone else has to deal with in terms of disengagement or putting forth resources.
And you mentioned turn, like now it's a big
29,
change up.
28,
27.
Now the triple strategist with the Ultron. Crazy Kitty is
Alright,
very
let's see,
good at
let's
it.
see.
And Virtus Pro.
Oh, TP. Whoa, do they know?
Going for the 2-2-2 themselves.
All right, potentially early mugging here. Charged up Stellar Shift, moving through.
Oh, they know, they
They
know.
know.
Street charge.
Wait, they linked and he died?
Yeah. Bro, they linked before, and I swear it snaps. Every what?
Alright, GG. Go next game. Go next. What was that play?
Much changes. Yeah, you got Ducky going over towards the Emma. If you're going to make changes now, it's good because you're not losing much on the ult charge. But that first fight not going well, and Virtus Pro poised up on the high ground and already trying to close that distance, making it hard for Rad to get into position.
So interesting to see 5 on the Cylon, because we usually can attribute this character to Sparker, not only on this team but also across many metas of Marvel Rivals as well. You can see that Virtus Pro had to give up a huge amount of space, but they devastated a 5 can move in towards the back. They want the Ultron so badly. Instead, we'll just have to stuff a little bit of poke onto the overextended Adam, who gets finished off by Saipe with the kinetic cards.
He's got the life cocoon now, so he can come back into this fight if he feels that it's going to be good for his team, if he can actually get away from the dive that's potentially following in from 5.
Okay, Saipe almost has ult.
To having that Royal Flush. It's available on both sides, as Mash is going to likely use it first as he gets set up.
Raging Royal Flush, bringing everybody forward. You can see the pressure on the point has already started building
Oh.
up. Saipe's rescued everybody.
Saipe didn't have it fast enough.
They flip. Oh my god, how'd that hit? That was
Gambit want to pick up here for Sparker.
Oh!
Smashness just gets his head blown to smithereens.
Bro, Sparker's just still that guy, dude.
Is making himself known in the server.
Getting to see how Rad are going to respond to this with the Razor listening. They've got a chance here to switch things
Razor
around,
listen
but
and
still
hold.
fighting.
Okay, look the thing ult. I'm looking. Side's gonna have ult. Side's gonna have ult. Keep your link.
They're out. I don't have link. I used product. I can look on mine on top maybe.
Get your head on this. Get your head on this.
Yo, mods. People advertising other channels. Hello?
Only man. Because every hero.
I'm 90 on res. 90 on res. I can't.
Tell me.
Side's gonna go about. Side's gonna go about.
Look up. I don't think. Looking back. Okay, then maybe. I'm gonna grab back.
I live.
And that's going to be a big punishment there of the man called out by Ducky and followed up on by the remainder of Rad. However, Fincy will return courtesy of the battle recall beacon. And so all's even Stevens. Fire's going to try and turn this one around. Down to the butterflies towards the back. Can they catch up to Mash? No, too fast on his feet. And fast
Okay.
as well.
Radham's OP.
So it's a fully staffed front line for Rad to try and hold this point.
It's only the one that they brought back, but it's forced Virtus Pro to rethink how they want to fight this, but they were trying to disengage and smash this.
Oh, Finzy's getting abused.
Finzy back into the fold.
War.
Res dead.
Wolfpack, they tear at his flesh and tear him apart.
It's a little bit feral, but that's the kind of expectation from Crazy Kitty. This time Smash Des, who was absolutely warmed up to the occasion, playing on LAN with Rad for the first time. Seen this organization at mid-season finals before, but here, very different squad that is very scary against the likes of VP. Trying to regain control as
Got a heavy
overtime is about
Gambit
to
ult
hit.
advantage right here.
All right, Saipe ready to rush everyone forward. The Raging Royal Flush is going to take so much space away from Rad. Will
But
they be able
they're
to
gonna get
answer it?
point,
Mash is
though.
still 12% away from having his own answer
They
here.
live,
As
but
Fire's
they
got a
give
couple of
point.
hostages in this back room. Sparker looking
They
for
all
it, trying
kited
to
through the
lay down
portal.
the
That's I was sick.
Is that genius?
Well, I think so.
They've managed to get this point onto hand, but Rad have got that Royal Flush
Oh
themselves.
my, what is that?
They've just got the Rage of Ultron taken out, but Sparker finds the right target.
They're going to invest with only 5 here. Rad believe it's winnable in a 5 versus 6, but we still haven't dealt with Sparker on the off angle. Ducky moving forward, fully charged with a Sonic
abused again, but he's red.
Up to the damage, no only the thing is here to try and make it work.
The Gambit teamed up the portal.
Charmed in the back, but has some cover to try and work with. Vertigo gets the angle, and only the remainders of Virtus Pro can try and keep this one contested. The Rage of Ultron rains down.
Good counter by Kitty. That was a really good counter.
Yeah, that was major.
Not much more can be done.
Wait, the trade.
On their way back, but overtime begins to tick.
Oh, does he get the TP? Does he get the TP?
Still long enough for Nevix to open up the pentagram. For Alaris Dream
Oh,
going to move
oh my.
forward on the Lunar Snow.
And there's only 3 players alive on the objective for Rad. Crazy Kid is going to be able to come back. Vertigo bringing himself into the fray with the live cocoon, but Lugia goes on down. The numbers are back for BP and Ultimate.
Oh, this is way too close.
Oh my god. Wait, they TP? Yo,
Already?
What is that TP
Whoa, whoa,
time?
whoa, mash,
What is
mash.
that TP time?
Mash, mash. No, 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 no.
From a Gambit, so we've lost all of their charge towards the next Royal Flush.
That was a very early portal. Like, nobody else is ready. People are still staggering to come in back from spawn, so this is very scary.
Lugia's on Gambit.
Lugia, who's on the Gambit and might not be quite so adept when it comes to dodging the incoming blaze.
They don't pocket each other. Oh no. Oh, do we need that?
No.
An incursion is defeated, and so too is Rad's spirited attempt to hold the Quiet Council points. Virtus Pro walk away with their first submap.
That's only round 1. This series has gone the full distance plenty of times, but you have to look at it from like 2 moments from MASH in particular. One, using the Royal Flush, a player down. It felt like that's been something that has been pointed out from MASH in particular, like numbers disadvantage, still going for a big ultimate, turning some of the fights, but if it doesn't go well, you're left with egg on your face. But then he's the one that switches over to the Strange, he puts the portal down, you got Smash Days that got eliminated, you have to wait for him to come back, and Virtus Pro can get into position knowing where the portal's going to be, and you have a Silent with Dance of the Butterflies. Saipei was also doing this a little bit against Na'Vi earlier today, a couple of like rogue ultimates, but he was feeling much more in control with where these Royal Flushes are coming in from both the Gambits.
Clean strategy from Virtus Pro as well. When they were leaving their portal to recontest that point, they kept it calm. Lugia was right at the portal with the right clicks for Stone Haymakers, trying to really tax that exit. But the second that he moved in, we did see a Carbon Crush get hit by the Emma Frost. They were isolated away from their team, and the block off of the heals from the shield.
They're going mag.
Was so
Emma now. Nevix mag. I haven't seen Nevix mag in a long time, bro.
Use as many of the new tech
Holy. Nevix mag.
Like, well, the Ultron alongside the Adam, and then the front lines looking a little bit stronger. Virtus Pro making sure that they use that Magneto Gamma combination to the best ability, because it is one-sided with the mag.
All right, Vertigo ready for a resurrection as well, and this could be incredibly important in this fight.
Oh my god.
Oh my.
For that first
Trapped for like 5 years.
Mana, Fi's already taken down. No second chance available for them. No battle recall beacon, nor
Vi dead to a trap.
And so Sparker now has to try and find a clutch with the Apex Predator. It might not be a full engagement, but Vertigo
W trap, please.
on the outside is going to use their Cocoon Revival to return.
Oh, these traps are so OP.
Vertigo just leaving it as late in the day as possible. The point is looking like
Shit on
to be
that.
towards Rad. Now the eliminations are going to all but confirm that, but Virtus Pro still trying to fight out as much as they can.
It's not over yet.
Lost, disengage. You don't want to feed up any more ultimates. And Rad have a good few to work with, notably the camera revival for Vertigo in hand now.
I mean, that early grab onto 5 was so essential. Like, you don't have great angle check on Rad. You don't really have a hugely mobile duelist to try and make sure that Fi can't work those angles.
Virtus Pro, you're sort of almost playing like an older composition, right? Outside of like the Gambit.
Bro, Spider-Man needs to ground when he pulls people. How are you supposed to pull anyone on Rad off?
Front line that we saw pretty much mid-season finals last year. Rad want to try and get out there. Lugia is in a good position to try and take these picks.
Bro, we want to see Spider-Man in pro play.
So many ults. Wait, Nevix using the Emma.
Oh.
Is going to be threatening.
Ew!
Cannons, exactly what Nevix needed, and so there's no second chances for this one. Rad are going to lose control.
It seemed that that fight was like lost a good while ago, but Rad did well to sort of get it up an extra like 5.
But he bubbles him. It bubbles himself even without.
Feels that Rad just want to try and match these Royal Flushes.
That's crazy.
Voltron's so quick to build that might be able to beat his stuff on the edge. So Nevix doing so well with the Meteor M to just make sure that one of those 3 pesky strategists are out, and it wasn't a great opportunity for a Camera Revival to come in either for Vertigo.
Yeah, they still haven't gotten Adam value or Adam res value.
Sonic seduction and force a disengage from Rad. Going to be losing some HP at the back of a Soul Siphon, but already Smashnet is taken down by Nevix. These iron volleys are just so precise. And what there is with democratization of damage, courtesy of the Soul Bond, finding to make sure that they get out of this one alive. Trying to confuse with the clone. No, it's an absolute scuff disengage.
Dashed into the wall, son.
Trying to back out, got caught on the corner, so Rad having a good opportunity to try and actually flip the point in the end, but Virtus Pro is so good around playing the objective, they're going to stall for a good amount of time. Rad, despite things now, trying to
why did we put 5 CTE?
And the Apex Predator trying to catch out on targets, finding Dreedro, but the point is still in hands of VP.
All in onto
ISO.
Yeah. Mash goes down to Sparker, but Smash
my!
And turn upon Phi and make
Bro, Sparker almost won that, even though he got shot at first.
You got to say, like, looking at Phi, he was the first one to sort of go down in that
Saipe has
engagement.
all
Sparker trying to
vertigo
go into this
ever
Elsa
gonna
head
res.
to head, not seeing a Black Widow on either side. Notably for Rad, like Smash Days feeling a lot more comfortable on what was the queen of the meta at the start of this year with the Elsa. Full instinct, but obviously using the ultimate doesn't have too much offensively to go for. Even the likes of Silent Seduction available for Ducky might want to use it now with that Royal Flush being used again from
Crazy Kitty not ulting.
Silent Seduction is going to keep them at bay, wasting the time of that Raging Royal Flush.
They pre-res.
They're on to Sparker, but Phi manages to get out with their life for now. Ducky avoids being charmed, grabbing their primary threat, but can't quite get the spinning kick that's needed to deliver the burst damage, and so Vertigo is forced to use the
Res finally got value.
back the fallen members of Rad. They've got plenty of ults to try and work with them now. 2 strategist ults on the backhand side. In fact, if they would like for it, they are going to be down Vertigo for the majority of this, as Srijo's going to drag everyone forward with the fate of both worlds. Surely Mash has to respond, and the call and response is going to be the Raging Royal Flush. Crazy Kitty finds one, Smash, there's 2 on the other side, and already Fincy has deployed the pentagram of Ferala for some backhand attempt at a back cap. My goodness, Nevix just floats above them, gets rid of Smashnes. Vertigo's going to go down as well. Rad, they don't even deploy a portal here, as they can give it up. They've got some breathing room.
How has it turned out like this? Rad seemed to be a player down, used the Royal Flush,
VP
turned the
listening
fight,
on
but it's
call,
another
bro, please.
amazing portal from Virtus Pro to actually flip the objective. Means that if we get stalled no T, it's not going to be available next time. But Rad, they
Finzy hard on the Doctor Strange.
in itself. It was just a huge error, and VP have capitalized off of it.
Rad almost has 3 ults.
Team up for Magneto, and so that clone won't last forever.
No, not even slightly. Finzy staying over on this character might be able to build up an Eye of Agamotto when things start to close out on the distance, but a Rage of Ultron from Crazy Kitty is going to be the thing that maybe starts things up for this engagement, and Luke
Rad needs to go fast.
Yeah.
Taking so much damage, the monster Piercer just breaks through that meaty HP.
This might be, this is bad for Rad now.
On the point though, Apex Predator towards
the back. Got Nevix.
Down though.
The follow-up's going to be there. Smashnez now knows
Nevix goes back.
the future of Rad.
Saipe has ult now. Ducky has the counter.
Want to take an underman fight. Instead,
Psylocke ult. Oh no!
Teleported away from here as you find the stragglers
they
on the
TP'd
other
already
side.
too.
Smashnez goes down. Crazy Kitty's next, and Rad. They've been scattered to the 4 wins. They don't really have the return reinforcements that they need. Everyone has to pile in through the portal. Lugia goes finally here, and Mash has been found on the other side. A little bit peel for themselves on the back of a team up, but Phi's just there on the chase. Vertigo's returning 40% away from the Karmic Revival. Rad are all out of options, all out of second chances, and all out of mulligans. Despite Smash's spirited attempt,
Mulligans.
surely Virtus Pro are just going to get in here and dominate on the point.
Only way to describe that, I think, for Virtus Pro was poised. It felt that when the chaos started to reign, Saipe's ultimates were pretty much perfect every single time they needed to be with the Gambit to find those right kind of fights. But even stuff like Finzy,
Saipe looking shaky.
Rad, I think you look back at that and you go, there's a lot of errors there that could have cost us this one because it was close. 99% to 99% on both of these 2 points. And Phi actually, I mean, one of the players to sort of highlight going over towards the Psylocke, having a good performance, but it really just gives, I guess, Sparker that freedom to just be that hit scan player because he was like a sort of Psylocke beforehand in the early days when he played on like Team Cats. Now he's the hit scan and Phi can be the melee character which would
Orange Artisan mousepad.
In that category.
11 final hits for Phi, who was MVP at the end of round 1 as well. And for Virtus Pro, this is going to be a little bit of a buoying of the confidence after they kind of got read really strongly by Na'Vi in our first series of the day.
And I think one thing for like Virtus Pro, playing up against Triple Strategist. This is a team, I guess similar, like Swamp has it said about them as well, where it's just like, they don't really play Triple Strategist. Virtus Pro, when they look bad, it's like they're behind on the meta, whether it is Triple Vanguard, Triple Strategist, something that isn't 2-2-2. They pretty much keep it very casual and very straightforward. And even with Rad trying to change things up to go for this first strategy themselves, it felt that Virtus Pro was still in control. Having the damage, you have to highlight players like Smash. There's 15 final hits, but he's the only duelist. He has it all to do himself, which feels like Crazy Kitty is a great player, really good Ultron. You need some more of that offensive capability just to open the map up a little bit more for Smash to get those hits.
Yeah, like Crazy Kitty, as you said, good Ultron, but doesn't quite have the agency that he has on something like a Daredevil or a Black Cat, or even the Human Torch occasionally.
Bro, Elsa is so OP.
Being able to have this like
Holy shit.
double-angled like pincer of
Bro, where's the Black Widow? I want to see Black Widow.
Really force some different positions coming through from Rad and catch Mash out a couple of times.
You'd have to imagine now with Rad, when they go down a map, has been the halls of Jallia to come
What
out
condition
with 500
did they
feet.
play Black Widow over
Citadel,
Elsa?
and notably, that Team Liquid Citadel game they won. Feels that Virtus Pro are going to probably expect that would be the map of choice here. I mean, it's been like 3 picks, all of which going towards Rad. But you have to think of it like the best of 5, right? That we are going to potentially see other dominations come up. And Virtus Pro, I think that's the scary thing about them. It's like if they go map down, they don't really have that home ground in the same way that Rad have Jallia. They don't have something that like they can consistently rely on to go to as a choice. So luckily, able to win out on domination.
Yeah, the choice of stopgap against Na'Vi was the Arako, which is a very rare pick, and maybe was a specialized pick against Na'Vi to go, okay, let's go to a zone where we haven't really fought Na'Vi before. Maybe they won't be as familiar with our strategy. Maybe they aren't as familiar with our game. But now that that's out there, now that the data's out in the wild, you bet that Rad will watch.
Will I ever get one game of Hawkeye in pro play?
And I think with
just
if you
one.
look at the sort of stats, certainly towards like the duelists, it's always going to be like your hit scan players doing like.
Guys, the Psylocke team up's open. Sparker. Maybe a Hawkeye here?
But the one thing you don't see on this graphic is final hits. It's 16 for Sparker and 11 for Fi. And I think some of those games that VP haven't looked as good, it has been like Fi doing a lot less damage. That's natural, that's expected. But like having 4 final hits, just not enough. He's not involved in the fight enough because he's been peeled 4. It felt that Rad couldn't quite get a hold of him on the Psylocke. And it is Spider Islands that we're going to.
Spider Islands. We just saw this between Swamp and TLC. And both of these spawn holds.
You got prize money from the Boger Bash and you played Hawkeye? That's technically pro level?
Pivot into something like a Storm ban in order to make those spawn holds all the more hardy.
True.
I mean, I'm surprised that we haven't seen some of the Storm bans come out with just what like Speederly has been able to do on it here, but we haven't seen Virtus Pro play Spider Islands at all this year. So the last time that we would have seen it would have been the
Bro, the Razor branding is fucking everywhere right now.
Some of them, but overall, this has been a map that has been.
This has got to be the most worth sponsored they've ever done.
They ever dropped to Team Peps back at the Invitational.
12 chairs? Probably what, $1,000? No. 2,000? A headset? 12 headsets?
It has been a good map for them.
600?
I remember that game as well because that was in stage 1 groups. They were like looking at Crisis, trying to actually ban around it.
Like 3,000, 4,000 in equipment?
Certainly one of the highlight moments of Grand Finals when he just came in, snapped on Virtus Pro in one map and then dipped.
For this many viewers, I feel like that's got to be worth.
It is like a Heretics. Last time we did see Rad play, it was a full push. So this is Rad actually being able to push towards the end of the map consistently, and it does look like they're going to be attacking first.
They're forced to use those shit headsets. No one here is listening through their headset. They're talking through the headset, but they're listening through earphones. The headsets are there to noise cancel.
Early ban phase now, as Loki is, of course, as powerful as ever.
Yeah, I mean, especially on Convoy, it's almost been like a first protect. It just in those specific scenarios, just to have something if it's going to be a double rocket, double gambit, even like the camera revival, having a copy of that with an invisible boundary. There's just too many strategists to actually take out triple strategist on a map like this. So it is surprising that Rad haven't gone for the Ultron Protect.
Does anyone have any gaming chairs? Are they comfortable? I'm in the market for a new chair.
I don't think it's that as such. I think it is just Magneto for both these teams trying to draw the line and eke things further on as you start pushing.
Hell no.
It's necessary and needed, especially the bulwarks for some more sustenance.
Herman Miller.
Simultaneous ban going to.
Well, there's no way a Herman Miller can be that good.
Teams, Adam's still on the table, Penny still on the table, of course. Oh yeah, everyone's making sure there are no second chances. The mortal coil has been unwound. It's now just a mortal line. You are up or you are down.
Other than the
I need to sit in them first before I actually believe it, dude. $1,000
hasn't been quite like the big bang
for a
of it
chair is
beforehand.
crazy.
We've already taken out Loki for all of the different reasons. The team up with Mantis and stuff, even when it isn't enhanced, it's still pretty good. But the invisible boundary is going to be protected for VP to just sort of allow...
It's 2,500 now? What?
Hold, I suppose. It's just making sure that you have something as like a main strategist to pump out that healing, even though like Gambit is still available on both sides. Never mind. Rad just taken it and made it one-sided.
Yeah, it does seem like with Gambit being on the table and protecting Invis, this better be a very strong pocket strat from Virtus Pro to leave that Gambit on the table and allow for Rad to snatch it away from him. Weave equals snatched, Ryan.
I'm also a
Well, there's no way
of, like, it's going to be a one-sided
they need to sell it for $2,500. There's no way that the chair costs more than $400 to make.
I imagine it's going to come out in full force.
Their profit margins are insane.
Everybody. Very Marvel Rivals 9.0.
Yep. And I think you've got Ji Young in the audience of just like, yeah, this was one of the like adjustments. I was very excited to see Ultron. Like, I really like playing him, but I'm like, in like 2-2-2, I would like to be able to play Ultron. But even then, it's like, yeah, this seems a little bit egregious, right? But that's just, you know, the triple strategist side of stuff. It's
I'll look into
always
that
a
doctor,
problem.
dude.
It's always available. And
Let me
I
write that down.
curious to see with Virtus Pro, they had really sort of nailed down the triple Vanguard, triple strategist compositions on stuff like Yggdrasil, like during Ignite across its whole like inaugural year of last year. Seems like maybe now it's going to be what they roll out with, but the storm is in the sky and it's in the shape of a crazy kitty.
I mean, Crazy Kitty is one of those like original Storm Human Torch players, like in the Frost Mountain vibe, right? Like, these are people who are very vertically gifted when it comes to these flying characters.
I know Frost Mountain sat at home just like, just let me get on stage. This is my medal. Like, that's my girl. That's my character.
He's the Leo meme. He was like, oh,
yeah,
I've been mentioned.
Wait. So far, like, Rad's
Storm
Gambit
Punisher.
is available and open for Rad, so Mash doesn't have to worry about side
Storm Punisher to break.
Side, but it is their map choice. They don't want to get full health like Swamp just did.
All right, fine. Going to be holding the line here. With the additional power of
Finzi on the Petty.
At their back. This is going to be a Virtus Pro 3-3 that has a lot of damage behind it, including
45, 44,
44, 43.
Yes, sir.
You got Fired, it's over on the Magneto, trying to see if he can copy what Energy was able to do in their first
Oh, they're
series
already
against
running.
Rad. The Smash Des finds that first pick onto Nevix. The rocket means that there is going
The
to be
triple
that recall
tank's
that
looking
can
like it's
allow
crumbling
There's
already.
3 frontliners to come back into this fight as Rad are trying to find a way to splinter now that there's a bit of a cooldown.
Time moving in cycles. Rad back to the oldest tricks in the book to break those spawn holds. Storm and Punisher, we saw it earlier from Na'Vi, to great effect against Virtus Pro's Penny Ultron composition. Fi gets isolated, bounced around
Fi
a couple of
Matt.
times, but the rescue seems to be there. And watch for that flaming shield from Invis.
The card's still moving, guys. Like,
it's not optimal.
Doing unlimited damage.
Not ideal.
I mean, it's a whole, like, just cartoonish battle over on the objective, but with all of these on the ground when it comes to the Penny setup, now it's the
Oh,
Unamplified
good disengage. But
Good.
it's at the cost of the cart moving. Is that work? Whoa, whoa.
Whoa.
They can wait out Saipe's ultimate because
Saipe need to use that?
exit that invisible boundary safely, and that means the second it goes down, Mash is going to have the opening. Smashner's beginning to cook. Down
Oh.
goes the
Disengage
unlimited
again.
ammo. Mash waits in the back with the Raging Royal Flush and is still
The cards are going to be one fight territory basically now. The card.
The turns are being taken by Rad before they have to commit.
Raging Ultron is going to be the thing that starts off this engagement with a meteor.
Oh my. No, Fi, no. Fi, no.
It needs, but Vi is going to be brought back very soon.
The extra speed is everything.
Virgo swung out.
Big
Big ass.
Up into the sky with a clobbering time. Maybe Lugiago can try and save
I mean,
this
to be
one.
fair,
Smash
Punisher
is
did have
but the
Gambit
Beacon,
jump, but still.
Frank Castle has returned as Crazy Kitty lands on the floor
Good
with
ult.
the Omega Hurricane. Nowhere for Sparker to go, and that is
Maybe
going to be
TP.
surely a big pull in here for Rad. This should be the claiming of the point. Let's
Yeah,
see
I
how
don't
they're
know.
celebrating
VP
with
played
all
that
hands
weird.
listening.
Yeah, that was poorly played.
I'm putting TP, putting TP, putting TP.
Fi also needed to hit that rock.
I'm touching. I need to jump through. I'm touching. I don't want to. You just talk.
I'm coming.
Oh.
Fine. Yeah, we can go 2-2.
Yeah, I'm going also.
There you go. Sign, no? Yeah. You go Emma.
Yeah, I can go Emma, you go Mac.
Go Luna, Jojo.
Crickets.
Call for Luna
Oh,
for
shit.
Drudro says, no thanks, mate.
Did I hear a Lamau in the middle of that? After that point went in. Oh, we just lost it, Lamau. But yeah, Virtus Pro trying to contest, not looking too as hot as they did with the sort of portal contest. There was a bit too much, but Rad have been consistently pushing past this first. They don't get spawn held often. They usually finish out the map, but they've got 3.5 minutes to get to second checkpoint.
All right, Smashnez seeing the approach of Vasalak, wondering if that is going to be a clone. Actually, Virtus Pro trying to get an 8 versus 6 here with multiple Emma team-ups, allowing for these Sonic clones to be projected towards Rad, but Rad are going to have a bit of an advantage when it comes to initiative here off the back of playing the Cosmic Yarn Amplify. Civic just already been a little
Yo, cart is still moving, by the way. It's about to be one
we
fight again.
We've not touched this card in 3 minutes.
He's about to die again. Yo.
Murdoch in an early grave and cannot quite do that. Smash There's punishes on the other side.
And now Virtus Pro are forced to invest even more just to try and hold it here, make good on the investment that's already been given over. The invisible boundary from Cypher is sure to go away.
Yeah, Chad Navi winning, bro. Navi's not making any of these mistakes.
Needs someone in the back, can't force a resurrection.
Juke.
Excellent dodge from Vertigo, who now can put down their Cosmic Yarn Amplifier without too much worry. Fi moving towards the back, the Dancer of Butterflies in hand, going all in onto the Rocket Raccoon. But that's forward there from Mash to absorb a slice. Extra damage coming
guys
through
are
from
getting
Meteor
shit on
means
bad.
is turned into a twisted furry salad where a Rocket Raccoon once stood in defense of this point for Virtus Pro. Getting low on the Drakes, it seems like Rad are so close to capturing this one, and no one really has the meat to keep it contested.
And I mean, the way to describe that salad on this map so far for Virtus Pro is hairy, because it hasn't quite worked out in their favor. Still a good portion of time. And VP just that adjustment for Rad, it was right at the perfect time. The triple strategist, the sort of like bunker breaking composition, straight to 2-2-2, crazy kitty having the let the devil out ultimate means that Rad can continue this momentum, and there's no strategist ultimates to work with for VP.
Oh, great response.
Good high ground clip
From the Magneto. Protecting Smashnez when he was caught unawares by the rising of Fincy, but so much space has had to be given away already by Virtus Pro.
Oh, they full body block Nevix right there.
Yeah. Yo, if he kills anyone here, that's insane. Oh, okay.
Accidentally slip off the side of the map.
Yeah, man, Cart, yo.
Much all the way back to the spawn, so it's more window.
I think they stopped Cart one time this whole map.
To move uncontested.
Letting the devil out. Moving like a demon. Fi
There's one fight again.
Around the back, but Mash has the self-peel off the Raging Royal Flash if needed. A wall blocks out the living bullet. Sparker begins to cook towards the back. Has access to the Apex Predator.
The invisible boundary is going to be forced out in the end.
Defensive, no.
Cypher can sustain the remainder of Virtus Pro here as well.
Trying to live the gamble too much, I don't know.
Keep Mash at bay as they have to build up towards the next ultimate. Here comes the Apex Predator. The glass rocks towards the back.
Oh, didn't get anyone. A rare Sparker fail.
Still the Meteor M.
Rare.
There's a lull in the action to play for positions.
It's Rad trying to take fights everywhere as well, whether it was on the side with the let the devil out ultimate. Now it's
Finzy can't hold any map. I feel like Finzy is trying to stop the map, but everyone else on VP is playing so passive, no?
Yeah. Oh my!
That's why he's the GOAT, baby! A triple with the Meteor M, the king of the birds, has risen from the ocean to
Yo.
Virtus Pro, who bow under the pressure.
Silver
These guys
legendary with
got
little bits of
shit
copper in that
on.
Meteor M, just enough to actually take out those
Bro, I
players.
think
And it's
like
the
VP's
third
playing
time out of four
too
attempts
passive
for Rad
on
to
like the
finish
side
out
angles,
Spider
or they're
Islands.
losing all their
Virtus
duels,
Pro
and
now
it's
need
it's
to
forcing
try
Finzy to
match
die on
it.
Cart.
You gotta say, like, Rad
That's
won
what it
this
looked like.
opportunity,
Where like
right?
no
It's
one
they
is
came
dueling
into
the
it,
sides
and
so that
speaking to
Finzy
them
touched
before,
Cart, and
they're
then he just
giant
kept dying
slayers. They've done
over and
this
over and
against
over.
Virtus Pro. They've
Like
looked
3 times
very
in a
good against these top teams, and they've played the most on stage so far this time. Virtus Pro, there's a lot of expectation. World champions, but then they drop out of preseason to this team, no less, and they're not even the second seed going into the first international event, and suddenly now in the elimination
Finzy
bracket, something
war.
that didn't happen at all during grand finals.
Yeah, look at KD.
This is,
Getting abused.
This is a pantsing.
Mash and Vertigo have not been eliminated once. Neither is Lugia, who's 11-0 as well.
This is not good for Virtus Pro, but this is a long match.
1 minute and
Comp for Rad as
42
well.
is
Like, we do see some triple
insane,
strategists, a
bro.
lot more of them taken out. In fact, that
Bro,
was
I can't. Oh my god, Chad. I read the Marvel Rivals chat and I get such brain damage.
Because it's a free win when you go against it?
Wait, what character is Vertigo?
I mean, it's just been
We'll
Northern
see.
3. There you go. They could be, yeah. Free ELO in
I'm the last person to make fun of not being able to pronounce the
1 in 7 Emma by a pro gamer. Wow.
Hop over the Atlantic and enunciate.
Saipe 19k healing versus 22k. Rad is having a good round.
In these triple strategist compositions.
Yeah, fully charged orb here.
Like you can't heal people that are dead. Like it's not like the healing numbers doesn't matter. Oh my, yo, it's just, it's rage bait. It's honestly rage bait, guys. I can't.
Able to deliver that over to Ducky. Maybe this is where Jubilee really can build up her niche on playing this off angle for healing that isn't as stymied by Groot's constructions.
As far as the one in the sky is the storm this time. See if
Vertigo knows what's up. Jubilee is the frontline queen.
Go for these ultimates in the end, but rather doing really well to actually sustain this.
Oh, these are the most like AI written
It's all going to be divvied out with the healing.
NPC comments.
Get some big ults first, but they're obviously going to let the gambit.
Yeah, Nevic's taken down. Vince's been doing their best to break the walls of this 100 energy on the Sonic blasts, but without Nevix to help them reinforce the front line, it's very perilous movement.
I mean, VP have just struggled to get these final hits, and against this composition, it's going to be harder. You just see the Vanguards trading blows on each other, but all that's doing is getting Rad really set up with 3 strategist ultimates on the horizon. Yam Amplify's going to be there first, though.
A little too deep. Like no one was there to like
Or will it be pushed directly into the bin?
run in front of it.
Can't stick around. That's 1 damage boost, or if it's not going to be around for the remainder of
Way
this.
too deep of a rocket ult.
So much neutral healing.
Needed the team to be further up.
Bringing to the table inside of that orb, 50 HPS. You don't need pockets.
And Rad don't need an ultimate. They're going to have all 6 available on this defense as they manage to bottom more than half the time, but it's Silent Seduction is going to come out first from Finzi. Nothing's been forced out from Rad other than the Meteor M just then.
Overwhelming of the Meteor M gets burst in the hand of Lugia Goat rather than bursting over 3 members of Virtus Pro. Radslav plenty to work with though. Out comes the Raging Royal Flush. Dare Mash go inside of this ultimate. 3 players caught in place
Yo,
with the
what's happening? What is happening? What?
Is so high. Sparker's the
Yo,
first
it's
to
GG.
fall,
It's
and
Bell.
Nevix and Fire will shortly join them. Sparker gets resurrected, yes, but the fight's
Sparker
already
on
done.
Wolf?
The curtains have been closed.
Has anybody
No.
Swap
the roll, swap the roll.
Rocket on the defense, so there's no be right back.
No.
It's not even been needed. All 5 of the 6
Yo.
used. It's just Jubilee that has hers in hand. Virtus Pro, Strangler Prison. Nevix needs to find something with it, especially with the Punisher ultimate on the way for 5.
Jubilee going to be our most powerful here. Giving those knockbacks, can try and drive Virtus Pro back to the cliffs, but not Fi. Going to be CC immune during the Judge, Jury, and Executioner. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier.
Lugia's alone, mate.
And now this is a good rocket ult. Everyone's able to run in front of it before it dies. Whoa, this ult is...
Whoa, no, everything is so bad.
Yeah.
Everything was so bad right there. 3 ults for nothing.
Through these big ultimates and the damage boosts, Virtus Pro are finding zilch. Lugia finally goes down, and maybe that's where the cracks start to show.
Lugia's going to be able to prep that portal to try and return, though. Up come the walls, and what's going to be behind them? It's Nevix in a bubble. Unlimited ammo, so much damage going to be forced away of the opposing Groot, and the cart continues to move. Spider Zero going towards the Master Weaver zone, but now you've just got to try and get everyone off of this zone if you're Virtus Pro.
The classic, no.
Barely even existed in this
The strange
fight before
TP
they were
into
evicted by the
Wolverine.
Wolverine's adamantium claws.
It was like the Sentinel spray. As soon as the Doctor Strange gets there, the Wolverine scoops it back up, and now finally some semblance for Virtus Pro to work with. Invisible Boundary and a Sonic Seduction about to be ready to go, but it's more to keep Virtus Pro in this map with 20 seconds left.
Apex Predator seems to have grabbed a little bit. Sparker moves towards the back, ready with a last stand if it's going to be necessary, but can you even get onto the point right now with your Rad? The last contestant dragged away.
You should have ulted there so you couldn't touch, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
CC it.
Oh, I mean, oh, bro.
4 seconds remain.
Wait, Vertigo 3%.
Nevix can't find the end, but eventually they will. An extended grassy tendril, an attempted knockback from the Jubilee to try and force some mana of C9, but Nevix stays strong inside of a bubble. They have all the tenacity that they need to remain in contention.
Mash rolling out on Spider-Man.
But it's all said and done for first point.
Finally, Virtus Pro continue on, but they must have been sweating, not being able to find anything to go their way. But as soon as the Vanguard starts to fall, there's very little to try to trade out the battles, even with 2 strategist ultimates used together. Crazy Kitty, though, bringing out the feline.
I want to see one overtime
if he could dive in and sort of disengage as much as possible.
where someone goes Spider-Man and pulls someone off the map. That's all I want to see, just one time.
Healing opportunities are going to be few and far between once.
That's it, that's all I want.
It's just a trading of blows. It's not a great position for Rad to try and re-engage the objective, but you want to take these fights. In fact, Crazy Kitty is just doing the best Finzi impression, just stalling the objective as much as possible, but not Captain America this time. Trades on either side, but Virtus Pro now
Yo, you're down to support. Well, you're down to support. You're not gonna get that bucket.
Try and disengage here, bring up the walls in the way.
Bro, Nevix need to stand in front so bad.
That much further.
Bro, what is...
Yo, dude, VP's like nervous, bro. Their ults are bad. They're like really bad this game.
Yeah. They're freaking out.
Yeah. Not normal. Oh, wait.
Stands ready. A raging royal flush. Ducky, we know, has been adventurous with these Groot ultimates. Ducky falling low. Does he go high, though? Can't have it absorbed by Finzi. And all of the healing towards Ducky is being absorbed as well. What is bro ulting?
What did he see?
What did he see? What?
Nah.
Ducky
oh my!
Two players inside Invisible Boundary. The instant response as Ducky just tries to platform away from the incoming erection.
Wow.
Has been laid down here by Nevix, Saipe, Tridro in the back. They've already used everything.
Lugia's about to get all.
Vertigo on the backhand side is using Fate of Both Worlds.
It was just going for the
off the map.
Oh, that's insane by Sparker.
On it, but Virtus Pro managed to springboard that
Whoa,
play
Sparker with the hard
Everybody
kick.
else is going to drop, and suddenly there's life in this one for VP.
Yeah, they hit the DPS check as well. No enraging of the raid boss this time around. Virtus Pro now have 2 minutes to try and match Rad's completion.
I think they were a bit surprised at what Finzi was aiming at. Everybody turned around and like Ducky's like, okay, now's my chance. Strangle the prison, go. Immediately sort of protected from VP. It forces out the invisible boundary, which is what they wanted, but it wasn't a good opportunity for Lugia to have a Meteor M or Crazy Kitty's going for the calling card. And there's a window now. No strategist ultimates, nothing to really beat this, but Nevix having a Strangle the prison might be the pick to just stop this onslaught as the defense comes in again.
Nevix caught in place. There are the walls, and there is the falling. Crazy Kitty putting even more into this. Does mean Virtus Pro are likely to just disengage despite the resurrection onto Nevix. In the back, I heard a strangling prison somewhere. I'm not sure if Nevix really got anyone. It would appear that the casualty feed is not going to be implying it. Instead, Crazy Kitty was left isolated on their own and is going to fall for it.
Maybe it just isolated Crazy Kitty enough that nobody else could really come in.
Oh, Lugia fucked up. Lugia fucked up his movement, so he had to ult.
Trying to match you. Speaking of which, Lugia seeing if the Meteor could find much.
Holy shit.
Nevix, but there was enough there to actually keep him up and fighting.
He just ran it down like an AI.
It's like the roles are reversed from the first point.
Yeah, when Nevix needed all that healing, it was not available for Finzi on that angle.
They were healing Nevix too much.
Like 45 seconds left now, but
need to chill for a second.
With his ultimate, Fi needs to find something, and you know that rather expecting it. They have a rolling flush. They also want to just try and get in and out, but Ducky is now going for the Strangle Prison, and it's set up
swapping with the ult.
Yeah, Crazy Kitty gets two. I think that
swaps to Daredevil.
Over to the Daredevil instead. Needs to continue checking the progress of this Black Cat. This is a forced swap onto Fi.
You guys are getting shit on.
He has to go in for the Daredevil to try to check Crazy Kitty out in his position. Beer back is going to be broken, so it means that Virtus Pro's supports anybody that can come back into the fight after they go down can actually regain control, but overtime has to be pushed all the way to the end for VP if they want to take a 2-0 in this BO5.
Sparker looking towards the back. Crazy Kitty is going absolutely mental right now. Vertigo's off
GG.
the map. Sidebay's been taken down as well, so the trades are good. And it's even better for Rad as they manage to find their feet. Finzi looking for something off the back of the Meteor M, but once again can only hit the group going up against their counterpart.
Good ult by Saipe.
Invisible boundary drawn up to reinforce.
Mag.
And smash this
the mag gets out.
Maybe some punishment can be found as the magnetic greatsword is drawn from its scabbard, but Nevix has had to come in on the emergency venom. Spark around the outside. You know that he's been noted. A forced movement coming through off the back of the Apex Predator. Vertigo
off the map.
finally returned from the gravity grave that they put themselves in previously, and they are going to have even more when it comes to the healing. In comes the Fate of Both Worlds. Out goes the glass rocks.
I mean, that's sloppy.
Nowhere to be seen, and that's 1-1 between our EMEA Titans.
That might have been the most sloppy we've ever seen VP.
Yeah, actually, every ult
ever.
These teams are. I'm sure there's a lot of people that have not maybe been watching EMEA as much, think they're like, oh, this is just a washed VP. No, rather that kind of team that can actually compete against them. Spider Islands went as expected, a Ducky MVP, and I loved at the end there, you saw the Glortrox coming in from Sparker, just using the Jeff team up, the Duck Dip dived, just to make sure that he couldn't get anything, he got a point. And then now Virtus Pro have to
I'll be back real quick.
Come back on what we were talking before, a map choice. We're not sure where they're going to necessarily go. We saw the Arico, we saw some more convoy maps, but we can't see that here because the Spider Island's out. It has to be Convergence.
I can't help but feel that the last half of that ban phase from VP was fumbled. Like, they let go of the Gambit to get the Invisible Woman, and I didn't see any particular, like, compositional magic where the Invisible Woman was getting a huge amount of value, right?
And that was right at the end as well. It was like the last ban and last protect of the Gambit, so it wasn't even early on. Like, Magneto's clearly both of these sides.
Dumb. I play for VP, how can you tell?
But for
Lol.
Virtus Pro, you need to now show that you sort of own some of these maps, right? The bigger teams like Team Liquid Citadel have a lot of maps in their back pocket, as we saw with Yggdrasil, where they just look like worlds above a lot of the other teams. For Virtus Pro, you now need to find that on Convergence, which these guys are so experienced for hero shooters, playing around a payload or taking a point is key to them, but rather matching them.
Yeah, rather matching them blow for blow, and well, our analysis is going to be blown out of the water by these smart fellas on the analyst desk.
Blown out of the water indeed, like Day. I mean, hey, listen, the good news is both teams are in familiar territory. I mean, VP has given up a map. Rad is certainly comfortable. If anything,
Bro, cozy suits are too tough.
Coming back even later than they are now. Right now, the series is tied between these two.
Who was this guy's Taylor?
Giants, and right off the bat, Ship, I've got to say, I said it was going to be the Vanguards for Rad that would impress me, and I feel like that has been a huge difference maker.
11 finals on the Ducky group. I mean, and some really clean play across the board. They're just leading the charge, doing exactly what they need to. I love the mag play across the board, like you're saying, buddy. I am with you. They are outshining right now. VOD.
I think the big thing here for me too is just seeing exactly how the Smashnez glow up has been from the play-in stage to now. I mean, on the Elsa doing a great job, but on the other foot, Sparker, the least amount of finals we've seen in quite some time, only 5 to their names. So a tough spot to look at for the MVP we saw from the grand finals, from the high highs now to low lows.
Yeah,
I mean, I agree, and also we talked about the X factor of Crazy Kitty. We got some craziness, we got some, for sure, not as much kiddiness as we want to see this time around. But either way, yeah, it just feels like, again, we've highlighted this before with Rad. Virtus Pro is known as being a patient team. I think that's what's made them great, but Rad has shown that throughout. And it's like they're aggressive, but also somehow it's like a toddler with a rage, but somehow has, great Jedi Master patience.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I'm kind of there's a couple things I want to mention. I don't know that I prioritize the Invis over the Luna right now. I think that's a mistake. For one, and then also in Virtus Pro's favor, I think they're just really clutch, and I think that's why they keep pushing this series even farther. I think that game was dominated by Rad, truthfully, but they just always seem to make things happen when they're in overtime. So it's similar to what we saw in Dom. I think that's their main strength. They just never give up, but...
For me, Vaughn, I feel like if you look at the team as a whole, the only thing that I would like to see maybe cleaned up a bit more is that backline. We saw, I mean, Jubilee, or as Leg Day would say, Juba 3, is something we might start to see a little bit more. Rad showed it against Iconics, right, that they wanted to show and maybe test, if you will, at Jubilee to see how it went, and it was showing all right.
It's decent for the first point hold, like we saw there in that triple strategist.
1-to-1.
But, aside from that, we really haven't seen too much out of the Jubilee specifically.
Is this tournament live?
What are people rocking here as well, Shib?
Yeah, I think this is...
For Jubilee, what I will say, one thing I just want to mention real quick, is I do like the blind. I think the blind is huge in the damage boost. It's the new cloak, right? So that's why you're running that for the most part. But team-ups across the board, you mean for the backline or for Jubilee?
Yeah, for Jubilee.
For Jubilee, it's Hood is what I've typically run. I mean, you're just going constantly.
Wait, no, this is tournament life.
Kind of play, like I said, that cloak format, but instead of having to switch to the damage front, you can just hit scan heavy.
This is best of 5?
Consistently to make sure it's always up for you.
Speaking of that backline, can we just talk about MASH? I mean, MASH is obviously a
Is
little
this best of 3 or best of 5?
The jersey still making its
tournament
here.
life.
But VOD, MASH, am I seeing this? The finals, I mean, are we joking?
It's got to be best of 5, right?
On that one, but we're also not joking here for Smashnez.
Yeah, best of 5.
This is the lineup.
This is the average we have seen from this map specifically as well, and seeing actually no, this is the exact stats from this match. Excuse me, 34 finals or 34 KOs to 17. Just the effectiveness. The damage is very
3 more games of CTE. Bro, the CTE mode is too good.
Yeah, a lot of damage there, but I mean, it's also a testament to the tanks, because I think the backline stat-wise were very similar, right? So if
God, XQC just banger after banger, bro.
Finals, it means the tanks are
He's
doing
too good.
They're getting out after soaking all the damage, and it's nice to see them on the strats back, because the numbers don't justify that.
No, that's a great point, especially, I mean, you see all your favorite Star-Lord players have crazy damage out their final heads, just farming from the front. You know what's interesting is, obviously, that is a matchup between Smash and Sparker, rookie versus vet, but that might be on land, but Smash has said 8 years he's been doing this, right? And now finally has had that chance to shine on this stage like this for Rivals. That's a big matchup. We continue to highlight how important, obviously most important role, in my opinion, a lot of the times is that flex duelist position. But when you have the hit scan v hit scan, the 1A versus 1A, Ship, we've seen time and time again that it's those measurements up of this pressure in the first early picks.
Yeah, it's all about coming up in clutch moments too. And you know, a lot of the time Sparker is that guy. Just right now in this matchup wasn't able to do that. Talk about the Dom too with me, but
Yes,
yeah,
oh my gosh. So this is the first time, at least during this event, we have seen the Dom map won by Virtus Pro. So they finally got that off their backs. They say, hey, we can actually win again on domination when we used to be the most winningest team on Dom. Now it's Team Liquid Citadel, as we've seen, what, 26-0 at that point.
Crazy.
But I think the big question mark for me for this Virtus Pro roster right now is Fi. We haven't seen as much effectiveness from them recently.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, if you look at this, obviously this is why best of 5 is going to be even better, because when you get the early tie in the series, we're going to go back to Dom, obviously being a big point in factor in that. When you look at the pick and bans, VOD, and what you expect to see here moving forward, as we do get the infamous location of the content. We were just joking the other day that that first point used to be so like iconic, and now it's like, all right, okay, it's kind of just point 3 now, VOD.
Yeah, I mean, seeing, you know, Virtus Pro going to a map where a lot of people were thinking they'd have
Roggy
some
with the
good,
prime sub. Thank you, Roggy.
records against them here as well, but we've seen them play pretty decently on
Oh shit,
Tajalia
Tajalia.
before. And again, I think it benefits the compositions.
Triple tank hold, hold.
We saw that first point for a lot of teams. And one thing I did want to bring up, which we've seen with this map and a lot of different ones, is like first point now on these convoy or these convergence maps is taken pretty quickly for the most part.
Sui Rax, 39 months thing is Sui.
No museum today.
Right? It's like the first point is a battle, second point seems to just be a breeze every time because the teams are coming back on defense, burning.
If
Reds,
Vez, Smash, Kitty, all on the same
trade at the end, cleans up those KOs.
Holy cinema.
That would be insane.
Got team captain in there.
Say the same about
matches
as well. I mean, it's like starting to believe, right? And as soon as you get that first one under your belt, it's like, okay, let's just go ahead and finish this thing strong. And for me, I mean, VP, they're the standard. They're the one that everyone has circled. The pressure on them, I can't imagine. They handle it well typically, but we'll see now when things get closer for that door to shut. Will they be able to handle it, folks? We've got the ban ready to go. We sponsor this by Mantis, who's always that first ban. Gonna happen. We're gonna be seeing none of that 0% play rate, but Gambit being that first lock once again for the backline of VP VOD.
Yeah, they like to focus on that Gambit. The one time we saw, you know, Museum of Contemplation, they went for the Loki save, and that was kind of iffy. But the big thing here is that they played this map as a counter pick from Gen G and still.
If Rad studied, maybe they ban out a tank from VP for this triple.
No longer are they going to have any stipulations against this map. It seems to be their domain now.
There's conversation for where Widow can come into the ban phase here too. What happened to Widow?
That's what I'm thinking.
What's going on? Talking about that early on, we were
Gotta ban the mag though.
First day, we're like, it's
looks so
here,
good.
Widow, what year it is, and then has kind of backed away a bit. You know, it's interesting. This would be one of the stronger maps to be able to take it to. Again, we're going to all of the Jolly not Spider
Low-key
Island there.
ban.
And when you look at the bans in general, I feels like the pressure you get.
Bans
makes
Magneto.
Smash wasn't able to play that to the level of
Okay.
Delina in the play-in stage. Maybe it's just not enough time on that comfortable rework.
Yeah, that could be the case for sure. But now that we see the removal of Mag, that conversation comes back into play.
I mean, after seeing that triple Meteor M from Media Code on third point, I mean, I understand why Virtus Pro do not want to deal with that this time.
No, it's a great point either way. I mean, you've seen a lot of the meta strong stuff happen, right? No one-sided mag, the Gambit not squeaking through late. This is the stuff you expect. And we kind of talked about it. The more this kind of leans towards the end.
But what is that, like, echoey moaning in the background?
Ready. It's important to play your best, but keep a couple cards close to your chest.
Psychedelic.
We're wrapping up the pick ban. It's Penny Ultron.
Yeah, I mean, that's just been the new thing. It's
Did anyone else hear it?
Moving forward, you've got to react. It's going to be a removal of Penny here. It has
Is
to
that
be
the
right.
map?
Okay, well, I guess not, as we're going to see the Atom removal. But, you know, if you get Ultron through in the lock phase, it seems, or it has been in the past, you want to remove that Penny, but instead.
Well, will we have Virtus Pro put on the ropes? Or series like let's get to it.
And this is a map that Virtus Pro have to deal with therapy. There's trauma on it from a team like Rad, but at least last time that these two teams played in the sort of group stages, I believe, for stage 1, it was Virtus Pro that actually were able to beat Rad the last time. Even though this has been a choice for Rad consistently this event, the results aren't amazing for them. 2-4 total, and we've only seen Virtus Pro play on this map 3 times, one of which was against Gen G, where they look to be the stronger team and really command that series to continue on in the upper bracket.
Yeah, you can tell that Virtus Pro, after losing a lot of very important games on this map, have been maybe leaning towards it in their
Plastic trophy, son.
and making sure that they are an incredibly efficient team on this. But this should be an absolute slobber knocker because Rad, they prefer to go to this map quite often.
Yeah, I think the big thing to highlight is that MASH, with the one-sided Gambit, only got eliminated twice in all of Spider Islands. But when we did see this head-to-head of the Gambit against Saipei had some cleaner, bigger ultimates.
All right, let's see it.
If MASH can sort of make sure that he keeps up with his counterpart.
TP start, 5 TPs, swap to Daredevil after.
Leap into the fray. I mean, we saw it yesterday against Genji as well. Sort of going from the same position, just being able to take the high ground, force and sort of make the side split, if you will.
Classic.
Swaps over now to the Daredevil, so they can have a pincer maneuver here in our first Vanguard call of the tournament. It feels like.
Well, I feel like Fi's never playing Black Cat.
Yeah, I mean, for Finzi, it's one of these moments a lot of the Vanguards were taking out Magneto, not available for both sides, but Ducky has to be the one to jump onto the point to make sure it's contested. But it's just allowing Finzi to build up the Ban Hammer and the skill.
Finzi on the tank pool.
Yo, we haven't seen that character since OUG. And that was bad.
By Valuna. Saipe actually messes up their team up there, and so he's going to have a little bit more trouble peeling for themselves, but Ducky's gone high, but will he be laying low? Even more anti-kill.
Oh my,
He
1
needs
HP.
to be rescued, all surviving by the skin of his teeth, but that regrows real quickly when you're Deadpool.
Especially when it was like Nevix went down, it's meant really that Ducky was able to sort of survive, and he's able to just perch up on top of the high ground, but he's fallen in and just dunked on Saipe.
And Finzi has to ult just to live.
Not so much of a waste when you are on the Deadpool,
Oh,
this
this is
rather
weird.
quickly, but
Yeah, but they're like,
very weird.
Ridro's in their spawn.
They're waiting for Saipe to come back, and this means that Mash is going to have an opportunity to outpace that ultimate.
They have to wait for Saipe.
It is a messy fight, but Rad are going to be able to take it, show everybody's in positions that they probably weren't expected to be in, but they managed to stall almost all of the time. Ducky.
Gruel to the back. Oh, that's major.
These players from Virtus Pro, they're trying to disengage all the way to second.
Dridro is still on the wrong side.
Nevix is left. He's like, you know what, Dridro, your problem's.
Wait, Dridro kills Mash one-on-one.
Wait, Dridro won.
Oh my.
Saipe might rescue him from the back. Can he deliver the Raging Royal flush in time? No.
Wait, they
Dridro's
ult
already
main because
fallen
Dridro
on
had
down,
so
but
much
Nevix has
act.
used the opening to get rid of Crazy Kitty. Out comes for Soul Link.
Oh
From
my
the side of Rad,
God.
they can spread out the damage, and instead of fighting, they're just going to give up the
Yo, we need a replay on that 1v1.
I mean, it's now going to be 2/3.
Well, Fi going in early.
For Rad, they have to try and jump onto the objective. Mash is going to bring out the Royal
not
Flush.
ready,
as
bro.
Saipe
He's not
used
ready
his
for the
early,
ult.
and Finzi's the first to at least go down off the back of it, and Rad holding on when it's about 80% made up for VP.
VP, they look like sloppy.
Both worlds for the next fight. It's going to be a duel though between the Glatroxes.
I mean, it's just a crazy engagement, right? We said, okay, yeah, Dridro, we'll see you later. Hold on. It's almost just like
he did what?
Meanwhile, whilst this other like Avengers film was going on, there's a little side quest for Dridro going in for those fights. But the fact that
Yeah,
Rad
and they have
res
res now, like
losing out on one of them,
looks
they're
bad,
able to
bro.
actually keep their heads above water. VP just looking just chaotic right now.
His strategy? Take Mash's head off, it would appear. Crazy Kitty, in this tiny area, is going to have an absolute layup for a Rage of Ultron, but not even going to need it. Matt Finzi already taken on down. Feast of the Abyss, not getting much for Nevix, and in comes the Glatrox. Sparker doesn't appear to have gotten too active in the feed of vanquishings thus far, and so Crazy Kitty can just hold on to the Rage of Ultron for when it's desperately needed for triage.
It's just that one pick for Virtus Pro, now trying to get into position, less than a minute left. They're not at least playing for a draw, but they really need to actually get this first point against a team like Rad, otherwise it's going to be a nightmare scenario.
Okay.
Maybe going to make it worse.
Just about trying to get out that constant feathering of the shield here from
Okay,
Finzi
W
to
zoning
make
ult.
sure that no one falls victim to the feminine wiles of Emma. Smash
Oh, bro, Nevix and Fi need to dive together.
has the Apex Predator and has a
Come on.
big line to play
Wait,
with.
smash.
But he's overstepped.
Smash.
Rad has so much.
Rad
Rad has so much.
Wait, the first widow of the day.
Vertigo having a camera revival. He's going to use it now.
The last second was waiting as long as possible to bring that one up. Vertigo falling low. Spark has got a fantastic
Oh, whoa,
heal
whoa, whoa,
on
whoa,
the
whoa.
Black Widow, and Vertigo's already for. What is Smash doing over there,
classic.
bro? What is my Gambit doing? Vertigo brings them back. 5 begins.
Mash trying to get ult. Mash trying to get ult.
Dance of the Butterflies is going to
Mash.
start extracting the blood from Rad as they just survive this off the
Finzi
back
has to counter.
of the Rage of Ultron. Lugia anchors the car in the corner, keeping this one going. Smash those down
Holy
again.
ducky.
Sparker's angle continues to just brutalize
Oh my
the Rage of
god.
Ultron is instantly stopped. Anger management delivered.
Yo, keep this
by
Sparker guy on the...
Finzi with a Psionic Seduction.
Oh, he still hit that.
Piper making these shots going, but Mash is still somehow involved in the fight.
Dude, the fact he got one right click off before so he could one tap. Imagine if he flicked to that, that would have been insane.
Sometimes
VP
Rad
looks
just they take a slow for silly goose, you know. But like, we're winning more. It's like, wait, what?
With so many teams as well, like in all of the
Whoa,
chaos,
whoa,
Sparker
whoa.
has the freedom,
What
and Ducky decides that
the-
now is the time to go in. Rad
Okay,
found the
might have to
W key and
a
they're
little
pressing
ambi-
it consistently.
Oh man, Ducky just solo grabbing the Emma there, who just pops for Diamond Force, says, all right, cheers, I'm out, baby.
He's still finding a little bit more. Virtus Pro, Feasting the BS has to be dedicated.
Good aggro trading by Nevin.
Just in an absolute brawl on the streets of Jalia, I guess it would be. But Rad down numbers want to try and maybe get out.
Sparker going.
They're doing a coordinated hit finally.
The Black
the Widow is doing really well.
Reigning over these streets, caring little for Bast. Instead, is what Natasha Romanov demands. That will be the order of the day. Ducky's down. Sparker is just so difficult to try and assault as Vinci holds the front line.
About to be in a gambit mirror.
Absolute vigor.
So now, if Rad could get the numbers together to actually be able to contest this, you've got a Silent Seduction on the way for Lugia, and the strategists are sort of building up, but they moved over to the 2-2-2. Crazy Kitty's over on the Daredevil.
Oh, touching
the Gambit.
They better Gambit
For now, Mashdown's going to bring everyone forward with
the Gambit team up.
Flush. What value can be found? The second that it finishes, Vinci's been counting them out as Crazy Kitty moves towards the back. A quick
Vinci died.
soup wants the strategist so bad, but the healing is overwhelming. But while they look towards each other,
Oh
it's the front
my.
line that are the victims. Nevix and Vinci could not receive any healing, and
Wait,
Fi, you need to dash above.
is able to get an easy 1v1.
You're dashing in a straight line like out in the open. You gotta get cut a corner.
VP needs to win before Vertigo gets his
over on domination. Crazy Kitty now sort of gets the body check by a little bit, who had that freedom over on Krakoa to just sort of find a backline, but they also need to close the distance from Sparker.
Bro, does Fi not play Black Cats?
Absolutely dominate this lobby.
Assassin's Focus, good to go. Smashness had to give up the angle. Look at that anti coming through from side. Oh, Lugia! Just gonna have to try and Carbon Crush away. Just about has the hops and the motion to get away from the assailants.
Crazy Kitty has his target.
I swear Black Cat would
At
be.
the very least, the Smashness wants to go in with the Apex Predator, forced back in the end.
Break the shield.
Sparker's trying to bring out the Black Widow ultimate.
Sparker's got to do everything right now.
Just pop their heads around the corner.
Four bullets, one aim, trying to break on through.
Oh!
Oh! The back, but the healing is too fast.
What is?
Whoa.
But it's an easy cleanse for Tridro to get their partner out of harm's way. Smashness disengages as the healing's overwhelming.
Kitty versus
Tridro
Nevik.
drags them all forward, but
Kitty.
Nevix needs to get access.
They gotta hit the freeze. Gotta hit the freeze.
Crazy Kitty from the outside, shifting on through. It's a good shift.
Oh my God.
He's been shifted to a different gear. Surely
5
it's gonna
TP.
be a TP back here from 5, but who can stay on the point? 5 finally debugs, but he's up against the corner. There's nowhere to go. Surrounded by
Saipe has ult.
Jump through the back of the portal. Oh, the Gambit team up.
Wait, Vertigo
Oh,
dead.
Sparker.
Match 83.
to get it done themselves.
Oh.
Goes down.
Oh my.
Oh
my.
Gambit, but Fi has somehow managed
Yo,
to
Sparker
cast
Saipe against the world.
excruciating
Fi
Rad's
with the
defense,
carry
and a cap is
TP to
miraculously
juke him
summoned
out,
for
yo.
Virtus Pro.
All part of the
Bro,
plan for
the
all
Rad
these
supports
teams.
were like,
Fi,
they're
just
too
had to dip
close.
out, and then suddenly he's back
They didn't
in
realize.
the portal, which was at the right time, but maybe the wrong place. Back over towards the Daredevil,
Yo,
away
this
from that
is-
Psylocke, so trying to match up
It's
with
like
Crazy Kitty. Now going on
miracles
to the
are
second point, you have
happening
all
for
these
VP to
hallways
cap
keep
the
an eye
points.
on, and we all know that Daredevil loves a one-shot scene in a hallway.
Euro plays.
Probably wasn't expecting to find himself on the other side. Mash, though, having the Royal Flush before Saipe, there is a chance and an opportunity for
rotating
her
the
to go
car
aggro on the
early.
defense again.
Everyone
Oh,
afflicted
ISO.
here.
Well, he's walled
wants
off
the
in
1v1.
the.
He wants the fake.
And Mash opted in for the
Did he see
1v1 there.
Spain?
Seems to have won it against Fi. Spark pulling it down as well means that this offense is now toothless.
I mean, Mash has been happy to take these fights, a lot of 1v1s from the strategist. They have hands when they need to. And now Smash there's again. He's the one that's got these positions, full instinct, but wants to make sure that he's got these angles locked in. Otherwise, Sparker's going to start to pull apart this defense from Rad and have players on the backline isolated. Mash needs to keep himself alive and fighting, certainly when there's a one-sided Royal Flush on the other side, and almost up for Virtus Pro with 20 seconds left.
Lugia go with an ult to play with, and Nevix can't bring up walls in its way as the Groot has been dropped away on the other side. Ducky feeling the same thing here.
Mash.
Nevix moves
Oh.
on forward, up come the walls to try and give over some of that coverage.
Yo.
But Ducky gets
Yo,
isolated.
spectate Sparker with the ult.
They just give the
Get over this one very quickly. and
What are we
Lugia's
doing?
Sentience is crushed under Fincey's brain power.
It's the right target, good ultimates to combine. It just means that Black Widow can get more out with the Silent Seduction, and now Fi's in position to make it a little bit more hurting on the end now that overtime's here.
Rad have been saving their ultimates. It all comes down to this. Lugia go forcibly engaged, looking for a sentient seize, but knows that Nevix can get out with
Oh, he
their
get a big
elemental
ult. He
leap,
get a
so
fat
safe
ass ult right
for
here.
A blessed rainy day. First one coming through, building up that energy. Out comes the Raging Royal Flush. There's no cleanse for those who are
Barker?
caught within the strangling prison. Smash this has gone down, but Fight traded out on the other side. And Vertigo's got healing aplenty for Rad, as Crazy Kitty's got pain aplenty for the backline of Virtus Pro.
GG.
Moving towards the back, but Devil's been let out. So too have all the heals. There's no sustainability for Virtus Pro. They've ran out of time, and they've ran out of chances. Rad will hold at the end of Hall of Jalia.
Yo, where is Fi? Where Fi got ult? How did Fi die first?
If they weren't careful. Scrappy.
Why am I never seeing Fi do what Crazy Kitty just did?
Bro, this is a nail biter. No troll.
Legit.
But here it's just
It could not be closer.
probably dislike each other very much in the server at the very least. Just taking chunks out of each other.
Getting Virtus Pro, I'm getting deja vu right now though for Rad. They did have issues here.
Oh, we got Groot ulted?
Against a Delana Black Widow on third point of Hall of Jalia.
Well played, Ducky then.
That's why Mash has a lot more eliminations against him. Saipe only going down twice. And this is kind of like those games, 11 final hits for Sparker. 5 low on damage. Like we said, he sort of fill in that role to just sort of close in, go on the dives, get final hits, but he's only been able to get 3 in comparison to Crazy Kitty that was mostly playing triple strategist, moved over towards the 2-2-2. Same amount of damage, just a couple more picks in the end. I think you have to really look at the Vanguards as well. Certainly when you have these like high lines playing, it's not like dive, high mobility characters in place. It is just the likes of Groot and Emma. No Magneto available for either side, so it pretty much is going to be like this head-to-head. Pretty much matching up well. But you'd have to imagine, I'd love to see Crazy Kitty bring out the Spider-Man. Saw a little bit from Jerky. I was a little bit like, are we going to see the defense?
Well, he's actually, no.
Probably not.
This might be a scout for the penny comp, because they know that Virtus Pro love to play with penny comp, and the remainder of the team might well want to swap here. Yeah, let's see Crazy Kitty. He's going to take a look. Likely will instantly turn around. It's going to fall down, which is going to steal like 10 seconds away. Nice little hit there from Saipe. I think that Sparker also contributed to that.
Wait, the Spider-Man to scout is actually...
He did the reverse, trust me.
That's it.
He was scouting. They were all like waiting in spawn, seeing if they were on Penny.
Sparker, nice to see on the Black Widow when some of the other like EMEA.
Well, that's low-key a strat.
Duelists haven't shone as well in some of these cases. Smash Days obviously prefers to be on the L, so he's going to be on it in this case. But Sparker wants to keep that distance away from Rad, but somebody has to close it down, and that somebody is Crazy Kitty now on DD.
Yeah, Crazy Kitty's going to be able to come in through the window here. Oh, Trader's actually fallen down onto the low ground as well, which could be critical. He's going to give a little bit less in terms of options for an escape. Rad have already posted up.
Well, I don't know about Dridro dropping on the high ground.
Found them on that low ground where they could not be peeled for, but they are going to be punished for such an audacious maneuver. Now all the healing has to come from Saipe. Everyone has to share out the cards of Gambit and share out the power. It is going to be rewarded with a very quick return to the ultimate though, as Dridro prepares a portal for engage.
He's been so
Saipe
good in the end for Virtus Pro, but it has to be great as it's Dridro.
Oh my god, Saipe double dashed into the portal.
Yeah, that was 5 then, but it's not enough.
Gambit to just create some space.
Well, I don't like Dridro dropping off high ground there. Like him and Sparker couldn't hold.
You see when Dridro put the portal aside, I was like, I'm out of here, bro. See you later, homies.
VP's getting
old. Moment, but there's been a few of those.
Bro, I am not impressed by Dridro right now, guys.
This year, world champions not quite looking like in that form. But Rad, a dark horse for this event. Falk said might be potentially playing him later.
Finzi died off of Crazy Kitty's hook right there.
Finzi, which staggers the defense more.
Finzi was just stuck in the Crucible down there. Didn't have the Carbon Crush to get. Oh, they're going to try and make it work without Finzi. A 5 versus 6. Mash is happy to answer. Ducky falls so low, but shuts it down.
They're just losing every single ultra. Yo.
Farewell to 5. Farewell to Nevix. Deforestation going in favor of Rad.
And it was just because both of those ultimates were available. They matched up nicely. Rad over dedicating a little bit more, but you'll do that when you've got everybody on the objective and you force Virtus Pro back. They don't have any strategist ultimates now, hoping for a big pick for Nevix with the ult.
All right, riding the Radical Highway towards the end of second. No one can break the walls. They tried to break the walls down, and Nevik can barely even escape here. Trying to cook up a re-engagement. Up come even more walls, floating towards them in a bubble. So many CCs have gone Nevik's way.
Yo, 5.5 minutes.
Bro,
Lugia is going to surely go down for their overextension, but they got the point.
Yo, Dridro hasn't even gotten ult, by the way.
A little bit nervous though for Virtus Pro. 5 minutes to hold on second. We've seen some great
I don't think
in the end, but maybe not to this level. Virtus Pro just being completely caught out, and you have to say with Ducky playing well,
Bro, the
group
belt
walls
is
are
out
superb,
and it's
isolate
on
targets,
their
and no
ass.
need
Bro,
to have
today has
seconds,
just
there's no
been
bulwarks to make
a
sure that
belt
people can
day
get
so
out of
far.
these situations. They get punished for them instead.
All right, going in.
Okay, good hook by Fi.
For a Daredevil.
Wait,
Fi doesn't quite know where
what
to go. Instead,
the
going to go up against their
fuck?
counterpart. Crazy Kitty just has to
But like, I don't know about this ult though.
inside of the
They better
strangling
Luna ult,
prison.
but Mash has way faster ult than Scythe.
Perfect ultimate here from Vertigo. Just making sure
Bro, it's really about to be one fight.
the remainder of the team.
Which is pot shots now. Smash Dares just trying to make sure.
Yo,
that
can we
this objective is
spectate the
moving.
Widow
If
ult?
anybody
Hello?
else steps Virtus Pro and Apex Predator is going to catch.
Barker takes the
Oh,
angle.
they're listening to you.
Oh!
Gets Crazy Kitty midway through.
Yo, how is he seeing these people?
Yo, that's
Oh
second
my
shot.
god.
Virtus Pro, I will show you, Sparker.
How does he find these sort of moments? He can't even.
Oh my god, he hits the kick
my.
too to stop the Nah.
No help.
No help.
Literally the no help.
It helps when you have Fi making the calls on where exactly these targets are, but it's just setting him up to knock him down. Virtus Pro holding on when Rad certainly looked like
4 minutes and they are on the god corner. Is it holdable? What do you?
My goodness, perfect information.
Bro, with Sparker on Widow, look, maybe.
Oh, they're rotating to the side.
Oh, I don't like
Going
this.
to be behind when it comes to ult generation here, but slowing down.
Someone help this guy.
He's going to
bro.
send them
That's a good
scurrying
rotation.
into cover. Needs the pocket to be delivered. A big battle.
Wait, that's how much.
know. Oh!
That's how much aura he has.
Quick-witted Saipe behind them there, using the
Yo, guys, kill
roll
Sparker and
cross,
it's free game.
Pro forward. Crazy Kitty postulates him in the back, but knows that they can't escape this one.
It was Ducky
The
going
glaze
for
is
play that Team
crazy.
Citadel used against them yesterday, knowing that the sort of
they-
these positions that the hit scans
if
want to
they
set up
win
on right at the
this
far
match,
back,
bro.
where Sparker's basically going now. Put the group there, strangle prison, catch them in position, but you've got too many cleanses, both with the Luna and the Gambit on the other side. It meant that there was very little that Ducky could get off the back of it.
And that was Nevix's turn. Mash needs to be quick on the trigger here when it comes to that AoE
Rotating
cleanse
again
remove
to try and
everyone
force
from
Sparker off the
prison,
angle.
free them from these binds.
It's the chaos now for Rad. They're trying to play front to back, seeing if they
Oh,
can
Ducky,
let
Ducky,
Crazy
Ducky.
Kitty slip in, but now Nevix trying to go in for these walls to separate
Sparker
the
has
sidelines.
ult, hold.
He's actually going to go very low down and can't
Oh,
really
that's
get
a-
into the choke because of the stuff thrown out
This
from
is for,
Gambit.
that's a team wipe, no?
Crunch needs to be here and now. Nevix looking for an opening.
Popped
Right
it.
now, all he sees
Oh.
are Vanguards. That's a lot of piercing
Oh.
power from the bullets. Lugia
Wall,
goes
rip wall.
for it.
The walls.
Needs someone else to break the wall. And a smart disengage.
They
here
have to
from Rad.
hard
Just gets
disengage
Fi off
'cause
the
Sparker
angle,
pressed
and it's going to kite out this ultimate from Sparker.
It's doing so much damage now. Mash is trying to go
Busy
in.
with the
We've
counter.
put this one to bed, potentially with a rolling thunder, but the wall means
Sparker
now we're not
lives.
protecting this
Sparker
one.
gets out.
They'll try and disengage as much as they can.
All right, Smash just tried to take the off angle as well. Assassin's Focus in the back corner if they are going
Oh, no.
to need it.
Oh,
Out
no.
come the bullets and down goes the Fincy.
Oh!
GG. GG.
Both the duelists. It's unbelievable stuff.
My
Nevix's blood.
God.
They tried to lay down.
Yo.
It's just going to wilt.
VP with
Rad,
their
taking
backs
the
to
lead
the
in the
wall.
series.
Over in a whisper for Rad right there at the end. Smash Dares, we sort of pointed out in some of those games against Delaney from 100 Thieves, the Black Widow head-to-head wasn't matching. There, Sparker was looking like he was getting into form, but Smash Dares just puts it to bed quietly, a pure assassin style. He's going to get the MVP for this one as well. And suddenly, Virtus Pro World Champions looking to be eliminated from mid-season finals in this losers bracket if they lose one more map.
Rad. From Marvel Rivals Championships, from MRC to the big stage to Los Angeles, California. They can tread the royal road here, but they need to get past the old king to get there, standing in the way at the bottom of the steps. Rad have a chance to ascend.
And as with so much left up, we sort of pointed out that like Saipe there looking like the head-to-head with the Gambits was going to look good. It did look good for the most part. But Rad on this map, it was Virtus Pro's map choice. And it looked like Rad's.
He said,
right?
"Sit your
Just
ass
how quickly
down."
They sort of take the attacking rounds, how the first defense was almost a full hold. And yeah, sure, it was good towards the end for the defense for Virtus Pro, but he had to hold for 5.5 minutes. You can't let that
Holy
happen in
shit,
an international
dude.
event. You can't be pushed
Yo,
that
someone
hard.
save
One
Sparker,
more
bro,
map choice.
please.
It's these kind of moments that make me
Sparker,
really
fine,
nervous for
fine.
Virtus
I'll go.
Pro, but
I'll come
the
to
world
pro play.
champions, these are some of the most experienced, tenured players. They don't feel
I will be
pressure.
your
It's
help.
the tires. It's not for them. But against the name of Rad,
I will
the
help
series
you.
against Virtus Pro in their history, that eliminated Virtus Pro for the first time in their history from pre-season, might be eliminating them for the first time from an international event. It's always Rad,
Saipe, you
it's
need
always
me?
them.
I'm there.
Pressure might be for tires, Ryan. But right now, Rad is saying, you look tired, old man. Why don't you
I'll
step
put in the
aside
work. I'll lift that
and
trophy.
young talent take over. You can rest now. You've done your job.
Both are Apex Predators, right? You got the Bears of Virtus Pro, but Wolves of Rad are looking a little bit more hungry, a little bit more strong.
Need your to bring that water, boy. Mime, you'll never be thirsty again.
Yeah, Smashnez, I want to call them out as well for having a fantastic Black Widow here too. Like
guys,
the biggest problem.
why do you guys act like I'm just like the worst player ever? I'm a multi-Boger Bash winner.
This map in particular on the Black Widow. But Smashnez, I don't know how they've turned it around so quickly, but they bloody well have.
I think it's also like the right changes there.
I'm a J3 Community Clash champion.
It's the common complaint. It's good changes for Virtus Pro, just slow, just late. Whereas Rad like Smashnez, okay, immediately sort of goes on to the Black Widow and finds that. It's just enough. It's just enough of a change, but I feel like even though
and I play the game.
VP are making sort of similar changes with compositions, right? Going for 2-2-2. It's Rad that's making him a
I feel like half of VP don't even play outside of scrims.
Just lagging behind a little bit with some of the composition changes. You're not really going to change much with the front line, but Lugia going towards the thing to just add a little bit more oomph and like pushing power makes the difference. Where Virtus Pro aren't changing too much with the composition outside of, you know, the likes of Sparker going over towards Black Widow and Phi, Psylocke to Daredevil, just those small incremental changes. You're not changing the backline though of the Gambit Luna, so it has to come from somewhere else.
Yeah, the change of the thing allowed for Rad to reorient their whole composition as well, because they meant that Lugia could be this consistent peeling pressure against Phi, meaning that they could never really execute on that pincer that was being set up by the Daredevil in the background again and again.
I am very curious on where Virtus Pro want to take us again now. The map pool has opened up because it is a best of 5, so it means that domination is available, and I'm seeing the hover over Celestial Husk, but this is also the map that we saw Rad eliminate Virtus Pro right at the end. It was chaotic. It was Virtus Pro looking unlike themselves. So if that is the choice, it's a brave one to go to domination because it can be very just coin flippy, right? But it does feel like going for these other game modes that Virtus Pro look like the best team in the world because just playing around payloads, playing around objectives instead of a King in a Hill style suited them. But that's what they're choosing now, to go for these control maps.
Well, I mean, if we think about how so many of the Rad members were previously on that team chopped, they missed out on
Grand Finals, yeah.
By a Celestial Husk.
They got their revenge, but this is a whole different space. And you have to say with like the coach coming in for Rad, like how much of a difference that's made to just keep them focused. But even like speaking to like Mash and Ducky on the way here, you maybe think that there's going to be a little bit of nerves in, but they're like, we're sort of ready for this. We know these guys, and we're used to playing on stage. They've been on the stage more than anybody else because they went through play-ins, and a lot of these series, including this one, probably will go the distance, unless they're able to get a win here on Celestial Husk.
Most games played, Rad are getting those land jitters out of the way real quick by force of experience. The Virtus Pro, though, we characterize them as the bear, not just because it's their logo, but because these guys are kind of hibernated a little bit.
Come on, VP. Come on.
And I mean, especially after like grand finals, like it's
lock the fuck in, guys.
Similar to this year, $3 million,
we flew out.
Right? Like they've got the bear share of it.
From what? Sweden, Iceland to Los Angeles. 13, 14-hour flights.
But it didn't look too bad when it came to preseason. But it's every time that we see them play in this kind of
do something.
Draft where it's non-mirrored. Some teams, certainly when they're called Rad, find gaps. And here, with all of the changes with team-ups, it looks a little bit more open. You can't even, I don't know if it's too much with draft specifically. I feel like it's just individual moments in the server. But more Rad rising to the occasion and Virtus Pro falling off completely.
Well, they're not dead yet. We'll see if they fall off entirely as they have one last chance to take themselves.
Holy gamer sleeve.
5, we are in the lower bracket, ladies and gentlemen. The reigning world champions stand on the precipice of doom, and they must shuffle through the desolated wasteland that Rad have erected before them.
So far, the draft is looking very similar to what we just saw on Jalia. Very different from what we saw on Krakoa right at the start, right? Because we saw Rad going for the Ultron here. They just want to make sure that they get that Gambit. Don't leave it too one-sided in the end. And even then, you can see Virtus Pro like happy to just like let it slide. Wasn't even banned out in the end. They just wanted to make sure that Saipe had it. He has it here again. The first phase, exactly the same. This is where these opportunities of the map being on domination, just how this series is going, the Magneto needs to go, but I think that benefited Rad more than it certainly did VP.
Yeah. Like, being able to move away from the mag so you could let Ducky have that Groot matchup that Ducky, honestly, is always happy to take. Like, Ducky's been one of our most ardent Groot enjoyers in EMEA for the last 2 years. Essentially, he's like the EMEA equivalent of Vinny, you know? Vinny loves his Groot, and Ducky loves his Groot.
Ultron is being protected.
Beanie.
And it was the Penny that was banned out before, so Ultron is actually going to be protected. So Virtus Pro, are they going to start to show a little bit more of the triple strategies themselves? Adam. So this is an interesting start. Virtus Pro in Ignite have never lost a match, or like in this case, where the draft has been exactly the same. When it was like an MRC, when it was so dominant, there has to be a slight difference. In moments like this,
They have this
Virtus
all
Pro
written
need to
down?
show that when the draft is the exact same,
Yeah,
when
that's
it's pound for
insane.
pound
Yeah,
for the
that's
better
insane
players,
knowledge.
It's them.
It's a W
because
stat.
it's exactly the same. No availability for the likes of the main strategist.
Thought this was the NBA with stats like that.
And then the Magneto
Sheesh.
too.
Well, that's the question, Ryan. Is it the good old days that are coming back? Or is it a bold new era where Rad will feast upon the bear's flesh?
I'm nervous. I have to send one of these guys home. I mean, Rad have certainly had their moments where they might have thought that it could have been them if they didn't sort of get their act together against Rejects. Speaking to them earlier, they were nervous in that game, but feel like they've really come into it. But there's only going to be one team that is scared now, and it is the world champions on the right-hand side for VP. It's not only that, if this series goes the distance, whoever wins has to play later today against either Swamp or Gen G, so it is an absolute gauntlet. Right now, it seems that it's like similar
Let's see.
coming through.
Let's see if they can keep the streak.
And whether there's been this focus on the Penny Parker, which is available, Penny Ultron composition, it's been the talk of the town. Might be neither team actually running it off the get-go.
Well, Virtus Pro have found that a lot of teams have figured it out already, going in with the Storm and the Punisher. Rad are not hedging on the Penny coming out again, though. They are rolling out on essentially a mirrored composition.
Yeah, it's just the group versus Emma that's the slight difference in the end, but Nevix wants to go in on the thing, and he's got more than he bargained for. Takes a lot of damage in this early scuffle.
Already a Soul Siphon going over onto Ducky, but it's
Fi still on Daredevil. Chad, does anyone know if Fi plays Black Cat? Has he pulled it out before?
Have to be careful to move down onto that low
Bro, I don't
ground
like
together.
Daredevil,
That's
man.
quite a split right now where their vanguards maybe are going to be isolated from the remainder of the team who are still going to have to carve through all these walls, but Ducky have
Fi plays Deadlock.
To have so many, he's just putting up a forest on Clintar, seeing if he can bring new life in, but it's fine to find
Lugia down.
Rare to try and go after a thing on the Daredevil, but
Yo,
sometimes
Finn
you just
needs
need
to
that
live.
lick
Just
more
chill,
damage,
guys.
and Matthew Murdoch
Live your
is
dive. Your
there
backline's
to
getting dove.
provide. Ducky has to give away the space here.
Okay, nice.
Doesn't have the healing, especially with Vertigo down. Mashed a little bit too far out as well, and Smashnez is taken to the skies by the Yancy
2,
Street
3,
Charge.
4.
All they can do is
Yep.
watch as they fall one by
Yep,
one.
6, 7.
No, no.
Nah.
No, he can't keep getting away with it.
To change, I mean, you have built up any ultimates. Actually, Ducky is going to go off of the group to see if he can actually make this a full matchup as the Emma Frost is coming out to play for Duck.
Wait, Nash had
All right.
slightly
The Emma
faster
Frost,
gambit
very
all
good
hold.
against the
Will that be
Faith.
the difference,
Put
mate?
on that consistent damage towards him as well as only provide one target.
Wait, he has it. Saipe doesn't have it yet.
Masher's got his ultimate first though, but Cypher's not quite there, so there's the pushing powers. Virtus Pro are disengaging completely.
Hop, skip, and the jump inside.
Oh, no.
my God.
But it looks like all of the vanguards will break under the pressure that Rad have brought on.
Oh, whoa,
5
whoa.
minutes to fall, and Spark is there as well. The damage
Yo,
is
VP
abroad,
need to
only
funnel these board ults, bro. This is like the third time this happened.
Yeah.
It's even though Virtus Pro were happy to expect Rad to get the roll.
It's actually like a 2% difference.
Wanted to counterattack, but at that point, Nevix and Finzi found more than they bargained for, and suddenly you're in a 4 versus 6 with one of the most impactful ultimates in team fights. It's flipped over, but 42% means that they have something to work with.
Smashnez lies in wait, an Apex Predator to try and play with here. The second that road gets extended once again, but every single approach here from Virtus Pro is covered.
Fight on the high ground, the silent seduction is going to come out from VP first. Finzi was the one that started over
Wow,
on it.
good,
and the
good,
thing
good
tries to
timing
get
on
away,
that shift by
able to,
Lugia.
using up as much terrain and shielding to make sure that
Whoa,
nothing else can
whoa.
happen.
Wait,
But
that gambit placement was insane.
The pick and forces out the fate of both worlds.
Moves towards the back, was quick on the peel, but Drudra already pops out the fate of Bird.
Oh, Sparker pops it. Does he pop it?
Sparker turn. Sparker.
Clutches of Dredro, but Sparker has plans of his own.
Oh,
Finzi goes
cleansed.
down, the Glartrox is slain, and so
Oh
Smashnez
my
is able to once
God.
again take over the lobby.
Cleansed by Mash.
Full-barreled shotguns pierce into the heart of Virtus
Bro,
Pro. And once again, they are
Listen in.
scurrying back to their hidey holes.
And that was 4 ultimates used.
Hidey
and they can't
hose.
even flip the objective. Rad actually being the patient ones to sit back and just let these ultimates come in, and clobbering time Apex Predator the difference. Fi still trying to build up that Daredevil ultimate.
Guys,
The Crazy
funnel
Kitty set
side
on,
bin
and
maybe,
Mash
no?
has another royal flush to work with. He's
Yeah,
building them
Mash
up
is
so
gapping
quick.
badly
doing
on the
so
whole
much healing.
charge department.
And now Rad can really control the tempo of these matchups.
They have to wait. It's gonna be last fight by the time he gets it.
The gambit for Mash. A lot of teams say
Rad should just
shouldn't be
go,
able
no?
to
Like,
have it,
I
but
mean,
he's
it's
been
too late
having
now,
consistently
but
across the series,
it would have been in their favor to like go
so
aggro right there.
So it's a little bit scary. Saipe is actually going to go first, building up the ultimate, and he's matching it on the other side.
By popping that ult?
I
feel you gotta pop that ult before. Like, what are we using Saber to ult for, Fi?
20 on the initiative, and
Oh, wait.
a little bit too far around,
Wait.
put on ice by Dredro as Fi begins to
Oh,
the
what a
backline
freeze.
frozen in place as well. Now
But
faced
they
up
still
against
got
the
it. They still got it.
They want the
Wow.
Luna so
Dredro
bad,
with the
and
massive
so they
kill
shall
on
find
Kitty
it.
right there.
Pure domination of will from Virtus Pro will get them back onto this map.
Yeah, Virtus Pro moved first. Rad tried to counter and fight that one themselves, but they got it to 99%. If they had any more ultimates, I think they'd be holding on to them just to bank it all up, because a little bit more has to come out of Virtus Pro in this play. Saipe is not going to have that ultimate, and I think this is a perfect opportunity for Spark to show up, trying to sort of get these fish in the barrel to line up, but instantly Rad are in.
Rad move quickly, scaring away
Oh,
these
Kitty's
players.
flanking.
But it seems like thus far it's been a
Getting
bloodless
so much
approach.
vision
That's
aggro right now.
They're positioning to make it happen back.
It's respected though, that's the main one, and Crazy Kitty's been spotted on the flank. Spark is trying to keep an eye on it, but he's left the rest of
Sparker
his
ult.
team that are trying to fight on top of this.
It's
high
a battle
ground
of the
being
Elsa.
below.
A trap to play with. Nevix now
Wait, Gab,
going to be
Gab.
playing the
Whoa,
front
whoa,
line.
whoa.
Fi's fallen down.
Where does Fi even die?
The flank pressure is going to come through from Rad.
How is Fi dead?
Nice.
But it's easily slain once again by Smashness, keeping that one sustained towards the back.
Oh
Rad's
my, yo,
one
yo,
instantly Dredro
my
is
Luna.
so quick with it.
My
This
Luna
guy's
just got a
hands are
3.
moving at the speed of light.
Well, he did a
Virtus
replay
Pro
from his
are
POV.
6% away from claiming the point. Crazy Kitty's already casting.
The glass pad is looking clean for Dredro as he's showing that he can fight back in his engagements. Portal forced out from Crazy Kitty, and the rest of the rabble for Rad is trying to fight on, but they're dropping one at a time.
Getting out of this portal was a no-no zone. Gambit's made it so, and the thing has been the reinforcement on the other
Yo.
side. Nevik stands
We need
tall
a
and
replay?
proud to body block. And
That guy
Virtus
carried
Pro
the fuck
are
out of
back
that
in
round.
the race.
Yeah, Rad's pulling off the objective and getting it to 99%, but just it shows how important it is to win that first fight in the end. And now that you've got some ultimates sort of banked up in these cases, it was Saipe with a rough, like, royal flush to start off, bounces back nicely, and in fact, the backline hasn't been eliminated once, right? Like, Dredro and Saipe.
Is that a glass pad that Lugia's playing on?
Ridiculous, actually, considering
Looks
how,
so
like,
smooth.
end-to-end, back-to-back, that kind of stuff was. But you're looking at Crazy Kitty. He's sort of being the better, like, melee assassin playstyle. He's only managed to get one final hit and fight similar damage. Just keeping things in check and opening the game up for Sparker.
Yo, chill on Dredro, though. 6 final hits, the most on the team.
He needs to fight back a little bit, and I think that certainly when you know, like, one of the reasons I think the Fi's been struggling this series is because you've got Vertigo and Mash fighting against that, sort of stacking up as much as possible. But Dredro and Saipe are the most, if not the best, backline. But I don't think you could say that anymore if they get eliminated from this tournament at this stage. Rad is certainly putting them to their poaches, and Virtus Pro need to bring out that world-class performance from everybody. They want to keep this one going.
6 ults on the table. Both Fate of Both Worlds ready to go.
Saipe actually has the ult advantage this time.
Yeah, it's who's going to blink first.
Will they
It's a game of
capitalize on that?
chicken up on the high ground, certainly
Yep,
with the
here they
fields
go.
just throwing out. It's Saipe that goes first
They
again.
counter with M.
Flush moves first. Vertigo and Ducky both going to attempt to answer this one as Fi decides that discretion is
Oh,
the
whoa, 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 that looked big, that looked big.
Look to more Smashness has moved over onto the Black Widow to put down that long-range pressure on the longer map. Vinci's found themselves an opening, but Mash has said
Yeah,
the
they win.
opening actually
VP should
belongs
win.
to us. Call an ambulance, but not for me. As
They gotta kill point fast.
Dredro ult?
off the back of the Fate of Both Worlds.
Did we need that ult by Dredro?
Claim the first cap here, bar the
Yeah,
intercession
take cap.
of Lugia, but maybe a bit off.
I feel like we didn't need that Luna ult, but I don't know.
Yeah, it was weird, but it's safe. Like, I'd rather he did it than someone, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not optimal, but I'd rather they do it.
Spark is just everywhere right now, right up to completely disengage. Ultimate's basically traded out the 2 strategists and the Emma Frost on either side. Lugia maybe.
Alright, guys, funnel our Gambit ult here, guys. We're VP.
But he was immediately eliminated. Smash there's now on the Black Widow, seeing if he can find a difference
Smash
against
Widow now.
Sparker now.
Smashness has the Assassin's Focus, and on these narrow lanes, those piercing bullets can do so much damage. A little clap to try and work with Lugia can stun them up. The clobbering time's ready to go. 5 found
Bro,
in the air.
5,
Lugia
man.
knocks them up. Only Nevix
Oh
is
my
Oh,
gonna get
boy, that's max.
Yeah, stall point. Stall point. If I TP, maybe. It might be worth it.
From the defense
No,
at this
no.
point.
They can't. Son of
Might be
time.
enough to turn it, but it is looking to be 41% this time.
that's
So
bad.
Pro winning that first engagement on the second round of
They
Celestial
got
Hustle
it for
again.
just think.
Even if Rad get it to 99%, you know the Virtus Pro can actually still turn this one into their favor.
Saipe beating Mash again, though, at least.
But
That
you
could
at
be
least have
big.
some duelist ultimates to work with and a bit of
They gotta
time
take
to
more
actually
damage.
Do they know do they know though?
the quick royal flush.
They're not shooting. You can see Rad is not shooting. Yo. This is rivals. Everyone just stare at each other.
Space for a sniper
They're
to
not
work with.
shooting
And
their
here
guns.
comes the Assassin's Focus, piercing through many. 3 bullets remain, but look how aggressive Nevix is getting. He just absolutely incinerates Smashnez, and Lugia goes for the next one to fall down. Crazy Kitty's timing wasn't there.
Whoa, you think about
That
this?
might cost a round.
But could he be right?
Well, I don't like that. Oh, that's they're down
No,
2.
they're TPing, and they're TPing. Wait, this is a max loss. And they didn't touch. Oh my god.
No.
Max loss. Matt 5. Matt 5.
In all aspects.
Yo, Mash.
Sunk cost fallacy
Yo.
that's sort of come in from Rad, and Mash, that's not the first time that he's done that this event. Players down thinking, nah, I'd win. Grin.
Is that a
and
classic from Mash?
Grin, bro. Mash grin.
Well, VP of
Nah. We got the caster saying.
What are you at, 62?
So many offensive ultimates.
Oh,
and I think
63?
both was for Dreedro, just
Oh, up
5% away. Sign of seduction from
66, 67?
But he's
Yeah.
pulling in the front line and everybody else
Nah. You did that on purpose.
I've already had to use a
Actually
did. Just move on to a more fruitful target. Apparently,
Actually
the Emma Frost demanded attention, but I'm not sure what Fi saw in order to try and turn this one around. But Devil to
Bro,
be let
how
out
does
by
VP
Crazy
have
Kitty,
so
moving
many
in towards
ults?
the back. You've got to be careful of the control, but Fin's going to try and lay down onto them.
You're dead. Wait a minute.
Of a broken brain that Fincy has crafted where Crazy Kitty once stood, breaking down the sentience as Smashnez has the angle. Rad still aren't in
We're not
control,
done
so
yet.
it's now on
Stall a
Emma to
little
turn
bit.
it back. With
Oh,
Fincy
shit.
falling back, there's no one to contest, and Virtus Pro are
Saipe
back
has
to the
all
drawing board.
advantage
they're
again.
happy to.
Alright, watch.
They
Both
managed to
teams are gonna
have
stare at
the
each other.
point
Watch.
Yeah.
Like, no one's gonna shoot until they come.
It's wherever Saipe can get there early again with these Gamma ults. Fate of both worlds is set for Vertigo. Rad needs to be patient here. They're on the precipice.
Smash
of
wants
doing
his
some real
ult.
damage to Virtus
He's
Pro
greeting it
in
for
the
his ult.
history of Marvel Rivals, but you can't rush this. You can't rush. There has
Oh,
to be
they
a
know.
perfect performance. And VP having 4 are going to go straight in.
Here goes the Raging Royal Flash.
Okay,
Vertigo
no,
gonna answer.
4.
They're feeling Radical Road right now. They're
Oh, how is VP dead? Oh, cleansed by Mash.
Is slain.
Wait.
Smashnez is keeping it
How?
right.
Lugia got there first. Clobbering time was used from Nevix, but it got stunned out.
Now Mash has
50%,
heavy
so
ult
Lugia
advantage.
is the one that strikes first.
Nevix
It's
got
now
his ult
85%.
cancelled by
Virtus
Lugia.
Pro might be panicking.
They have
as it could go
TP.
to a round 3.
They're gonna need a miracle from Fire.
The pentagram of Ferrala will be opened.
I mean, this is the flashbacks of before, right? Rad can maybe close the distance and interrupt this, but instead they're going to play around the
Luna
objective,
run
play
to
from
the other
different
side of
spots,
them.
and set up Smashnez with the ultimate in a great position. Where even is he?
Where is Smashnez, and can Mash hit them
Bye.
with the Raging
It's all
Royal
up to
Flush? Already down to half. Mash can't afford to fall
Oh,
on down.
shit.
Smashnez going to be able to rebuff
Forces
all of this
Gambit.
incoming aggression now. The
Finzy's
Assassin's
dead.
Focus good to go, and Finzy's
Finzy
already
grabbed.
fallen. The Wizard's gone, and now only the Paladins of Virtus Pro remain. The
Nevix has
bear-like
ult.
barbarian strength is surely nothing against the circling
Wait.
wolf pack.
Wait.
They have smelt blood
Wait.
in the water. They are following the tracks in the sand down the royal road towards the crown that once sat on
Bro,
Virtus Pro's head.
holy.
It's going a long
It's ending on
way
ball.
here now for Virtus
It's ending
Pro.
on
It's
ball.
poised
Can we get a
now
double Venom
to
5-minute
finish
first?
over on
Venom Jeff
basically-
running
Need
around
that,
the
need
dildo
that,
all
need that.
game.
Yeah.
Who's ready for a 5-minute fight?
I mean,
And a
to
TP
begin
back.
with, right?
Yeah,
It was
and double
literally
TP back
that
into
micro
Adam Res,
moment of
Rocket
Lugia
Res,
that
into
has been sort
Envy
of
Reps,
throwing out the
into
thing now and
Remix,
again.
goes on
He's
stage
like,
and starts
I
doing the
don't
thank
wanna
you.
go for this typical Vanguard line. I want to throw in Hulk. I want to be like Swamp Gaming. I want to be able to pull out these
Wait,
kind of
we're not gonna get
characters
any
to show that I'm
Venom
one of the best rogues when it's not banned, when Angela is playable.
Nevix says
Now he's
ult.
getting to show the
Fuck.
thing up against one of the most flexible Vanguards in Nevix and just got there ever so slightly first. And it stunned out Nevix, it stunned out the rest of Virtus Pro, and it made it a good fight. And Mash, yeah, he's using some interesting ultimates, but when you get them that frequently, you find yourself some pretty interesting timing to work with. Saipe still hasn't gone down, he's 12-0.
Bro's playing for KD.
Saipe thought he was playing
Wrapped in
ranked.
bubble wrap, I
The
swear.
KD.
It's going to be a duel of two ultimates here. Clobbering Time versus Sonic Seduction. What do you give the edge to?
Well, we've seen Nevix use himself as a projectile.
Yeah.
Why need the fastball special for Nevix anymore on the thing when you could
They
just
have
do it yourself?
heavy support all advantage here.
Fine, Crazy Kitty. Gonna report back the information. That's an early usage of a team up there from MASH, but Ducky's moving first on their own when it comes to these ultimates.
Whoa, a little bit, yeah, a little bit of the drifting. Yeah.
We've all fled away,
Not
but apparently
optimal.
Nevix didn't get the memo. Fire's gonna be the next to fall, and it's such an easy first cap for Rad. Usually it just takes minutes.
Awkward, uncomfortable. I mean, it was Ducky that went first with the Sonic Seduction, so Nevix still has the Clobbering Type in hand. You don't want to overthink it, though. Like, sure, it's a big ultimate that can win these team fights with a long stun, but just finding the right target is going to be key. Certainly with Crazy Kitty, he's finding so much. The backline is opening up for him, and Dreedra and Saipe have more than they bargained for, but they do have two strategist ultimates to maybe turn this fight in their favor very quickly.
Clobbering Time still on the back foot.
Okay, they should win. They should win off this.
Here out comes the Raging Royal Flush. Five's doing the damage towards the back. A spinning kick from.
Wait, how is no one dead? How is no one dead? Oh, win and mash ults. Win and mash ults is max value.
To the heels of Rad as Crazy Kitty.
Kitty stalling like he's a Venom.
Could he be right? Mash has managed to do it from beyond.
Wait, Smash is TPing.
Wait,
Oh, they need to kill fast. They need to kill fast. Kill fast, guys.
Wait.
Portal's gonna open up soon.
Yeah, he's managed to
Kick
get
him.
the knockback.
Mash dead. You should die.
Oh my god, he didn't even
Wait,
die.
what a touch. What a touch.
Oh my.
Wait, they win, but they're gonna get like,
Making sure they're smashing into so
Oh.
many. Fincy around the backhand side could do even more. Spark is taking so many.
Oh,
Express delivery of Rad, but I'm afraid it's an ambulance to be called, not for Rad.
They flipped.
Ducky's got the energy to work with, looking towards the thing. Virtus.pro.
Bro, Sparker could have kited that even better.
Players were evicted from the point by the Glartrox.
That was a big dedication.
We're
from
all
Rad. They did so well
advantage
to stall the point.
again
Smash managed to pull up the
for
portal and get
VP.
himself an extra 30%, pretty much doubling it from where it was at. So Virtus.pro having less room to breathe, having to use a lot. For Saipe having 2/3 of his way to another ultimate means it is going to be like a bit of a space race of how many of these like flushes could come in. How lucky can these gambits get?
Whoa,
how many cycles can you work? Well, Fincy! Oh, the door closed in his face! And now Five, they have to get something off the back here. They are able to let the devil out.
But he's making it a little bit more cautious in the end, making Rad over-dedicate in the end. But Crazy Kitty's found himself too. In the meantime, he's on an absolute tear.
Nah, that's bad.
Wait, they might lose actually because of that.
That's bad.
Because Crazy Kitty hooked.
It might be a different
Because
script
he
in this one
hooked
in the
him,
end,
bro.
but for Virtus.pro, that's a cheap way to end up losing the point. And with Rad doing so well to stall things out, VP are on the back foot.
Bro, Fi's never doing that.
This hill into the sniper. The assassin.
Okay, I gotta stop with the Fi hate, guys.
Has been given the emergency flake to try and sustain.
Is this an ult?
Saipe drags them forward.
The observer's waiting for the ult.
They kite.
He's building up the fury. He wants
Okay, they win this. They win this. Bro, but now it's last fight. Oh, they might get 98. Oh, 97.
Rad getting it to 99%
Yo.
right to the end, but the portal play was dedicated earlier. It might be available in time if Virtus.pro push this to the nth degree. A potential map 5 on the horizon if VP can pull this one back into their hands. And the Vanguards are the ones with the ultimates in hands, but they're also the ones that have let Rad into this domination map.
Well, Finzy's like trying to make sure not to get hooked again.
High
But
ground, a little bit less violently than last time. As Fi continues to work at these margins, moving in towards the back, could move rather quickly here. It's a good dodge away from Mash.
they're rotating for
Smash with the
free.
ultimate.
Jojo needs his ult. He needs to get his ult. Take damage.
The 5-man ult.
Finzy counter.
Oh, Jojo.
Oh.
Oh my god.
They win. They don't have TP. Oh my god. They have to go Venom.
And he takes them away from
Stagger, good stagger, great stagger, high level stagger.
Oh, it's big stagger. That's a big stagger.
Mash is on Fighty again.
Lugia even switching off of the thing entirely. Smash this now.
Lugia doesn't know the rollout.
Smash checks for TP. Do they have it? I guess Smash is TPing. I guess. Yeah, he is.
Oh, they just got TP.
Touch. Kitty's about to get up. Parker has ult for the TP again.
From the portal. First up, it's got to be the CC immunity of Ducky with the carbon form. Now Crazy Kitty has to follow after.
Oh!
The timing from
Wait.
is so good.
Wait, it's not ult. Vertigo. 95.
Fi's dead. No, for the fuck, Fi.
On the other side, the healing's going to be solid. They move towards the back. Trujo with
Oh my god, they're getting Gambit teamed up.
Sniping 97.
97. Fire, you fucking idiot! How are you dead?
I will show you a victory.
Oh, no. No! No!
And Virtus Pro was slain.
There was no time, just enough. And world champions being sent out from the team, the organization. It's always them. It's always Rad. And even Lugia at the end interrupted with a Spider-Man play. It was everything, and that trauma keeps coming up again and again, but this time it sends the Bears back to EMEA and not a chance for a top 3 finish.
To tread the royal road.
Yo, if they didn't have 97, they could have won.
Kings every single time. And this, Ryan, is a coup.
It shows that it's maybe chance for the new kids to come onto the block.
Oh
And
my
Rad having
god.
moments would have to play again, so they're at least going to be glad that they're done in 4 maps instead of 5, because that would have taken an awful lot out of them. But the adrenaline of actually getting a win in a similar fashion to last time with VP, but with bigger stakes, that's going to take you to the rest. It could even take you to tomorrow. It could even take you to the grand finals if this road keeps going, because right now it doesn't look like there's many teams that can stop Rad when they're this scary.
Here at Ignite, it's time to go down with Dynasty.
Damn.
And it's time to crown some conquerors. This is what it is all about. You could go from your couch, playing with your controller in MRC,
Yo,
to that stage right there. Go up against world champions, kick them to the curb, and claim their crown for yourself. That is Rad's story.
Even with a couple of whack ultimates.
Holy, I got
as well,
chills.
because like it brings out mistakes from even the best players. Like Rad looked shaky to begin with, but they don't look like the
That could be
great
me.
team anymore. They actually have built
That
up
could
so
be me.
quickly to play at an international level to the point that they're knocking out again the old guard of hero shooters. It feels that that's going to be a big one. We're going to have to see what Rad have to say as we're going to be joining Cozy on the stage with good old Mashgrin.
Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Rad. We have a new wielder this year of the Infinity Gauntlet as our previous champs have been eliminated. I'm here with Mash. It might be Casual Friday, but wow, the performance out there. You just eliminated VP, Virtus Pro. For those that don't know, Virtus Pro eliminated Chopped and prevented you to go to LAN last year. How does it feel now to even the odds and everything involved?
It feels good to get my revenge, you know, because last time we didn't make grand finals because of them. But yeah, it just feels great. I don't know.
Listen, I have to ask. I mean, we can continue to say the story of couch to pro, but for y'all to go truly from the MRC and make it all the way here now to eliminate VP all the way back, what, February, January, can you even have imagined that this was going to be the result of this team coming together?
I mean, not this far, but I expected to make LAN after we beat VP because I was very confident in his roster. And yeah, I mean, I'm just glad that we are going this far. I'm going to try to win this all.
Mash grin, mash grin. I've got to say, I mean, listen, what makes Rad different? Because y'all have been putting it over.
Yo, they're farming. They're farming.
You're staying from morning
They're
to
farming.
night now, both days. Now a bit quicker work, but we've got to ask it, what is the identity of this team? What makes you different? What's the heartbeat?
We just always keep adapting. We never give up. We can play every character in the game, so there's no weakness in our roster. And that just makes us better than everyone else.
Love it. Love the answer.
shit.
Last one for you.
Shots
Moving
at VP?
forward, the lower
Flexibility.
bracket, the hardest thing to do.
Who they calling out right now?
Have to ask you though. We've got Swamp Gaming, Jin G. Who do you want to see?
I think they're both really good, but they both have a weakness, so I'm not worried about them.
Oh, yo!
I mean, we talked about the VP land buff. No, I think it might be Rad's buff in the mid-season finals. Listen, I mean, you are going to be able to take on potentially, go through the same journey that they did before to win the first mid-season finals last year. What would that mean for you and your team?
I mean, I don't know.
He blanked out. He blanked out. He blanked out. He had no idea what he had.
Once again, the desk is going to break it all down. We're here in LA witnessing history. Take it away.
so much, Cozy, for the interview there, and Mash Grin, as we keep saying. But we got to talk about that. The conversation, you know, we saw during the stage 1 competition.
I'm surprised Cozy isn't on the desk already.
Frightened of Mash's
The camera's gonna like zoom out.
Instantly.
Okay, so my take on this is they're both just insane strategists as a whole, but Mash's KO participation just was so influential. There's just 10 finals, I believe, on map 2. This guy, and that was halfway through the map. I mean, this guy is just an absolute demon on the heroes. But do me a favor, walk me through the history of these two teams.
Yeah, so as Cozy talked to before, we saw in the old Chopped roster in Stage 2 of EMEA, Mash, Vertigo, and Crazy Kitty were on that team, went all the way to map 5. Celestial Husk was the last map where they lost against Virtus Pro, dropped to lower bracket, and of course Na'Vi to win them afterwards.
What does 5 play if you ban Daredevil?
Season, well, we got to see them actually get their revenge there and send them out in the lowest placement Virtus Pro had ever had in 6th place.
But even his like Daredevil, like,
and that was also on Celestial Husk. And now in the in the mid-season finals on
no
Celestial
offense,
Husk,
guys,
they
but
take
like,
them down and give them the worst placement
like
on lane for Virtus Pro.
I don't play Daredevil, but when you look at Self or you look at who else? Or you look at Speedily play Daredevil, they're in the air, they're not even touching the ground.
You could tell he was kind of speechless with some of it. The
Like,
emotion there
I'm
was
watching
the
Fi,
first
this guy's, you know, he's growing roots.
through a lot. I mean,
He's not weaving
first
shit.
land, and you can't highlight it enough. I mean, listen, Rivals has opened the door to give you the MRC to prove that you're a gamer, right? You belong. Millions of players, right? And I was saying this in the intro, millions of players, thousands believe they're the best, and to be able to do that with a team of 6, insane.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, we just made comparisons.
He's got a
There's plenty of
weighted
comparisons
blanket
to
on
make
him.
across the board, but Fi versus Crazy Kitty, I think is a comparison that needs to be had. I would say Kitty's winning that argument for me
Bro,
right now. What do you
Crazy
think, Rob?
Kitty has gotten the craziest hooks ever.
Was the one who innovated on Daredevil in the grand finals. The reason that they got the victory in the first place. But Crazy Kitty has come out of the woodwork, really shown and put the work in themselves that he's one of the best Daredevils in the game for good reason.
Listen, okay, keep it a buck. Let's keep it a buck. We said it's the most important position there, having that flex duelist.
Yep.
In my humble opinion, I feel like Fi let Sparker down. You've got to look at it a bit in the schematics. Sparker was doing as much as a previous MVP could have done in that situation. It's a heavy role. They make it look easy. Trust me, I understand. But if you're looking at the entire front to back, what makes a championship team and what they had last year, quite frankly, that was a bit of the missing identity for me there, Ship.
It's so difficult to go DD into Gambit, and then especially Mash Gambit, so I can't imagine trying to get that, but Kitty was still able to do that into Saipe, who's just also equally in the conversation of just as strong on that hero. So being able to do that is a testament to strength on that particular role for the team as we check out the stats.
I have a question for you, Vaughn, because I hear this about VP a lot, and I know their fans are wondering this too. What I continue to hear from coaches, behind the scenes players, is that there's some old heads there in the sense of like they're kind of like they used to set the meta, and now it feels like they're catching up a lot to what this meta is. And when you have something as like fresh and crazy as what we got in what we're calling Rivals 2, right?
Yeah.
To me, it just feels like it took too long to adjust.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing here, right? In their old age, but also because they've been, you know, playing the game.
Damn, bro. Yo, Cozy.
Shooters and esports
Cozy don't care.
For a while. It feels like
no
they've
troll.
maybe not really gotten complacent.
Yo, Cozy is too goated.
It's those joints, they're not as flexible. Same for the compositions.
Dogman got sick.
I absolutely adore this team and
Cozy
their players.
comes
they have
out.
some of the most talented on the block, but you've got to come together as one. It's not just one, like we always like to say, right there, Ship. Obviously, Crazy Kitty getting MVP is so fitting to the story. I remember I was up there in the Casters booth and Gaskins kept saying, "You're gonna hear it all land, Crazy Kitty," and it was almost they were almost out. Right, with Regen, and it was like, not all land. I mean, maybe we'll talk about it a little bit. Yeah, hey, the story is going to continue. We got both Crazy
Reject could
and
have
we got
saved
that
all
Kitty
this.
there, Ship.
I think we also need to
It's
say,
Reject
shout
fault.
out the org of Rad. I mean, this is the second time now that they are going from MRC potentially all the way through this tournament. That is insane.
Through the lowers, Vaughn.
Yes.
Through the lowers. I mean, if y'all don't understand, you go back and it was Envy, which, you know, yeah, they're gone. But they were able to take down Envy from that uppers and create what was I would say a lot of the standard, obviously that team has moved on to now what is the favorite here in Na'Vi, but it's crazy that we're seeing similarity, and shout out to Rad to identify talent and get that thing rolling.
Yeah, no, it's a huge shout to, you know, any of the organizations that are supporting the upcoming talent here as well. I mean, half of a new roster from that Chop team. Ducky didn't even play in Stage 2 of Ignite, and now is taking down world champions. I mean, everyone putting in the work.
Hey, Groot, player over there. I think he's
and Emma. They're both killing it.
I think you said it back. You know, oftentimes, right, I'm hesitant to say, like, this is the best X player for this hero because all regions, it's so hard to tell. Vaughn has been trying to pitch to me that Ducky's the best Groot right now in the game. Man, we're seeing some plays that back that up, Ship.
For sure. And obviously, all consistently on that new team up with the bubble, looking really solid in moments. We saw avoiding Glartrox with bubble, right? Really good timing on that. I mean, this team is so locked in as a unit. I can't believe they took down. That was such a David versus Goliath story. MRC versus world champion.
What I'll say, Vaughn, all right, is that last midseason final, VP didn't even make it, right? So this team's not out, right? Like, this team is going to be fine. You don't want to piss them off. They're the Hulk, right? Yeah. So they will be back. We know that. There's a lot of great talent there. We do bid them adieu. But again, we got to keep with the Cinderella story one way or another. We're going to find out who they clashed with. Coming up next, it's going to be Swamp Gaming versus Jin G. We will see what that is up to on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere.
Man, it's make or
Oh, hell no. Hell no, not getting DMCA'd. Hell no. Fuck, guys. Bro, Cozy needs 3 paychecks.
No troll. This guy's the final boss of everything.
Really well known for
casting, hosting, doing
keeping it real, like Brio.
Yeah. Like asking the drama questions too.
Yeah.
He's just way too locked in.
But it comes with the packet of seasoning. For us Koreans, the franchise is called Lotteria, and it's the first fast food
franchise. Alright, guys, let's go back to the video.
Korea. They used to be the most dominant.
We got 20 minutes to kill until the next match.
Some competitions now. They're known for 2 things. 1, for being very affordable, and 2, for being very experimental. The burger places in Korea, they charge your phone for you. Look how people just leave their phones here. Apparently in this beautiful country, people don't really steal things. Okay, so here's what I got. I'm not sure about the best tasting, but this is probably the most bizarre looking burger that I've seen. This is their burnt beef burger, and this is their Hawaiian mozzarella burger. Let's start with the most interesting looking burger, the burnt beef burger. I won't lie, it looks way better in the photos. In the burger, I see a lot of grilled onions, bacon, cheese, and a beef patty. It actually smells really nice and aromatic. Let's find out how good it is. You know what I will say is that I'm not really sure about the bun they have. The bun has the black color, doesn't seem to give up any kind of flavors. And the burnt cheese on the surface, it makes it feel more dry than anything else. But what's in the burger, like the patty, the sweet sauce, the grilled onion, they actually taste very good. I feel like with better buns, this burger would have been like a really good burger.
Tell people about the Travian Guild. Yeah, we need a command.
Patty with a slice of cheese.
We might need a command.
This is also something
Malik, Wizard, maybe cook up a command?
But it comes with the
send it to Malik.
Of seasoning. You just sprinkle all the powder, and you shake it like this, and you get a nicely seasoned French fries. The French fries, I must say, feel very close to McDonald's, except the ones in Lotteria. They're not salty at all without the seasoning. Pretty fun way to enjoy your French fries. Nothing against the onion flavor. I think cheese flavor might have been nicer. If you've been to Korea, you'll notice that just about everything in Korea can be endorsed by a TV personality, and this is one of them. If you guys watch the Culinary Class Wars, apparently one of the contestants helped them make this burger. I'm sure in reality,
just bought 20 Travians, guys. It's a free game.
The idea to the person, and the person was like, "Yes, give me the money. You're good to go." But for some reason, Koreans put a lot of faith in the TV personalities, so these products actually become really popular. Is it actually good though? It's actually kind of fire. So this is a really thick burger. The bun on top, it kind of feels like a croissant. just not super fresh. Lots
A
of lettuce,
croissant.
a layer of pineapple,
A
beef
croissant.
patty, and deep fried mozzarella. Far from healthy, but it's hard to dislike it. I feel like fast food in Korea only became mainstream in the recent maybe 20 years. Before that, we didn't have a lot of fast food franchises. Especially if you're somebody that grew up in a small town like me, you didn't really have access to Burger King, Popeyes, KFC, or even McDonald's. But what they did have even back in the days was Lotteria. So a lot of us Koreans feel very nostalgic about this place. Wow. You know, I heard a lot of people claiming that Lotteria fell off, but I feel like they're making a pretty good comeback. This is a really good burger. Big and good. I like how the slice of pineapple is actually big. And it's pretty fresh. Alright, next. I think a lot of the LA performative population would love this. This is their matcha tornado cookie. It's just a different way to say McFlurry. They must be using ceremonial grade matcha here. The matcha feels very smooth and it's actually delicious. And here's something that I'm not too happy about just by looking at it.
Only
This is
$2
their
bucks.
squid ring. Didn't I pay a pretty good amount of money for this? And this is literally all I got.
3
There's nothing in there
pieces.
anymore. 3 pieces of squid ring. I mean, this better be really good.
Ew!
With you guys, everything else that they had, I was very happy with them. This is trash. It's not only expensive, but the squid that's in this, it feels really gummy. It smells really fishy. I can't imagine anybody enjoying this. It feels like I'm chewing on some synthetic material. Trash. You know, I haven't had Lotteria for a long time. It seems that they've improved a lot.
Fried
and I feel
snot.
like everything except for the squid rings was really delicious. No wonder they stayed popular all those years. As you become older like your Uncle Jay, you become less and less open to trying something new. So today I'm going to convince myself to try something new, a new up-and-coming franchise that I've never tried before, and the place is called What the Burger. Actually, some of my viewers
What
messaged
the
me saying
Burger?
that I have to try this new place, and I guess I'll do exactly that today. Okay, here's what I got. I will say that the burgers look pretty amazing.
Wow.
So this must be the shrimp burger, the fundamentally upgraded one. And that's the scrambled egg bomb burger. Some french fries.
$8 for fries, that burger, and a drink.
Cornet, whatever that is. You know, their shrimp burger looks really amazing, so let's start with that. I like how it comes in a rubber protection too. You know, when they have shrimp burgers or crab burgers, usually it's like crab paste or shrimp paste like we saw earlier in McDonald's, but they actually have big fat shrimps. I give it to them. This is by far the best looking burger. Let's take a bite. Yeah, it doesn't have a lot of sauces, so you actually taste a lot of that shrimp. They have these little shrimps and a whole shrimp tempura. If you like shrimp, you're going to love it. It's actually really good.
Shrimp's the only seafood I'll eat.
Try some of their french fries too.
Seafood is fucking disgusting.
It's very crispy, but the skin feels a little too heavy for my personal taste. It's kind of like the school cafeteria french fries.
Not a fan.
And the cheese ring, it feels
Cheese
really
ring?
dense. It feels heavy. It's like a whole donut, but filled with mozzarella cheese.
Oh my god, bro, that looks garlicky on the. Oh
A
man.
lot of cheese for sure. It seems that they charge extra for dipping sauces, which is kind of a shame because you definitely need a dipping sauce. I really love the fact that it has a lot of cheese, but it just feels a little bland.
Homeland.
This time, let's try the egg omelet.
What's happening? What's happening?
Obviously,
Oh
it was a big
shit.
battle of TLC, which is another American team. I feel like it's.
Oh, we're
perfect
back,
for
we're
you to
back.
talk. What do you think they did wrong there?
I mean, realistically, everything. Like that last game, it was just a slopping and back and forth, and like we saw, it was a little one-sided. And this match today, too, kind of be the same thing. I mean, Swamp Gaming really is one of the best teams this entire tournament. We've talked about a Cozy behind the scenes so many times. We know how strong Swamp Gaming is. The only problem is they're stuck in the best region against the best teams.
They are also against one of the best teams so far. We have had a team that has now been proven multiple times that there is no fluke in their playstyle. Genji, formerly Ground Zero, formerly Chopper Mag, are once again back and they have matched their best finish ever, basically, and are continuing their run, but Swamp Gaming stand in their way. I want to break down the roles bit by bit of like what do we think is actually going to be the advantage for these two teams, because starting with Vanguard, Cozy, Duep and Zenstari have just shown so much, especially Duep on the Mag.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I want to highlight the Vanguards. I have to say, too, gentlemen, that I guess not for you, American Man, I hate you. I would say that it's sad either way. If you look at both these teams, one of them getting eliminated. Like, I kind of like have an attachment to both of them, just like they're so lovable as players and together as one. For me, though, even though I am on American Region Caster and more, I would say probably the Vanguards, I'm definitely going to get the edge over to Jinji. I feel like Duet might be the best mag in this entire tournament. I know, American Man, it's hard for us to say, but you got to agree.
Yeah, I mean, he looks like an American. Realistically, just how he plays, absolutely is that guy. Absolutely, yeah. I mean, duh, it is. He's every American player here. He is one of them, right? Like
he looks American. What does he mean by that?
As well. I mean, we'll probably come for.
Looks American. What does he mean by that?
Might bring him over here. Why not? In the North American region, because it's the best region in the entire world.
Speaking of bringing over players, let's move on to Duelist. I'll be starting with you here. We of course have that incredible Duelist lineup for Swamp Gaming, including Dace, who's been so flexible throughout the region. But bringing over Bobo from China has been such a massive boon for Gen G.
I mean, the only compliment I can give is that Bobo has looked very American. I mean, at the end of the day, he has been, and that's the only compliment I can say. That's the highest praise that anybody could say about realistically any human being, and Bobo has been the most American player this whole tournament.
Land of the Free, break me free from this desk right now, from this man. No, hey, listen, if you look at the Duelist, if you look at
milk out the fridge? What does that even mean?
I mean, Bobo is such an X factor for that team.
Yo, who gave the green light for America Man to come back, bro?
Teams, it would be like a clear, crazy
standout
player. Melophobia is an absolute unit when it comes to clutch factor. I will say hard on the sleeve a bit, right? That's what I want to see change from this team. It's the first land.
I'm back, my bad.
Wait,
what did he say? I didn't hear anything. What did he say?
Into that story.
Speaking about
bro, he called. He was like, "Duop even looks American." He said something.
Having some
Bobo's the most American, America.
Since they were able to push on so far, and it's definitely since then.
Danny might have to ban American Man. No shot.
Yeah, no.
In that flex duelist position, right? Daze has always seemed like he's one hero short of making a massive difference to not be bannable. Coach Fox, smart guy. Love Coach Fox. But this is it. This is where you've got to completely let everything out of the bag, because obviously elimination is here. You did not come all the way to LA to quickly get sent back home.
American Man has just been sent back home, it seems. So we have Dogman returning to the desk. So Dogman, I want to start with you for the strategist. This is where a lot of people bring a lot of attention to Swamp.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the strat department is definitely where I would say they live. And yeah, like you mentioned, yeah, he's out of here. Get that guy in a different place. Not the guy to be around in this matchup, because both Gen G and Swamp are phenomenal. Personally, I had Gen G making it all the way to the grand finals, winning the grand finals. So they were that team that can beat Swamp Gaming, I think. And Swamp, while they did look good, versus other, teams potentially, I think there's a good chance, like you said, the backline dominates.
Would you even say that Swamp Gaming have potentially been looking a little Australian in their
they
play
actually don't have a coach.
Australia has the most underrated players in the entire world, and I think that's shown today. Like, genuinely one of the best regions, just that have been able to compete.
How did a team with no coach have a deeper run than iRemix?
So many Australian talent that have come out.
How did a team with no coach and draft gap iRemix, dude? Oh crap!
Holy shit!
Swamp has been tested. TLC beating them, we know that was probably going to happen, right? It's the same when you lose to Na'Vi. So for me, in my opinion, this is where it's like, okay, Swamp, how do you compete to these other regions? Because if they take
Muzzy, fuck you.
Is going to rise the stocks on Swamp Gaming.
Muzzy.
Then they go against Rad, and I like their odds there too. So Swamp Gaming, this is easily the biggest match.
You mean Muzzy? Welcome to McDonald's. Can I take your order?
Can I take your order?
Will be at least comfortable while doing it, as they
well, it's because they had the mom buff, bro.
On that incredible Razor Iska V2 New Gen is the official chair partner of the Marvel Rivals.
Even the moms come out.
Finals. It is equipped with Razor Hyperflex lumbar support system to keep these pros supported, and the Gen 2 EPU leather with cool touch technology to handle the heat of battle. It is available right now on the Razor
first save thing
right now in front of our eyes.
I mean,
what are they cooking up here?
Right off the rip, getting saved. Love that. That's kind of more of the same that we saw a couple times from yesterday. Just kind of leans to the play style of the team. Bobo, it felt like forever was trying to get
protected
like,
this thing is shit. Wait, pause during the draft?
Passive, that's when I feel like Jinji kind of starts to choke up. And the thing just enables what they love to do.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like you said, I mean, Thing play style right now is very hyper-aggressive, and the best teams do that. The best teams are proactive with their gameplay. That was why some of the teams that have played that kind of those compositions before are out of the tournament now. It's because they're playing the comps that were more traditionally slower, but because of the new team-ups we've had, and because of the enhancement team-ups, it's changed so many different things with the gameplay.
We've also got to address the heretic in the room here. So
Gen
far,
G
Gen G have
versus
not really been able to come to a
SG,
tournament
bro.
with
You
a
got
full roster once they've had Bobo and Salvation on the team. So
fuck.
But Alex, is it thank
I'm not
you.
gonna lie, I
It's doing
favor
a
Gen G based on what I've seen.
Yeah,
but I think
low-key,
it'll be
yeah,
close.
yeah.
Really making
I
sure
favor
that Bobo
Gen
especially
G,
can
but I
play
do think
that
it'll be close.
aggressively.
Yeah, listen, I mean,
Yeah,
great
recency
point
bias,
to
bro,
have
tells me
paid
Gen.
attention. For me, what I want to see as we will continue with the bands.
Like, they were
in a
looking
second, I want to see
clean.
this a one-sided
Yeah,
match.
I just don't know,
Go
like,
into
if
in that
SG
amazing
can, like,
mag that we know, and then start
like,
having that
play
safety net
that
on your backline
comp,
that
the
you know so well.
penny
Valentina, one
comp
of the
and shit.
best
Yeah,
Like
Gen G,
Penny,
like, they got the
Ultron.
penny down.
has to start
Yeah, like, I don't
Ultron,
feel like
Swamp
SG
is
doesn't
never
have
running
everything
that.
down.
Absolutely, you're right, Cozy. I mean, I think when we take a look at this too, it's interesting because we brought back up to the Thing, and also, like you said, Zinstari, you know, known for the Groot, right? And Daze known for the Wolverine as well. So that matchup, how is that going to play out, right? That's going to matter in the long term.
It's all about where you can place down those ironwood walls to try and prevent yourself from getting picked up by the Wolverine. And as Cozy said, we will see that one-sided Magneto and Groot taken away by Gen G. They don't want Swamp to have it, which could leave it one-sided for
Yo, that is
Yeah,
gross.
I
Who
actually
did
like
that?
group ban a lot because you know, we think we're most likely, obviously, the one-sided mag going to be going over Scatter to have that role. So Kraz, what is Kraz now going to lock in? Maybe do we get that Hulk fastball special? You know, they've been teasing that a little bit. That'd be a perfect thing to shut down, and it come
The
out
Venom
at the right
bans.
time. Venom ban at that is going to make it even more lean that direction.
Absolutely. Oh, I've kind of had a weird theory.
Who are they banning out here?
The best teams are the ones that are banning out Vanguards. Currently, I feel like a lot of when I talk to the pro players behind the scenes, it seems like the Vanguard players have a very good read on the meta. Everybody has their own opinions and biases.
Wait,
but
wait.
Hey,
They're
this
going
could
for
be a
their
one-sided
tank.
gambit. This, hold on now, because on Domination we've seen. Okay, I was hoping Gen G, you had me worried there. So for a second, and now Swamp Gaming though, one of their weaknesses is Adam Warlock. Here is what a lot of people might go with. I don't know what they're going to end up rolling with, but either way, that Gambit save was huge.
Dogman, I actually want to bounce off of what you said here about the fact we're seeing more teams ban Vanguards. Vanguards seem like they have been kind of the heroes of this tournament. We've been
is
seeing
Mag
a lot of
Emma
teams
that
go for
bad?
triple strategist comps in the past, but in this competition is one of the first where we've been seeing triple Vanguards without triple strategist to follow it up with just a single duelist to really bounce it outside of Vanguard Deadpool meta. So it's good to see that flexibility come on in, as we will see, while we have had Penny and Ultron sneak through the phase, we will see at least one more removal at the end from the Adam to prevent that hyper revive composition.
Yeah, the Vanguards definitely have been the heroes of the storm of Ignite.
Yep, Adam is gone. That's what I expect. Get rid of the cheese while you can, folks. I've got Swamp Gaming taking this first one.
Who do you have, Dogman?
I have Gen G in 3-0 fashion.
And I have host neutrality, so I'm going to send you over to the casters in order to bring you all the action of this elimination game.
Thank you, guys. And thank you, Mr.
He should have hit the classic I have the fans getting to witness this amazing game of Marvel Rival. It's the instant classic
It is nice
neutral
because we
glitch.
get to get out of our region and see what one of the best of Pacific, the best of Pacific
10,
is going to
9.
be against one of the top contenders to settle some scores.
You're ahead of
To see where
me.
Swamp Gaming
Wait
settles on
for the
international
timer to come back.
scene. And then a
I
best
think
of
you're ahead
five
of me by a
elimination
bit.
game on
Let me see.
T'Challa. Great way to start with a triple Vanguard of all things as well, with the bans that came in from Gen G.
25, 24?
Yeah, you're ahead of me.
Okay.
24, 23, 22,
Okay, we're
21.
good.
Okay, thanks.
And I
W
think
sync,
that's
W.
pretty accurate. This is a team that is so lovable for their story.
But even Swamp Gaming are just a bunch of sweethearts. They just don't have as much pedigree when it comes to playing on the international stage. Gen G last year
Bobo
said
on the
Pierce, and
Widow.
Gen G, the organization, did. But this is where
Crazy
that
Man
cost needs
G
to come back
Emma.
tenfold.
I don't know if I've ever seen that.
Right now, but knows that their strategists
The
are gonna
Loki
lean in
Gambit
behind
given
them.
over.
Swamp Gaming still threatening with this Wolverine. You have to be on your toes when it comes to trying to dodge. As you can see, the Daze went for the Feral Leap on the opposing Thing, but it was not going to get too much because, of course, the Thing
Oh,
is
oh
immovable.
my
Now
God.
Zenstar can cleave through so many of these tightly packed players.
Daze lost
Looking at
Pat.
the compositions, it's just very
Bobo
different
Widow.
in the style of what the duelists want to go for, and
Wait,
Bobo
wait.
trying to
Yeah,
sort
Bobo
of make sure
looking
that he's playing
not
that distance
that-
if he can help it and spread himself up high in the
not that
skies.
great right now.
Stars keeping Daze locked
They're
in.
still
Wants to
winning?
Count up a tree, he's got the high ground, and it's actually Duet that finds the feral hit.
Going to be difficult to dislodge him from this one.
Yeah.
Daze, though, doesn't want to go for the leap. He gets hunted down on the disengage. And Bobo can just play this one safe now. Jiggle peeking the corners, making sure this escape route is going to be revealed. Now Genji can hold close.
And now you've got the Daredevil as well. We can just get all of this information where this fight is going to
he
come
must
from
got
and
hooked.
any other lanes that Swamp Gaming want to try and hit through. They have to change up. Daze switching away from the Wolverine to Daredevil himself means he's going to be a bit behind with ult charge, but not by
Daze
much.
flanking
FMCL
bottom left right now.
He's actually behind 47%.
A little bit
The
behind,
Groot
but there's
team
plenty of
up.
time to try and catch up here.
I like that.
Alex doesn't need to play catch up when it comes to the Gambit ultimate though. Already Valentina ready to go with the first of a Raging Royal Flush. Skills is going to try and answer this one with the Cosmion Amplifier. It's going to amplify Bobo's damage.
Yo,
You
can we
gotta be
see the
careful if you are
Bobo?
going to be blinded here because they will take your head off. Too sweet.
Oh,
Incoming
Duep.
couple of charms, but the shield is enough to
Oh,
prevent the
Duep.
control of Duep.
Oh,
And with a
that's
couple of
major.
charm players here to work with. Melophobia is going to go down. Zen Starry peeled off of the Magneto. It's great defensive play here from Krasmang. That's Swamp Gaming. So really got any
Holy.
progress on the point to speak of. Zen Starry
Oh shit, wait, are the Genji moms in the crowd? We're about to hear like some loud ass shouting in a second.
Scream at the end.
Or did that mom lose her boys from yesterday?
for a victim. Will settle for the Daredevil.
Yeah, it's just Swamp Gaming having now these ultimates to
Wait,
sort of
using
stagger
the-
out,
he's
but
doing the
somehow
demo-
Genji are holding on to this defense, got themselves up to 2/3.
We'll get themselves another battle recall beacon soon as
Maybe
well.
the team up's meta with Emma.
Do you want to try and invest
Yeah,
into this one?
might be.
They've got a lot of pressure towards the point itself, and getting rid of Skittles might be what
Ooh.
seals it.
Ooh, the classic
Time, and
Genji.
FMCL decides not to commit to this
That
one.
is such
I
a
have
classic
enough time
Genji.
if it's going to be a push all the way to the end. But Swamp Gaming, now that they're set up in position, duelists with ultimates, the one thing that you can say about them is like that fight was looking great for them. It forced out a lot of ultimates and it forced out a lot of time. So Genji just holding on to that objective pretty much until the very end. But losing out on the portal for potential overtime could be a big miss for them if it doesn't go well.
It's been a brutal exchange of blows.
Yo, Wizard, what is that hashtag ad ass? Yo, Wizard.
Shield to parry the incoming Garnet Cook and take away a turn.
Yo, Wizard, no one. Yo, remove that. Yo.
Just like the shining star, I think, of Grand Finals, won all of our hearts, and Skittles is going to make sure that hearts stop on the other
Oh
side.
my god,
But a
bro.
copy from
Yo,
Swamp
just
Gaming
forget it,
with
bro.
the
Just
Rocky
delete the.
means It's
Yo.
going to be another royal flush to come through with Valkyries on the horizon.
Valentina, a goddess of mischief. Skittles, Cosmic Yarn Amplifier is not enough to stop this one. It would
Okay.
appear that Genji have decided to call this one curtains. As it's going to
Yo,
be
what the AI was
It's kinda
that?
Like the ultimate economy works so well for this one. They're very disciplined. They have plenty to work with. It was only really just that dedication of the royal flush to go for that fight that ended up working well for them. The Skittles actually switching away from the Rocket to go for Invis, feeling like maybe they could pull Daze out of position, but that swap over to Daredevil has done a lot.
Yo,
for
now
them in the
I'm
end.
really not gonna beat the ad allegations, bro.
Constantly threading that backline. You can see for Skittles on the Invisible Woman is going to potentially be able to push this one away. Extra damage, extra movement
my-
speed. Daze
We almost
can't
killed
get
Gambit.
through the barrier that's been erected by the Gambit, though. Melophobia has no such
Bro, that
issue.
was like a
The
Nick
bullets are
A30
rather
ass
thin,
command.
Flesh and bone alike from Genji and keep them at the gates.
What
And that
the
was the trade out
fuck?
as well with a royal flush from Alex. Nobody really seemed to go low HP. It was just Melophobia that found that one pick, but they stalled it all the way to 90% for Swamp. So
Hey,
it's go
Daze
time
flanking
for Genji
again.
without that ball.
MCL noted on the other side. Anyone who gets charged over their head's going to be taken off here by the
shit.
Assassin's Precision. But Bobo is leading
Oh,
towards over
what?
here.
Wait, that
Forky
was
Dog
insane
found
to get
in the
4K
back.
right.
Well, everyone was thinking elsewhere. Low on the HP. Matthew
Bro.
Murdoch has to try and dodge away.
Bro,
Bobo
this is-
showing this consistent sleep paralysis demon.
Oh,
and there's
oh,
no
shit
one
on
there
that.
to help them. Daze finds the 1v1 in the back, shutting down the Assassin's focus. And Zen Starry isn't reason upon here. Placed down on the floor. Duep never stood a chance. Carbon crushed and crushed by
Holy.
metal. Swamp Gaming win out.
Bro,
their first
Bobo's
round
not
of
doing
domination.
enough.
Better late than never for Swamp. It's a bit of a slow start. But
I
they're
swear if
still
that Sparker on the
interested.
Widow,
It's like their
it's
third
wraps.
series on LAN in this kind of performance. But they're at least able to get things going. And as soon as they had control of the point, they looked a lot more comfortable in the end for Genji. So it puts a lot more onus and focus on how
Yo,
these
Bobo
first
can
fights
be
are
doing a
gonna
little
go.
more,
This
in my
time, however,
opinion.
Ultimates are going to be available.
Think so?
The one thing you saw Bobo there just sort of
Yeah, I'm
get
not
caught
seeing
up
like
in
enough
is
value with these ults. Like if it's that Sparker there, no? I mean, that Sparker, like.
Alex is doing a tremendous job of being a substitute. It was Bobo and Salvation, the two Chinese players that kind of not so much did their own thing, but looked after each other. So if there's a lack of peel
whoa,
going in
whoa,
for
whoa,
Bobo,
whoa,
it's
whoa,
always
whoa,
maybe
whoa.
that assumption.
The controller disconnected.
Everyone doing it, but obviously he's filling in for that slot.
I
It's
know
just that
Duep
missing
got
piece of
the
Genji
summer
that
skin
could
on,
be
bro,
the
but come
difference
on.
maker when you have
Lock
one of
in.
the better melee players that is
Yo,
looking to
wait.
go in and actually
Yo,
fight.
F?
Otherwise, Melophobia's kind of held down the fort when it comes to the duelists, and the Vanguard line that's had the majority of them banned out in the end, surviving and keeping their heads above water.
FMCL potentially moving over to a group here was having a lot of trouble finding entry onto that backline on the Daredevil. And admittedly, maybe thinking that Bobo needs a touch more peel, or like a little bit more biomass between Matthew Murdoch and himself, because we saw Bobo, during their ultimate, assaulted pretty handedly by Daze with no real help coming their way.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. He just needs a little bit more help coming in, but like if the focus is coming in from like FMCL to make sure that Melophobia or the backline of Valentina and Forky Dog that have only been eliminated once between them, they have to feel a little bit more threatened because it is Gambit Loki. There is a good chance to dive to Loki, as we've seen from like previous games, but it's going to be just a brief pause in the end, which seems to be like the modus operandus, I suppose, for like Swamp Gaming. At the very least, like,
Fuck, bro, this is a good time to refill my water and get a bar.
Just making sure that they can come in, but hopefully the
Chocolate chunk, healthy bar.
have to continue on.
Well, Aurora's
Or
ready
brownie
to,
fudge.
answer the call of podcast when the beacons are lit.
So we got Mr. Fantastic in goal. That's what we decided. We're not going to go there again.
Oh, I'm wondering here if Duop was just on the the Doctor Strange here for the teleport back towards the end.
Yeah.
Or if they're going to try and commit to this. I imagine it's not really going to be a commit, given that Krasmang has been doing absolute bits thus far on the Emma. We did see an interesting combo as well from Krasmang and Scatter, where they went for that Carbon Crush just to lay someone down on the ground, crushed by Carbon, then crushed by Iron. It's a great 1-2 punch.
Yeah, it's just make sure that there's no peel, I suppose, in the end. And you know that that same level of peel isn't going to be available on the other side because, as a reminder, you can sort of look at the likes of Magneto being one-sided for Swamp Gaming. They've also taken out the Loki, which wasn't traded for Gen G. Mantis banned on both sides because Mantis has been the first ban for both teams in every single series so far. For multiple reasons, I feel like. Team-ups, for sure, but she's just as strong as she was before, even with the changes to...
Yo, what is wrong with all these Razor tech issues?
Certainly doing a lot. As we saw the scene with some of the like the Storm play, like the Soul Bond combination, like speed boost plays that we're seeing from some corners of the meta. There's still just one map to be played as the clock is now ticking again. And Genji
17, 16,
15, yeah.
Another episode of NA versus EMEA. The Pacific can be involved in this discussion.
Question is, Swamp
Oh, they adjusted, bro. They're listening to Coach Moxy, bro.
Well-deserved perch.
Well, what do I even say? Bobo swap?
Bobo should swap shit.
The bubbles. Meanwhile, Duop is actually going to go for this early mugging.
Oh, I like this, I like this.
Find the right kind of target.
Oh, I like that.
Oh my god.
Yep. The slowest of the bunch.
They actually fell
can't move
asleep.
so fast unless he's got his metal skates on. Valentina being rounded upon here, already having to use the regeneration domain. Forky Dog pulled in as well. Sonic Vortexes are just elucidated.
Oh wait, they're TPing back?
Is beginning a counter-strike here. Swamp Gaming do not want to give up first control
I mean,
despite their disadvantage in
Valentina's still alive.
They really don't want to give it up because there's free
She's a copy. Oh, can they dodge?
Because everything concrete is going to come down.
Oh, no! No! Kill!
Vanguard in the game, baby! FMCL on the other side, ready to go for with some manner of control. They do have access to the Strangling Prison, but decide not to use it right there.
I appreciate Valentina being like, oh, whoops.
Never mind.
Might as well yeet brought herself into the fray.
When in Wakanda.
It was a good stun, and Genji certainly weren't expected it, but neither was anybody else on the server, including Swamp Gaming.
Well, what do you mean they were strange? Since when?
But now it's Genji taking the point first again, and they have now got the bodies on it to hold, as well as a Strangler Prison. It might be great against this push-in, as it's going to be the Royal Flush.
I think Valentino was trying to copy Forky through the teleporter, but like maybe way too buggy.
Yo, get on that.
And he used ult.
CC immunity off the back of the Kraken impact, and they're just going to keep going and going down into the hole potentially.
Wait, he doesn't die? Wait, what?
Oh
Oh my god, and he has diamond.
How?
Hold on to this point as well. Krasmag's found the offer angle, and they've managed to grab a bunch of squishies.
Yeah,
The
that's a
mind
big
control
asshole.
is there. Just look into Krasmag's eyes. Don't worry about the days that's on the other side.
Nobody else that can hold on and touch it, but Swamp Gaming managed to get through these bouncers on the objective, and now it's getting those bodies back on. Is there going to be any adjustments here? So Strangler Prison was used from FMCL. Do they want to go back to 2-2-2? Or they just want to get those bodies in because of the Royal Flush? You're catapulting these beefy hitters along with an Apex Predator.
Wait, I
You're
just realized
sending the
FMCL is on
Goon
group.
Squad after Swamp Gaming.
The old classic style of Goon. The good Goon.
The good Goon.
My FMCL on Groot.
Yeah.
Alex
What?
opens up, Raging Royal
He did
Flush.
this in OCE a lot, like
Will
he
they go
like
for solo
perma-playing
here? Is the
triple tank.
bravery there? No, instead just going to pop their corners to try and go
Yeah, but I
away
feel like into
and
like
find themselves a better angle later on. Melophobia's already falling on down though, so today's going to be the only
The
DPS
wolf
to
is not
speak
it.
of here. Surrounded, Krasmag just
good ball.
tiptoes. It's a little pirouette on top of the wall that the Groot left behind, but it's not going to allow them to stick around for long as Gen G are back
Should
in
have left
control.
that up.
I think we're really
Yeah.
starting to see,
So that he
like,
could
you know,
farm.
Emma Frost is very
wanna
much back. Some of
maybe
these
needed
ultimates that we've
passive
seen start
stacks?
production across this
Yeah,
tournament
maybe.
have found so much value. It's so cheap as an ultimate to use, and there's never really a bad case scenario in order to bring it out. Swamp Gaming do have plenty to try to work with, but
Valentina.
it's about setting up Daze, who is
Mag copy
really
this time?
wanting to
Hold.
make this Wolverine work. He has the last stand and plenty of targets to pull out of position.
We know that he loves to use his Feral Leap to go in towards the back and then last stand everybody
Whoa,
forward.
whoa, whoa,
Valentina
whoa, whoa.
Oh my
making
god, bro,
this time
what
to
the
have
fuck?
gap
We gotta be
in
careful, we
hand
gotta be careful.
and ready to propel the team with the Raging Royal Flush. But Gen G,
Good
they've
kite
already
by Gen
given
G.
up some space. They've complied in advance.
It is all on the
Daze
point,
looks
while the
towards
backline
back.
stays
There's
back.
the Raging
Yep.
Royal Flush. Can you drag the Invisible Woman from her armored carapace? But no, Daze just going to play it slowly now. Gen G are within one fight of
Forky
winning
has
this. There's
ult
the
now.
second
Gen
Raging
G
Royal
should
Flush.
lose.
Daze gets put down on the ground, but they've got plenty of healing behind them, and Melophobia's joining the Symphony as well.
They lost
It's call
and they
response,
committed so many
and the
ults.
response sure is bloody. Yet another for Melophobia. New phobia
bad.
unlocked.
Yeah, it was the Glartrox thrown out for Bobo, but
Honestly,
that
might
was
have been
all
better
that was
for them
really
to just
time
take the
for
loss
this.
there, I feel
The
like,
clobbering
instead of
time
committing
got
all those
ended up
ults.
being used from Zenstarry. It was not enough actually to stop Swamp Gaming, just absolutely sending the Swamp straight to Gen G. It's getting a bit more hot and humid on the server as the point is flipped over, but Gen G, 99%, just build up those ults.
Control immunity for many.
Oh,
Daze
Daze,
goes towards
Daze,
the back.
Daze!
Oh
my.
Strategist, you don't got a strategy for that one, do you? As Daze punches you in the face.
It's the typewriter effect of Daze, just getting the last stand, pulling everybody
shit.
across, shifting it. And it's an absolute jackpot in the end.
Guys
there
getting
for
yelled out by their moms
Swamp
on
Gaming.
stage.
Yeah, Gen G now just have to waste a bit more time. And at least
TP.
going to have the portal, but they're dedicating it early. They're not
Bro,
it's
do you
not
think they
overtime
needed
play.
the
They're just
TP
gonna
here?
try to get out of the way of
Not
Swamp Gaming
sure.
that are blocking off this hallway.
All in for zone control.
FMCL
Melophobia
Bruno.
around the outside. What a pull on to Bobo
Oh,
into the
Bobo
midst of
down.
the enemy.
Bro,
There was nowhere
Mello.
safe to disengage to. And now
Mello with the
Scalagangi
hook.
can play so confidently, knowing they're not going up against an Elsa. Even more anti-heal. Perfect play coming through from Forky Dog. You want the thing,
Oh,
you get
the
the
whole
thing.
one,
Instead,
the
you
whole-
to groups. Put it down on
Name-
his
he
head, but
bubbled
there's
it.
still so much HP to try and work through
FMCL
here.
has
And
ult.
Genji are in control. What was game there? Was it blocked off
did?
by the shields? FMCL is
They
dragged
lost.
over. Look
They
what
actually
you
lost.
have brought
They
upon
don't have TP.
yourselves. And Daze just
Swamp
makes it
one
so
up.
difficult to survive. Adamantine claws carve on through, and Alex falls back as well.
But in the chaos of the fight with Gen G when they went for the portal, they did actually
Wait,
flip
do up
the
with the
ability.
rollout?
Swamp Gaming need to get
Do
it
up
to
spike.
99%,
Do up with the
but there's not
rollout.
gonna be much to try to stall it. It has to be Zen
Zen.
and the Venom to hit.
Balls and Starry looking to make
Yes,
the
it-
landing. Instantly going to be potentially controlled
And
here
he
by
dodges the mind
Emma
control, dirty.
Frost. Takes to the sky with a symbolic
Wow.
resilience.
And he swings-
Continues
oh
to go,
my.
Wait, this guy's
slowly
moving.
disappearing.
He's
and
alive.
Drop has pulled one down
Oh
into
my-
the
oh
grounds
my-
below. There's no friendly neighborhood for you here, Duep, and there's no chance for contesting. Swamp Gaming have out-humidified Gen G.
And seeing what the Pacific Best can do here is domination. I mean, I don't know if it's a bit of an anomaly. I'll have to check with Dan Gaskin, but from the stats, I have one game. One game from Gen G playing on this map, and it's a win against Reject, which was this event. So I don't know what's exactly been happening over in Pacific, whether we've seen the likes of
Bro, I feel like
Gen G
I feel like the triple wasn't that bad, but like
domination is
into
pretty
Wolf
good
is
going, all things
I don't
case
know.
scenario for Swamp
But like
Gaming.
Mello
They basically
hard
beat
carried with
everybody
those hooks.
Except for that team that they lost to earlier today with Team Liquid Citadel. That's the one
Valentina
area of
copied
domination,
Strange and
but
they
everybody's
still
losing
win.
to them.
So does that mean
This
it was on
Melophobia
purpose?
were the MVP, and I think well deserved with like some of the hooks, the picks, even you could say that like Dave's was trying to find his footing, playing the Wolverine to the Daredevil on that first point. Wolverine looked a lot more solid, but it was just Melophobia just controlling where those fights were happening. And Genji, even with like more bodies on the point, immovable objects had to be shuffled a little bit more from what we just saw from Swamp Gaming.
This is one of the advantages of having an old head team, right? Like Krasmang and Scattergenki have been playing together, well, since the times of Jesus. And it means that they can play this very old style of Vanguard line. The Mag and the Emma together, when so many of the more like nouveau tank de jour of the Vanguards have been banned away.
Well, also, it's just like some of the scary ones, like Venom for no dive, as C in the top right, stuff like Thing, Groot, but you're leaving the Vanguard line that we just saw pretty much in every single map and series from Rad and VP, so it's still good. It might even be like one of the best in slots. Stuff like the Thing works in these kind of scenarios. They're trying to basically use the one-sided, like all the Vanguards that they had, even putting 3 on the server at once. But it just didn't.
All right, guys, be right back.
Enough in the end. So
Be right back. Getting a refill.
Strategy, not looking good.
And I'm not talking about soda, guys. I'm refilling my water.
Whether it's Convoy or Convergence, it's their choice. And just sort of like either iterate on it, make it better, or just go back to what was working.
We definitely saw some interesting strats come out from Genji here. The question is if Swamp Gaming feel the need to over-adapt towards them when it would appear that their neutral gameplay with the old tried and tested has served them very well. Admittedly, the Thing and Groot are going to be particularly invaluable against the amount of displacement options the duelists are using on the side of Swamp Gaming, where they're playing both the Wolverine and the Barnacook of the Bucky.
I want to look a little bit at what Genji are potentially going to be picking up this event. It has been a lot of Central Park, which is like a map that we've seen a little bit of from Swamp, but not too much. It's only like 2 wins that they managed to get, and it is going to be Central Park, actually, that is going to be the choice from them. So that's actually an undefeated map for Genji. Bit of a last bastion in the end, but it means that, you know, potentially we go to like a convoy choice of Swamp Gaming if they do end up dropping the map. And I want to see like this be just a close series similar to the one that we just saw from Rad, because you do want to see a little bit more from the Asia region. It's not just a case of like China picking up a series or whatever. Now it is just like Pacific, generally speaking. Genji need to sort of like lead the line with that, because you mentioned the front line, the Vanguards of Swamp Gaming, been together a while. It's the exact same for Genji. They've been playing together a good portion, even with Bobo and Salvation coming from Nova, from China. That's a year ago now.
Yeah, that's true. Admittedly, their scouting in the home region might not be the most, might not have the most options, but who needs them when you are the best team in your region by a considerable margin? Oh, is that the Mandy Celestine cosplay? Very nice.
I missed it. I was looking at my stats.
Oh,
Bring them back up.
You're such a nerd. Bring the cosplayers back, Jarvis. My boy here was busy nerding out. He was looking at numbers. Lord forgive him, for he has mathed.
I was just seeing a lot of green on the sub Genji when it comes to this map, including a win over 100 Thieves yesterday, which, you know, went the distance. So those kind of moments are going to work nicely, but have a chance to reconvene, see if they can make things worse. And it's a win over TSM and Lunex on the side of Swamp Gaming in both the Stage 1 playoffs and then the preseason playoffs. So it's intermittent, I'd say, on the side of Swamp Gaming. But you'll look at the results. If you're expecting to win that first map, this is where you expect to go again after this with the choice of Genji.
All right, as we head into our bans, you can never guess what was banned first.
It's Mr. Fantastic.
Yep,
finally
Mr. Fantastic off the table. Now who's going to be in goal? Mantis is going to be taken away. And it would look like there's going to be a pivot towards that first protect on Magneto now from Genji. The gambit that they made, the first protect on Thing, was certainly a unique approach to bans over on Domination, but it didn't pay dividends, and so Genji are going to be forced to pivot.
I mean, I feel like on the subject of football, it does feel like it is bringing on Big Dumper. Just like, you know, it's just bring on the defenders, hold down the fort. And then I think I'd be making that kind of like joke on a broadcast like this, but it is the same sort of premise. Magneto is going to be that main protect. It doesn't mean that Gambit is looming across, so both teams are going to be happy to potentially pick it, but also Loki does climb up the rankings when a payload map starts to come into the fray. Most certainly, when you let Gambit and Loki be available on the side of Genji, it meant the Folky Dog and Valentina's job was very, very easy.
Yeah, for Swamp Gaming, they're one of the teams that is particularly adept when it comes to both the Loki and the Gambit, because, well, both Valentina and Folky Dog are fantastic at Gambit, and Valentina's got a nasty Lady Loki in her arsenal as well.
I mean, we saw a little bit from Swamp Gaming against OUG yesterday, like just kind of happy to have these like drafts be completely identical, right?
Yep.
And I mean, that was the one thing, as I mentioned with like VP, of like they were very good when it was a mirrored ban, and obviously that was completely broken by Rad, who just sat and chilling waiting to see who their opponent is going to be at this rate. So it is going to be pretty much identical across the lines here. We're hearing some more of the lock-ins, which I can tell you one of them is going to be Gambit on the side of Swamp Gaming. They're going to be defending first. And I see the hover over Invis. You guys don't get to see it, but there's still a little bit more of a look of both teams now just taking out as many strategists instead of that Vanguard approach for Gen G.
Question is, are we going to protect the Gambit here? Or are they going to go down the Virtus Pro? They're going potentially down the Virtus Pro route. They were hovering the Invis. Now
They did this last time,
the
though.
Rocket. They've got 13 seconds.
The thing is that nobody else could see this other than us, so they're only just trying us to. But they have actually gone and protected Invis.
Oh, they've done a Virtus Pro.
What does that mean?
Well, this is what Virtus Pro did on Spider Islands against Rad, allowing the Gambit to make it all the way through. And now one-sided Gambit's on the other side. It did not go well for Virtus Pro.
It did not. That's the only difference, though. And I mean, it was a little bit like somebody else did this. Like, yeah, we're happy to actually just make this a one-sided Invis. It might have even been like Gen G in some of these cases. Certainly like one of the Pacific region teams have just like, we don't really care about it, and it's like fair. When you're at this stage, play to your strengths, but you know that there's no Loki either, so it doesn't mean that you're just going to have those ultimates to consistently fight with. But I want to see exactly what the composition is going to be from Gen G, whether we are going to see some triple strategists, 2-2-2. Right now it's a bit more like Gen G, you've got some ideas, you've shown this map and it's gone pretty well, but Swamp was certainly watching in the wings. You might have even scrimmed each other because you're on like different parts of the bracket to an extent. But yeah, it's a little bit nerve-wracking for Gen G, but this is where you sort of make the big bucks.
I'm back.
Oh, I'm back.
It's
I'm back.
time
Back.
to put
Oh.
it on the line here. Neither of these teams will be able to have a second chance. Survival
still be
in
synced,
the
I think.
mid-season finals on the line, and the Americas are looking bloody powerful
18,
right
17,
now, Ryan.
16?
Not
Yes,
too,
sir.
Not
Yes,
too
sir.
much to our dismay, I don't think. But I think it's also the side of it is like for Swamp Gaming, I do want to see them put under some pressure. It was very easy win over OUG. It was very easy win for Team Liquid Citadel earlier on. So I want to see them just pushed a little bit more. And Gen G on this map, it's undefeated 6-0. This is the place to do it.
Okay, question is Bobo cooking here with unlimited ammo? The ammo overload is going to be enhanced by Skittles to allow for higher rate of fire and a bottomless magazine.
Venom
Might
on
be also just
defense?
an element of, like,
In
Alex
this
coming
map?
as a substitute. He has had the experience of Team Heretic to sort of play in the sort of like main Loki. Okay, never mind. Melophobia goes down. This is a good opportunity to push in, but the dive has come in for a counter
Oh.
for Swamp, which means that Daze goes down.
Max
Melophobia
D
must have
value.
taken such a wide swing because
Oh
Bobo didn't
my
even use the
God.
unlimited ammo to get that pick to open up. They could just go in with the Deliverance shotgun so quickly. Melophobia is going to be portaling back here, and Gen G mercifully haven't got any
gotta hold it.
progress on the point yet.
Might not even be able to get a third before
the
it's
Wolves are trying to
contested.
camp.
Melophobia went down so early. It's like, I know exactly what I need to do. And because the switch over to the things happened to Presman, you're able to actually get those bodies in. Valentina's there to jump into the fray, so Gen G have to do it all again.
Mystical
Oh my God.
angle found.
Okay.
Giving him
Holy
plenty of
final
HP to work
boss
with.
here.
Bash through the midst of their team will heal everybody up as Enstar is coming awfully close towards that Groot ultimate.
healing.
A strangling prison could try and tie a noose
Daze
around
down.
Tom's neck here, and with Daze down as well, you can be all the more
85.
aggressive as a Groot. Cut off from
The
heals.
wall.
You see Valentina and Forky Dog desperately trying to burrow
The
their
wall,
way
Val.
through the wood walls are placed in their path. Gen G.
Groot's doing
Let's
too
have a quick
much.
Listen in to see how
Yeah,
they're
that
celebrating that
was
point count with
hard
Razor.
carry by Zen right there.
You should go outside. Can you go outside? Or use your ult first, Bobo? Up to you. Yeah, outside. Just go outside and Harm, you can swap out there, I think. We play left side in the house.
Skittles calls the shots.
I'm just gonna rock it over here. I'm moving res, I'm moving res. Left side in the house.
We find out who the mastermind is.
Just push card, just move card. When they touch, I will use. They close gambit. They won't have it yet though. I'm using Timo, I'm using Timo. Venom behind, Venom. Walk it. We can win. Walk forward. Bow one. No. Nice ult. Alright, they're gonna gambit all out.
Wow.
You can almost make a mixtape.
Skittles calling everything.
Yeah, legit.
Make an amazing trance music, but this is also for Gen G.
Is that the
It's been
requirement for
amazing
playing
run as
Rocket?
That payload has started shifting across. So Zenstari with the Strangling Prison, Bobo just under a good amount of onslaught from this dive from Prasman, but it's not quite worked for Swamp Gaming. They're pushing
Everyone else dead quiet.
Although we can't hear Skittles calling it, we'll certainly hear Skittles' mum in the crowd soon if we get yet another successful push here. FMCL already forcing Daze.
Skittles the mastermind behind Gen G.
That's going to complicate matters. Is not going to be receiving Valentina's ultimate, and
Big counter on the Gambit.
Oh!
This, a last stand into the midst of Swamp Gaming, and
Alpha.
Genji have finally found my tempo.
They finally found some Chungus life from FMCL to go and fight this one a little bit more. So Bobo, he doesn't even need to use that
Some
Apex
Chungus
Predator.
life, I like that.
Everything set up from him from that last stand. All of Swamp Gaming pulled out of position to make it a nice shooting range. And I don't think Bobo's been eliminated once. He's absolutely cruising on this attack as Elsa. 14-0.
I go look towards Krasbang and Melophobia here for a big combo. Feast of the Abyss often gets people down into a culling or a range for an execution and a reset. But also, you got to worry about that big drop down to the left-hand side. Someone could be dunked into there rather readily by FMCL. Oh, good by Alex.
At least Alex goes down, so this is a good chance for Swamp Gaming to try and go in for the attack, but it's a Vera back. So it's an intermittent strategist that are gonna come
Juke,
back as well
bad.
and dedicate more.
Yeah, and second that Meteor Ram is over, Bobo is under assault from the Devil being let out, and it seems one by one, Genji will fall inside the castle.
All right, they stopped the lead.
Fighting in the end. Swamp Gaming still have a lot to work with, and it was one of the highlights from them over and for them to challenge just the ult economy. Being a little bit more reserved, not over-dedicating, and it's great there for a fight win, and you have so much like backed up now. Genji sort of losing the objective in a rough position, but having 4 minutes on the clock, they have plenty of chances and opportunities.
Whoa.
Like they did against the 100 Thieves.
And Starry just rescue themselves here with the Ironwood wall. Walls broken down by the frenzied arrival.
Oh.
Of
The
Venom.
bubble grip.
And Starry just taking
Wait a minute.
saved.
Wait a minute.
Cosmic Yarn Amplifier and the Groot
They
ultimate
turn
as
it.
well.
Oh, they got
That is max value.
It's not good news, Doctor.
I mean, Duep, it just
Mellow
feels
whiffed
like
the ult,
every
scattered,
30
couldn't kill anything.
Scattered,
he has
didn't kill
everyone's
it.
been a final hit. He's been absolutely connecting with these shots from Magneto. It shows why he's so good in this meta. He's got some of the setup and even the damage boost coming in from Alex on the invis. And no wonder he's just pushing.
We gotta ban this Duep, guys. Magneto.
That pretty much the king of the X-Men himself seems to be taking.
Melophobia does a good job buying all of that space. You can see the anti-heal onto Duep, and there is just no triage to try and deal with it. A deep dive coming through from Krasmang and the Days, but can they find the value here? Phoenix team up, allows for Krasmang to cleave through multiple players as they set up for yet another frenzied arrival.
Invisible boundary for Alex. When that dive comes in, it might be just making Krasmang's life a little bit harder to actually go for those moves. But Days on the flank, taken out from FMCL.
Bro, FMCL's diffing Days.
And a feast of the Abyss, having to deal with the shield in the back. Already has gotten rid of the invisible boundary, and so Swamp Gaming, they can just disengage.
Invis for Gam.
Perfect, yeah, Feast of the Abyss forces that invisible boundary off of the objective itself, but it's still moving uncontested.
One fight.
Swamp.
A big pull on
Mellow.
Nah, Mellow.
Mellow is actually carrying.
Has been popped now, and FMCL can be a lot more cowed into submission towards the back. Krasmang's aim is certainly being rewarded by the quick flow.
Bobo dies because both healers are busy with Venom.
Safe for a moment longer. The aim is solid. Skittles
Oh my God.
weaving the energy of the mother is flowing through
Oh,
him right
stuck.
now. And where can Krasmang go? The door's blocked off. The door's stuck, Ryan.
It just felt like it was a trap set up perfectly from him. You've got the peel
With Days on the left.
from the super sub of
Oh,
my! Has been sent down from Logan himself, but the rear back brings him straight back up.
Unbelievable clutch.
But he's back though, he's back.
Needs to shut this one down here and now. FMCL just about survives by the skin of their teeth or by the hair.
Genji gotta go. They're up 2. Oh, dude, I think Duop needs ult.
Bobo off the map.
Into the hole you go, but Bobo's been unable to dunk away Magneto.
Yeah.
Has to hit the ground
There he
once
is.
again, and Bobo's found himself a brand new angle to try and play with
Everyone
these.
brick.
Found
Everyone
anything
brick.
off the last stand to a grabbed
Good
in,
cleanse.
but
Alex
cleanse
is about to get
solid.
up.
Valentina's quick on the sticks when it comes to a
Everyone
drawing
missed
of the
their-
cards, and it's a reshuffling of the fight.
It's 3 minutes already burnt off from this
it's a crazy
defense of
movement, right?
Swamp, and Alex has built up another invisible boundary, so Krasmang wants to try and bait it out, but here it's all on the point. It's all to fight for.
They have to touch in the invisible.
Again, Krasmang goes around the back to use their biomass to try and hold this in place. 1 minute, 1 meter.
Bobo down, bro. Bobo too deep.
Falling down to the
Valentina. 5.
Straight away by Rocket Raccoon. The walls
Mellow
are
1.
on out, and there are the thorn lashes to try and carve through them. Krasmang's down as well, floating away in a bubble.
And still winnable for Genji.
44 seconds remaining. Genji have reset the fight.
They gotta go
Still
fast.
scrappy, it's still going on. It's just
Get us, buddy, get us.
one long battle between these squads. No ultimates to rely on just yet, but Melophobia with an Apex Predator. He's setting the sights. He's finding FMCL, who is just surviving consistently.
Crazy Mang.
The CC means nothing to him.
Has to be done here and now because we got amplifiers here.
Oh!
Oh! They're gonna call it back, but Days of Valentina already gone. What can Cressman
Alex dead, but Rez maybe.
That's it. That's it. That's it.
Classic.
In the water, and the Sharks begin to
Oh my,
circle, taken from midair like an orca in their prime. Gen.G finish their run.
And Swamp Gaming were
This
just
game was
left a
close
little
as
bit
fuck.
sloppy, I think, on the first and second defense. It was all Gen.G, but 4 minutes spot on. It's 12 seconds that are left in the bank. So there's still signs of life in the end for Swamp Gaming, who have not lost on this map all year, but just haven't played it as much as the likes of Gen.G. Different kettle of fish,
Fox thought
and it's
someone
now
just
since
scored
they're
a
in
three,
Skittles
or
that haven't been eliminated.
an NBA
That's continued
going
on. But even then, it felt like maybe those like half a dozen eliminations that went against Gen.G were well after the second point. Duep, yeah, I was right. 10 final hits out of the 16 eliminations that he got, just constantly connecting with the left clicks and the right clicks.
Someone get Cozy a lasso. We need it.
Or should we first ban Mag?
During this run. Swamp Gaming.
Oh no, you can't. Never mind.
Yeah, I'm wondering when is someone gonna swap the first ban? Like if it'll ever happen this tournament. I think my chat said it's 100% Mantis so far.
Yeah, it is. It is. It is.
Yeah, like no one has banned anything else. Is it ever gonna happen? You think or no?
Dude,
Only that era
nah.
before just copying over.
Bro, the mag save first is actually too OP.
On the first map of domination.
Yeah.
But that's
It's a
one of the
max
things
value.
like, you forget the Swamp Gaming still Green's playing on stage. You've got like a new setup.
That
You
ult, the
obviously
ult
can
is so
change the
versatile.
sensitivity of who you're like connecting onto. That could easily be a
You
setting.
can
that's,
use
like,
it. You can
missed
just
when
use
you're,
it
like,
if you don't have
setting up
support
on
ult to
stage. So it
sustain,
could be just
and
those
you get to
kind of
pick
small
what it is.
moments,
Like max.
teething issues as you get used to playing in this
Insane.
position. But you're already thrown up against like the kings of Pacific, a Gen.G. And this is one of their main castles to bastion and defend on.
One of the controlling factors, the Barnet cooked by Melophobia, has been
What is that like spray? What? Yo, what did they make on the ground? Like a run?
In the preseason during the Elsa meta, one of the best in the world.
Days is still wanting to not even go for the head-to-head with a Daredevil, who's very good on this section of the map to go for the flanks, use the sort of little bit of high-end terrain to
That's tough.
rain havoc on the backline of Gen.G. Certainly when it's a bit more intermittent with Alex coming in instead of Salvation, means that there might be some gaps to exploit if it isn't for FMCL, just keeping it in check.
Deja's been doing a good job here of being threatening on the Wolverine, making it untenable for Magneto to move into this zone and control it. Days falling low has already lost out of the regenerative healing factor.
Oh,
it would seem that FMCL has been rescued from the feral leech.
right click right there.
On the hunt, turns it
Oh.
around. The monster piercer
Red
accuracy
beacon
is
now.
absolutely disgusting, rancid stuff.
But a beer back means that FMCL should be back in fray, but everybody
Daddy
else
give
from
the whole
Gen.G is
map.
forced off at the point. Third has
They're
been
shoved
captured
in.
At the very least, and something from Gen.G needs to start pushing out.
His
Is it
four
for all
ults
these
are
group
dead.
goals from Krasman?
Yeah, but Krasman really sealing away this team. Gen.G needs to try and break out of their
Zen's
zone.
already
Having
making
used
a
that
hella
defensive
room right
bubble
there.
here.
Holy shit,
They
that was
are
nice.
allowing
By the
Valentina for time to build up.
this thing is not.
So very close, but the Yan Amplify is going to be used first. You're not going to combine them. That might be able to just actually bank up the Gambit.
Oh, I think we give.
Oh.
Oh.
Goes down and it has to be the Yan Amplify
Oh, that's
Oh,
dead.
bro, it's
oh
yeah,
my,
yeah,
that's dead
Krasman
before the
looking for
voice
some
line then.
victims, doesn't want to see this one finished already. Invisible boundaries brought on up. Two players are stunned by the clobbering
Bell,
time, but
Bell,
there's plenty of extras
Oh,
off the
does he-
side. Melophobia! Unbelievable stuff on the back of the Apex Predator, and ain't no one touching this point.
Now they don't have
Bro,
CP
after
to
that
fight
mag
with.
died, I feel like going in with the rocket ult's too hard.
Yeah.
Like, where do you even place it so they don't shoot it immediately?
But you forced out the ultimates. You don't have to
Yeah,
worry
that
about
point is
Gambit
hard.
on the other side, and because the portal play was used, you don't get that Alcancia play where you can actually go and contest this one very early on because you tried to contest it on the objective. So Swamp Gaming have a lot of freedom to set up, and most certainly Deus is looking to leap in.
Gengi wants this poke spot and still has their cast of the sword. Oh, look, he's baiting. The second someone would pop up there, it would have been Days on the other side. Days taken so much damage, has to move in the other side. Valentina was grabbed by FMCL. That's a big pull from the jackpot.
Beer back means that you've got one, but Bobo's already taken out another, so this fight is actually going pretty well for Gen.G. The position is solid, the payload has stopped and held onto the defense, and Swamp Gaming need to be careful that they don't get spawn held here, but Gen.G are giving a lot of respect, mostly allowing FMCL to find another target.
Don't want to be stuck in the flag.
Guy was on there.
Draw on the shield there from Scattergengi, but that means that there's one less resource to try and work with on the disengage. FMCL just claws out, moving forward, almost has the last stand. Could bring everyone in.
Are they gonna mark this ever? Wait, there's no way he just keeps flanking over and over again. Like,
but you know what? Duop's just having to try and take that one in midair. Knockback after knockback, control of the group. They're plant benders out there.
there's no way this guy does this again.
Eye to eye with a Magneto with a Meteor M in hand and somehow winning.
I want you to hit me.
Yeah, it's a bring it on. Jeff, help me, please.
He's the mag on the right.
They're going wide. They're going wide.
The switch
Yeah.
over to Wolverine has done a lot for just the sustain and
Oh,
obviously.
man. Oh, my God.
Well, not
Oh,
yet.
my
gap,
dip.
gap,
Gap.
But FMCL is just
No.
enhanced with the way that he's playing.
I'm a second with Days is taken away. This means a lot of room for Duop to work and start building up towards that.
Mods, how are we not changing the title mods?
Bro, wait, are these on up?
Thinks it's winnable, and so out comes the boosted Meteor M. Alex surely can't survive this one. They've been tracked down. And there's going to be Bobo crushed under the magnetic mastery of the magnetic mutant. Sitting in the middle with the bubble, good parry on the incoming.
Malik, teach these mods what the fuck to do.
Because so much damage is being pulled out from his Cosmic Yarn Amplifier.
And more time stall, 2.5 minutes left. Yarn Amplifier.
Thank you, Malachi.
Straight back in.
Oh, Melophobia gets it done again. What an absolute hero.
What? Yo, whoa.
That was FMCL's ult, and Volky Dog's gone down in the process, but so is everybody else on the other side. Melophobia pretty much finding a team ace, clearing up one at a time, but Ultimate's dedicated.
And Crazy Man G's getting control with the group.
Hero. I am gonna see you guys back at spawn.
It ain't that. You ain't on the title of the comic book, bro.
Not yet. But what a title of a comic book. FMCL gets Swamp Gaming, FML, probably Days though, is thinking,
oh, nah.
have a great opportunity to find
shut
his
down.
and find himself a second checkpoint.
Took their time though, not enough. Melophobia's already taken down the CC immunity wall, and so Zenstar is going to be eminently bullyable. They could be pulled in. FMCL is going to be the first one to fall on down. The trap gets it done here. Tick
Alex 80 on Invis.
Yeah, Val about to get old.
The monster piercing through multiple
Ah, they got it. They got it. C9. Bro,
to
somehow
Zenstar.
these guys are getting rolled even harder.
Now Bobo tried to get some action going on the Black Widow, but the red room won't save you from the red that Swamp Gaming are seeing.
Holy, I'm getting motion sickness watching from Melophobia's position. He's just dashing around like crazy, using the team up to have the two traps as well, so it's not even like 4 instinct, 2-second dash. It's like the olden days. I said the olden days, like 2 months ago. The Swamp Gaming actually might be able to set a better time here, but Gen G hoping to sort of pull what Swamp Gaming did on the defense and stall this out, but it's already climbed a good portion of the map so far.
Wolf
Swamp
left.
Gaming have pushed all the way to the front.
He's not here.
2.5 minutes.
Oh,
Plenty to work
he
with.
baited.
You can see that the high ground has to be given up here. As Days is noted on the approach,
Whoa,
would really love
wait.
to grab this mag, but the mag CC immune during the Meteor M tried to use it to peel. FMCL taken down by Krasbang, it would appear, but there's been a turnaround. Bobo around the back.
No, that could have been insane.
On the off angle that was so desperately curated by Bobo.
Is flipping around to turn
Yo, Sparker hits that, guys. Yo, Sparker actually hits that.
Melophobia sends forth the glass rocks. The minions have been sent. Skittles
died before ulting. They're gonna cap.
Fuck! Reigns imperious over the castle. Move over Dracula. There's a new king of this swamp.
Done in good time. It took a while to get going on the second, but Gen G, first and second blitz. The Swamp Gaming on that defense have done maybe enough. It's going to be a 48 seconds added in the end on the side of Gen G to make it a full minute, so Swamp Gaming get a little bit more time allocated too. Also means that Gen G have a chance to push this first. And we have seen some like crazy overtime pushes, but that requires you to get this objective. And Swamp Gaming, they might be a little bit like loose, a little bit clunky in some of these positions, but they're very like disciplined. It just feels very like reserved. So many teams tend to overplay, they over-communicate, they talk really fast, it's a little bit more chaotic. Swamp Gaming, I feel, are just like in their element. Just very relaxed, like a lizard under a UV bulb. It's just chilling out.
Zen, cold-blooded.
Yeah.
I think the Krasmag saw over to the Groot as well instead of the Venom has been instrumental. Swamp Gaming quickly realized the dive wasn't working, too easily rebuffed by the choice of a one-sided invisible woman. And instead of just playing a lot more front to back, because hey, they have a gambit.
I mean, Melophobia is looking fantastic so far as well. Like the amount of damage that they're outputting and Days, like the Wolverine. It's not about doing a lot of damage, it's not about getting a lot of final hits, it's not about getting a lot of elimination. It's just about causing chaos into Gen G.
Aww.
And that's been consistent.
Cute squirrel.
Gen G, it certainly felt on that defense, certainly as we got to that second checkpoint, that they were just...
Wait, this is a treehouse. It's a Squirrel Girl treehouse.
All right, last time this happened, Swamp Gaming lost to Melophobia early to some greedy positioning. This time, being on the Elsa has a lot more disengagement option.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
I mean, this is an early fight. It didn't
Okay,
quite go well for
Deus.
Swamp Gaming, but they did have the pole play to work with.
Oh my god!
Oh my!
He's able to at least
Oh my god!
God!
From FMCL, and Swamp Gaming aren't losing half of their team in the first 20 seconds.
I knew we shouldn't have played catch with all that butter before we started. He had never missed Feral Leap there from Daze. Does force out resources to make sure that he can't get too much in the way of control. But now we're looking towards FMCL to try and turn this one around. Krasmak's already had to use their bubble. Gets it from the Magneto as well. That's all the peeling power basically gone. Now this is a very imperiled front line, relying mostly on their back line to keep them sustained in this final fight.
Overtime is clocking in, and nobody from Swamp Gaming
10
has been
seconds.
eliminated. Gen G haven't had
Skittles
it
almost has ult.
which means ultimates are building up.
Skittle has ult.
Way
Go.
faster.
Low, but he's holding on with the help of the straps.
Oh my god.
The damage is not done, or is
That
it
was
done?
not the greatest placement.
Wait, wall value, wall value.
Deus down, Bobo down though.
Oh, what a grab!
Valentina as well, a perfect bubble from Scattergang here, just the right
Oh,
moment
the back.
as they get kidnapped away by the Reformation.
Bro, half the team is so split.
2-6 gained here from Gen G, moving forth.
Deus is not TP and what?
Almost
Oh,
already
he's
has the
TP.
Quadrox, and we saw how many it took off the
Invis ult
point
for-
last time. If you
Val has ult, Val has-
boundary, know that
Val.
Melophobia lies in wait as Gen G
The
have
TP
gone
behind
towards
them.
the remainder of their ultimates. Valentina sends them all forward. They're going to be caught by the double
My
That's a big ult.
God.
Oh! Oh my god!
Feels like he's the one who's in it. That's going to be a cap. Ratatoska is unleashed.
Gen G says,
Yo, Gen G tank lineup is too good.
We have some work to do, but overtime is going to
That was
consistently
insane,
truck along, and
Cal.
you can see half that wick is burning. None of it's going to come back. So Swamp Gaming looking to pull people off, and that means Jeff the Land Shark gets to say hello.
Okay, just objectively?
Never mind.
Okay, yeah, they're just going to go back over to Rocket Raccoon. Maybe they're just forcing everyone out with speed bubbles.
FMCL,
Get in
try
there
at
with
it.
the wick. Look how low the wick is.
He needs to
What
go first
happened?
early.
I guess they just couldn't stay on it for too long, or it's
They
just
got
going
ults.
down over time anyway. They need to stay on the point.
Oh!
Oh, that's big, that's big. Oh, rest. Oh, it's big, it's big.
Krasmak's down as well. Scattergang too, but all Valentina
They're
Eve will be able to do
rolling,
is
they're rolling,
flee
they're
as the remainder of
Yo,
the team
this
have
is
been
snowball.
ripped to shreds.
The land down under might have turned things upside down for Swamp. They might have felt that they had this in the bag, but this push has made it to the end of the map in plenty of occasions. But has it happened at an international event like this?
The Gen G
Skittles-
mums,
Skittles
they
need to
feel
get
it
ult,
in
Skittles
their
need to-
soul right now. There is an opportunity here, but Swamp Gaming
Wait,
have
they get
so
snowball.
many
If he puts it in the
resources
corner
to
on the
work
wall
with.
on the
Mr. M will be
Yeah, in the
first to
corner.
move on in, up against
Where is it?
Rocket
Wait, where'd he put it?
Amplifier.
Wait, where'd he
They want
put it?
Skittles real bad, but instead they're going to set off the Ironwood wall. A dodge away from the Rocket Raccoon, and Scattergang is
Oh my.
overextended. Melophobia can make their way around the wall.
The res beacon died.
Break.
Oh my god!
The Bloodstone is hit for dirt. Krasmak now
Zen has
stands
ult.
on business and stands
Good
solid
buddy.
as an oak
Zen has ult.
before Ratatoska. FMCL back and forth, claw after claw.
It's a three-man.
Nice to get it.
Three players dragged in.
Don't see
two.
nice.
Oh.
No one's on the point, and Swamp Gaming hold on second.
You had the rocket rushing in, and then the portal starting to
Holy
loom
shit,
from
they hold
Duep. But still, I think you take that if you're Gen G. It's 2.5 minutes to push now for Swamp Gaming. Not quite done and dusted just yet. Whew. But for Swamp Gaming, it's whether this defense is going to be good enough in the end. It was a fast point A take on their attack, but Gen G did buy a lot of space on that second point, and I imagine that.
Bro, the tank lineup of Gen G is carrying so hard.
Back and forward to the
Skittles MVP as Rocket.
It might just be that case of
Wait. Skittles might be Thanos.
Swamp Gaming took first.
What
on
the
first
fuck?
round. It was all about bisecting the team. They forced Alex and Skittles
Rocket
into those
MVP.
back rooms and then walked
Skittle the
along
truth?
with the Groot. The question is, are Gen G going to identify that
Skittles-
and
Skittles
modulate
is
their
that guy.
positioning to not be vulnerable to such a play?
The one small update, though, is that FMCL was on the Daredevil. They didn't have the same sustain, right? Daredevil
You gotta
can
get
do
listening
so much,
during
and
this OT,
Daredevil
no?
can still do quite a lot.
100%.
Everything.
That would be
But
insane.
FMCL and Wolverine just seems to be very lore accurate. Logan, of just yeah, I don't go down.
Who
Even
is
as
gonna
much
get
as
the
I want to go
Wolverine
down,
jump
I
pack
still
grab?
somehow find myself taking these fights.
FMCL or Daze? Which one will get?
I don't see Zenstari having got a jump pack here, which could be problematic if they do get grabbed, but of course setting up that Ironwood wall in a more obfuscated position will grant them limited CC immunity.
Shit,
Anything
it's the
changing
wolf, it's the
up?
wolf.
Bobby
He
Dog
knows
just
where he
sending
is. He know he
everybody
can
else in
smell.
last time.
Oh
Yeah,
shit! Oh
but
shit!
Otherwise, it's the same for Swamp Gaming. Composition not changing up too much.
Oh!
No
Wait, the
cheese.
tail!
It's only 2.5 minutes
Oh!
on the clock to
Mag!
Wait, he got the mag.
It broke it. He broke it. Someone broke.
The mid-air kill.
knocked out of place for a second, but it gives Gen G some chance to maybe.
What even broke it? The
FMCL is looking.
I think Gambit broke it.
That's a big grab onto do a nice surf as well there from Daze, but it seems like they managed to slip the clutches of Swamp Gaming and Scanagengi.
Duep down, Res Beacon out.
Try and follow up on this one, but eventually Duep gets hunted on down and Bobo's gone too.
Bobo
now,
dead.
For Resurrection having been used, FMCL
Mellow lit.
to
Oh, they
find
won.
some value
SG
in
win.
the back line, but Swamp Gaming are just all over this point.
Bobo's going to come in with the Doctor Strange, so it's about everybody else.
Oh,
So
my
Mello is
alpha. Wait,
yeah, Mello's that guy.
Wait, how'd they not die?
Could be in isolation. You could see that it momentarily grabbed out the Wolverine.
Bobo's on Strange. Strange into Wolf.
Get his body, get all again.
Alex almost up there.
Bobo
To the
dead.
invisible boundary, but Bobo's been taken out, and Alex won't be able to build it this time around. Swamp Gaming are barely having to use anything.
TP's
to
gonna
take this
close.
point.
Yeah, don't hold.
Yeah. This is getting dangerous. This is getting really dangerous.
Zenstarry comes in to try and fight that one a little bit more, but can only do so much. But still, time
Bro,
stalled
this could
out. It is
not
gonna
be
Swamp
closer.
Gaming taking this first checkpoint and pushing on, but just a minute left, and Gen G now seeing if they can.
Bro,
just get
Mello
everybody
is
up
doing
object
too
before it goes to the end.
much.
They have to worry about Valentina though. Has got the one-sided gambit ult.
Genji here, they want to just take
Wait a
two
minute.
fights. They want to try
Wait,
and
they're
force
fighting
out
early. They're rotating left.
economy.
To spawn.
You can see that's why
They're rotating to car. Do they even? They're not reacting well.
Team's getting mighty close here, and she is putting in
They got the
so
car.
much
Oh,
pressure.
no, they flipped the map.
Oh, he's locked down his ult.
Oh my god.
Starry so quick on the draw with the wall. That's disastrous.
Melophobia doesn't want to go inside.
Oh my god,
this
it's gonna
time,
go OT.
apparently, as the walls was just stopped in, and Yan Amplifier now going to come through, as it is going to be the Royal Flush used FMCL.
Clean
going
walls
down
by
to
Crazy
Shine,
Mang.
having that
He's
last
rezzed.
back means that they're straight back into
Did
the
they
fray.
BRB'd in first point?
Bobo around the outside, caught out here by the trap, but Krasmag's falling low. Great bubble usage.
can't
straight
break
up
it.
into
Watch the wolf.
sky.
The wolf is right.
Really safe resurrection here.
FMCL grabbed him
Krasmag
again.
Has managed to grab multiple people. Bobo's not
What
inside
is my
the
Gru
invisible
doing up
boundary.
here?
Managed to get him just in time.
Completely.
Genji.
Bro, Skittles is a genius.
They make sure they get the fight on the corner.
This is all about economy.
Here,
If
the
you
music,
want
the
a
music.
hero to bring Americas one step closer through this
Ooh,
bracket,
Mello,
it's
Mello.
got to be Daze. Oh, he's already made a move.
No.
Zero on the
And Scatter's dead. That's two.
GG. Oh my god.
Oh my.
Genji rise up once again on Central Park and carve through with claws of Eastern Fury.
The last stand brings us to a 1-all scoreline as Pacific strikes back on their home ground. Means that it has to be convoy choice for Swamp to try
this
and
Gen G
get
front
the
line
flag
is
over the line. But it shows in
different.
these big moments that Swamp can let it slip out.
Whoever
of their
called that,
fingers,
I need to
out of
watch
their
that back.
claws, and
How
find
did they
themselves in
get away with
positions
that
like
with like
this.
barely anyone noticing?
To rotate around towards
Did they just not TP back spawn? Like did they all just stay?
From the Wolverine kid,
I need to go.
because he can't take you to the sky when he's got such a low roof over his head.
And it's a Skittles MVP as well on the rocket. Like, they were happy to go for the one-sided invis instead of going for the gambit. If it's comfort, it works. Skittles is incredible on the rocket, and it's one of those elements that certainly Swamp need to look at. It's one of the few times that we've seen him play on stage, but this series, it feels like it can go the distance. I want to see Swamp push to see what they can do in these moments, but I also want to see Gen G show what Pacific is made for now that they've made that trip across the Pacific.
Now I'm wondering, like, what happened that we had the invis one-sided? It got so much value. I guess that came down to the Wolverine versus Wolverine being able to hit those force physics for peeling.
I mean, also just a head-to-head, but there is a desk ready to break down some of the stuff that's happened in these first two maps. So guys, what is going on?
What is going on? We are having just the best games at... I'm less keen.
America Man
the
is
best
back.
Games coming in right now. Swamp have an incredible start. We were a little worried. You guys were talking in the break about just how much domination has been the potential, like, the pain points for Swamp Gaming in the past, but they absolutely cruised it here.
I mean, can we just talk about that epic comeback? They had a minute and a half over Gen G, and for them to be able to pull off what seemed like impossible. Swamp Gaming was clicking on all cylinders, quite literally put mud all over the ground, and they just sliced right through it. It got on four-wheel drive and pushed through. I mean, Gen G, this is why they're such an interesting team and fascinating to watch.
They've really put up a lot of potential here. America Man, hi, welcome back, by the way.
Hey, how's it going, loser? What's up?
I would like to point out that two of my teams are still going and still in the tournament, just like yours. So loser is a bit strong.
Well, that's true, but they're about to be eliminated later on because of how Swamp Gaming are playing. Looking at these highlights, yes, they didn't have the best map, but like we talked about, Gen G have a very free play style, very much so like the land of the free. And I think realistically how Gen G is playing is quite good, just to give them some credit. But that's the end of it there because Swamp Gaming tied this up, yes, 1-1. We're going to another map type that they should be good at, and I think that Swamp Gaming have the consistency to do that.
It felt like to me, listen.
Bro, Mello, no help.
Family, we're all together as one. All
Mello actually gapped Bobo so hard this game.
Family in that department. I mean, Gen G shared the load across the board, and they didn't answer the call of what a lot they couldn't do yesterday, even in the loss against 100 Thieves that they had in that one map of Museum of Contemplation. Like Bobo not being able to get those ultimates, check. Right, Duep getting that mag back, check. I think the ban phase was important.
FMCL, yeah, FMCL. Definitely gap days.
Don't take the ball away from Tom Brady. No, you give mag to Duep.
You give mag to Duep. There's the thing you mentioned as a potential ban as well, but they also let Zenstari through on Groot so many times.
Yes.
There was so much attention, as Dogman brought up earlier. You'll be a American man.
Don't mention that guy ever again.
The person who will remain unnamed talks about potentially banning out Vanguards being potentially important, and you can see exactly why by the performance of Gen G, where they just get some of their preferences. Duep, though, also a very impressive game on Emma.
For the first time, you made a good point, Tetcher. Dogman absolutely so wrong about that comment, and I'm glad you pointed it out. So I think it's like Homelander said over here on the left of me. Realistically, this team, Swamp Gaming, are so good because of what they play. Duep, though, give him Magneto. I'm like that you mentioned Tom Brady. He's the GOAT.
Yeah, hey, listen, American man, we can talk about that all day. But what I will say is I'm disappointed in that loss from Swamp Gaming there. I mean, it really was.
Bro, okay, all right, American man
what
is.
They typically don't do outside, obviously at TLC, but what they don't do typically.
Been around for a minute right now.
Slip through. I mean, once they look dominant, they really don't hesitate, and this team does wear their heart on the sleeve. It has me worried because you gave Gen G even a sliver of that confidence from the full stage.
Chad, who do you guys think the performance will be? Apparently, there's a performance.
We have Swamp Gaming, the team.
I assume tomorrow.
First LAN. Gen G, we can very much call them experienced now. They've been to every LAN and they're essentially at their best ever performance.
I show
so
speed,
far.
the
And
Bad
they're
Bunny.
now only 2 wins away from an even
Barat.
better than their best ever performance. Looking at the statistics here, Bobo with an incredible 43 eliminations. Zenstari with 49. This was just a very ICO game.
You're noticing one major thing. Bobo had 13 KOs on it, 13 casualties. So that you have to bear that in mind. Obviously, we're stat watching.
Trying to do here. I'm stronger, I'm smarter, I'm better. Do you understand that? Do you understand that? And on top of that, you guys are the real heroes. You guys, listen, Bobo comes up to me in the hotel yesterday. He's like, hey, come over here, Cozy. And then he's like, he's on live stream with like half a
Chat, what's the reference?
To talk. So excited.
Why are you,
and listen, he calls me Homelander. They said, they all call you Homelander. Listen, this is Marvel, dang it. I'm not having the milk. That's
You're
related.
having the milk.
That's
You're having the
related.
damn milk, Cozy. Homelander.
Somebody, okay.
Right now.
This is.
I'm upset.
Okay.
I need an adult.
Yo, guys, what's the reference? I don't even. Homelander drinks breast milk?
That one. Anyways, back to the main
Yo.
Swamp Gaming because of that.
Man, it's tough to make speechless, and damn it, you just did it there. Listen, hey, all I could say is not a lot.
Lock in, man. Lock in.
All right.
Yo.
Going to Spider Islands. We're going to Convoy. Cozy, what do you think about that? Oh, man, what do you think about that?
Yeah, listen, Convoy, listen, I think Swamp gets right back here. You know, Spider Island, this is a map where they wanted to take it, against TLC. Obviously didn't go the way that they wanted to there. Ended up not even getting past that .1, but this is a map they feel confident in. Coach Fox, you've got the talk, you got to walk the walk. We got to see how this team responds. But Gen G, we've seen it before, Tetcher. Once they get a little bit of that hope, they seem impossible to stop. And the crowd out there, we're in America. Oh, you would think it's all in the land down under.
We saw some clips yesterday of some of the matches from the Gen G.
Chad, what do we think about that?
Another American team, Dogman, American man.
You're getting lost.
I really am. I'm fried. I don't know where I am. But we saw them at the crowd. There was some loud.
Guys, what do we think about that right there?
There is, and that's why we need a lot more USA in the crowd. Okay, and if I'm not seeing any shoeies on the other side, then obviously there's not a lot of Gen G fans out there.
We'll have to see if we do get a shoey by the end. If we can find a shoe for some milk.
I'll do a milk shoey. Yeah, I'll get a milk shoey later.
Yes, you will. If Swamp Gaming loses this, you're doing a milk shoey.
Yeah, hey, done.
No, you have to say yes right now. my name Homelander, you will do.
Done deal.
Oh, they're in the ban phase already. My apologies. Okay.
In breaking news, American Man found dead. Yeah, listen, guys, we've got a ban up and ready to go. It was the one-sided mag that made the difference for Gen.G. The first Loki save here, huge. We saw that before with TLC when they were going against them. Didn't go in their favor, but I do like it here.
It's kind of the
what the fuck am I watching, guys?
The side of Na'Vi from Terra calling out iRemix.
I'm still a little bit in shock. What the hell happened? What the hell is happening?
The Virtus Pro Na'Vi game a little bit later on, and Virtus Pro did lose. It's a little bit of the argument of, is this low-key protect?
Dogman Files 2027 will hit like
It's
crack.
always a debate, yeah, and it's depending on if we go to Convoy and Convergence, obviously, with the Magneto. How good that character is, I'm kind of in that department, and that's why I have to partially agree with Dogman there, but realistically, Magneto's broken.
Going to the Invis save, and either way, don't you love to see that the Golden God is making its way, really for the first time, midway through the ban. I mean, we don't see that too often. No cheese to be had here. They want to win it the old-fashioned way, and either way, this is where you have to make it. You can't have one-sided Mag, right? I mean, at this point, if you're Swamp, you got to use this last ban on Mag, or do you just feel like they're going to give it to what?
Well, this is why going
back,
going back to stage 1, Swamp Gaming lost a match that they shouldn't have lost, banning all strategists. Fox cleverly said this was all planning for 2 months in advance. He was reading the meta back then when he lost.
That's a great point, actually. Yeah, Tetcher. I mean, listen, it is full strat ban here. Swamp Gaming has tried this before, and it's worked somewhat in the past, but this is a risky play. I like it.
Speaking of the strategists we're seeing banned out, you already mentioned we're seeing the Adam being banned out. There's a Rocket ban out and a one-sided Rocket secure for Swamp Gaming. When we go over the history of this map in particular, it's one of the first maps we started to see the full spawn holds on first point being attempted. It was this one and Midtown, where teams would set up sometimes with Penny. It was the first time we started seeing triple Vanguard, triple strategist, who really just try and burn time, try and delay, and make something happen.
Love the Rocket save here, the best Rocket in the game. Mini save, Forky Dog, so giving that action over to him. Wolf ban, no fastball special for days.
Not allowed.
That is interesting for sure. Tetch.
Who are you? Have you got? Give me one word answer, Cozy.
Like Swamp Gaming here.
Who do you have, American Man? I hesitate to ask.
I'm with Homelander over here on the left. I got Swamp.
Well, there's only one way to find out who will take the lead in this series. Let's head over to Leg Day of Rhine Central to
American
bring
Man
you
lost
map
his mind.
number 3.
Yeah, what the hell just happened?
American Man won't
Dogman might be off the desk the next time we go.
What happens to the
Oh shit!
I don't know. I'm kind of into watching Cozy be
Cozy
forced
by
fed
the post
milk.
on
I
Twitter.
mean, that just seems to be like, that's my spot.
My experience with American Man, right?
My mic's on. Oh my god, I'm stun locked. Yo, can I get some of that? Can I get some of that nice food? I need a snack and a lie down.
Definitely need to lie down, I think, because I mean, either these two teams, whether you win, you've got Rad that have been just chilling, setting up. What's going to be?
Chad, I'm still low-key stun locked. I don't know what the hell just happened.
Less Logan, a lot less adamantium, and it's going to be Days on the Daredevil. It's going to be that composition to break out of spawn of Swamp Gaming, trying to make this map choice work. They've only ever used it against Team Liquid Citadel, so
let's lock in.
Look for them to go against the big team.
Let's lock in, lock in, lock in.
Didn't go great earlier against Team Liquid
Support ban, support ban, support ban.
47,
yeah, 45, 44.
Of North America. Duep's getting involved, and on top you can see that unlimited ammo for the Punisher is being really problematic for these Vanguards. Melophobia just lets loose with adjudication and pierces through the skin.
I mean, it's
Why does it
also
look like the game looks
there's
so-
no rocket on defense, there's no triple, so all of
The
those
vibrance
eliminations
is
go against
crazy right
Gen.G,
now.
having
Yeah,
something
yeah,
all
yeah.
the way back from spawn. FFCL is going to be actually going pretty
That
low.
red
but
storm.
The Gambit's available. Skittle is very low. It's just Alex, please, Alex, please heal me, please heal me. Manages to back up, but he has to give a lot of space for Swamp.
What? We got listening.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Just able to put down so much long-range pressure as well. Makes it very difficult to approach Swamp Gaming without taking a bunch of damage.
Melophobia trying to be pulled off of the high ground, but it's not going to do all too much. Not too much of a disruptive play in the end, but Gen.G's
One fight
composition
here.
on this defense isn't looking too robust in comparison to some of the other teams that want a full hold.
Melophobia's almost off cooldown. 10 seconds to the next unlimited ammo. So that means that Gen.G needs to make a move now or never, but Krasmang might want to move first here. Almost out of a strangling prism. Up comes
Fast,
the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, but still Zenstar is feeling safe
wait,
inside
that
of him as
rocket
well.
all
Belgium has
died
some
in
safety
one-
to be had, because Melophobia's just doing so much damage with the ammo overload. Look towards the back, MCL is still back there, and Valentina Eve is looking for a copy here of the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Gets it straight off of the opposing rocket, and Bobo is caught in a corner
Bobo
with
solo
nowhere to
ulted
go.
because he has too much aura.
Is going to push on, and it's an early pull from Zenstari, but this hasn't really bought all that much time for Genji across this series. Certainly when Melophobia sat there with the Retribution ready and waiting to strike, but if they can hold on to this ultimate for a little bit longer, they're going to use some of the other ones.
Oh, he hooked him out
off the point.
What? Yeah, that was genius. That's genius.
Where can Alex go? It's all about the healing, and the healing's being delivered. And now Daze might be a touch overextended. Melophobia can try and
that was the most useless storm ult I've ever seen.
Join the fray in favor of NA. FMCL towards the back, letting the devil out, but surely it's going to be so easy to carve through.
Oh!
Reflective, and Zenstari's there with the finish. Still, there's not much to be done. Bobo sends him off
what
the
is
map.
happening?
They need to keep it contested. Scanner Genji has no means of returning to his
way.
own job's going to come
Wait,
back on the
Duke is on
captain.
cap?
Oh my god, Skittle's still alive.
FMCL's on Spike?
As they say, as Skittles falls at the hands of Krasmang.
But Zenstari's doing a rollout on the...
It's just a stall. It's just a stall.
Quick victory.
Wait, they're winning.
What's happening in this fight, Ryan?
I mean, Storm's apparently
Holy
clearing
shit.
up, though, as that Soul Guard is coming in, as Spider-Man is trying to be the hero at the very
Bro.
least, but it's going to be the Punisher, not quite tagging up with him
Bro,
this time, instead sending him to
this
an early
game is
grave.
actually
It seems that
blow
Spider-Man
for
has
blow.
been come and gone every single time very quickly, but it means that Swamp Gaming, for the first time out of their 4 games, have actually got past this first part of the map. It's either been a full hold for them or against. This is new to them. It's new DLC to play.
I love a new DLC, Ryan. Thank you, Gongguang. Thank you, Xiong. Bobo's got themselves an angle here. Having moved everyone to a Black Widow, they are going to be a long-range threat that Melophobia is going to have to be very careful about.
Well, Daze is not going to have the Wolverine option for one. Would have to go Daredevil if we want to close that distance, but it is the double hit scan trying to set up, use Melophobia a bit more, but Alex just dives on in.
Dude, Alex getting involved here on the
Bobo's on
Gambit.
middle. Bobo's on
No
middle.
fear, and Duep sets up on the cart. This is where he is
Bobo.
happiest, sitting on
It's
the
Bo-
Magneto. Almost has the blade back in hand, but has to back away because of
It's
course
Bobo.
Genji is throwing it the other way as well. FMCL went too far in towards the back, but still, after all of this is said and done,
Run him down,
it's gonna be
Valentina
all about
down.
The unleashing of power from the Gambit. Bobo is invigorated, and he's ready to ignite the battle and ignite the enemies.
And Bobo's got Swamp Gaming going, oh no, but Swamp have so many ultimates now that they're just happy to let the fight go their way. It's just a royal push that was dedicated in the end. And now, as Genji can actually get a bit more comfortable, and Swamp Gaming needs to find a way to close the distance. Daze going back to the Daredevil. It's just sort of flip-flopping away of which character he wants to be on.
Assassin's focus already found. I think that Valentina's managed to steal away a Raging Royal flush. Great play from her. But can Genji rebuff the incoming aggression? Seems that Swamp Gaming haven't been able to get
I saw the vision. I saw the
back of it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's Duep. It's like, where is everybody? I just heard the Gambit ultimate and nobody's actually
Oh,
fighting
come on,
the
go
objective
back.
of Bobo. We cut away from that because it was too brutal to show on TV. It's Daze that goes down as the ultimate is activated.
Oh my.
Forky Dog solo follow-up coming in from the Venom. They've called in the
Valentina
reinforcements.
won.
They've called in the airstrike. Valentina's tricks don't work
This
on
guy-
that.
Oh my God!
That was...
For this one, and Melophobia's approach is shut down. Toot sweet.
And it's now just Bobo just going in for the fight. Now it's the one-on-one.
Wait.
Magneto is there.
Was it
Genji
lose?
has managed to find it, but also Alex in the process. It's traded out for
Good
Duet,
trade
but now
out
it
by
seems that
SG.
Genji are losing out on the numbers.
Really good.
Okay, taken down at what cost? It
Oh,
seems
Duet's
that
gonna get
Swamp
hooked?
Willing to pay it.
Good
Just
die.
Magneto and the Daredevil on top of that Widow.
They should have hooked in Duep right there.
It's probably like just throw these vanguards on the point, keep stalling it, keep forcing out fights, just basically make this a battle of attrition. And Genji have all
Bobo's
day.
not on Widow.
It was all night for them with the time zone difference, but they won't matter all too much. Melophobia has the Apex Predator. It's the only thing that Swamp have in hand.
Then sorry, can't get away. Pulled back in by the Yancy Street Charge. The purple's there as well. Vulnerability breaks through symbiotic bonds, and Melophobia set up. They see the landing strip for the Glatrox. The airfield is prepared. All
good.
they need to do is make the landing to bring Swamp Gaming home.
Good hit on the trap.
Gambit ult. Gambit ult.
I feel like so many people let that trap just live.
Even going offensive, but it is going to be the Devil out and the Gambit ult in.
They're going to pause the back already for a generation domain runes.
Good
have
peel
been
by
used,
the
but
thing.
FMCL doesn't stop.
Oh,
It
oh,
just keeps
oh.
on
Oh, but he
going.
doesn't stop. He doesn't stop.
Valentina are taken down with the constant pocket from the Invisible Woman. FMCL keeps it going.
Absolutely on the same wavelength. It's a blur of red as the Gambit and the Daredevil just rush on through, and 15 seconds for Swamp Gaming to touch. The portal's going to be really hard to do for Strange because Genji are in their spawn.
So instead they have to send Krasmang forward on that Venom. They had trouble on the previous map getting value out of a Venom. I heard
Oh, that's his teammates.
in the back. Daze looking for the back line. Skittles already been taken down. Melophobia adds as
Whoa,
well
whoa,
with the
Daze.
Glatrox. And Danny gets it done this this time,
Daze
both
answers
scattered.
that.
FMCL goes down as well, and Melaphobia will reign over these lands.
Bro, Duep had ult that whole time. I feel like
It was just that in between. Genji wanted to close the distance, stop a portal play, but as soon as that Venom swings in from Krasmang, they have to go back. People are split, and that finds opportunities for all of Swamp Gaming. Valentina does have the copy. She's already managed to grab one of the Royal Flushes on the side of Alex, but it's going to be a lot harder with a minute left and all of this high ground to perch on. You got to keep your step. We've seen people fall off of here earlier.
Scattergang, you're just going to try and buy all the space they can, using their metallic curtain. And you've got to make sure that Alex is staying hidden here as Duep goes above it all. Might try and follow down Krasmang for Regeneration of Maze. Need to be taken down by someone else, but Duep can't get it down in time. And now cannot afford to charge up the Meteor M. Looking towards the back of it now. That's what I call peel. A turnaround here, possibly off the back of the group inside of the Invisible Boundary. Swamp giving up everything they need for healing, the numbers, the multiplicity of prowess as well. And Duep just has to exchange their vitality for time.
He fell down to the low ground, but still managed to stall for a little bit more time and space. Swamp Gaming now throwing the thing in, just want to see if they could get right to this choke, exactly where the Groot is, close the distance, and he's been allowed to. This is going to be hard to move Krasmang away from this spot.
A hallowed path that they must tread now. Up these difficult stairs, each step more difficult than the last. A double parry on the clobbering time, but Valentina still has options
Oh
here.
my Duep.
And now only Forky Dog is going to remain on the outside. Scalagengi stands tall and stands proud as he will guard the realms of Swamp. With 0 seconds remaining, they must keep this one contested. Melaphobia is evicted from the other side by FMCL as the portal begins to open, but Krasmang can't drive it fast enough. And Genji hold on last.
FMCL is absolutely earning himself a salary here for Genji. The parries, the blocks, even finding a pick onto Valentina that goes for the copy on the Invisible Boundary means that it's shut down near enough instantly. And the one time that we have seen Genji put onto this map from XOXO in Pacific,
Duep's nervous.
it's XOXO01,
Duep.
which is a fantastic name for a team.
Duep's that
and
guy.
Very narrow to actually miss out qualifying for this event.
Don't be
itself.
nervous, King.
Genji pushed it all the way to the end, so actually it just stopping shy of third.
The Asia YWL mentioned.
An awful lot of it in the end. Swamp Gaming have been very good at full holding or being full hold. They want to make sure that things end here on first. And when you have the likes of Loki, you have the Rocket, you don't quite have stuff like the Adam to work alongside.
Bobo.
But you imagine that there's going to be that triple composition.
Bobo hard carrying it.
Something that Genji just didn't opt to do.
Jarvis, bring up the fan can machine, because I have never seen a more Vanguard duo thing than both Zenstari and Duep reading that clobbering time and double parrying it with the bubble and the diamond form. That was absolutely sick.
It's the experience now that these guys have managed to get.
Guys, just let them cope in the chat, guys. Let them cope. There's a coper, there's a denier.
Days on Rocket. Wait, they're playing like a version of the comp.
Squadrons are plenty with like qualifying for the grand finals.
Close enough.
It's just even a little bit beyond that, though. For Genji, they've set themselves in a good position to maybe take the lead in this best-of-5 series. The Swamp Gaming's defense on their map is one to definitely respect.
All right, FMCL not going to opt in for the penny just yet, alongside Bobo.
Guys, they're hating because they're hating the success of Marvel Rivals, bro. They're envious.
There's no Ultron, too, so the penny was free, the Ultron was free.
They like playing games that get no updates for 4 years straight.
Means that Forky has a lot to do when it comes to the
Let them suffer, guys. Let them suffer. It's all good.
Bobo wants to try to send people out, and FMCL over on the Wolverine one-sided. Found a target to pull in, but I don't think it's actually led to any eliminations.
Yeah, I think it may well have been a clone from the Magneto, or maybe Krasmang, which is able to instantly get out using their Cyberweb snares. Bobo just continues building up all of this damage. Has to be careful at range, though. Krasmang's going to be the first to fall. Scattergengi to get revived. It was that Melaphobia just have a little bit of a wiggle, a little bit of a roll around there as they go in to keep this point contested for as long as possible.
Yeah, just one at a time dropping, so it gives Krasmang the space to go for a portal. Like, Swamp are very well drilled when it comes to these plays, and it's all about just stalling for as many fights as you can. Swamp are just happy to go down because they're going to just contest near on instantly again.
Have to be careful here. If you are a strategist, not get picked off early.
Put it behind the
door. A little bit, okay.
Rolls out, and wow, the Gambit really does mess with that formation. Everyone on Swamp Gaming is going to have to reconsider their position, but they do at least keep the point
that's the first time a Wolf missed the grab.
Away from pulled in to the Wolverine, a dangerous place to be. Inside
Good old by Skittles.
Bad asshole.
The Battle Recall Beacon brings her back, but Scattergengi's not going to be able to grab it now. Wolverine's next up on the docket.
Oh no, you should hit that.
FMCL. FMCL.
Use your team up. Use your other team up.
Easy pickings for the Wolverine, but
Wait.
inside of the invisible boundary, things are more complicated, and you cannot convert.
Not at all. Alex even got the royal flush, but that fight was just going on. Valentina gets a great copy, and that's a great leap in, but just dodged him away from FMCL, who somehow has survived all of this fight that's going on. The stall continues for Swamp.
Now Krasmang has no Nagamoto. Going to be quite easy to shut down, though, between Duet, Skittles, and FMCL.
Should Skittles get Bobo
Whether
team
they
up?
can see it coming in the end. There's another invisible boundary built up from Forky, so Swamp are happy to go for this.
Melophobia grabbed on in, and towards the back, the Omega Hurricane is going to be unleashed. Valentina's already swapped over. Melophobia grabs two. Skittles and Alex hiding
My
in the same
God,
location,
max
but
value.
Cuddles with your co-strategist to avoid the incoming wrath of Melophobia.
It was Bobo who came in with the Omega Hurricane and thought at the very least he could clear up some of these lamps set up from Valentina's Loki, all of the copies, but he was immediately sort of sent packing. Melophobia goes offensive, finds two with a Meteor M, but it's on the back.
Bobo on the storm.
It's time to pull out the Royal Flush.
Krasmang wants to cook. They just need to try and find the opening. Last Stand takes down both Krasmang and Scatter Gengi as they still thinks it's winnable with the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, but they could not be more wrong. Krasmang, resurrected, returns to the point, but is summarily evicted.
It's 2 fights, 1 for Genji, but 3 minutes burnt and bought off, and they have to pretty much get towards the end here, so Swamp Gaming going to have at least another fight, maybe even having another portal. They is switching away from the triple setup to more of a 2-2-2. Might just leap into the fray and take this fight, but it means that ultimates are missing. You have to look at the Vanguards for Genji to be the difference makers.
Bobo's taking this opportunity as well to swap over in their own right towards the Elsa.
And he might be able to just get some sightlines, but he's actually very involved in this fight, and Wolverine wants to be in this sort of enclosed space. It's a scrap here at the start of Spider Island.
He's though stalling the cart already, very strong.
Looking for an ult, FMCL.
Stunned here by the clobbering time, but already Duep has gone on down inside of its invisible boundary. FMCL just
Bro, Skittles is actually the MVP with these ults, bro. Skittles is the MV fucking P.
Melophobia's taking on Bobo on the other side, but it's a big grab from FMCL, spear tackling them away from the point. And Duep is just here for a little bit of, you know, it's a cameo. New movie.
Yeah. Hey,
consume!
Spider-Man's here, everybody. And there he goes. That's pretty much about it. But Skittles had a really good invisible boundary just to sort of set up and take that fight there, like Swamp Gaming were just pulled into an awkward position, but they have another portal to go for. Just keep forcing fight. Send
Did someone get grabbed? Did someone get grabbed?
Go again.
Here we go yet again.
Damn, holy shit, yo, they were not ready for that.
Try and rotate back towards the spawn room where you are.
That should be illegal to die as invis there.
Rolls for dice, no nat 20 unfortunately for that bionic hook.
Skittles behind them. Skittles go Widow and start killing.
Skittle going Jeff, I like that.
But they're still finding targets for Zara to send Starry to send him back to spawn. Everybody's going to adjust, and a great perch for Swamp.
Nice swap back.
Maybe looking for yet another hook. Wants Bobo.
Oh my!
Bobo, but the peel is solid off the back of that personal Guardian shield.
Because of the swap overs as well from the triple Vanguard, it means that these ultimates have been built up fairly
Good
quickly.
TP by
Daze is
Swamp,
happy to swap over towards the Strange to go for the portal. Very close to having
Really
an
well
eye of
played.
Agamotto.
Damn, they have every ult here.
Ultimates available for Swamp.
Yeah, Swamp very close to using a bunch of ultimates as well in the back of FMCL's already fallen on down despite being bullied up by the Gambit. Scanner Genki just gets taken out there by the shield, and already so much damage has been done. Forky Dog's still going to commit, going in with the invisible
I don't know about that, Forky.
Melophobia heard the call. Is it time to do or die?
Wait,
Oh, but maybe, bro, but maybe.
Mellow.
Well, the believers are rising up on Swamp Gaming, but when all the dust settles, Genji have found their purchase.
It doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
I still don't think that was a worth invis ult.
Gaming are going to throw themselves into another fight. They'll have the copy and actually switching away from the invisible boundary to go for the Luna. Feeling that FMCL has just got way too much freedom. He has been swapping around, went for the Black Cat, didn't work, so he's going to go to the Daredevil to try and match Daze. But it means a change has to come in for Swamp Gaming's defense.
This is going to offer Valentina a good early ultimate.
That's mass.
Lamps
out.
Fate of both worlds, but Duep's going to make sure there's no
Val!
already using their duplicities exchange.
Bro, Mello is carrying this game.
Duep was out on an island, and the rest of Genji.
Bro, Mello is carrying this game.
Yeah, Mello, it's actually.
He's been carrying like low-key, like.
Oh my god!
Count him on down. The cleanse is solid to end the ultimate, but Skittle surely is going to fall to rot astern.
Oh my
have to sort of back up a little bit more now in the end. Phobia does get
Go
caught
away,
on
let
the
this guy
exits.
die.
No, we need Flake, we need
final
everything
boss
on this
die.
guy.
Got the bodies to do it, and Starry is going to be over on the Venom, has the ultimate, going to leap in with a Feast of the Abyss to see if he can catch on to somebody as the regeneration domain from the Loki of Valentina going to be used. Even the ultimate has to be copied in the end, but Swamp Gaming somehow bringing this out, and it's overtime pretty early on in the second checkpoint.
Oh!
No! Oh, that one dance co-stream is going to be very invigorating.
The whole cinematic universe, it feels like, felt that.
Echoes across the time streams. 1,000 voices crying out in sad unison, and that is an absolute mental breaker. And it's all grins for Falx on the stage.
I think, has Pacific woken up yet? Have they gone to bed? It might be just okay, we're done.
Stay in bed.
Yeah.
It was all a nightmare. It was all a dream.
And that's all off the back of Swamp just forcing as many fights as they did.
Yeah.
Like, that's just the perfect position of, like, we can go for the portal, we can keep doing this, we can go for that, but, like, that hurts if you're Gen G. You have to be able to bounce back, and we saw some, like, long fights go the distance on stuff like Museum of Contemplation yesterday against 100 Thieves. But it does mean that Swamp Gaming are one map away from knocking out the last Pacific team that we have and going up against, in a 4th place game, against Rad a little bit later on.
I mean, I'd love a little bit more Americas versus EMEA, but I'm not sure if this is the way that I want it to happen. For Gen G, it's time to lock in or get locked out.
Yeah, I mean, I hope we're not thrown to the desk of American Man's there. I don't want to hear what he has to say about that, because it was just feeling like good for Gen G. Like,
Yo, the casters hate America, man.
They were dealing with one of the strong teams when it came to these, like, defensive holds. It
Oh,
wasn't that
shit.
choice of Swamp, but you just saw it from the glimmer of Fox's face there. It was just like, oh, okay, we'll take that, but we were expecting that to go a little bit further on.
Yeah, Gen G grin in this case. I mean, unfortunate, but like you said, credit to Swamp. They played that defense so perfectly that we burned through 6.5 minutes of defense.
Will American Man be on the desk?
Barely halfway through the map, despite a couple of losses.
Ryan was just saying how he does not want that.
Defense, they just played it sublimely. Like, you know what? We don't need to win. We just need to lose slowly until you mess up.
It is just, you didn't hear a bell, but Gen G didn't hear overtime was on the horizon either, it feels like. But it's the fact that this is what tests it here. That's
You think everyone's like, you know, yeah, maybe no America Man, and Dogman's like, no, everyone loves it.
Yeah.
They love it, they love it.
We have the map choice now. We can go for something a little bit different and try to sort of prepare what Swamp is going for. But we are going to hear what the analyst desk has to say about that, and please don't let American Man on stage, please.
Well, thank God American Man is gone. It is me, Cozy, joined with Dogman. And hey, listen, all I have to say is...
Yo, Dogman does not give a fuck, dude.
On that track, as we see
He's
Swamp
so
Gaming
alpha.
take care of business. It's always tough
Alpha,
to see
dude.
the old, the C9, the Gen G happen there at the end. But either way, Swamp Gaming, how do you feel like they played?
I feel like you're getting some maybe quotes from American Man with there saying that it's now the Gen G if they don't touch on the cart. But I felt like, yeah, Swamp Gaming played a phenomenal map, and it really is through a lot of this Vanguard play, the front line, but it's everybody right now. I mean, this team is such a cohesive unit, and, you know, I thought that Zen Story back when they were playing on group with a little bit more was phenomenal, but now today you do have Swamp Gaming's front line popping the hell off.
Well, and Daze was able to come back a little bit, right? I don't think we saw the best of it in Central Park, and we did there in the other map of Spider Island. Either way, I mean, Bobo looks so clean out there. A lot of the pieces are there, kind of like Swamp Gaming kind of giving up that last one as well. But for me, it's really that if they were going to, if Gen G wants to win this thing, it felt like they had to get that map from them. Now they got to be perfect to finish off this BO5. Gonna be a lot tougher when you are ice skating uphill, as Blade likes to say, Dogman.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think that the thing is as well that you mentioned about Bobo being so good is that, I mean, even though they did lose that round or that map, it does feel like Bobo is, I mean, well, no, he is. Statistically, he's the most successful Chinese player of all time so far in this game.
By a lot.
By a lot, yes, because of what Tetra said. I mean, he's played on Nova, he did well in mid-season, and yeah, he's just such a talented player and really good. It's a shame that, you know, I think some of the other players couldn't make it, but he's really good.
Can I say this? I feel like if Swamp Gaming somehow won this whole damn thing, I think Melophobia might be regarded as the new Thanos. Like, it doesn't matter the role or what, Tetra. This man continues to shine.
He's been absolutely dominant basically every single game we've had. Even the ones that Swamp have lost, he's been a shining beacon to try and bring them back into these series.
They're right, they're right.
Instrumental.
They're right, Melo's that guy.
Now heading to match point.
Melo is their
It's
carry.
going to be Midtown on Convoy for our next map.
I got some thoughts on this. I mean, I feel like when we saw that last map and what we've seen out of Gen G, I know they don't want to go back to domination, and I get that, but based on what we've seen out of Swamp behind the scenes in Stage 1, they're not the best on domination, at least just versus Team Liquid Citadel. So that is something to take into account, but Team Liquid Citadel are closer, I would say, to getting that trophy than Swamp Gaming just because of the fact they've been dominant throughout the tournament.
So here's the thing, obviously Midtown really front-to-back map, right? We've got a ton of front-to-back going on it. If you look at the teams, both of them obviously have a pretty solid front-to-back comp. I'm curious on what happens here, because Daze and the Wolverine didn't really work out for them last time. Groot, they want to go that route, you know. Obviously, we have some counterplay to be had. The ban phase could be ever so important, but I like this map pick against Swamp Gaming. Seen a lot of it, and this might be the one.
I'm literally going to mirror what I said during the last draft. This is the second map where we started to see these big spawn holds. We started to see the pennies. We started to see the triple strategist, triple vanguard. This is where you can really try and shut down momentum of any team.
Hey, and listen, starting the right way. I like it right off the rip. No funny business. Just get the mag to duet, all right, to get the big time plays. And obviously, we saw a lot of that, you know, with what was pulled off yesterday. Dog, Loki ban off the rip. You like it?
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of an interesting point because of, like you guys were talking about, I mean, maybe you get the one-sided Loki. Is it really worth it? On Convoy and these type of maps, it's kind of worth considering, at least what I feel like about the meta, which is everybody has their own takes, so I'll take it with a grain of salt. It does feel like Loki is almost as good as Magneto, I would say, in the lock phase.
It's creeping up.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing. Listen, there's not a ton of teams that have an amazing Loki player. Someone like Valentina having access to Loki, what does it do? Hey, if you have an amazing mag on the other side, it's a quick way to shut down that Meteor Imp, and you have all the other greatness that comes from the Trickster.
We've talked so much about, hey, what's the optimal pick here? What's the best pick here? But sometimes you just can't beat a player on your team who's goated on a singular hero and making sure that they absolutely get it so that they can get some control through. They now have access to the Loki. They prevented access to Loki and Adam on the side of Gen G, so if we do go for spawn holds, Gen G's is suddenly a lot weaker.
This is a sexy draft right now from Swamp, in my opinion. I mean, if you look at what Gen G's trying to do, listen, I like the Gambit. It might be one-sided unless they choose to save here, which, you know, it might be the play. Either way, you know, one-sided mag also is going to shut down a lot of the 3-3 or any of the Vanguard business you want to do. We saw Melophobia pulling off some crazy Meteor Imps there, even on that side. They want to make it a one-sided Adam, though. Hello, special Marvel Zombies. Born again and running through the halls. I'm digging it.
And what my problem with both these squads
I'm
so far
digging
in the
it.
draft phase, because I do have a bone to pick, it's that they're not doing what somebody like Na'Vi would do. I feel like they're very adaptive, or they have great adaptations rather, in terms of their ban phase, in that they're doing things ahead of the meta and ahead of the curve. Right now for Swamp and Gen G, they're doing something we've seen all tournament, and I like when we have new iterations come out.
Gen G with the rocket at the end, just so they have at least one revive. We are heading into what could be match point for Swamp Gaming. Cozy, who do you have?
Yeah, I got Swamp again, taking this home and moving on forward. I'm shocked that Fox, who doesn't like the triple, went with the cheese for the end here.
And Dogman.
Yeah, he looks like he's ready to go.
The Adam, is that Mello going to be playing Adam? Who's going to be...
Though, I think they'll come back.
Daze plays Adam?
There's only one way to find out, though. Will Gen G bring it back and keep the hopes of Pacific
Maybe
alive?
Forky plays Adam and...
Shut them down.
Daze goes Rocket.
Day and Ryan Central.
Hey, Ryan, what's the matter?
A lot, I think. But in this case, it's a map. I sort of highlight this, as you pointed out. These are the two teams that have brought out a blade on this map, whether it was the grand finals of last year with Gen G or Swamp Gaming doing it in the playoffs here. It could show up. It's less than likely, certainly with the team-up changes, but there is always an option. If there's any kooky, crazy ideas...
Swamp got a really good defense draft.
In the Oceanic region.
Loki protect, Adam protect. Like, they're all in on the defense right. It has to be good.
Up against the wall now, Swamp Gaming.
FMCL jump pack,
of victory. And
it's going to be hard for Gen G to break.
To our lower bracket.
It's going to be
Or
Gen
is
G
it?
attacking first on that map.
Wait,
choice.
scatter dead instant.
Draw this line, and they have to draw the Penny's utility out as much as possible. And I'm surprised they're not good for the Storm to try and clear this.
Oh, what time are you at?
Wait, the car's moving. The car's 31, 20,
Okay. Oh, shit. Yeah.
Behind?
27, 26?
25, 4, 23. I'll pause.
Yeah, I'm good.
Look at this Gambit team up. That's actually split
21.
Swamp Gaming in half.
18.
Yeah.
Allow for some space for Zenstari to get stuck back into this point.
As if there wasn't enough to deal with on the ground to move in and amongst these positions. But
Whoa.
Yo,
Yo, you're not gonna get any skinnier.
The door put him on a bit of a slimming plan, but Daze has managed to get himself out into the fight yet again, and Bobo finds himself stunned in the middle of this
Oh my god.
Oh, the
Does he live?
HP from the charge wasn't enough. Now Daze taken down. Might well be resurrected here by the Battle Recall Beacon. Indeed it is, but still too much has happened already. Many players falling.
You don't give a fuck about no
Dog all gone, and Malphite still 24% away from that resurrection, so it's gonna have to come back next time.
It feels that like for Swamp Gaming's whole like composition with the draft, it's about like how this first point goes, and we've already seen that they like to take as many fights as they can do. Scattergang is going to come in again.
Will someone get grabbed by the wall?
And a couple of camera revivals on the way.
Oh, Bobo's got such a good angle though. Bobo's got such a good angle. The adjudication's just tearing through them so quickly. Got to worry about the incoming fire though. The strategists don't have a good line of sight here onto Bobo. And the second that the Gambit comes up to try and pocket them, Bobo's going to leave. Out he goes with the judge, the jury, the executioner, all like coming in.
That's max value.
Think of Swamp Gaming. Daze, Scattergenji, Krasmang, Melophobia.
Do they even have a touch? Yeah, maybe. They got to swap Venom.
Just as camera revival came online for Melophobia, he had the life cocoon, but he's decided to opt out against it. There might not be much of a chance to touch now.
Zenstari's going to look for an early ultimate here. Maybe wants to try and get rid of Valentina.
Oh, he grabbed. Wait.
You can see already all the CC's heading there.
Wait, Melo's dead. Melo's dead. They can't even.
Finally, Gen G have actually managed
FMCL with a massive grab on the
big miss as well, right? Because Melophobia gets sent down again. Life Cocoon and Valentina Eve was at 98% to go for the copy. So no Karmic Revivals get used in the end. At least they have the Strategist Ultimates, but that whole strategy, playing around the one-sided Adam, it finds nothing.
Now Swamp Gaming though, they have the resources they need to retake control. 2 Cosmic Yarn Amplifiers to play with.
Yeah, at least you're going to be able to sort of take those fights. And Melophobia being over on the bookie feels like that has been one of the saving graces for Swamp. Melophobia has been certainly on one, but he's already pushed back to second checkpoint.
So much base has been gained, but maybe Swamp Gaming just want to play inside of a second zone so they do not get snowballed, instead opting for a more defensible position in the underground. Valentina already having used the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, copied it away from Forky Dog. Genji looked for a disengage here. Perfect timing onto Zenstari, but a nice parry to get away from a Trooper's fist and up into the sky, into the midst of Genji.
Oh no, when none of them die.
Down, and Scattergenji's gonna try and save them all via the power of the mind
Bad lance by that.
FMCL resurrected, all's fair in love and war, but Skittles tries to tilt the tables in their favor. Krasman goes up against the damage boosted adjudication. Shotgun is just too much damage to try and deal with. Bobo parries an incoming grab.
You gotta shoot the ult low.
Hard carry on the lamp right there. Val did the snipe Loki into.
Hold on to pull out something in order
My
to
Mellow.
this oncoming storm that is Swamp Gaming. But it means that that copy's
Chill. Their moms are here.
Right away off for Swamp Gaming. And the Royal Flush very close from Alex at this point. Genji, I would have thought that they would have switched up some of their composition a little bit.
Yo, Yazan with the raid.
And if he's
Shukran, Habibi, shukran. Welcome. We're just doing watch party. Bro, Yazan. Yazan, I watched your video talking about you going pro. When am I going to see you here, brother?
Whoa.
When am I going to see the Saudis in Ignite on LAN? Next stage, no? Gotta be next stage.
That's pushed all the way back to spawn, so what's going to be the way? You might even have to dedicate stuff.
Soon, inshallah.
Teammate comes back in order to just get back.
Thank you for the raid, man. My man.
It's a great hold here from Swamp Gaming, and they're doing this thing once again where they just keep on.
He's not here.
FMCL is going
guys, it's fine. He hears me, guys. He hears me. He hears me, guys.
FMCL goes black cat.
He wants to try and dive in and just goes invis off the back of the silent seduction.
Money to work with, going towards the back. Raging Royal Flush makes it so easy for them to try and find their angles. They want Melophobia so bad, and they are going to grab them. Carbon Fist pierce the flesh.
Okay.
They have to use so much.
Whoa. Forky.
my rocket!
Take him down in
Oh
the back.
my.
God.
The dog.
Take him down, and Swamp Gaming, they have locked down Grand Central Station.
They're just losing too many people in quick succession. So every time we do see
Oh,
Skittles
that
back
was
bring
fucking
somebody
dirt.
back into the fray, they have to go down again.
Guys, it's only a matter of time before Asia and the Saudis come and dominate. It's fate.
Once you lose it as the attacking side.
We already got Bad Genius. We got Wealthy. We got Yazan.
Sustained, but there's a chance here maybe for Skittles.
The God roster is stacking up.
Ready to match, putting it up on the high ground is a great location. It's going to be difficult to try and take on down, but Zenstar is looking for something here. A multitude of players
can't get
have
out.
on in, and Daze is going to be the first to fall, but should be easily resurrected.
Oh,
on
shit.
the other side, Forky Dog's been found in the back by FMCL. The Black Cat may finally pay some dividends, but
Okay.
Melophobia is still alive and kicking. Alex getting him.
So he's so low. He's 1-1.
3 HP. Someone's going to finish it. It's got to be Alex there. But tick damage is enough. FMCL goes deep. A phantom pursuit onto
Yeah, let NA win one time though before you guys do that.
But not before Alex is traded out on the
We need
other
one
side.
championship.
Floats around in a bubble. It's just going to keep this one contested.
But overtime now, and I'm sure the Gen G
But
are
they have
going to
support all
attach
advantage.
themselves, handcuff themselves to this
FMCL needs to make a
objective,
crazy
so
play,
it
man.
doesn't C9 again. But calling card is really the only thing to sort of close in that distance. FMCL can't be the one to go in from that Route 1 approach. He has to go in and flank behind.
Forky Dog has the answer. Forky Dog has the tickets to the finals. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier already used. The calling cards are sent on forth.
dead. We need
TSM
TSM to win.
FMCL has so much
Oh.
No resurrections this time. But Skittles
No way.
Alex
How did they
about to get
lose?
ult.
find the ball. And we're not going to stop right here. Yeah, there's going to be some desperate attempt from Gen G. But all they've got is a
Shit,
tree.
wait.
And they're going up against the entire
3-1.
swamp of mangroves.
It might be GG.
Just keep clearing Gen
Oh,
G.
they need to play for these ults better.
Chance to keep stalling. Time is the name of the game for these objectives with a payload. And Swamp are really.
Yo, Gen G
making those
yesterday
things
beats
count.
this team.
Went for the attempt of the strange portal, but much like a lot of the
Low
other ones
key.
we've seen today,
No
it's
troll.
just, you're just coming out of
They'd be
spawn, can't really get
playing
set
for
up.
ult charts, support
Just
ults.
losing out too many people too many times.
They'd be oh man.
Melophobia again, the king of it. Not that many final hits, but when you're playing with this amount of sustain, you're not seeing that much eliminations in the server full stop at this point. Really looking at Bobo that's managed to get the 10 final hits, 15k damage. And one thing to really sort of highlight, I believe, is just
Play in stage,
it's
Gen
the
G would've
small
won.
stuff. It's using the copies, the regeneration domain on Loki, getting the copy over on Rocket for
We're not
an
playing
backdown,
stage,
using
but,
the Amplify. It's like all of the utilities available. Gen G are probably wishing that the likes
Fuck.
of Jean Grey was a little bit more meta because Swamp Gaming are just throwing out all of
FMCL on the Daredevil. Bro, Bobo loves this Punisher pick.
from the Loki. It saved them from some big ultimates from the likes of FMCL.
I mean, she's got a
Do
great
I like the
multiplicative
Punisher
punch,
pick?
right? Because not only do you
Bro,
get the
I feel like
from
Punisher is not that good.
over onto the Rocket Raccoon. You also
Is it
can
just
get the
because of the rocket?
damage boost from a Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. So
That
in
has
the
to be
first
it.
few seconds before the lamps are taken down, you are doing so much damage you can get that crazy burst.
And I think every time that we've seen the double Be Right Backs being placed down, they have brought people back in that little window that they have of the God of Mischief being in play. But Gen G want to try and make this a full
Okay.
defense if they
Well,
can,
Day
but
is
a lot of the tools that
passive.
have been banned
Oh my
away,
God, passive
they have
already
to sort
out.
of dig in deep with a 2-2-2 setup.
Days just walking up to them, menacingly, has lost their regeneration for
Ooh.
the
Oh,
troll.
Forky caught.
Been found in the back by
Bad
two
misplay by
FPL.
Forky. He was in the line of sight.
Oh my
Swamp
god.
Gaming, but it's taking a lot of damage and it's going to require some attention from Gen G.
Pressmang's walls are going to be a real
Cart's
problem
moving though,
here.
guys. We gotta stop the
Melophobia
cart.
Is trying to sort of do his best impression of Bobo, what he was able to do on attack. But Bobo finds that pick up
Yeah.
Days. Be Right Back means he's not going to be out too
Oh,
Yep,
good,
Zenstar
Beacon
good
up.
synergy.
have any similar
Walling him off,
They will be
then
Yeah.
Emma grabbing.
FMCL won't be able to come back very quickly, and Gen
They're
G
backing.
has so much space here, which means they aren't going to get as
Yeah,
many
we gotta
shots
stop
as
the
Swamp
cart,
Gaming.
guys.
It's staggering. It's one after the
Playing for one
other,
good
just in a way that Gen G can't quite
Oh,
disengage
Mello.
the fights they don't want to take like now. They're very
Mello's
much
feeling
forced to
it.
fight
Good
here, but
good
Swamp, they
aggression
don't
by
want it.
SG.
Never Bobo's behind them, isolated. If he gets themselves a
Bobo
5
dead.
versus 1 right now, and yeah, Bobo.
Hey, Bobo, no zip?
The
They won.
arrayed armaments of Swamp Gaming. So
Bobo need a
close
zip
towards
line
the
there.
building
FMCL
already.
stops the
Swamp Gaming moving fast, big pull in onto the group who takes the Viscard, try and turn this one around. But Krasman
GG.
could be the final note in this symphony with their own
GG.
ultimate. No one can approach the cart, and that is going to be Bobo with the quick TP that's a touch too late, surely.
He's not even attempted it. Prasmang's gone in on the
They're
other
staggering
side,
him.
like
They're
he's close enough
staggering.
distance.
They tried to
He managed
body
to
block
definitely-
him so he couldn't get back in
A
spawn.
little bit close for comfort.
No, that would have been nasty, bro. That's the type of shit we need to see.
The changes have to come through. Bobo going over to the Black Widow needs to keep
Bro, more
checking
teams need to be
pace.
doing this shit.
Winning up this battle against FMCL now, who just cannot get a hold of this.
What is that from Krasberg?
Wait, what?
Wait, what does that say?
Yo, that's gotta be illegal.
Holy.
What?
In its way into Midtown, and they're already making good way of this. Fear back though means that it's not going to be too long out.
Yeah, extra damage going to come through from a Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, but as far as Swamp Gaming are concerned, they have not lost anyone, and Zensari went too deep. That was Melophobic.
What a block!
Oh, what a block!
What a block by Scatter!
The peel is solid, and Daze is only going to add to this. There's no mercy remaining in Daze's heart, even if they grab
Bobo might have to ult.
away from here by Alex.
Bobo, put the cam on Bobo. Put the cam on Bobo.
Oh, it's working out! Zenstar and FMCL find low HP targets.
Flattened.
Gengi's on top of the wild
Scatter
Black Widow.
hard
This
carrying.
backline is being
They traded out though. They traded out though.
punished.
They won.
And
They won.
Valentino was able to at least grab 2, but the duelists of
Zen, you
Genji
could go, bro.
have given themselves a bit of respite. You'd think
Can't
so,
kill.
but they're still going for more. Zenstar
Can't
is
kill.
Goodbye, Zen. Got the lamps out.
And Volky Dog for a second has gone over
He's
to
going back in.
Elsa.
They
Now he's
TP.
gone over to Luna just to go for the portal for Daze.
do it.
Swamp
Do it.
Gaming are back in.
Whoa, what is this TP?
What's happening?
Sideways TP.
Will still have access.
FMCL has all. They don't have lamps yet.
Maelstrom. FMCL towards the back, letting with
FMCL,
them allowed.
FMCL.
Zensari on the dive, but they are going to be
Oh,
pushed away from the
oh.
remainder of the team, and he's trying to make it work
Oh.
here and now. But seems like
How
the
has
back
no
and
one
forth
died
field between
during that?
Volky Dog and Valentina's very solid. Bobo now going to be isolated and can be shielded away from remainder
Bro,
of the
Bobo
team.
on the flank. Why is Bobo always flanking, man? Oh, it doesn't go off.
No way!
If they can't press Q in time. Oh, Valentina traded out with Skittles. Melophobia next to go. This is such a disgusting back and forth. And
wait,
it's all about the
is that-
backline for Genji, but they don't have the staying power on the point. Alex is going to have to try.
Wait, Bobo on the flank.
They don't have
Bobo
heals.
needs to do everything. Bobo.
C9.
Swamp Gaming stand tall, stand proud, and stand ready to advance in the
Oh,
bracket.
my.
It means that the final 4, 2 of Americas, 2 of EMEA, as Pacific have to sort of finish out in a
Guys.
6th place finish. And Swamp Gaming, they're not going anywhere.
Oh, no.
Again next.
I guess you can call them Gen GG.
Finals. You gotta say, like, commiserations.
No, no, no.
A harrowing moment that came in over.
It's Gen GG, dude.
Showing that this environment is their environment. They
No.
the meta suits them,
No.
and they know exactly how they want to take this approach.
No.
Now, they want to take the lives of an EMEA team in Rad to send one of them home.
Right to Swamp Gaming.
It's
They went
Gen
into a game that
G.
was fully Genji pilled, and they managed to win it. That was an absolute maelstrom of chaos. What were those last 2 fights?
I mean, it was everybody was
Damn,
so
bro.
spread out as well.
I did not
It sort of
expect that,
just
I'm not
descended
gonna
to a bit of a doom match. It felt like you got
Gen
Bobo trying to set
G.
up with the Black Widow, but then you don't have much that can actually just keep on the objective itself. People get separated.
Gen fucking
and so much
G.
of a focus went in. Just a small adjustment. Swamp going for the portal play, having Volky Dog move over to the Luna just to get away from the Rocket to give themselves a little bit more going power. Find some of the isolations. CC some of the people at FMCL that are just in the backline. It was a very quick sort of knee-jerk reaction, I felt, but it broke the ankles, it felt like, from Genji, who just ran out of steam at the end.
Swamp Gaming, they are going to have a very busy day today, Ryan.
I mean, yeah, they go up against like the team that has been harrying them in their own region into playing somebody that I imagine you've been scrimming quite a lot even with Ping or even at this event because you're on other sides of the bracket, and then going up against Rad, who I know folks has had some good opinions of the likes of, you know, Crazy Kitty and stuff on the other side. Now he gets to see if he can sort of outmatch them when it comes to the draft. To really, like, you've got the 2nd seed of Americas versus the 3rd seed of EMEA, really has sort of climbed over Virtus Pro. Pretty much the 2 best teams behind the likes of Na'Vi and Team Liquid Citadel, who we're going to be seeing tomorrow, really seeing who's going to be the better region.
I mean, it's what's been incensing chats across esports for generations, right? NA versus EMEA. And honestly, the Americas region is looking more powerful than they ever have. But the big avatar of EMEA, Na'Vi, is looking still infallible.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to like that series as well, like a general like MVP to work with would be like Melophobia for the series. And that's exactly who Cozy is speaking to on stage after that series.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Swamp Gaming, taking down Gen G, and now ensuring, once again, LAN will go through the EMEA or America. I have Melophobia here, getting MVP after MVP, play after play. It feels like we've been talking for so long to lead to this moment. You're on your 2nd LAN win. You just went through a bit of a nail-biter. What's on your mind? How are you feeling?
I mean, I feel amazing. This is everyone's first LAN on our team. You know, we competed last year. We did pretty okay, but this was always what we were striving towards. And I mean, it's surreal meeting the fans, meeting players, like surrounding myself by people who do what I do. It's surreal.
Hey, Melophobia, first of all, beautifully said. I've got to ask, I mean, you are Thanos at times. Do you feel extra pressure because you, as the one on the team that just has elimination after elimination, and a lot of that match can run through you, does that build extra pressure behind you?
Yeah, I know a lot of people expect me to be the best, anything else, Bucky or whatever. And, you know, it used to get to me, but I mean, the pressure that I put on myself and with how much I believe in myself far outweighs what other people think. Like, no matter what happens on the stage, you know I believe in myself. That's all I need.
Amazing. I love to hear that. Listen, hey, love the claps on it. TLC, Swamp, upper bracket. They put you down here now. Walk me through that. Motions forward. Obviously, revenge match can still happen. Absolutely.
I mean, you know, people look at the loss and think, you know, that sets us back. They're the only team we've lost to yet. And I mean, besides Rad and shout out yeah, we lost, we're the only team to take maps off of them. And it's just like, I feel good. We look back at it. We realized, you know, the mistakes that we made, you know, not in game, in the ban phase, etc., and the mistakes we did make in game. And I felt like it showed in the Gen G match. And I feel really confident going into that.
I love that. Lastly, I'll end on this. You're going up against Rad, who they just took out the champs in Virtus Pro. How do you feel like you match up against Rad moving forward, which will be the match to come?
It's hard to say. Like, you know, the practice and scrims, that is 100, if not 1,000% different than what happens on stage, how I feel on stage. Like I feel in my zone in this arena. And I mean, they're tough. I'm not gonna say, you know, obviously they made it, they beat VP, but I mean, I think it's a win for us, 3-1 if not 3-0.
Well, the job's not finished, and again, it's just been amazing to watch your journey. I've been watching it a long time with Marvel Rivals. Again, give it up for Swamp Gaming as they move on forward through the lower bracket, and Melophobia, Desk, break it all down. What did we just watch?
We just watched an incredible series of
low-key best interview yet.
Man. We had
Melo's very calm and collected, well-spoken on the mic.
Theme with Gen G,
very
but
like
Swamp.
Write that down. Write that down.
What a performance from Swamp. I mean, they continue to impress.
He wasn't saying let's just have a great game.
That was the concern about Swamp going into this is, are they too green? Are they, you know,
everyone here is great.
Same dialogue we had with Rad, and you know, going back into it, it seems like
everyone here is great, guys. Let's have a good game out there.
Continue the storyline right between these Americans and EMEA, right, Tetra?
Yeah, we're back. We're down to our final two teams in the lower bracket before we get to an upper bracket match later on, and we're down to our final 4 teams, which happens to be 2 EMEA teams and 2 Americas teams, and 2 of them have never been to LAN before. Ooh. And speaking of LAN, we apparently have another interview on stage. So let's head down to Cozy and see what's going on.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Tetcher. Listen, with high highs can come low lows. I think all the fans here and across the viewers across the world have just loved Gen G in this story. From last LAN to this to China. Bobo, you're a sensation. And the entire team of Gen G, we love the support is there. Want to talk to you as we say goodbye on what feeling, what do you want to say to your fans
I'm not crying.
Home and here in this arena today in LA?
I'm not crying.
First, I want to say thanks Alex, because we lose our support. Salvation, he can't here. So we call Alex come here, help us. He played very good. Shout out to my, how to say, I don't know, Swap Gaming. They are very strong. We already try our best. We still lose. Our mid-season story is end, but we won't stop. We still wanna chase the champion. Maybe not today. You know what I mean? Maybe not today. Maybe not next month. Maybe not next year. But one day, maybe we will be the champion.
Can we give it up here for Bobo, everybody? Jin G will return. Thank you so much, Bobo, and we wish you best of luck. And we appreciate you and all of Jin G once again. Tetcher, Desk, break down the action of Jin G versus Swamp.
Bobo, no.
It truly does feel like a crowd favorite team. Genji captured everyone's
Take 5 spot
at those grand finals last year. I really do feel like they have continued to grow in both the love of the fans and in skill, like Bobo said. Maybe not next year, maybe not next month, but in the future, I really do see it.
Yeah,
Oh,
absolutely.
shit.
You can tell that meant a lot to Bobo to say such special words like you said. And, you know, I mean, just huge shout out to our production team over at Game Square. Same thing with Cozy for getting the interview with Bobo on stage, because I know how much that means to the players. I mean, there's a situation that I had to deal with in another league where they canceled the interview because a player cried on stage. And I understand that's a very sad, like, a lot of people don't want to see that, but that's a part of the game.
Yeah.
These guys put so much time, so much hours into it, and Cozy very well understands that. That's why Bobo got the interview, got to speak his heart out, and it's hard to do that. So I'm glad that Bobo did it. He did such a good job in the interview.
Humility just to say, you know what, we just lost to a great team, and we will be back, right? I mean, that's a beautiful thing about esports and hero stories, right? Like, the heroes don't always win. We saw that in Infinity War. I mean, come on now, but without the Infinity War, there couldn't be the end game. So I really, Bobo, we've fallen in love with this kid, going all the way back again to China, through Atlanta to today. And Jin G, honestly, and Bobo, great. Jin G, I have fallen in love with this team, Tetcher.
It's exactly what we're saying right before you got here. They have really just captured the hearts of everyone. But speaking of capturing hearts, we have to talk about Swamp Gaming. Their first LAN versus Brad, their first LAN, but Swamp, everyone just seems to just be vibing with this team. Maybe it's because we're in America. The American fans are really starting to get behind them here, Cozy.
Yeah, for me, listen, we said this kind of in a segment, right? That we haven't, and funny enough, Meliphobia said it on stage, right? He said, we've only gone against DLC. That's all people are seeing with us, right? And so we got to see them now.
Else, please.
Yeah, I mean, we got to see them against Jin G, who obviously, I mean, they eliminated 100 Thieves pretty quickly there. And then they looked strong, obviously, even outside, I mean, take away Central Park and the shenanigans at the end. Swamp Gaming looked pretty dominant there, right, throughout most of that series. And so I've got to say, obviously, we're going to see them in the matchup up ahead. But yeah, they are showing that they are every bit of a 2 seed and maybe more.
And you talked about, you've been singing the praises of Meliphobia, and that's been a great call out, considering on the bench of Swamp Gaming, they have another fantastic hitscan player in Amadian, but Meliphobia is just such a talented player, such a flexible player. Back in the day, started as Magic, now goes over to things like Buck.
Hasn't he grown up so much too, even in just like the year and a half of like doing interviews? He was like the quietest man I knew, and it's crazy to see Tej.
So I actually want to bounce off you a little bit here. You talk
All right, guys. Now, 20 minutes until the no, what? No, is it SG versus Rad? Wait, what? Wait, no. Is this the next game? No. Wait, it is. SG versus Rad, and then... Well, that's the last game of the day. Swamp Gaming versus Rad. Yeah, they're definitely going to take a 20-minute break, 30-minute break.
Burger? I don't know, guys. That looks and the cheese ring. It feels
Let's go back to the video.
It feels heavy. It's like a whole
Sour HF, thing of the 2 months shower.
Has a lot of cheese for sure. It seems that they charge extra for dipping sauces, which is kind of a shame because you definitely need a dipping sauce. I really love the fact that it has a lot of cheese, but it just feels a little bland. This time, let's try the egg omelette bomb burger. I don't know,
My
guys.
God, that looks so fucking good.
The bottom of the buns, it feels very nicely toasted. It's as good as it looks. Good, fresh eggs, really nice patty too. In my personal opinion, this feels like a step above other franchises that I've had today. I like how the ingredients are fresh, and the quality and the flavors of the burger is not driven by the sauces and weird trendy items. It's just good fundamentals. Kind of feels like a really nice homemade burger. And there's just so much egg. And you guys know this, I love protein more than women. This is why you gotta be open to trying new things, guys. At any stage of your
Does
life,
this look like a
you
lot
can
of
do
egg?
something new, something that can inspire you. Really happy with what they had here. Now, let's try their dessert. Unfortunately, they just serve it in a factory packaging. Probably kept it frozen too. They call it cornet. It looks like a little pastry pipe with lots of cream inside. This is like $2.50.
It's med.
I'm not sure if this is worth what I paid. It does have that very factory-made feeling. Something I'd probably
does
get
not
at
look
like
good.
a convenience store, and I think that can be quite nice. But at a fast food restaurant, this just feels a little out of place. I have to say, huge shout out to the people that commented about What the Burger. That was a surprisingly good place. All right, so we've come to the last franchise of the day. It is another international franchise, and it's called Burger King. Okay, I won't lie, I'm personally not a massive fan of Burger King.
I've never had Burger
One time
King.
I was filming at Burger King. I thought the burger was okay, but I got this massive food poisoning. Probably the worst one by far. But I'm supposed to show you guys what's popular in Korea, and Burger King is very popular in Korea. So here's everything I got. Pretty excited to find out how good it
wow.
is. Like I said, I wasn't overly excited about trying Burger King because I got sick eating Whoppers. But
That
man,
ice cream looks
apparently
good.
Burger King in Korea is considered kind of a premium chain. Let's start with the smaller burger, their smoked rib Whopper. I will say this, the volume of the burger is much bigger than other places.
Wow.
It's a big burger.
So big.
So it's a Whopper with lots of barbecue sauce and pieces of pork ribs. I'm starting to realize that there's a lot of pork ribs in there. I feel like the sauce is a bit too much.
I don't like barbecue. Not a fan of
Other than
barbecue.
That, this is a solid burger. Makes me
Sauce.
really miss America. Recently, Burger King Korea upgraded their onion rings. You know how Burger King onion rings, it's like 80% better and 20% onions? They've upgraded it so it's real onion rings. And it's like 50% onions now. A little more crispy and the batter feels lighter than it used to. I'm happy with it. This, however, is only in Korea. This is a massive one-pound burger.
God!
It's almost heavy. And the patty that's in this are bulgogi patties. So I'm guessing they're like a little sweeter.
My mouth just got so watery.
Oh my God. It's almost like chewing on a huge chunk of ground beef. And instead of that ketchup sauce, they have bulgogi sauce. Man, I've had a lot of bulgogi burgers today. That sweet savory flavor. I have to say, it is very good. I think the patty itself is the same as Whoppers, just a different
I wonder how
sauce.
much calories this
Even
is
for
in here.
somebody who loves fast food and a lot of meat, this is like way too many patties. I think double patty would be like just perfect. Wow, there's still so much left. Let's also try their coconut shrimp. Looks like a decent size. So the surface is covered
1,600 calories. 1,700.
with coconut, and they deep fried it, so you get that flavor too. And there's actually a lot of shrimp in this. There's a good
With 100
staple
grams of
shrimp. For a
protein.
fast food place, I think that's pretty impressive. This is a black sesame king fusion. So it looks like it's ice cream with some kind of a black sesame cream or black sesame ice cream blended. And on top of it, they have some pieces of a traditional Korean snack called yakgwa. It is very sweet and flavorful. Oh my God, that's so sweet. I feel like the yakgwa that was on top is not the best quality. Let's have the ice cream then. Wow, the black sesame ice cream, it actually tastes really good. It kind of smells a bit like dirt, which doesn't sound very appetizing, but it's actually quite delicious. I do feel like it's a tad expensive for a little tiny cup. They made it seem so much bigger.
How
in the
much?
photos. I think my favorite burger here was their smoked pork rib burger. It sounded really gimmicky, but I feel like that's the most well balanced. Yeah, I think it's time to squash the beef and forgive Burger King for what they've done to me 3 years ago. I feel like they're too expensive, but they make pretty good burgers. So, the most popular fast food franchises in Korea. Overall, I feel like they're all deserving of their popularity, but I feel like I have to tell you guys which one my favorite and my least favorite was. I think my least favorite was unfortunately McDonald's. To be fair, it's decent as a fast food chain and it's one of the more affordable options, but it just didn't have that original Korea touch. It's pretty much the same McDonald's that you can get anywhere in the world. But my personal favorite, at least at this very moment, was Whataburger. It has some room for improvements, like I think the ingredients can blend together better. I felt like they all kind of exist on their own, but the ingredients were very good. And unlike other franchises, it had that homemade feel to it.
Wow,
and
those eggs were so wet.
Too. And again, it's something
My
new
God.
to me, so I really enjoyed it. Well, at least that's how I felt, but let me know how you guys felt about it. Maybe you guys thought Mom's Touch was best out of all of them. Thank you guys so much for watching this video, and I'll be back with more awesome videos. Thank you guys.
Videos. Wow, 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 wow. Auto-played into Jay's stream? Are you serious right now?
We don't know yet. The loser probably of Navi.
3K on YouTube. Yo, YouTube chat, what are we doing, guys? Why is there only 90 of you? What's good? What's good, YouTube? We got an issue? What's good? Fucking A.
Ladies and gentlemen, all good things
Oh, we're
must
back?
come to an end, and day 3, we're getting close, my friends, because we have had an incredible day of action, and we've had to say goodbye to some great, powerful teams. It is
You didn't grow your YouTube audience in 20 years of streaming. That is low-key true. I always thought YouTube was cringe. I thought my streams were not worth uploading to YouTube, but I guess that's just the meta now. And you have to.
Like Swamp Gaming sort of kept their heads above water. It didn't feel like they panicked. They didn't really flounder too much. They had a game plan and they were able to.
Better late than never.
Sort of new environment, right? So it feels that these are the two green teams that didn't have any line experience going into this. Swamp is looking the most composed of the two.
Yeah, and listen, I mean, this is a matchup that I feel like we've been waiting for. Not only America versus EMEA, I think that's always just, setting up for a good time. But really, the way these play are very similar in their play styles. You kind of have a somewhat hyper carry, if you will, Crazy Kitty and Melophobia. Backline's both very solid and holding up strong. For me, once again, it's that
Celestial
front line
Husk
versus Rad. I feel like Vaudable, when we look at Swamp, Krasman, Scatter, they
Chat, be right back.
anybody. They
We're
showed
back,
that
we're back.
there with Jin G. They got a big assignment here with someone like Duck.
Well, it was so interesting, too, because, like, it felt in the first series of the day that Days Wolverine wasn't really doing as well as it could have. We saw a lot of it towards the end here, though, and I feel like he's been able to lock in since then, and that might be a good counter once the Ironwood wall is down to take out Ducky.
Yeah, no, I mean, without question, right? Listen, Rad, they're definitely feeling themselves. They just beat VP, sent them packing. I mean, that is just such an emotional high to ride off of. But the hot team, who just played, sometimes that can benefit you. I feel like most of the time, especially in an environment like this, I would want to be in Swamp's position. You just got off a game. Some don't like it, but what do you think?
I mean, when it comes to jumping on the stage, so often it's been Rad that have just been in and off of it multiple times a day, so they're kind of used to it. I would have thought that, you'd maybe do some sort of warm-up scrims, but that's hard because you've got teams maybe taking a bit of an interim, certainly at this time, depending on what part of the world that you're in and playing from. But they were mostly just watching this series, just taking it a good moment to make sure that they're set up. I think for Rad, the thing about it is like the first maps in these series, like we saw going up against the likes of 100 Thieves, just trying to go for like one-sided like Black Cat, Daredevil, going for that in the bans. Today, though, we saw like the Ultron, right? The Ultron Protect, trying to play around that a little bit more for Crazy Kitty. So I would like to see just Riot like not go too crazy with some of the ideas, just use this best of 5 as a way to feel out what Swamp want to try and play, especially if domination keeps cropping up.
For sure, learn from your mistakes. We haven't gotten a lot of EMEA versus America, but if you do look at it, I mean, it feels like forever ago at this point.
Yeah.
And it almost feels like a different Rad team at this point, but to your point, 100 Thieves, they kind of took care of business. When they did go against Rad, we know what Swamp can do against 100 Thieves throughout the year. So when you look at the two, obviously you're American man, but you're from EMEA. I mean, who do you like in this matchup?
I mean, the big thing for me here is momentum, right? We always have to talk about that. Usually a team coming from the lower bracket has a decent advantage going into those finals. This is what we saw with preseason from Swamp Gaming, or from TLC, excuse me, against Swamp Gaming in the Americas region, and worked out well. They got the win there, and were eventually able to carry that forward. So Swamp Gaming, I think because they have the momentum, the nerves are gone, they're on the stage, they could take this.
I mean, I think that's what they're like leaning towards in the end. But I think the thing for Swamp is that even though, the amount of times I tune into like Faux's stream and he's disparaging our region,
he always takes time to compliment Rad. He always takes time to compliment Crazy Kitty, especially. Like, it just passes the eye test consistently. And some of those inconsistent parts, whether it's the front line, the Vanguards overstepping, being punished for it, or some of the MASH ultimates that we've seen, they somehow, for one, still make it work, and two, they're becoming less frequent, I suppose. Some of those like really egregious errors that you see on stage from Rad becoming less and less as this tournament has gone on.
I like that you said the eye test, because it's the it factor. We see it in sports, it's in esports too, and that's what I wanted to see from Swamp Gaming that last series. Like, you just lost kind of a map they gave up, right? How do you respond? You let it get your mental? No, they handled it well. Rad, though, has been in that position how many times now? Backs against the wall, elimination here, you know, more, and so they've got the it factor. They've shown that under pressure completely, they're still fine. Whereas with Swamp, they got pushed a bit, VOD, but pretty comfortable throughout this, I would say, land so far.
The one advantage I say Rad have is that they played through the play-ins. They played every single day of competition. They've been warmed up. They know the setups. They know exactly which rhythm they need to get into. Swamp Gaming's only played a number of series this go around, and I think this ban draft is going to be so crucial for this. Last time we saw more mag prioritization for Swamp, and it didn't work. They lost that domination, but we'll see if it turns around this time.
Yeah, we see the handsome man, Fox, ready to go. Was it Gator said the fit won't help him here on the stage? Well, we'll see if it matters. We do have a one-sided mag. We just had that against what was Jin Ji, Duep, the best mag, some of us say. I like that they're doing more of the same against Rad and the powerful Vanguards.
Well, I think as well, from what Rad found out against Virtus Pro, when the mag was taken out on both sides, you don't get as much sort of protection from some of the mistakes. Certainly if you're like out of position, the bulwarks aren't there and available, and that really hurt VP. So I think it's one of those cases that Rad would rather have the Gambit for MASH than actually have that protection. Means that the Vanguards can sort of open up a bit more.
Mag ban, mag save.
Is Loki, right? You get the lamps from the whatever chaos
Gambit
out there,
trade.
Right? Sure they don't have both.
Yeah, I think the
I'd much rather have mag than Gambit, I think.
Say for Valentina, and we saw them actually saving it a couple times in that last series, so not having that available is massive, but also the Daredevil not being available. One-sided vision, I wonder if we're going to see an answer back.
Yeah, trying to go against Daze there a bit. I think obviously we know Ducky's a great Groot. You got Luna and that cleanse that really shuts out a lot of the opportunities for Groot. Also, just Luna's save really helps out what a Swamp wants to do mainly through their back line. But either way, last ban here, where do you think it goes?
I mean, it's gone towards Black Cat, actually, so that's a lot of respect given over. Like, Daredevil just at the end to make sure that Daze can't quite match it, because we've seen, like, bits of the Black Cat in that last series, but not an awful lot.
Oh, I mean, hey, the crazy kid, we always say we're going to get crazy with Rad. How much kitty we're going to get? Obviously, this one in Domination, not as much. Well, we've got new casters bringing you all of the heat, all of the action. Gasket,
we're going to get crazy with Rad, but not much kitty.
One more
Yo,
time.
where does Cozy come up with these lines?
Say goodbye to one more team. We have Swamp holding on.
He's too good.
Coming in hot after that series, Gaskin.
Very hot indeed. I mean, both of these teams now, the pressure has been lifted a little bit. The LAN jitters are gone. Because remember, for both squads, this is their first LAN, right? This is their first chance being under these lights. And now both of them have an opportunity to get a top 3 position guaranteed, which is maybe something that they would have been kind of screaming to achieve when they first had their invite here.
We got to be talking about the journey these teams took as we head on into Celestial Husk. These teams came in from MRC in some cases. Rad qualified for Ignite through MRC in order to try and get there, and then had an incredible preseason, an incredible stage 1, and now they're guaranteed 4th place, potentially 3rd if they win this.
And Swamp Gaming, of course, they won MRC Season 5 under Doom Crew, if you can go all the way back to there. So these guys have gone through the ranks to find themselves here today on the main stage. We're underway between Rad and Swamp Gaming. Who is going to have enough to
15,
take that one step further
14,
into that lower bracket final and have the chance to compete in potentially a grand final
Mellow
and
Cat.
continue to be
Daze
a
Bucky.
giant killer, which in the moment, Rad
Daze
the
on the
giant
Bucky.
killers of this tournament.
They've taken down multiple of some of those.
Why didn't Daze just play the cat?
Virtus Pro, the current world champion,
Oh, sure.
but we will have a new
Alright,
world
GG.
champion
Swamp
at
Gaming,
this
yeah.
tournament tomorrow. Daze
Red.
already sending some shots down range as we see a quick retreat.
Wait,
out of
can
Crab
Daze
Mag.
not
That
cat?
Team up to make sure that he doesn't get caught out of position.
No way.
The Bucky already looking
That
for
should
the
be
bottom.
illegal.
Everyone just retreats to the low ground as Brad looks to try and take the point.
Crazy Kitty on Daredevil was always going to be a concern. It was a respect ban over to the Black Cat, but last time when Rad, we saw them on this map, it was Crazy Kitty popping off, and yet again, Kitty gets the opener, Forky's down, Daze follows, and Kraz is going to be the next. It's a clean wipe here for Rad, and Swamp Gaming saying get back to sport.
The freeze was good, but all it did was sort of freeze that respawn timer as the rest of Rad are able to close on in and finish off that pickup. Smash this, utilizing the best out of this
swaps
Widow,
to the Elsa.
staying at range, whereas Swamp, they move over to the Bucky and they move over to the Elsa. So they now have that team up with the Bucky Elsa. Dace is going to get a lot more instinct charge and is going to be able to get massively reduced cooldowns.
I think the versatility of Smash, being able to play the Elsa or the Widow, is hugely important for Rad's chances here. It's been fantastic at bouncing between the two of them, depending on the situation in front of them.
A lot of pressure onto the board right now. Rad up to
go.
34%.
Just crash out, no?
And break through that front line. Great wall.
They don't even need it.
But Melophobia is picked off as he tries to go for a flank. Smash this has a great angle onto the side. It's Crazy Kitty.
Go.
Walls looking for a correct angle.
Oh, you got a stun.
Again, this gives a
Bro, where is this Mash ult, man?
Mash gonna ever press Q or no?
Yo, this ult's supposed to build our ults, by the way.
Wait, yo, what? Wait.
Rad will get massively whittled down.
They could have just won for free.
Shortly after, as Swamp step onto the point.
Did they think they had a support ult?
Maybe. But like even then, like don't you still do it?
That, bro. If they just ulted, they would have won for free. They'd be at 99 or.
Isolated that one player, and now Swamp will be able to hold here. But ult charges are definitely there on the side of Rad, depending on who pops first here. There is more on the side of Swamp, so if you can find something in the neutral, it would be massive. But both teams giving the respect that is due.
Full ult charge for Swamp Gaming on every single character, whereas Rad is still building up towards Lugia Goat and Crazy Kitty. But like you said, if Swamp can win a neutral, then that's huge for their extra defense. If Rad try and push in one more time, here comes the Raging Royal Flush from Mash for the extra commitment and the Sonic Seduction. Scalagetti with the Meteor Emblem absorb a lot of that damage output. Needs to try and find a target.
Someone see that shield?
Barrier for the Invisible Woman. Dace is taken down by Lugia Goat, who's pushing
Shit
up.
on
chased.
Bonanza coming in. There's Forky Dog is going to drop that coffee gun amplifier with the glass rocks in the intent.
Hit a wall.
Crack an impact, but no one's going down, so there's no reset for Daze.
Everyone plays a part in this one, but Rad still somehow surviving. But eventually, Daze does find the KO onto Crazy Kitty, and now surely Rad will just start to fall apart here, which they will. 1, 2, and 3 are found. Swamp Gaming successfully win the Battle of Ultimates, where everyone, it seemed like, popped theirs. And with Lugia being the latest to
Chad, who do you guys want to win here?
Just disassemble here, back off, reassess how they want to approach.
We got to root for Swamp, no? Root for NA?
Maybe one last push here for Rad before they start to think about a strange portal.
A lot of these games seem to set up as who
for
gets
the dog
point and then goes up to 99%, and then it's all about the other team to flip it and try and maintain. But this one's been back and forth, up to 50, then up to 50, now up to 80 for Swamp Gaming as Rad look to try and push on in. A lot of damage coming in from that Chaos Sword of Scalagetti to try and weaken them down on the assault. Eats a lot of damage themselves, but with that magnetic barrier will sustain on
Match got the wide angle.
Group walls from Ducky, trying to isolate anyone from Swamp Gaming. If they can take down Scalagetti, that will be a big setup for them.
Love this positioning from Valentina at the moment, making sure she's not vulnerable, but also being there to support both the backline and the duelists at the same time, and also making sure that your Vanguard are topped off, but
bro, Valentina should have healed Scatter there. That Crazy Mang was already around the tree, didn't need the heals as much. Can they kill through? No.
For that to expire, so Smash this can try and drop the winner. Instead of a straggling prison is enough to group up Swamp Gaming, whittle them down, and now it's all about the stragglers.
Gambit, TP's up.
So they will be able to delay. Incredible delay coming in from Swamp Gaming, and it's already at 99 for them. Rad, they look for the sustain, and it looks like Swamp might try and go for
no, bro, too late.
Yeah, they know.
Take their time, wait to be a full 6 here, and they are going to use the portal to try and re-engage as quick as possible from a different position so they don't get caught out and really ambushed from the other side. But Rad still have plenty to offer here, and it is going to be the Raging Royal Flush up and available for Mash.
Covered, but he's holding it for as long as possible. They're trying to see if they can grab someone on the neutral. Cosmic Guard Amplifier will be dropped, so immediately the flush has to come out to make sure that they can contest.
Lost with Rocket? No.
Who falls down first?
Valentina's back up. Oh, no.
Wait, why? Wait.
Wait. No.
But the numbers are so heavily in favor of Rad. We're seeing a large numbers of Swamp Gaming being forced off the point.
I mean, if they get overtime, maybe.
They're still alive.
And in the meantime, the rest of the team just has to hold Scatter.
Wait.
Scatter, wait.
As long as they can.
Scatter has ult.
Try and just ping from a distance, try and take them down, but everyone is just tanking.
Scatter high ground. Can you imagine?
There is going to be an Eye of Agamotto available. Could definitely be the
oh my, imagine.
Swamp Gaming here, but rather
imagine Smash hit that.
Can't all be hit at once.
Craftsman coming in with the Venom to try and put some disruption onto Smash. Who's caught in the trap. The shield is good though. For the Invisible Woman Vertigo. The Eye of Agamotto is going to be blocked down from the counter shield. Suddenly Scatter is going to get focused down. And the backline of Swamp is nowhere to be seen. Valentina is one of the only people still up and is trapped in the corner. which means they are not on the point. The duel is good though, but Crazy Kitty comes out ahead, and overtime ticks down. Rad are going to take the first point of Celestial Husk.
So Rad will take the first lead here then in our losers semi-finals against Swamp Gaming. And I think this is so important here, Tetch, because Swamp Gaming, they're going to be coming into this one hot, right? You just had that series, you get to stay on the main stage, you're going to be feeling it. Rad, were they going to be cold was my main question coming into it. They are everything but. We know Celestial Husk is a strong map for them. We saw them take down VP on it, and they have carried that in through to this losers semi. And now for Swamp Gaming, they need to find a way to respond. Did they portal a little bit too early? Could be a question from me. They could have perhaps taken that fight and then portaled as a desperate play at the end. But either way, Rad will be delighted with the victory there in the first round.
Fatigue versus warm-up. That's the battle right now that Swamp are playing with themselves. They come in with all that experience. We've talked about lower bracket buff at a lot of these tournaments where teams just literally get more reps.
Kitty just called the strat right there.
Practice and just get better. But Rad coming in
100%.
just off warm-ups and scrims are looking good right now versus Swamp Gaming.
Swamp taking a look at a couple of changes as well on their hero pool. Maybe looking to try and find more comfortable heroes that they can use. Days on the Wolverine building up the ultimate as well, but it is going to be Lugia who can kick us all off with that clobbering time. By the way, I'm going to say it again, I love this map overhead, and I hope we see more of it. And the further we get into Marvel Rivals Ignite, as we see now the approach here from Swamp Gaming. Can you catch anyone off guard? But the clobbering time does come out.
Healing output is good, though. The backline Swamp Gaming once again showing just how much value they have. Last stand from the Wolverine is able to take out Bucky. Lugia unable to find anyone to capitalize off of that clobbering time. And as the front line falls, Rad will be forced off the point. That's going to be Swamp with the first point cap.
And it shows if you can get that first pick onto Crazy Kitty as well, because you such an advantage going into the next fight. Kitty has to be careful when jumping in.
They farming ults?
Did your screen still black?
No.
5, 6, 7,
okay.
8.
Okay, I'm at
9, 10,
12.
11, 12.
Okay, yeah.
And suddenly your team's going to struggle.
Shots coming in from Melophobia. There's
Oh,
the
weird.
bubble.
My shit just like randomly
black.
black. They doubled! They doubled!
Oh, no.
Gaming, the strategist trying to keep the team tops up, but as such, the Battle Rebirth will pick
And they died anyways.
Cosmic Yard Amplifier will expire. It allows the rest of the team to hold the low ground for at least a little bit longer as they are able to trade up to Crazy Kitty, which might be the saving grace here. But Vertigo has that invisible
Yo, Rad has advantage. They gotta go.
They can hyper commit. They've
Oh,
got
big juke by Crazy.
If they can pick off these members before too much charge goes over the Swamp
Good stall.
Fraz goes down before
by
that.
SG.
Prison can be used as well in their favor. Melo does still have cracking impact. That could be the difference maker. We know what Melo is capable of, but the Psionic Seduction is just going to force them off this point. And they find a couple of KOs to boot, and they will regain, take control, and now start to score on their side. Swamp Gaming, they'll be disappointed with the double strat ult. You've got to do better than that. You need communication to make sure it doesn't happen.
48% for Swamp Gaming. Rad finally getting on the board, and they're building up towards a couple more ultimates. They're about to have clobbering time once again. They're to have let the devil out, but Swamp Gaming are significantly ahead in the ult economy right now in terms of having Strangling Prison, Meteor, and Kraken.
Crazy how they doubled, but the support ults are like almost
speed that Volkidot's going to build ult on that rocket. This could be Swamp Gaming's chance to try and turn this round and kind of shut Rad down before they even catch up.
Is it going to be a case of shoulda, woulda, coulda, though? And Smash can certainly be the difference maker with these shots. And Daze gets ripped off the server. Melo will come back from BRB, but they are still going to find themselves in a 5v6.
A lot of pressure coming in from the Widow, trying to find anyone who pokes their head up, anyone who comes above the surface.
Bro, Crook, I would love to know what you're thinking. Obviously, it's gonna be you versus Liquid, dude. I think I got the perfect strat to ban against them. As I am on the team for you guys, obviously. Obviously, my input is.
Try and trade out to gain advantage for their team, but again shut down by the man cannon from the Magneto, and it's all about Swamp Gaming right now as they look for the stragglers, get the reset of the Kraken impact.
Mash?
The Raging Royal
Wait.
Flush will not be enough for Rad to sustain it, but Portal will
What
come
is
back in. They
Mash
want to contest
doing?
this here. They don't want to give percentage back to Swamp Gaming. As Scanner
Bro.
and Genji, though, is just going to continue to pick up one after another.
They're still ticking up, though, up to now close to 80% as they're
You
trying
gotta
to
ban out speedily, dude. Ban that Ultron.
But good for Swamp in terms of getting, finally you get the conversion, but there was already 82.
Ban that Ultron, ban that cat.
From them. But of course, they did give away a couple of ults
Oh
alongside
shit.
that fight as well.
He's gonna go for a Cryatic. Will he actually
Oh
hit it
shit,
this
dude, I
time?
don't know.
Does he
Never mind, dude. Never mind, Crook.
Lugia, be able to steal them away, get that damage in, and potentially that could help Swamp tick up towards.
Yeah,
the
never mind. That's
99 they're looking
fucked.
holding the high ground. They want to make sure that Rad fight for every inch. They don't want to just wait on that low ground and wait for Rad to come to them.
Fuck.
Drop a little bit of damage and then drop down to the low ground.
They read me, dude. They read me. They read my bands.
To once again poke their head above the surface to get picked off, and that would be a perfect target. They can take out Smash this early.
If I got an update, I'll let you know, dude. I'll let you know.
Is able to stay up thanks to that regeneration from the Wolverine, as immediately it's Rad with the high ground. Psionic seduction into the choke point. The bubble pulls them back in. Fate of both worlds keeps them back up as Valentina dances for
Vertigo 8%.
Then you ban the Atom. You ban the Atom.
And there are very few ultimates left for Rad.
Make that comp ass.
Oh.
But low-key Nero on the Atom is not even that crazy.
They sustain on through with Crazy Kitty falling. It's a staggered elimination of the duelist for Rad. They don't have the damage.
We know, hey, my man.
Crazy Kitty's going to be coming in, but the rest of Swamp Gaming are holding for now. Scatter's dropped low, but the healing is good. They're zoning the rest of Rad out. Portal coming in for the reinforcement, but neither team is dropping. Fighting Days come down, but the Rebirth Beacon is still up.
Smash!
Smash! 1, 2.
Trying to pick up another Valentina E4.
Oh my.
Grab Rad into the front line, but Mash is completely isolated, but he tags it through thanks to the force physics of
When Melo needs to swap with ult.
If you got Smash or Melo, it's Smash in the end who pops the ult and forces Melo to switch on over to the Strange now, as again Swamp are forced to pull.
Bro, if everyone was flexible, Melo would stay with ult, Valentina would TP, and Deus would go support.
Yeah, street charges come on in.
Scatter has ult.
Thanks to the bubbles. There's just so much protection on the side of Swamp Gaming.
Good rocket ult. Really good rocket ult.
From the meteor for the blow.
No, oh my ducky.
Suddenly, that's not a great position. Lugia Go is going to be taken down before he
Crazy Kitty has ult.
But Valentina almost has ult. Valentina needs to live.
Oh, he blocked.
Valentina almost has ult.
Val! Oh
Eternal Bond is already charged, and that's a huge amount of healing for Swamp Gaming, and that might allow them to survive a little bit longer as they focus on Saduki, remove the front line,
Melo's coming up on
delay.
Lugia with the W stop.
Taking a lot of extra damage thanks to that damage boost from the
Oh my god, Ducky, is Ducky gonna TP?
The focus is
Oh
big,
my
but
god!
Lugia will not go down. He's
With
still
Valentina down.
delaying. He's
Res,
1v4
Val
right now. Crazy Kitty
Oh my god, Val's
Take
rezzed.
some of the pressure off, but they're running out of bodies. They're running out of delay. Last stand to focus down, and now the backline is under pressure. I don't think Rad have the tools to hold this Gaskin.
I don't think they do either, but they are going to get a
Smash is
full
wide.
overtime clock to try and get
Go for it, or
someone
is
on
it
the
GG?
touch. You've got to be
Oh,
aggressive.
fuck it, Ed.
Touch.
Ducky will be taken down as a response, and there will be a touch now from Rad as they desperately try.
Oh
They
my.
cannot cling on.
Imagine.
Is that a throw?
1-1 here on Celestial Husk. Boy, it wasn't pretty, but they made it work here.
Smashner's really trying to prove that they are that clutch god that some people seem to be referring to them as. They throw their own body at the point on the Widow to try and delay that. But there's just too many members for Swamp and too little time on the overtime. It just took a second to be pushed off before Swamp even upped the score. Looking at the ult economy as we head on in, Ducky is already charged up, meaning that it will be Rad who pulled the trigger and look for that first point cap, especially with Boundary also just around the corner.
It is a battle of Smash versus Melo at the moment on these final hits, and how influential they've been in some of these fights as well. You saw that it looked like Rad were behind, but then Smash suddenly on that Widow able to find 1-2 picks out of nowhere, completely swings the fight in their favor. You can say the same for Melo and what he's been able to do on that Bucky as well, and both of them being able
How is
be
actually
prepared
going to win this
switch over
fight
to
right
that
here,
Strange
bro?
if
It's
they
like
need to,
heavy favorite
just
for
to get
Rad.
that portal in, but I wouldn't have had it any other way in our first map here. We're going to round 3 here on Celestial Husk.
Both teams know what's on the line. It is survival is all that is available for them, and that third place guarantee and the chance of that grand finals. This is only map number 1 of our best of 5s, and these teams already take each other to the limit.
We expected it to be close, but you mentioned it as well. Now going into this fight, Rad have an advantage in terms of that ult economy, and they are going to use it straight away. The Psionic Seduction just to try and force out a little bit of space for the rest of the team, but it is going to be countered a little bit from the wall of Krasman. So good job there. But now Rad on high ground need to decide when they want to drop and make sure they drop together.
Oh my, they don't even touch. Yo, this is max win.
Look for a setup. They go for the crystal kick, but they haven't
Oh,
gone
we're
for the full commitment, trying to focus down Valentina Eve, who used
Oh
that
my.
up with a little bit of protection, and it is going to be Swamp.
That fade was crazy again.
One by one.
Alright, Swamp will take that. No troll. Swamp will take.
but overall Rad just have so
You
much
lose, they
momentum
use
and
2
such a
ults,
big
but you
numbers
guys had
advantage.
point the
They
whole time.
will be able to pick this up. They don't actually get the first cap. That went over to Swamp, and they were just delayed to try and build anything they can. They get to 18%, but now Rad have the defensive position.
Swamp did really well. A lot of it was down to Krasman's man on the group, being able to isolate them on the high ground, then take that point, and that 18% could be everything when we look at the end of this round as well. But now with Mash having the Raging Royal Flush available to Rad.
Okay, Mash uses team up. Why do you use team up?
Depending on whether you get in the position to use it properly here. You could use it as a response to something that comes out on the side of Swamp, that's for sure. Because Mellow, cracking impact is certainly going to play a huge factor if you can get anyone low. As
Okay, he's grabbed.
Take down Daze and gets caught off guard, but he's going to get brought back from BRB.
A lot of pressure being dropped in here. Lugia once again making the most of this. Covering time comes on out. Media
Force is out too old.
and absorbs some of the damage. The Raging Royal comes on out.
Blocks are insane.
Beautifully here by Rad, and that was Swamp Gaming using a lot of
That's worth it for Lugia. 2 ults just for things.
into anything right now. They're going to make their way down to the low ground to see if they can step onto the point to try and get a turnaround. Good spot on Susie Widow and taking them down. Smashed him. It's completely scouted on the flank.
It was defensive tools used, but think about the offensive one used on the side of Rad is now cracking impact will come into play. Swamp have been able to find 2 KOs. On the other side, Kitty says, I'll let the devil out, but do you want to go toe-to-toe with
Whoa, he's moving, he's moving. Crazy Kitty's moving.
Struggling Pins will try and knock them down as Crazy Kitty pressures the back.
Holy
Yo, Crazy Kitty just...
Oh my god!
Yo, Craziest went insane.
Yo.
Continues that charge up, approaching
Stagger that guy.
critical 99%.
Oh my god.
Oh, they're staggering. They're staggering.
Warren scatters up.
Early to get back into the fight and get back in quickly and influence it with those ults. Now at 84% already. Swamp already.
Guys, would Fi be doing that?
Krasman is going to go for the switch on over. And this is a last desperate attempt to
That's what I'm saying, dude. That's what I'm saying.
What does Swamp have left? Daze, again, is going to be the one on the ult, and it's going to be, can you actually find that pick?
Oh my
Stand
god.
being potentially a very literal name for that Wolverine ultimate as they look for the turnaround.
Oh my god.
Cleaned off the board, and suddenly Rad Sustain is eviscerated.
Stagger, Emma, stagger.
But boy, did he put it
Yeah,
into
they have to
effect.
kill. They have to kill.
Still Smash is finding picks, by the way.
Smash
Fooky
is
not
doing
taken
too much,
down.
bro.
So there is
Smash
a little
is like
bit
running
of a
around the
race
whole
back
map.
to the point on the side of Swamp. You've got to make sure Fooky's in the fight before the likes of Ducky and Crazy return to action. But at 99% already for Rad, and they do have time on their side. They can start to build up these ults. Maybe try and bait out some ults on the side of Swamp Gaming before they then turn this around and flip it onto Swamp's side and say, look, we're prepared to take this one and take the first map.
They only really need one fight to win. There's no portal available for Swamp. Their backline ultimates charging up but not yet ready, so Crazy Kitty can find someone before they're able to get set up. That could be huge. Raging Royal Flush getting charged up to make sure they can get the rest of the team with the Sonic Seduction for the focus on the
It's a big blind,
back.
it's a big blind. Oh no. Bro, I don't like how the tanks kited out there. Was there a Gambit team up?
It's probably the round. It's most likely the map at this point.
Well, the way the tanks kited there was not good.
Overtime takes over.
Bro, Daze tried to grab Mash and take him off the map because he knew he had Gambit. Like that's how locked in that guy was.
For it. So
But
much
Kitty
of
was
this
marking.
is coming down to the front line of Rad. That Sonic Seduction was such a shutdown onto the backline, created a huge
What a map, bro. That was a
for
super,
the
like,
duelist
mechanical
on
map.
To move on in and try and get some pickups, and a well-deserved in-game MVP
Like, hero
at least
plays.
for Smashness means that their damage output, every time they were taken down, it felt like they returned to the fight and made the most of that Widow range to just get even
Rejects
more
was the
picks.
closest to take down Rad.
Finals.
Yeah, how many times were
shit.
Rad
Oh,
down
shit.
and out in that fight, and then suddenly Smash just brings it right back into the question for their side, and very impressed. Color me impressed, and for good reason, because I think going into these next maps now, they're going to be full of confidence. For Swamp, they're going to have to try and bounce back here. Don't be too disheartened. It's a best of 5, most important.
You've got so much time. You've got so much recovery.
Did
There's a lot
Gasklin
of
wear
teams
that
have said Swamp,
originally?
Their domination has been where some teams have taken advantage. But when you're talking about that, it's Team Liquid Citadel. That's the team they have had to play up against. And Team Liquid Citadel haven't really lost almost any map types, let alone domination. So Swamp are trying to make a name for themselves here, but Rad are still managing to snipe these wins from these teams. And it's an incredible land debut for both of them.
I mean, both of them have a point to prove, right? They've been in the shadows of the likes of TLC, of the likes of Na'Vi and Virtus Pro. In the case of Rad, they've already been able to topple one, and they would love the chance to topple the other, I'm sure. But as we look back at some of these key moments, I think that
Last best of 5 of the day, guys, by the way. Last best of 5.
They had the advantage, but it was that man on your screen, Smashnez, who turned up time and time again on the Black Widow as the difference maker, and again just shows with this Widow rework how important and integral it is to have someone on your team that can play it effectively.
I do want to continue a story that I've been telling on the desk. Cody's even mentioned it on the stage. This time last year, there was a team called Rad at an event called a mid-season finals. They came in through the playoffs. They had to fight their way through. They lost in the playoffs to an American team, but still made it through to the bracket phase. They then had to fight their way through the lower bracket of that bracket phase after being knocked down by an American team, and they went on to win the whole thing. That team is now what we call Na'Vi, but Rad at this event are looking to try and mirror that performance.
Bro, I swear Elsa's gotta be so OP. I feel like the teams are not utilizing the trap like well enough. I feel like any time someone goes inside the trap, it should just be a free kill. If everyone target focuses or something. Maybe I'm delusional in Bronze and Grandmaster.
After the second, but now it'll be their choice of map. They can go to something they're a little bit more comfortable on, and they can reassess this lock and ban phase as well. Do they really think they have to be banning the Black Cat away from Crazy Kitty? After you just saw what he was able to do on the Daredevil, is the respect ban a little bit of a waste now, and would you like to put it elsewhere?
If you're banning one, is it worth banning both? You're starting to struggle. They had the thing to try and counter it out with that anti-dive, with the grounding of the anti-streak charge, but it just did not capitalize. It's the issue with these players who are most well known for one hero. What do you do when they have others? If you've got to force that ban onto it and they still have the flexibility, you're just giving something to someone else on what is an incredibly good team.
Well, for one of the first times as well, we see the one-sided mag not going in favor of the team.
Renad, so we don't get them in game. Good shout, Scout.
Should be very proud of themselves.
Scout, why aren't you doing that, hey?
Against the Magneto has just not worked out. But they made it work, and I think a lot of it was down to the Widow that we were talking about, but they were also fighting so well as a unit, making sure that no one was forgotten about, no one was isolated either, and they just allowed and gave free to Crazy Kitty, giving him that space to be able to jump onto that back line and then supporting him with the extra damage. I think Kitty's communicating well, he's letting them know who is weak on that back line or on the front line, and then they will be finishing off those KOs effectively.
We've also got to bring up Ducky here, starting off on the group, but moving over to the Emma as time went on. Contact the Hellfire Company because this is money for them right now, as we see Rad begin the lead in the series. Here are the post-game stats, and you can see that in terms of being taken down, it's Vertigo who was able to stay safe on that backline the most, whereas if you look at Swamp, their backline was being so pressured by Crazy Kitty and Smashnez.
Thing is so often the unsung hero as well. Lugia putting 31k damage on the board as well. Of course, you don't get the same final hits necessarily, but that was a huge factor for the reason why Rad were able to take it. Wow, speaking of taking it, Swamp Gaming are going to take us over to Spider Islands here.
It's a convoy map. This is one of the maps traditionally.
Oh, Spider Islands.
Pun intended. Spawn holding as a strategy, setting up as
Swamp loves this map.
Triple Vanguard, triple
Swamp does love this map.
Compositions, the Rocket Battle, Rebirth Beacon placement, everything on this map can lean very heavily towards a first point hold, and of course the real initiation of the Doctor Strange portal back on first point to waste as much time as possible. This is a map that has seen it all when it comes to hefty defenses. Now it's just about what we'll see in the ban phase, especially with Penny coming into the meta.
Yeah, I'm intrigued where Swamp go with this one because they tried to do the same thing against TLC. It didn't work out in the end. Maybe TLC had their number a little bit, knew what they were trying to play for, and got their bans correct. If Swamp are able to get the composition they are looking for going into this one, I do think they have been cooking something up. But perhaps everyone is wise to this Penny Ultron meta now that we've seen so much of through this tournament.
No surprise, Mantis is going to be potentially banned away for these teams. It's been the go-to in literally every time. Your bans will be joining us very shortly. I'm very curious to see if we do see that Penny making its way onto the board. And if so, will it be because of an Ultron being let through? Is Ultron going to be taken out to prevent the team up? While Penny gets the team up from Black Panther as just a base, is it worth for the combo here? As we are going to be heading into that draft, and there is a first Loki Protect, brought up by Terra earlier, but still seems to be making its way into these games. And mentioned very beautifully on the desk, Valentina Eve is absolutely insane on it.
One of the best Lokis in the game, that's for sure. So even though it's become a meme now, the Loki Protect, it completely makes sense for Swamp Gaming. and I like the strategy that they employ following it. On the other side, most likely, yeah, you will see a Gambit protect on the side of Rad, so we are going to get the one-sided Gambit in their favor again. Really worked out for them. They were timing their Gambit ultimates successfully in that first map. Every single time that Swamp were going up against it, they really did struggle to try and contain the damage output that you have once you are able to tag everyone with that ult. Now, for Swamp Gaming, they have a decision though. Do they want to try and get the single-handed mag again like they did? It didn't help them.
The Gambit for the Loki mag ban.
Removed for good reason. We've seen just how aggressive Rad can be on it, but of course we still have some great heroes. For
I guess they save if they're taking Gambit, they save Loki to copy it. But I low-key like the mag though. I think the mag is like
I do think banning Rocket
so
Swamp
OP.
is an important one, especially here on this map. We know how integral that BRB can be to the game plan, both defending and attacking, if I'm completely honest. Rocket is just such a fantastic hero to have on your backline, and in particular, Forky Dog, one of the best two.
Gamble in, guys, gamble in. Predictions are up.
They recognize how much of a problem Emma was towards the end of that game after the switch, and they will remove it immediately. Emma is a problem in general, not just the psionic seduction, but the grab is something that is so difficult to play against.
Going for that over the Groot, choosing to believe, like you mentioned, that psionic seduction shuts down ultimates even before you're caught in its thrall. So being able to get rid of that
Thing open. Thing mag. Wait, they left open mag. They banned Rocket over the mag.
So Rad with their final ban coming in to try and take a 2.
How do I feel about that? I don't know.
It's going to be a Daredevil ban.
Banning out Deus.
Well, Rad have said, all right, you're not targeting our
Saving Thing.
Let's look after Crazy Kitty here, and let's make sure that
I think they're targeting Deus, forcing him on Wolverine. Because I guess that's the only thing he really plays. He plays Wolverine, Daredevil, and Ultron and Bucky.
So we'll have to see whether he can put it into effect here in map 2. But that's going to be our lock and ban phase. I feel like both teams
Rad then saves the Thing to counter.
But of course,
to counter the weakness.
Put it into effect once we're into the map.
We're gonna have to find out, so we're gonna head on into Spider Island.
Of Deus' hero pool, maybe.
And Swamp Gaming will be bringing it on.
I think that's the idea here with these bans.
Is very important for Swamp. We'll have to see how they're able to execute it.
Swamp banned Mag and Emma though. So what does Rad got to play? Rad's got to play.
Go for that triple Vanguard, triple strategist. The answer is
Groot
no.
Thing.
They're starting off on a standard 2-2-2.
Let the kitty have his claws out. That's what I say. As we saw previously.
Oh, fastball.
To do this against TLC,
Were they going fastball?
Just to make sure that they have you an
nah, just one throw.
For Thing and how impressive he can be, especially in this opening point. Just hitting those haymakers.
Whoa, what time are you at?
Swamp, show us what you
49,
got,
48.
Oh shit, I'm fit. Yeah, hold on.
45. Want me to pause?
No, don't pause, don't pause. Keep going.
42.
Okay, good.
To the storm, gonna stick with the soldier in the end to make sure that they have the range damage to deal with any bunkered up members of Rad.
So much of Marvel Rivals is knowing how to play your heroes and how you can counter
Oh,
other heroes as well. As
shit.
Case almost gets walled off, but is going to be able to get
that's
back
insane.
behind his teammates. As Crazy Kitty does get the opener onto Forky Dog as well.
Someone has to shoot this guy.
No, that's illegal. That's illegal.
It's just like.
Because they banned away the Daredevil, the character who would be able to see them every time they go into that Helm of Hades invisibility. So now
DD ban genius.
Kitty has so much more freedom to try and track down the members of Swamp Gaming without being punished. And already it's working out as Swamp Gaming are sent back to spawn and Rad set up the hole.
It's very difficult because you want to peel to be able to help your backline here, but then if you do so, you just give so much space to Thing to
Mellow on the
well.
Punisher.
Bro,
I do not like. I mean, Punisher instead of Elsa still. I don't know. People are really prioritizing the rocket.
9 point, no? 9 point. Why are you running away? What are you guys doing?
To try and go for a backline setup, Max is going to be zoned away by Scatter, but it's going to be picked off on the flank. Beautiful positioning from Swamp Gaming, able to get the full wraparound and cut off that backline. And suddenly the defense of Rad collapses.
Already a minute and a half down.
It was a big switch over.
A minute at 40.
They already walked out.
Yeah, they all have ults. None of them want to TP.
Half of them already walked
Yeah.
out. Yeah, it's weird. And Crazy died again.
Damage output of Mellow on that Punisher, which is exactly what they've been able to achieve here. And Forky Dog does find one onto Crazy Kitty again, so it is going to be another
And
stand.
None of them want to sacrifice the ult.
They have to make a decision when they want to commit
And
to
they,
this
no,
one.
no.
They do have ults to do so.
Bad.
Walls trying to be zoned out, trying to get a punishment on Stucky, who steps forward. Gobrick time going to be coming on out, knocks up Krasbag and Valentina Eve, preventing
get a
that
fat
Oliver,
ass.
but it is going to be an eternal bond from Valentina Eve with the God of Mischief.
Whoa. What a day is just ult.
Whoa.
Reset, but the boundary is going to keep them topped
That was
up,
a really...
preventing
Oh!
Wait, no, that
he
could have went off the
wait.
map.
Yeah,
What?
he didn't pull it back.
Smashless just cannot find them here. That's ults from both sides, but Rad find nothing, and Swamp still have tools to use. Finally, Valentina Eve's going to fall in the backline once again. Crazy Kitty is piling on the pressure, and despite Swamp having the ultimate economy advantage,
Chad, I gotta learn Black Cat.
still lose members, meaning it might be down to the next push to drop those ultimates.
Fairly certain it was another.
Why does my Black Cat not look like this, dude? I swear I can do
The
this.
Swamp Gaming backline, which again is going to be a little bit frustrating for them.
Swamp
Need
Gaming
that
got their
crosshair.
Sentinel
To come out on top despite
on land.
the fact those ults were used. And yes, there is still some form of economy here on the side of Swamp Gaming that they can utilize and gain an advantage from. When you use both of those backline ultimates, you'd be expecting to win that fight.
You would hope, as Melaphobia is just going to be sending some shots down range. You can see the Elsa trying to just unleash fire from above. So Melaphobia
Oh,
plays
Lucio, no run. He can ult now. Oh my god, yo. Crazy.
Is in the backline, causing a mischief. The final judgment comes on out for an attempt at a turnaround, but the rest of the team is just falling around them.
Cart.
The one attack, they avoid it.
Oh.
The point just moves forward. It's going to be a dive from Mash to try and delay it. Scattergun is going to be coming
Doll one.
It is tanked beautifully, but it's just too much damage.
Mag ult to cut the healing. Oh my trap.
And somehow
Mash with the insane touch right there.
Mash healing is fantastic.
Wait, Kitty, yo.
Yo, someone's got to mark this guy.
Kitty is fucking carrying, bro.
At the moment, but it leaves us with only 14 seconds left for
Holy
Swamp
shit.
Gaming to try and make this push just to the first point. Is there going to be any
Smash his ult?
Is this gun showing to the
wall? Try and run this one up. They're running out of time.
They need to step up. Valentina Eve's being focused down, which is building up a lot of gold for that Black Cat. Days on the flank, though, looking for an opportunity. He's 66.
Gambit ult in.
A last stand.
Wait, C9. Oh,
wait,
C9?
No way.
Yo, no.
He tried to grab, but he...
Nearly gets the back cap, but it's going to be marked by Ducky, preventing that from going on in. And the rest of Swamp Gaming are whistled down one by one. Jace tries to delay for a portal, but there's no way he holds in time as Rad hold on point one.
At the start of this tournament, I was told Rad might just be the underdogs, the dark horses of a team that could go on to win this entire thing.
Yeah.
And the further
Chat, is that a
they
draft
get in
gap
this
right there?
tournament, the more I start
What
to
a beautiful draft.
they definitely have the capability to do so, and a lot of it does
Yo,
come
Dennis
down
is
to
smiling.
Player right
Now you
there,
understand
banning
why
his
Swamp
count.
Gaming had that respect ban in the previous. I questioned it. They
Oh,
now have
Fox
allowed it through
Fox
on the
is
second.
side-eyeing them, celebrating over there.
Punish them.
I saw it.
Swamp Gaming do get a hold here. And remember, Swamp Gaming chose this map for a reason. They have a game plan. Do they have something up their sleeve?
Rare alert. Thank you, Crane, for the 3 years. Holy fuck.
Swamp Gaming, what they cannot play. They have
That is a rare alert. That's a rare 3-year alert.
Even if they want to go for the whole hog here, but instead it looks like they choose for
Bit outdated, but hey.
an invisible woman to make sure they have
My man, thank you, Crane.
healing output with the boundary, but they will be bringing in the Loki. So no matter what, it's the potential for double revives or even double boundary. Of course, if you have the option, you would rather
They have
make
the
sure your
god,
team
the
never goes down
god
at all than to
spawn
revive
hold
them,
comp.
but having the option is nice.
It's an interesting mentality to go into this one for Rad,
Rad
as well,
breaks,
'cause it feels
comes
like
out
a
on
win. It feels like
spawn
like a
hole.
success. You've denied the first point, but how many times have we seen on Spider Islands where a lot of these teams fail at that first point as well? Rad need to know full well Swamp Gaming have the capability to do exactly the same thing to them, so they need to particularly calculate how they're going to break this initial setup to give them as much time as possible.
Vertigo started the pre-round on the Daredevil just in case anyone was trying to set up or set a trap with Wolverine outside the spawn door, just so he could see through the wall. He swaps over to the Invisible Woman once the round starts.
What do you think about
But I
this
love
off
the
angling
min-maxing
right here?
from Rad to make sure that they do not
By,
get here, and now they start
Benny?
Crazy
Yeah,
Man
I
G,
don't mind
yeah.
it.
You like that? Is that an Ishigo verified strat?
That's an Ishigo strat. Yeah, that's an Ishigo strat for sure.
But it also means your team is not there.
Oh!
Wait a minute.
Damage is a bit too much for
Wait,
Crazy
someone has to
Kitty.
handle
He's
that.
pulled down, and Smashless will retreat back to spawn, but it's just unloading shots into the Penny, and the Penny seems mostly unbothered.
They don't know what to
Whose
do.
job is it
What if they
to
just
find that
rotate
nest,
right?
or are you
Like
just gonna
all
try
go
and
right
brute
straight to the
force it
back line,
take the
no?
Penny
With
down?
speed?
If so, would you like to
And then
switch
just
over
kill
to
their
a
back
monkey,
line
perhaps see if
while
you can
Crazy
get a
Man G...
grab,
Oh,
and then
alright, never
everyone
mind.
just pummel
That
the
guy's
Penny
back.
at the same time.
And he's dead.
Oh, GG, that guy's dead.
Okay, all right, well, there
Die point, TP, TP, TP.
Looks like it's going to be here already for Rad.
Numbers very heavily in Rad's favor.
Okay, they get the objective though. They get it. They get it to stop the car.
Yeah. If they have a good DP here, this will be good. They can get
everything you can on first point. You
2 more fights after.
You delay as long as you can. You do not let that point move. That's your entire strategy here, and you hope that you can build up.
Oh, that's big. Wait, that's massive.
Forky kills Smash.
Absolutely body through that portal.
Yeah, that is a fantastic opening pick there from
It's good. It's good so far.
Important one for this next engagement, but still, rather.
Oh my God, the kite. Oh.
To the region royal flush as well.
They's not even close to res.
The entire front line is getting focused through the portal, but it goes down. They can't leave. So it's
I think you just swap for days. No, at that point.
50%. Yeah, you gotta swap.
Yeah, you swap. Just swap.
Roll on out to try and set up for that hard defense to make sure that Swamp can't even.
It's not over yet. Still winnable.
March on forward towards this.
Oh, they got a hold.
Even though they are going to be having the chance to touch here, they will have to defend for an entire 2 minutes.
Yeah, you gotta go wide.
Forcing them to go wide. Lugia has all. He can ult the corner.
Boundary as well. It's certainly advantage Rad here. Swamp Gaming, their backs are against the wall.
They have everything. Rad has every single ult. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh.
Root ulted.
Mello dies through. GG.
Yeah, they can't.
Yeah, no, they're all dead.
Valentina got lamps? No.
Shit on.
Yo, that's dominant. That is dominant.
Rad continue their march
That
on
was a
as they find their
drafter class.
second map now here against Swamp Gaming and put themselves on series point going into this third.
What was the bans?
A lot of people would have been considering a very closely
the
contested match here
the
in
last
the
ban.
finals is
They banned DD so that he couldn't counter Crazy Kitty's
Yeah,
black.
yeah. Swap banning out the Emma mag.
Yeah, I didn't like that.
I don't know about the Emma, like maybe the mag, but
it's because both like Lugia and Ducky are both like those are not their best characters. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's good if it's like the guy's best character, but like both of them are better at the other characters, so it just doesn't make sense to me.
Who knows, bro? Maybe they got like Emma grabbed too many times. They're like, yo, we gotta ban this. We gotta ban.
In my mind, like if I was on Rad's side, I'd be like, wait, we don't want to play those tanks anyways. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't want to play those. They want to play Groot and they want to play things.
Thank you so much,
So that's why I don't like that.
When Destiny has a name, it is hard to erase it.
Oh shit.
Threads are showing
Maybe you should be coaching Swamp.
I mean, Remix might have helped with that draft, bro. They did first protect Loki. He might have. Fox might have actually accidentally took Remix's notebook backstage, and he doesn't realize it.
Yeah.
Better as this thing goes on.
Yeah, and I think that like for Swamp, they've
Bro, you gotta take Trust Me's notebook, hello?
But now the
Yeah,
mistakes
that's what I'm
starting to
saying.
come
They
out.
took the
It's
wrong
like
note.
Rad have just been going gung-ho with their approach. That was probably the more like patient approach that we've seen from them. Swamp Gaming again wanted to go to Spider Islands. It was the only time against Gen G where they actually played past the first point, either full holding or being full held themselves. It's the latter against them. Rad actually having a good defense. Even with all of the triple, like, strategist Garbo banned out, it was a 2-2 setup that was held in from Rad to Swamp. It feels like they're kind of out of options, whereas Rad...
No more America, man.
I think Swamp Gaming are
Yeah,
so
America Man
practiced
got
with
it.
strategists when they play against a comp that isn't that, they kind of fall apart a little bit, especially with Mash being one of the most aggressive Gambit players we have seen in this entire tournament. 8 finals in the first game, 7 in this one, going toe-to-toe with even some of the star players from Swamp Gaming.
God, Chad, I miss China. I miss the China land. The 50-minute delays, the 14-hour uptime.
One-sided affair. That map, though, like, if Rad was in the position Swamp was in, I was like, okay, there'd be some hope. For me, I get nervous because Swamp not being down 2-0.
The Chinese crowd.
It's not built for how Swamp is. Like, they like it messy, right? But this is just
Liger on the cast, the rapping.
Like it will be very tough. Everything's stacked against them to be able to climb that reverse sweep. Not saying it's not impossible or possible, but right. This
Sinatra watch partying with us.
I mean, the best analogy I can think of is, you know, like
Oh,
a
man.
team called Swamp, and it's like imagining the Florida, you know, Georgia, like swampy-ass regions of Americas, and they've gone over to the West Coast in LA where we play mid-season finals. It's still hot, but it's a different type of hot. That's kind of how it feels for like Swamp Gaming. Like they're still trying to play their game, but Rad are sort of well aware of it, and they're not afraid to just take a few more risks. It feels like Rad are playing to win, whereas Swamp are playing to not lose, and that costs teams.
And we have to highlight this, right? This is first time land for both teams, right? And so one has gone and sped run all the things you could possibly go through. It does kind of feel like a bit for Swamp Gaming that the inexperience, if you will, in environments like this. Now, Melophobia did say on stage, like, this is my environment, this is my home, this is where I feel the most like me, and the respect is absolutely there. But you have to keep your mental strong if you're trying to make it into what is going to be a very competitive top 3. Vaudable, what do you want to see for the pick and ban here?
I'm just shocked that we're going to
What the fuck?
Surfers. We have not seen this map in some time.
Yo, guys.
Especially during this event. So, I mean, they might have a good strategy here. I think the big thing is
Marvel. There's a Spider-Man showdown.
The DD. I mean, we have not.
I wasn't even aware of this. I guess I'm playing.
Crazy Kitty, and I feel like the one.
Oh, I think I got messaged for this like 3 months ago, and it got delayed.
This side of Rad and the
Wait, this is a lot of content creators. What the fuck?
I mean, for it going to Clint Tower as well, I think we've only seen Swamp play it once. But it's more the fact of, like, at this event, Swamp have only chosen Spider Islands, have not been in a position where they've had to be choosing Convergence. But the other main option that they've gone for across the year is Jalia, which is a very, very good map for Rad, as we've been seeing, so they have to go something a little bit different.
Here's my opinion on this.
I think that's who's running that day. I think it's a 1 pro Spider-Man player and then 1 pro, one non-pro Spider-Man. But for some reason I'm not in the pro Spider-Man page.
We talked about, like, it's
must be bugged.
Locked down. You said Rad there. I think that was a great point. That's kind of their map, right? For Holiday Jolly or for Wakanda in general. For them, Swamp Gaming, if they can get this win on this comfortability for them, it gives them options, and it really plays to what I feel like Vaudable Swamp does well, and that is having that flex. But it's when you ban out days, it can be tough. Those options get limited, and then Melophobia is uncomfortable, and you go from there.
Yeah, I think the big thing here is that comfortability, as you mentioned. I mean, it felt like the backline as well of Swamp Gaming wasn't in their elements. I mean, we saw, you know, the one-sided Loki, but the rocket ban that came out was so crucial. Forky Dog was trying to figure out exactly what to play. Val having to flex even from the first map into the Luna Snow, and we hadn't really seen that throughout most of the event. So I think the big thing is just like Mash and Vertigo have such a synergy going on the backline that has not been disputed by anyone so far in this lower bracket.
And Rad's like going to be defending first because Swamp want to play on the attack. So like we saw Swamp play it once against 100 Thieves back in groups of stage 1, and then a little bit more often peppered in. Rad haven't lost on it 4-0, like beating Shikigami and Pulsar in playoffs. So there was a couple of teams at EMEA started to throw this out towards the end as a Hail Mary, and Swamp's going to add to it.
I'll touch on this with what Vaude said too. I just want to say, listen, when we look at our best strategists in the American region, Valentina has been put in that role so many times, and that's what's so shocking to me is that right now it's Mash and Co. really just shining bright. And I say this all the time. In a region, it's so tough to compare things, right? To look around and see just how good in those roles you are. But right now, it's showing the tail. Now, obviously, both teams believe in that back line, as they should. Gambit being saved. Loki ban on the other side. We've talked about why that's important, obviously, with that Gambit. Gonna have to kind of match the same, right, if you're Swamp?
Yeah, I mean, the main one, I think, is that Swamp have been going for the one-sided mag right at the start in these drafts, but now they just want to get the Gambit. They're also going to be looking to try to get the Loki one-sided, but it's going to be banned out early from Rad. They've just wanted to try to get that kind of combination together, but seeing the Swamp have gone for the Gambit, Swambit, I guess is what I was trying to say.
Swambit.
Like the Loki ban comes in a lot more prevalent for Rad.
Yeah, the first 2 maps, we have also seen the one-sided Gambit too from Rad, so that's been maybe the difference maker that Swamp
Are they going to ban the Groot now?
Have that available, but I do like the.
Are they going to reverse the tank ban?
Allow Days to be a little bit more unleashed on that Wolverine if they opt for it, and of course we see the Daredevil ban in tandem.
Yep, so my guess is they're going to go back and put the same respect on the flex duelist that is Crazy Kitty, right? Daredevil's gone. Now, what is Daredevil? Yep, great against going to be the Black Cat, right? So you have 1 save left, 1 ban either way, and looking at it, Rai, what do you want to do to close it out for Swamp?
I mean, they have been going for stuff like the Emma, but you've got the Magneto sort of like protected. So yeah,
was that Beanie?
To just make sure that you have that team up in full force. Swamp Gaming can make it work, but Rad have been really good at the draft series.
Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. I got spoiled a little bit on this one, but the Wolverine ban comes out against Swamp Gaming. They're respecting it fully here for this matchup.
Yep, absolutely. Listen, we've seen it in America time and time again. Ban days, that has been the plan, and it's more of the same here. Gaskin, Tetcher, this could be it for Swamp Gaming. Take it away.
This really could be it. There's so much pressure on these teams. And I'm going to take advantage of my co-caster here. Gaskin, you've actually played in quite a few esports in the past. How do you deal with when you're in a situation where the next map could just be the end?
I mean, this is where you're looking to your coach, right? This is where Fox needs to step up, make sure the mentals
You think
are
it's
brought out
possible,
of the
bro?
gut.
Is it
It's
a
so
3-0?
easy as a player to start to think about
Bro, I
what losing
mean,
might feel like.
bro, I think they know the target day is. They know.
Just imagine the victory of being able to overturn this.
Like, if they're banning Wolf last, like, they definitely have a strat here.
When I was competing, I'm hoping that the same can be done for these Swamp Gaming players, because right now I'm sure.
Like, I feel like these other teams are just banning, like, standard meta.
And you feel right back into it.
And that coach, you've seen their
Dennis Masterclass
to them through those razor heads
might be
them locked in that you see on stage.
13, 12,
11, 10.
10, yeah.
Nothing they don't. And if you're looking to upgrade your home setup, Razor's brought the same advanced wireless audio.
Having a hero puddle in Ignite has to be illegal.
Penny on attack. The penny comp on attack.
I mean, some people can get carried by their teams. I mean,
let's see. They're playing the OP comp.
There's a lot of bad teams, guys.
One more time as what could
So being a top team is not the craziest.
Ooh, that's big.
But oh my.
Right onto Smash as well, one of the best players to take out of the fight to begin with. Get a 6v5 that sometimes feels like a 6v4 with how much damage output Smash has had so far.
Good
I do
minds.
think Swamp will be happier with this lock and ban. Of course, they were able to
Crazy
take
Man
out
G
that
has
Black Cannon side.
positioning
They
now.
do give the respect over towards Crazy
I like that
Kitty,
penny
and They
nest.
have been able to get close towards the first notch here. It does tick up, and now Rad are going to try and push back through with this Storm.
It's a big choke point. It can be very difficult to fight through this, especially as one of your players is a flyer who has to come
Vertigo
through
ult.
where they use the walls to make sure that they have
Forky on the Ultron.
To Forky Dog, who just flies up and is just pinging over the top with the damage boost and a little bit of movement speed from Crazy.
Mellow.
Oh! Picked off both damage dealers. Finished off on the side.
Wait, scatter.
They
Scatter.
have to bounce through just to try and delay this. It's a this
Joffrey slicing him down.
but they can't afford to let
King Joffrey's pissed.
It looks like Swamp Gaming have just been able to overpower them through sheer brute force here after getting that first pick. And they are going to get the first point in a commanding fashion. Again, exactly what you needed here.
That's the king right there.
About getting yourself out of that drought. A quick first point regains that confidence a little bit. Swamp Gaming now in a little bit of an ascendancy, and Rad are going to have to reply.
Well, Gaming also going to be pushing forward. They don't try and stay on the cart to get that extra movement speed.
They're waiting for
they
their
have
team,
a
they're
penny,
gonna cut
they
through.
have an Ultron. They want to be as far forward as possible. They want to set up those Elsa Bloodstone traps. They want to make sure that they have the positioning advantage, and they're going to try and do
Is it
exactly
safe
what
to go
they did
across
on
this
that
bridge?
first point. Rush in, maybe get an early pickup, and
okay.
take position against
Yep.
force Rad through choke points. But Rad have been able to zone them out at least a little bit.
Yeah, Rad just need to make sure they don't get picked off as easily as they did
Oh.
previously. But the Glotron
Mellow,
comes
Mash
out, and Mellow will
dies.
get the opener onto Mash as well.
Mash with
There's not gonna be
ult.
any sort of BRB, so now
And
suddenly
he
Rad
ulted him
start
and
to
didn't even.
Jays will go down, but he has to cocoon.
Oh,
and
kill
can
card,
come
kill
back
card.
87% of the way towards that extra revive for the Karmic Revival. But it's all about the positioning for Swamp Gaming right now. Coming in from above,
Nice.
holding the high
Good
ground,
play by
and
Me-
they're able to clean out the defending members of Rad, who are just trying to stand on the point and slow it down. And honestly, that's been the whole story of this map. It's just Swamp Gaming's just picking people off as Rad slow them down, but it's not by a lot. They're approaching the second point with 4 minutes on the clock.
And I wonder if Swamp Gaming will look back at those lock and bans as well. The instant protect onto Loki. Should they have just been having Valentina on the Gambit? Yes, she's one of the best Lokis around, but don't forget, one of the best Gambits to do it in the game as well. As now Scattergengi trying to be a little bit aggressive.
Oh, no, he's bubble on the Ultron.
You're able to absorb at least some of that
Oh, Lou get messed up.
Forky Dog unleashes Raging Royal Flush from both sides for the turnaround with the Omega Hurricane onto the objective to try and focus down the front line, but it's right into the penny desk. But it's
PvE
enough.
dead,
The
PvE dead.
Crazy getting topped up, second meteor
Oh my scatter. Oh, Scatter's playing like the final ball.
Running down, but they're about to have that invisible boundary. It's once again, they're down 2 people, but they want to fight for every single second, but this time they're committing the portal, Gaskin.
Yeah, the invisible boundary just delays enough to try and get this portal out
Yo,
and
they're
re-engage.
fucking dominating.
But Mellow cries and Mellow again.
They got TP though.
Down 1, 2, 3.
Crazy TP, they have no heals.
TP straight into my.
They are just far too staggered here at this point, and Swamp Gaming look like a completely different side, but Rad is still going to try and hold.
There are too many webs on the point. There are too many spiders in the Rad defense.
They're matching them. Look. They all swap to match.
Can't beat them, join them. They're pushed off the point and they move
Can't
over
beat
to
them,
the
join.
Penny themselves. They pick up the Ultron. They pick up the Atom. They know that they need to hold.
What does
So
this
it's
look
all
like in a
about
mirror
that
match?
strategist. It's all
Like,
about the
what even
sustain,
is-
and it's all about trying to stop Swamp Gaming just walking forward. But the difference is Swamp have been doing this for longer. They already have the Atom Warlock Karmic Revival.
You just wonder, why weren't Swamp playing this composition earlier? They had the possibility to do so.
Oh
Map 2, they had
my-
the chance to have the Atom Warlock plus the Ultron and of course the Penny. It's been so prominent in the meta at this tournament. As
But
Swamp
Ducky
Gaming
can't. Wait,
continues
Ducky.
to push
He
forward.
can't move.
He can't move. He's 1-1-1. Oh, he's stunned.
He can't.
Bubble in order to tank on through. Very nearly
No
finished
way,
off.
tenacity
Crazy
buff.
move from Lugia with that.
No way he got tenacity
Silence
buff.
there.
That's insane.
Not gonna finishing blow as in comes the range of Ultron into the glass drop, pops it, and might have just saved the rest of the team here as the positioning is pushed forward by Swamp, forcing right around the corner. Here comes the Raging Royal Flush from Bash.
Hello down.
It's
It's a good res.
The perfect being brings them all back. Swamp won't stop pushing.
Does get 4
Val
back
has
as now
ult.
Swamp Gaming, after all those ultimates have used, can now turn and flip this script in their favor.
Mag to
It is gonna be
counter.
Raging Royal Flush trying to be countered
No,
by Dimitri,
Ducky.
but that gets sucked up. It's hoovered, it's vacuumed, but Crazy Kitty still has Rage of Ultron.
It's going to be absorbed with the meteor from the other side though, but it's not going to find another pickup. Dace is going to get dropped.
Oh, almost shields off all the heals.
Damn it.
So long, they're at 80%. Lugia with the spider time is able to control the point and at least force Swap into the caves to try and prevent the piss. Cyberweb's there onto Ducky.
Yo, what is going on?
They tank on through.
Yeah, it's like a
They just
like
flipped the
no,
map.
no one is doing damage challenge.
Positions here. A Swap way up the
Infinite
low ground
healing.
to the defensive side of Brad trying to hold the high ground while trying to just keep Swamp in here. Don't let them step out and keep the pressure on. There's that Black Mamba team up for the extra attack speed and that shield. Smashnets goes down and Vertigo somehow got a charge, able to bring back.
Oh, what a snipe by Crazy Mang.
As the Cocoon can come back, of course, but now the extermination comes through from that Rage of Ultron. Yes, people are being brought back, but if Swamp Gaming done
Ducky
enough
didn't
to
get
apply
rezzed.
pressure, Graz is going to have spider time available to him as well. If you want to try,
I mean, they're up. They gotta.
extra little bit with
They
those
gotta
mines.
move. Watch out, snip mash.
Try and pull him into the nest, but it's not enough. Forky Dog chases him down, takes a smash nest. Vertigo falls as well, and there's no more Cocoon. 2 members, 3 members fall for Rad, and Swamp.
How did Crazy
after
live? Holy
stalling
shit.
a bit on that corner, begin the
Mellow
slow,
ult.
seemingly
Lugia
inevitable
dead.
march towards the end of
They gotta go
Symphonic
something fast to
Surface
touch.
as Rad begin to
Whoa.
respawn, and they've got to start throwing bodies at this point.
Ducky ulted. They can't touch.
Drop carries so many as well, and Ducky gets removed.
They're going on
Lugia, why did Lugia go out on Penny? He had to go Venom or something.
Lots of damage onto the back.
He's insta-dead.
Takes Lugia, Metaphobia gets Vertigo, and they make sure to put an
Holy
exclamation mark
roll.
over the Raging Royal Flush. Swap
Wait, they're not out. They're not out.
Yeah, that was dominant.
They forced them on the best comp in the game.
Sort of thought that they can come back into this series. They managed to
That was
take it to
dominant
3,
as fuck.
and they do it in an emphatic fashion as well. It's a dominant one from Swamp Gaming, only losing really one team fight, and even in that team fight, they were able to get the Karmic Revival, get back on their feet, and re-engage instantly. Rad fell apart a little bit defensively. I think ever since they had that first pick on them on the first point, right, they just were never able to reset properly, and they tried again on the
Scatter
second point, but Swamp Gaming were
17K.
far too quick to stagger. And even just looking at the statistics, I mean, Rad weren't involved in half of those fights in terms of their own KOs. Swamp Gaming very much one-sided here.
Look at how quickly Rad are locking in compared to Swamp Gaming. Swamp Gaming just know to run it back. Rad, they know that they only really slowed down Swamp Gaming when they mirrored
Scatter
the top, but now
most
they're on
damage in the
attack.
lobby.
They know that the Punisher can be very effective into this, as can an Elsa in theory. They just need to find the right angles to deal with it. They're also looking at the potential of the Wolverine. If you can't get through the Penny Nest goes down when the Penny does. It's that or the Storm. You don't need to worry about it if, once again, the Penny's removed from the board. So you might as well just maximize the damage and try and pick them off, especially with that hit scan that we now have with the Thor team up to help take out that Ultron in the sky.
Mello putting himself onto the Elsa as well, of course, having that possibility of trapping the Black Cat. Sorry, the Daredevil that could come out on the other side. as
Yo,
well.
Swamp's gonna run this for the next
Just in
3
case we
maps.
see the dive from Crazy Kitty, which I'm sure we will after the initial storm push happens.
Looks like they're going for...
They're not gonna swap off this comp.
The same as Swamp Gaming did.
Fuck all the practice, bro.
Ultimates as quick as you can, especially for days. If they can hold a little bit longer than Rad did. Remember, Rad's strategy here was just to delay as long as possible and burn through as much of
Oh
Swamp
my,
Gaming's
oh my,
time.
yo,
They
yo,
couldn't
yo,
do
wait,
so
are they on
until
defense or
point 3.
attack?
Vertigo's
Holy
already
shit.
finished off,
They're blitzing.
Exact mirror, but the sides are reversed.
Dave.
Whoa, Dave.
You're not on Wolf, bro. What was that?
Trading out evenly, and
He
that
went into
might
melee.
give this push a few more legs.
It certainly gives him the option to re-engage here, right? Yes, okay, Daze is going to have the cocoon.
Well, that Gambit
but they
team
went
up,
down a player.
sheesh.
Now they have the ability to re-engage, get some damage out, and maybe apply this extra little bit of pressure.
Did they just 3-2-1 Link?
Who is basically frontlining at this point, and I don't
They're
blame
giving them no
Just piling on as much
chance.
damage as possible, taking as much as well. But
good.
that's building
It's
so
good,
much
honestly.
ult charge. You can see it's going to be Bash who's building the ultimate first. Vertigo, after going down early, it will be rejoining the fight. But this means that Raging Roll Flush will be the first commitment to this fight as they push on.
Mash fast ult.
Oh, they got nothing. Oh, they gotta be careful with these penny mines.
So much damage with the Raging Roll Flush at the front line, but what's
Both tanks dead though.
with the extra mines is able to finish them off from the grave.
Maybe
They got TP. They got TP.
take down Vertigo as well. This is not over
1000%.
yet. As I say that, Crazy Kitty says it wasn't, but now I will end it myself.
Oh, that's
And
not a good
Swamp Gaming
stagger.
gonna have to back
Yeah,
off.
that's really not good.
The portal here. The good thing is they are going to have time to get it down.
Forky's
They're
about to
really
get.
taking the risk for. This is a hard position to portal from, as there are several tunnels where you can't do it, so you have to go for a little bit of a wraparound to get that positioning, but they will still commit to it. Scanner,
They respected the deep. Forky got the perverts. Get.
And quickly shields the whole team to make sure they can try and force back Rad.
Bro's flashing.
Will give up some positioning just to make sure that they don't get burst out here. Rage of Ultron comes on out for Forky Dog, and Rad don't choose to fight it. They
The space
back
is
up.
back.
They got 2 points on the board and lost very little for it. They were more than happy
Any
to
days
oh! That will slow him down. Glados comes it out with the meteor ram
Good link.
to try and absorb some of that damage and make
Ooh,
sure
yo,
they don't
yo,
capitalize. With
Daze
the
ate
Cyber
that.
Prism completely blocked out and then blocking the meteor ram mid-air.
Daze says ult.
Final judgment is going to be here, though. Can you tag through? It's got to get
Don't see 9 though. Don't see 9 though. Don't see 9.
Karmic Revival is going to be
Don't-
there for Swamp
What?
Gaming.
Oh, Crazy Man! Don't see 9!
They already get it before the Karmic
No.
Revival comes into effect here, and Rad will find the first point.
The Mega Hurricane to try and finish.
Rad probably would have won.
To be slowing down. They want to see if they can get a stagger. Crazy gets going to
Yeah, they probably would have won.
there, but they really want to just pick these people off. And look, they're not even going as aggressively as they can. They slowly finish them off.
You think
try and
Scatter? Oh
stagger
no,
those
Scatter doesn't stay for ult.
And with that, while Swamp Gaming were
Disciplined, I
able to
like that.
much longer than
Yeah,
Rad
yeah,
did,
smart.
Rad are able to get
Don't get
staggered.
baited, bro. Don't get baited.
Yeah, don't get baited.
I did
bro.
like the
It's a
portal,
waste,
though, and with
honestly.
Kraz having the nest down on the other side of the portal, just firing those mines through, it made it difficult for Rad to try and contest it. And yes, it's just about
wait,
eating away at the time for
36,
Swamp
35,
Gaming. Maybe
34?
they recognize Rad definitely have the firepower to get through these first couple of
32?
points, and it may come down to time.
Oh, 30, 29, 28.
Wait,
Wait, I'll follow through quick. Like 1.
26, 25.
Yeah, we're good. We're good. Sync.
The pressure on the Chaos Sword is on cooldown, but it's not for the side of Swamp Gaming. They push on it. Scatter's able to push onto Lugia Goat, and Metaphobia gets the finishing blow. And now it's time for an attempt at a hold. They move past the point and want to try and keep Rad in this open spawn area from the first point.
Yeah, I like this aggressive positioning from Swamp Gaming as well. You can get that nest down. It can be in an awkward
This penny
spot
corner
on the
is
side of Rad.
dangerous.
So again,
That is
it'll be
just a
eyes on
war
over
in my
to
eyes
Crazy
walking
Kitty
past
and
this
Smash.
corner.
Can you manage to
Yo,
pick up
yo,
on
yo,
the
yo.
or at least find the nest to allow everyone else to push up?
Ooh,
But
my,
too
they
much
can't
damage
push.
there.
They actually
Scatter
can't
gets the
push.
opening onto Smash, and Rad already just thinking about backing off at this point, and it's going to be another Glartrox available for
Oh my, Melo's alpha for that. The schmovement.
We are allowing them to finish off members over and over again. Looking for Mash on that backline. Forky Dog comes in. They have the Soul Bomb for the extra damage with the Rage of Ultron to try and commit. Vertigo is once again finished off in the backline. The damage boost of the Rage of Ultron is focusing down the backline, and it's once again 3 more members of Rad that fall, and more time is being eaten away by Swamp. And even worse news, Boundaries on the way, and they're 50% of the way towards Karmic Revival #2 gasket.
Swamp just needs to make sure they don't get overzealous here, and they do back off accordingly. They wanted to see if they could stagger a little bit more to add more time in their favor, but now Rad, they've grouped up, and they might just be able to do enough damage to go front to back as Scatter's gone down, and Forky follows.
That means a lot of that extra damage is going to be coming off the board.
Mellow, Mellow, Mellow.
Oh my Mellow! Oh my God!
What numbers deficit? I'll make my own! Takes down Rad, and suddenly Swamp Gaming, their defense was about to disappear, but it's only needing one man, Melaphobia.
A one-man army at times, but of course Swamp Gaming need to quickly.
Bro, Melo needs to get a pay raise, bro. Melo is carrying this tournament for Swamp.
Bro, on the stage, he's in the zone.
As a counter alongside the spider nest as well.
Kraken Impact is at the ready with the Storm damage bonus. This is what we've seen on Museum of Contemplation as an attempt to burst this, but Vertigo once again falls on the backline.
Whoa, they oh, that's bad, that's bad.
They double.
They can try and absorb this, but it's Ducky who goes down.
I don't like this ult by
keep fighting pickups
Mac.
one by one. Lugia will find nothing, but he is contesting the point, trying to make
Swamp used Mag and Invis ult at the same time. That's bad.
And Swamp keep the numbers in their favor, but Rad have been patient.
Well, who got rezzed by this?
They have Kraken Impact, and
Wait, did someone get rezzed by that?
Yeah, one person did.
As long as Crazy Kitty does not go down attempting this, then it's a great setup and an early push to try and give them an opening.
King Joffrey behind.
The king is flanked. The king sacrificed himself.
Spider time begins here from Krasman again at an attempt to stall and delay. Even though Smash was able to get a pick onto Scatter, Swamp are still stopping this from moving too quickly.
It's good.
And
Good stall. He's literally gonna hit OT.
Scatter was in Rad's backline.
Dude, they have TP by now too, right? If they want.
Potential, but was picked off. And once again, we see Swamp realizing that fight is
good
over.
TP, yeah.
He's at the point. Let the backline retreat to a safe position, but the front line was always going to go down there. It was just about burning through even more time. And now we're heading to what could be a final fight with Strange Portal potentially available for Swamp Gaming. Ultimates creeping in as well, and with only 5 seconds on the board for Rad.
They're flipping. Ooh, W rotation.
Kraken Impact. As long as Smashness is here, they have the potential to try.
You gotta stop hard. You
Melo's
gotta
got
stop hard.
ult.
You gotta stop hard. You gotta stop.
Now they engage as well. There's gonna be Rage of Ultron that comes out.
Wait. Someone has to touch.
Melo still has Glartrox.
Yo. Wait, what are they doing?
That we've seen so many times. He's going for a wrap.
Vertigo was finally able to get the invisible boundary out. Here comes the Kraken Impact. Gets
Oh no.
Crazy Kitty falls, but it's Smashness all the
They like
way.
Yeah, we took so long.
Too much. Yeah.
Takes them down a point.
I think Crazy Man G lost his mind, bro. He should have just dropped the cart and sat on it when it was under the bridge. But like, he went and did like some weird shit instead of
And like Filea took an off angle.
Yeah. Like, I don't know why they didn't just drop and insta grab the cart. You know what I mean? Like,
They're TP. Oh, Forky, no.
Oh my god.
That right here, right now. But with Forky falling, it does mean they are probably going to have to try and think about.
Bro, this Gambit team up. Oh, it just died. Hello? 104, 103?
No, 55, 54.
Oh shit, oh yeah, what's that? Yeah, I got 58, 57, 56, 55, 54, 3.
You've done your job by stalling initially with the portal, and now you re-engage naturally.
Even more seconds off the board. Once again, it's all about burning through time. Dace was also able to get even more charge.
Bro, that Gambit team up so annoying for TPs.
Yeah.
Trying to get space with 40 seconds on the board to push the rest of the way towards this
Mash
final point while
has
Penny is
ult.
already getting
Daze
set
about to
up.
get red. They need to win before Daze gets red and then run through Valentina ult and kill. Just use everything right here. Use everything.
But they just need to make sure to not get caught by Rad as Ducky comes in. Silence seduction.
The wall. Wait, the map just saved them.
Yo.
They lost. They actually lost. They actually lost.
Swamp Gaming, they've got a touch. Scanning Genji is all that's left on the point, and Rad might be able to even this up and go to overtime. What a final push!
Even though Swamp Gaming had the up on 1 and 2, it was Rad's final push that was far quicker than Swamp's, and it does keep them in contention here. There is a minute and 16 as the difference after that extra time gets added here on OT. And Swamp Gaming, I'm sure they would have loved to finish off there, but at least they still have the advantage. And remember, they did hold that
Melo, no help, man. I feel so bad.
Definitely going to be feeling confident going into this.
I feel so bad seeing such good DPS players like lose.
Wait, Val still got all. Even though.
Across the board, it's a very high elimination game. Smashness and Vertigo have been being targeted because Swamp Gaming do know how dangerous they can be.
Forky 20k damage and the same amount of heals as Val.
In that last push, but when it came down,
all on Ultron, bro. Is Ultron OP?
Needed them. Those two went down the most, but they capitalized together and created that opening on the second point in order to make their way through that allowed them to even get to this point.
So Rad with a chance to set the pace here then, but remember they only have 1 minute.
I actually jinxed it. I thought they were gonna win for sure. Like they were in such good position on second point. I thought they were gonna win. I can't believe that, bro. That's why you never give up.
As Swamp look to try and hold. If Swamp can successfully hold here,
the K30 pulled up.
Rad get as well. Remember, all we need to see is Swamp hold
never give up.
Point, and then they would only need 1 notch to win this map and send us to a map 4.
Starting off with a little bit of min-maxing here. Mash is going to be starting on the Jeff, not to roll out here, but to give their team movement speed because they know they don't have time.
Oh wait, look at the counter.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Oh my god, do they know? Yeah, they know.
Wait, they showed.
Wait.
They link and go.
It's an ambush as well. It's a very aggressive
What's that?
position from Swamp Gaming. They
These, you're not
Oh my, yo.
as much as possible.
I mean, they get one. Yo, can Scatter live? Scatter.
Ace goes down, but he has to cocoon, so he returns to the fight. It's a very simple
I mean, they're up one.
situation to what
They're up one.
happened on Rad's last attacking point, but they're not going to give up yet. They continue this push. They continue the momentum.
They traded Days res though.
It's not going to be converted on. Swamp have already backed away and will not get caught out of position as Rad regroup and make their way
21.
with 20 seconds on the board.
Okay. You've got to have that strange portal out there ready if you are the first to go down here. Just
Scatter on the wide. I like this. Controlling them.
That ticker, but Swamp Gaming holding strong in the
Oh my!
The thing just saved it.
Oh my, Deus. Deus, to your left, buddy. To your left, you fucking idiot.
And that means Dace may have to give up all that charge just to straight
Yes,
for the
TP.
mic,
Dace has
or he might
TP.
try and fly as Adam. And it looks like that will be exactly what happens. Crazy
He's flying out on Adam. No.
Of this fight.
Okay,
There's a lot of ult charge coming in for Mash. They're funneling it onto them for a Raging Royal Flush. Grasbag falls, meaning that the front line of Swamp is being taken off the board.
Just wipe, guys. Wipe and TP next fight.
It's Rad with great momentum, and they are trying to convert onto the first point. Smashness gets another.
Should they TP here?
Yeah, they have to. They should. Like,
They're like
they already walked out. They walked out. Hello?
Yeah, two of them are out. Wait, what do they do?
I like the attempt
They're
from
so
Swamp
like
with the
lost.
aggression at that first point, but it was the fact that the trade happened.
Daze is
It
still
had
running
things
around.
out of position for a short while, and it allowed Rad just to
They're not
reposition
TPing,
a
they're
little
walking.
bit and try and find that angle, and they did catch Swamp a little bit off guard here. But now we go into overtime within overtime. They
Ducky's
cannot
hiding.
afford to step off of
He's
this
gonna kick
point
them
here.
That life cocoon is not going to be
Hold.
back for a
What's
while
happening?
here for days.
I'm scared.
Forky Dog with the Rage of Ultra at the ready, but it's going to be Valentina even charges up first. Mash pulls the trigger. Raging
Wait,
Royal Flush
wait,
mirrored
did
from
they
both
go?
Go. Oh my, Valentina's grabbed. Oh my.
Backline almost finishing up Valentina Eve, but they escape with the mobility as Meteor Rem from Lugia. Looks for anyone. It might be Krasbang. Sends it back. Blocked beautifully by Scatter. Omega Hurricane
Rad's
is going
like
to use
nervous. They
defensively
like panic
here
ult.
just to zone away. Will not find anything, and that's a big ult to burn. But Smashness is still here with the most important one. That Kraken impact, but Vertigo about to get the boundary. They may choose
Vertigo, you got ult, you got ult.
Charged up with that.
Scatter goes for it. The Scatter go for it. Combo. Why not Thingo?
Oh no.
Great. Mellow. Wait, Mash. Daze resin though.
Oh. They're up two.
They won. SG win.
Seconds away from the revive. The might show the shutdown to Rad, and Swamp Gaming
God.
clean them off the board. They don't even need it.
Rad with the panic. We'll roll those ults.
I think the Stormal was to bait the Ultron, but like Forky held it.
Melophobia again, just timing that Glartrox so successfully. He was biding his time, almost went down. Great work from the strategist to
Still
keep him
winnable,
up.
though.
Shit.
He could get that Glartrox out. It was the difference maker in the end after all those ultimates flew around on our screens. But it is a good distance, still pushed by Rad.
Bro, someone save Mello, guys.
Even though Swamp have a significant time
This guy is
going into this one,
he's the
they have to remind
DPS,
themselves
he's
how
the
difficult
tank,
this
he's the
can be
support player,
sometimes.
he's the black
Rad
cat,
changed their strategy and
the
their
hit
approach to the
scan.
defensive side this time.
20-9.
Bro, this guy, yo, give this guy a home.
Clinic here, like you mentioned, that Glartrox was huge.
I mean, this is a third place match.
It's got them this far.
So is it even that bad?
Rad to mix it up? The answer is yes. While they don't have a penny on their side in this case, they do have an Ultron. They do have an Adam.
Compared to the rest of the teams, no, but the top two, yeah, they're bad.
On their stalwarts, Lugia sticking on that Magneto, and Ducky will be continuing to bring out the Emma.
I really like Ducky on Emma. I think he's been such a big difference maker throughout this entire series. Swamp have struggled to deal with that Sonic seduction at times.
I kind of
and
want
if Rad
Swamp to
can
win, bro.
build
Like
up
this
this
series
Yeah,
is
legit.
fire.
than the side
Like
of
this
Swamp
series
can
is
The
insane.
comeback would be insane.
for them to
Yeah,
just
no.
get
If
a
this
full
went Map
hold here
5, like
and still
that
not
would
just
be
win
like
this map, but remember, Tech, they would win this series.
My
they would
jaw's
send
on the
Swamp
ground.
Gaming home, and they would send themselves into a guaranteed top 3 position in those lower finals.
Or their first ever land for both these teams. It comes down to this. Swamp fighting to just stay in the series. Rad searching for an opportunity to go to those lower bracket finals. Krasback
Wait,
looking for
this
an
guy,
opening, sends
is
a
that
couple mines
genius?
just
Whoa,
down.
He's
whoa,
sending
yeah.
mines for their backup.
That could be
Yo,
You think
if
he
that
get spotted?
pays
Yeah,
off,
yeah. You
if
think he's gonna get
that
spotted?
pays off,
less aggressive on this point than we have seen in any of the rounds.
I don't know
so
if they
far,
know.
As both teams just look for a couple openings, start sending the damage, but I don't expect that to last too long. As both look to try and create an opening, pushing on in soul bombs from both sides to tank on through as
They're not backing,
is
though.
trying to find an opening from the other side,
At
but
least not
this
yet.
triple
Yo,
strike
yo,
against
if they
healing
back
is a
into
little bit
those
too
mines,
much to
bro,
burst
that
through like
would
we've seen
be
previously.
insane. Oh my
Smash
god.
is winning the ult race at the moment, though. It's worth noting that actually Crazy Kitty suddenly takes advantage and potentially will be the first to get that ultimate if no one goes down in this neutral. Smash trying his hardest, does get netted at the moment, but you do stay alive. And again, it's the pressure that's being applied with this damage from Smash over and over again.
Hold!
Down to the low ground.
Oh, he broke it.
Oh, he broke it with his
uppercut.
shift.
He broke it.
Last time, that Penny can make this a really miserable point to push, but they're still trying to fight this. Ducky onto the point, good damage, but it's enough healing to keep smashing this up. We have Rage of Ultron at the ready. They pull the trigger early to make sure that they can keep the healing onto their front line. But that dispossession from that Gambit and the Magneto team up is good. Ducky will fall, and here comes the counter from Swamp Gaming, making the most of
They're
their
gonna get
timing
6.
advantage here.
Touch
With the
card,
fact
touch
that
card.
Ducky is still yet to respawn. They zone them.
Mello? Whoa, that's hella.
Get 3 on. Get 3.
Won't find a finishing blow, but Melophobia has a beautiful flank going on.
It's a great
Touch
flank
3.
from
Wait.
Mello, does some damage, but
Yo, guys, I do not like this. What's going on?
If he stays there, so instead he goes
Wait,
back
clean
to
up,
the
clean up.
point,
If
and
they clean up, they
will
win.
manage
If they
to
clean up, they
capture.
win.
They have 30 seconds on the board to try and match what Rad
Bro,
brings.
Yo, they use so
shouldn't
many
let those
ults.
guys get out bot.
They set
There's
up
no
and they
way.
do have the
Like
utility
both
here.
teams
They've
don't
got
want to
the
make a
ability
mistake.
to
Yeah.
Psionic Seduction a little bit later, which they may
But
say
Daze needs to play, get his ult and play for it. They're gonna walk him. Oh, big pick. Yo, shall we watch Mello or the heal?
Smash ult. He ults. They're using everything. They're using everything. Gimbal, Nagel, Scatter, or Luke.
Wait, Lugia can't get anything with this. He can't get anything.
Oh my.
Oh my.
Instincts, but does not find the target onto Valentina.
Oh! Oh!
Oh!
No!
Almost gets
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Smash goes down, but it's now Smash and there's Kraken impact. Cyberwax there, and they are taken down.
With the resing as well. Yo, we need to chill, Swamp. Swamp needs to chill.
Crazy man.
Mellow down. Mellow no res.
Rookie one.
But they need Mellow.
He's about to get.
Bro, Valentina dying there was so bad.
Bolt Ultron. Oh my god, look at Smash. Look at Smash.
Mellow's TPing.
Smash.
Just have to keep the delay going.
It is a big stall at the moment, but Rage of Ultron, can you find anything if
Double
you're
Ultron,
Dog
it's
here? It's the
neutral,
only ultimate,
Link
but
is
now
out.
Bro,
he's
Mellow
encountered
TPing,
on
bro.
the
This is
other
not gonna
side.
have any
Crazy
damage.
here, as Rad are desperately trying to force them off this point, but now we get back to the neutral.
Lugia ISO,
No
Lugia
ultimates available.
Gets out
It's a
with the
straight
map.
6v6.
Portal comes on in because they have to keep this contention going.
Oh my god.
Swamp Gaming throwing bodies at the point.
Mash
Their
is faster
lifeline
ult.
is
Mash.
that little yellow bar.
Crazy Meng down.
GG.
Falls. There's no revive, so it's all about
Mash.
Bro,
They can finish off the front line.
Scatter needs his ult. Bro, Scatter needs to
Val
farm ult.
dead! Val dead! GG.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Bro, Valentina. Bro, Lugia with that pick was insane.
Team after team, as the underdogs are dark horses. They
Forced out Adam Res and everything. That should have been Swamp.
Here at the Marvel Rivals Ignite mid-season finals, and sadly we say goodbye to Swamp Gaming, who will finish in 4th place. A valiant effort from the Americas team, but I'm sure a disappointing one. But again, we have to remind
American Man
ourselves
is
the first
never
LAN
showing
performance for
again.
the Swamp roster. But the same could be said for Rad as they just keep going. From play-ins all the way here, they look like maybe, just maybe, they could go all the way.
They look like they could potentially make history repeat itself, Gaskin, as once again, like you mentioned, Rad continue to show up. They continue to take down teams. An incredible debut on the main stage by both of these teams that are
Mello was right about that 3-0.
should be proud of that performance, making it all the way here, all the way through this bracket, taking down some of the best teams in the world. But they will be stopping here. Rad, on the other hand, they move on to play
TLC is our
against the
last horse
loser
in the race.
of Team Liquid Citadel.
Yeah.
And
Na'Vi, a team they are very familiar with.
The last remaining team from America is Team Liquid Citadel to try and keep the region alive, because EMEA will win out in this NA versus EMEA battle, which we didn't know really how it was going to go. I thought it might be a little bit closer in the end. Swamp Gaming, they gave it a bloody good effort towards
really
the end
did.
there. I thought they had done enough, but we have to give the respect to Rad.
Dennis
They really were
interview.
able to analyze just how to break down the composition that had been set out by Swamp. And they did it perfectly on that initial push in overtime.
I thought it was over.
Bro, poor Forky, man.
Swamp Gaming, they did it with so much
Chat,
pride.
could you even
Finally,
see
they
a
did
single
see
Forky
Brad
misplay?
react and be able to basically mirror the commentary
I
so
literally
down.
don't remember Forky misplaying one time.
When their push started getting slowed down so effectively by Swamp Gaming, I thought it was over. And yet,
Oh, when he died in that TP, yeah, okay.
and we're going to find out how they can
Fuck.
stay so cool under pressure as we head over to the main stage with Cozy to talk to Rad.
Destiny has a name, and her name is Rad. I mean, I'm left
They double
speechless.
support
I'm here
ulted? I
with
mean, that doesn't mean it's always his
was
fault.
anything but speechless after that win. 3-0. Dennis, first thoughts, words, what do you think?
Fuck, bro, no. Forky, no.
I don't know. I would say that.
Forky, no.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh,
My guys played insanely.
Alpha.
I have never seen them play on this
Aura.
level. Today we unlocked something. I have never seen them that locked in. All props to them. It's insane. I know. Congrats, guys. You deserve it.
Give up for Rad one more time. I love to hear it. Listen, Dennis, you know the story of this team better than anybody. And again, it's just insane from couch to dream to now having a shot to play in stage to the main stage to potentially the grand finals. Walk us through all of this journey and just what it would mean for your entire team to have that shot.
I've been with some of these people from Chopped, and us losing map 5 versus VP. It was a very hard hit to all of us. I can't lie, a lot of people wanted to retire, and we were thinking a lot about what we could achieve together more. We couldn't get an org, we split up, and now I'm back with some of these people, and we're here on the big stage, and this whole journey was insane. Congrats again to all of them for performing this good today. I can't imagine what they're feeling. I'm just a coach. Like, those emotions in the game as a player must be insane. But I'm pretty sure they're surprised that they're this locked in.
Listen, you have TLC and Na'Vi up above. Who do you want? Who do you think you're gonna play? Let me hear it.
100% TLC. I'm sorry, guys. Like, I need to root for my friends, for my region. I want Na'Vi to win. I want to match them in the final. I hope we are this locked in for tomorrow. I hope for a very, very close series against TLC. And I really want to go to the final.
He said
Listen, we've
TLC.
done 3 lands, and so far
Oh,
the
shit.
road always led through the EMEA, and right now the odds are stacking in that favor. One more time, give it up for Rad! 3-0 and Swamp Gaming here on the big stage, and to break it all down and to close today, let's bring
W
it to
interview.
to check out the action.
Will American Man be out?
That's where it is.
What?
No.
He got kicked off the
Gaming,
desk.
They gave it their all, even
He
pulled
got
out
kicked
the
off the
strats. They were
desk.
probably saving for
You know what this means when they, like,
that symbiotic
have the camera angle for just two?
this event, but Rad just seemed
No,
to
what
be
does
on
it
the
It
mean?
means Cozy's coming on, baby. He's working
crap,
overtime.
Cozy's running up.
This is beyond his comprehension. He spends a lot of time with them. It's how do we feel as like EMEA? So, like, we sort of expect Rad to sort of look promising and then just have weird moments. But certainly this series, there wasn't really anything given up when it came to some of the mistakes, right? It felt that everything was like locked in. We were starting to see like Swamp Gaming pushed and making some errors, some misplays, but more Rad individuals especially rising to the occasion. Stuff like Crazy Kitty, not having to rely on Daredevil or Black Cat. He's not a one-trick pony going in for the meta storm on maps like this, having grand stuff, the backline, the front line. Every element of Rad has been like a world-class contender.
Listen, I was just there on the stage, and as they won, Dennis just kept saying, holy shin Shibuya, over and over. I've never seen y'all play like this, and I think we were talking about it here, you know, in the green room. That at LAN, it's who shows up. It's any given day, and Rad picked every day to play their best, and that's exactly what you need to do. I forget the level of competition comparison, Ryan. If you show up and there's enough belief there in clutch factor, Rad right now feels like the team to beat.
Well, it almost feels like, you know, we're on NA soil, Swamp is in America's team, but there was a good amount of cheering for Rad because you can't help go for the underdog, but also the way that they play, it's the panache. It feels like Swamp Gaming getting to
Bro, it's every time, guys, every tournament.
Analogies, but it's like Italian
It feels like one player always like holds back or like it gets targeted.
Well played in the end, so when you have a team that is just doing like terrific stuff going up against a very disciplined approach for Swamp, you always lean to the team that's just sort of like...
And like Rad's got like no, they don't really have a weakness. Who do you really ban out? Their biggest weakness is mash ulting, not ulting.
That old.
Yeah.
Now, and we're gonna have to, you know, have the pleasure to talk about them. The job's, you know, not finished. What's impressed you about them? And I do want to talk about Swamp Gaming in the end of their journey.
So for me, the unsung hero, and honestly, us at the desk, we've been
Bro, poor Mellow, guys. Like, this actually makes me sick. I feel sick when I see someone like Sparker or Mellow just get eliminated.
You see that in combination with the Ultron that we saw from Crazy Kitty. With the
You're on the losing team and you look that good. You look like you're diffing the enemy.
Plan, bro. You got an early finish.
Oh fuck.
Usually we're on like the second match,
Yeah,
right?
no, yeah.
Yeah, figured it out.
Shit ended hella early.
Hero-wise, but also just
I'm probably getting off. What are you? You hitting ranked?
This isn't exciting you to play some ranked?
I'll
hit the rank tomorrow. Gotta make sure I'm up. I can't miss tomorrow.
I'm sure they are happy at least about that. But overall, you know, I know their expectations.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna play some ranked off stream with Remix and Fall.
Okay, yeah, but Jay's Meat is calling right now.
Oh, shit.
Oh.
You said pizzazz.
Oh, your meat?
The sexiness of
Yeah, I'll eat it.
When you're looking at like the playstyle, what they do, and for me, you know, you can highlight a couple things like days and adding those hero pools and.
Yo, GG's. Later.
GG. Yo,
Peace.
Like, it's really invoke sexiness as well, but it's not as if the way that they play
Oh boy,
there's still a style to it, and there's a level of respect that you have to give when it comes to the plays. But it feels like from watching Swamp at the start of the year, like take a series against.
Bro, look at Dennis.
It's getting further and further away.
Yo, they got so hyped.
As a player to highlight.
Bro, I gotta root for that Loki. That's
highlight. But there was clips of him.
That's
like,
good
just
vibes.
looking to the camera, pulling silly faces. He's feeling a lot more comfortable. When you looked at him on the first day in play-ins, he was like a ghost. He was making a lot of errors individually too, but now he's completely in his comfort zone, and Rad are looking above and beyond. And I think even the likes of Na'Vi, who have typically been smashing Rad in officials, if there is the chance of them meeting up tomorrow with like Na'Vi falling into the loser's bracket, or even Rad going all the way to grand finals, whichever way, they have to be a little bit more afraid of this Rad because they have become something else here.
I just don't know why so many teams have not been banning out Ducky. We finally saw it in that second map. The Emma ban came through right after the mag, but I feel like they should have continued with that into this one, and the Emma was so consequential, especially with the Sonic Seductions, creating so much space from that. I feel like it was a bit of an underrated hero for them because they were so good on the group.
Yeah, you know what? I think Dog said it well earlier. The best teams right now are banning the Vanguard line. Like, if you look at kind of what have been the strengths of some of these best teams going through the entire thing, that's been a lot of their focus, and then having the
Swine Shake, I think that's 53 months, and Crane with the 36 months in Crane.
For your team and like to enable yourself of what you do well, right? Not just go with this stereotypical things. You know, I do want to say, as we wrap for Swamp Gaming, to not let this get to you as players. Melophobia, an absolute just young star in the making. Valentina in the back line, we know what they can do. You know, we're still seeing very much just the beginning of this team and what's been put together. But I could not have put together a better script through the lowers as Rad has just shown. It's the hardest thing to do in esports, right?
Yeah, I mean, but it's also something that Rad has done with it.
I know.
History. It's a flat circle, I think, at this point. But I also want to say, like, a 4th place finish for Swamp. I know they'll say, you know, we expect him to win and stuff. I'd still take a 4th place finish. I think that's a good showing for your first like international event. But seeing how both of these teams sort of grinded it through, Rad sort of knocking out world champions Virtus Pro again, but at an international event, and then Swamp Gaming making sure the Pacific only leave with a top 6 finish. Here it was a lot more.
Oh man, guys.
Are just good when these days are long, you know. Play in this sort of similar position in that match A and then going to the semi-final. They're used to it going the full distance.
Sparker and Mellow, bro. I feel bad, guys. I feel bad.
It's like everything that's happening to them, and if you look at playing to here, that's where.
And low-key, I feel bad for Deus and I feel bad for Fi, guys. DPS is a hard role.
bracket of who they might play.
I mean, you're talking about 100 Thieves, which seem to be one of the few teams aside from TLC who
I feel like people always pick on this flex DPS. Hit scan, you just play hit scan, you know what I mean?
If they made their way, could have been a different
Fuck.
story at this point in time. But the story is Rad are that Cinderella team. But we also got to talk about the upper bracket, right? Na'Vi at Team Liquid Citadel, disputed.
Fuck
and
me,
Na'Vi,
dude.
the only team to not drop a single map.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Ryan, listen, at the beginning of the game, day was not super dramatic or climatic because we knew that these two top teams were exactly that. Na'Vi, TLC. Yeah, if you've been a fan of this esport, right, you've heard it all year long. And guess what happens tomorrow? The Titans finally clash.
I mean, it's unstoppable force versus unstoppable force. It feels like you have got to see like Na'Vi just on this like current form looking tremendous, really, only dropping one map of Central Park against VP like in group stages of stage 1. It has been completely dominant from them in the end. But for Team Liquid Citadel, they've dropped a little bit now and again, but it's more getting comfortable and acclimatized, and they're going to know well enough when it comes to Na'Vi, certainly with Poly, that is going to look to play up against the EMEA region again.
That's true.
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, taking a look at that schedule as we are on our last day here for LAN. I mean, we open up with the matchup that everybody has been waiting for. Both teams, no weaknesses, as we all like to say, but one has to lose, fellas. One has to go down to the lower to play
Na'Vi Citadel. Oh, guys, you guys do not want to miss this. 1 p.m. EST, 10 a.m. PST, 1 p.m. EST. Do not want to miss that.
Yeah, I think them having, you know, footage on both these teams is more of a benefit than anything else, right? Na'Vi going into this Team Liquid Citadel matchup, of course, they probably scrimmed and done whatever preparation they can, but, you know, Na'Vi and scrims are not really the best at it. They're more on the day, and I was talking a little bit earlier to Gaston. He still has not been truly
Unk was an hour late. Mime misses it.
Not been tested. VP went out early. This is the true testament
Guys,
to how Na'Vi can be dominant, or if TLC.
Fuck you guys.
Right, it just feels like everything we've been building to all year is leading to tomorrow. All pass.
Wow, already 7 hours have went by? That's insane. That is fucking insane,
Your
guys.
prediction there shocked me. Who do you think's gonna be in the grand finals?
Probably the two teams in the upper bracket. I think Liquid win that upper bracket game. I think Na'Vi have to do the whole gauntlet tomorrow.
I said shock me and color me shocked.
I have Na'Vi doing the whole thing again, but I don't know. Liquid on home soil, scary.
Yeah, especially with it being the Championship Saturday, right? Hometown crowd here for Team Liquid Citadel. The last America's region team remaining. They're going to have everyone cheering them on. We saw FlyQuest in the grand finals be the last bastion of hope for them as well, taking a map against Virtus Pro, but this is a whole different ballgame, whole different story, and I gotta agree with you on this one, Ryan. I'm thinking Team Liquid Citadel take the uppers, but then Na'Vi come through lowers.
Listen, tomorrow, day 4, we have concerts, voice actors. There's so much cooked in on top of the amazing gameplay that we are going to see. We appreciate all of you watching what was an epic day 3. Whether your team moved forward or not, we can promise that tomorrow is going to be special. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you on the other side tomorrow.
Alright, guys. Alright. That is where we call it. Do not miss tomorrow, guys. Do not miss tomorrow. Or else. Tomorrow, 1 p.m. EST, 10 a.m. PST. 6 o'clock in the UK, 7 in everywhere else in the EU. 1 a.m. in Japan. 12 a.m. in China. What time Central, bro, buddy? But if I just told you EST and PST and you can't find out Central, we don't want you watching. Go to school. Bro, Jesus Christ. Bro, does no one know how to do time zones? So what do you mean, what time Central, bro? I just told you EST and PST. When Oceania? Depends where you are in Oceania. If you're in Sydney, it should be 9 p.m. No. No. 10 p.m. What time is it in Sydney? It's 10 a.m. right now. So 14 hours. Bro, what am I watching right now? What is this? Jesus. Alright. Alright, guys. I don't know what time it is, Australia, guys. I have no idea. Alright. Thank guys for watching. Thank guys for hanging out. Who do we raid? Who does the love go to? Handcam stream. W. Sentinels is doing a co-stream. Is that the owner, Rob Moore? Mark Deasy's live. Yeah, we could hit one of the boys here. Where's one of the boys? Where's one of the boys here? Or no one goes live right now? Are you shitting me? Is Bad GD player on? Hold on, guys. Hold on, I'm looking for a certain someone. Yeah, we could toss a raid over to J3 24/7. But no way Jay's still playing. Jay's not live. Well, what's XC doing? Should we play with XC? Should we end the party this early?
Pool waiting. No excusey, I have a proposition
dude.
for you.
The one
Yourself
hidden guy gets
and
clapped. It's
three
crazy.
chatters have been invited to the White House to try out this game in real life. Whoever wins gets $1 trillion.
Bro, what is this?
Have a good day.
29 months of brain rot chat. Can I get a welcome to the jungle as compensation?
Chat, I want to know, has anyone else been seeing this State Farm ad?
I mean, I guess I unfortunately...
Apparently they've been doing a State Farm gamer hood. I gotta see what this is before I end.
And the top 5 scores each week will win a State Farm themed Secret Lab Titan Evo chair. Here's how you can get in on the action of Gamerhood and have a shot at your very own State Farm themed Secret Lab Titan Evo
Yo,
chair.
this...
All you have to do is play my new game for a chance to win. Visit statefarm.com/gamerhood to play Jake's Neighborhood Swarm. You can control a pixelized version of me, Jake from State Farm, to navigate levels and dodge increasingly aggressive enemies in an attempt to get to the boss.
Yo.
To the leaderboard and the top 5 scores each week will win a State
I'm
Farm
low-key scared this is
Season 5
DMCA.
State Farm Gamerhood.
Time to gang! Run it back, run it back. Get it.
Dude, they got no
Better
gamers.
than ever. This season brings more blink and you miss it action in our gaming pods.
Emeru is the only one that games here. Bro, what is this? Who is this person in the middle? Bro, how much money did they put into this? What is State Farm? It's an insurance company. Bro, they probably put in like $500,000 into this. Bro, they turned them into Valorant characters. What the fuck? Alright, I'm ending YouTube. Peace out, YouTube. Peace, peace, peace.